Chapter 1. I Fang Shio, choose an alien as my spirit beast. He Chung number 1 high school afternoon inside the homeroom teacher's office of class 2. Fang Shio, what do you mean by facehugger? Asked Zhang Yu, the homeroom teacher of class 2 with a puzzled expression. Fang Shio excelled academically with striking features, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a fresh, handsome appearance. His tall, slender frame made him stand out effortlessly among his peers, and every student at the school, upon entering high school, will open a beast-taming domain with the school's assistance. Generally, each student will try their best to choose powerful creatures as their tamed beasts, such as fierce tigers, giant elephants, wild bulls, yet the Fang Shio before them actually wanted to choose a facehugger as his tamed beast. Although I don't know what facehugger means since its name contains the character for insect, it must be some kind of bug. Have you been brainwashed by online influencers? While insects possess strength beyond their body weight, once they exceed a certain size, their own weight will crush them. Although there have been some gifted individuals in the past who tried to tap into the potential of insects, the success rate was negligible. Are you really going to choose that so-called facehugger? In Zhang Yu's eyes, Fang Shu's choice was undoubtedly wrong. If he had chosen a normal spirit beast combined with his guidance, he would surely have been able to get into a good university in the future. However, the teacher could only advise and not force students to choose their spirit beasts. I've already made up my mind, teacher. I believe the facehugger is the most suitable spirit beast for me. Faced with Zhang Yu's persuasion, Fang Ziu's gaze remained resolute. In fact, Fang Ziu was not originally from this world. About a month ago, he had crossed over into this world. After some exploration, he discovered that this world was extremely unique. Every student entering high school would have the opportunity to choose a spirit beast. They would then bond with their chosen spirit beast. The stronger the spirit beast they cultivated, the more their own physical strength as a beast master would grow. At a certain level, it was even possible to evolve an ordinary spirit beast into a deity. As for the facehugger Fang Hsu chose, it also did not belong to this world. To be precise, the facehugger comes from a movie called Alien. It assimilates the host's genes through parasitic means to produce even more powerful offspring. It not only has bones as hard as steel, but its blood is also highly corrosive like strong acid. Most importantly, gene assimilation. Fang Ziu thought to himself, if he could assimilate the genes of those spirit beasts, just how powerful the resulting xenomorph would be Fang Shio couldn't even begin to imagine. All right. Seeing Fang Shio unwilling to give up on choosing the facehugger, Zhang Yu had no choice but to hand him several spirit beast cards. These are your enrollment resources. Take them. In a week, the school will conduct an assessment test for all of you. Before then, if you change your mind, there's still time. Fang Shio gave a slight nod and then took the cards from Zhang Yu's hand. One is the school cafeteria meal card. The other is a beast-taming space card used for nurturing tamed beasts. Another is a resource card containing items like food and medicine for feeding the tamed beasts. These are forms of support the high school provides for new students. Once the resources inside are depleted, students will need to purchase them on their own. Thank you, teacher. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Shio turned and left the place. Meanwhile, the corridor outside was crowded with many people around Fang Shio's age. These were all freshmen who had come to Zhang Yu's office to confirm their spirit beasts and receive their resources. While Fang Shio was finalizing his spirit beast, many of the freshmen had been eavesdropping. After all, Fang Ziu entered Haking number 1 high school with a top 10 score in the city's entrance exams, and coupled with his striking good looks, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes, he quickly became the standout among his peers. Many were even curious about what kind of spirit beast such an outstanding freshman like Fang Shio would choose, yet no one expected him to pick a facehugger. Whispers of surprise and speculation trailed behind Fang Shio. What's a facehugger? What kind of thing is that? No idea. Never heard of it, feels like some kind of parasite. Another weirdo obsessed with the zerg. Sure. The zerg have all those exaggerated stats, but over the years, only a handful have succeeded with them. This practically considered a beast master trap by now. It seems like another blindly confident fellow. Hearing these voices, Fang Ziu didn't defend himself at all. Indeed, facehuggers aren't particularly powerful creatures. But what does that have to do with my xenomorph? Placement test. At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Shio's lips. Half an hour later, Fang Shio returned to his assigned dorm room. Having entered this high school with outstanding grades ranking in the top 10 of the city, he received special treatment, not only enjoying the luxury of a single room, but also an extravagant space of 60 square meters. Next is nurturing the spirit beast. Fang Ziu swiftly walked to the sofa, sat cross-legged on it, and then took out the domain card given to him by Zhang Yu. With a faint glow, a translucent panel appeared before Fang Ziu. He quickly filled in his personal information and completed the binding process. Connect to the spirit beast space. The next second, Fang Shio only felt a blur before his eyes, and after a dizzying spin, the surrounding scenery rapidly transformed. All the furniture and appliances had vanished without a trace. What met his gaze was an endless expanse of grassland. This was the primordial space of the domain yet to be developed. The sky was cloudless and the sun was bright. Though a bit glaring, it wasn't scorching hot. Beneath my feet lay lush green grass, and in the distance, I could see a small stream flowing. Do you want to change the environment of the original space? An AI-like voice sounded in Fang Shio's ear. Since different spirit beasts require different living environments, each new student is granted one opportunity to modify their domain upon entering the primal space. No need. Fang Shio refused without hesitation. The true strength of the xenomorphs lies in their ability to survive in even the harshest environments. What a magnificent species! As one's own spirit beast, it couldn't be more suitable. Extracting host spirit beast information, begin cultivation. After all, students nowadays live in concrete jungles, and no one can actually go into the wild to capture real spirit beasts. Thus, the spirit beast space constructs the spirit beasts within it based on the student's memories. This not only requires students to have precise knowledge of the spirit beast's various attributes, but also demands a solid scientific foundation. Perhaps this is also why high school students are unable to cultivate phantom species. Fang Shi speculated inwardly that the reason he could cultivate a facehugger, aside from being a transmigrator with memories of his past life, was also because countless filmmakers and scholars had expanded the lore of the Alien franchise. For Fang Shio, the facehugger and the xenomorph were not just fictional characters from movies. They were genuine, living creatures. Chapter 2. The Birth of the Xenomorph. From now on, I'll just call you System. After a brief moment of thought, Fang Shio decided to rename his AI beast companion to System, and then took out the resource card given to him by Zhang Yu. Just as different spirit beasts require different living environments, they also often need different types of food. System, can I use myself as a template to create food? Although the facehugger could parasitize animals like cattle or sheep, but the most powerful aspect of the facehugger lies in its genetic assimilation. Human genes are undoubtedly the most perfect blueprint. However, no one in this world has ever attempted such a thing before, to the extent that Fang Shu's single statement left his AI system utterly speechless. Time passed minute by minute. After what felt like an eternity, his system finally responded. Commencing host body analysis, preparing beast-taming food, a flash of light flickered, and an identical food replica of Fang Shu fell from the air. It's worth noting that since the produced item is ultimately food, it doesn't possess Fang Shio's memories or intelligence. Still, seeing a perfect copy of himself left Fang Shio with somewhat mixed feelings, starting to analyze host's memories. Proceed with incubating the facehugger as the spirit beast. Yes. Fang Shio nodded without hesitation. In Fang Shio's memory, the facehugger was about 1 meter in length with a beige coloration. It had 8 slender legs, in total 4 on each side each leg, consisting of 3 bony segments, giving it an appearance similar to that of an arthropod. As the system completed its analysis, this creature that should not exist in this world soon appeared before Fang Shio. Notification. You have created a facehugger in the beast taming space. Notification. You have gained the loyalty of the facehugger. The gradually awakening facehugger did not immediately pounce on Fang Shio's duplicate. Instead, It curled up motionless on the grass as if awaiting Fang Shio's command. Although the facehugger had no expression indeed, it didn't even possess a face, as an organ Fang Shio could sense its fear of him. It was a primal emotion etched deep into its bones. In the facehugger's mind, Fang Shio was the supreme ruler of the xenomorph species. Without his command, it dared not act reckless. Esley, come to think of it, xenomorphs inherently operate on a hive mind where the central consciousness holds absolute authority. Then, Fang Shio opened his domain panel again. Host, Fang Shio. Divine name, God of the Facehugger. Beast companion, Facehugger. Facehugger parasitized. Fang Shio glanced at the Facehugger and immediately issued his first command. Upon receiving the direct order, the Facehugger acted without the slightest hesitation, darting toward its prey with astonishing speed like a streak of lightning. By the time Fang Shio realized what was happening, the Facehugger had already latched onto the prey's face, living up to its name. Fang Shio was so drawn to the Facehugger not only because of the formidable strength of its adult form, but also due to its unique method of reproduction. The Facehugger reproduces by parasitizing hosts to breed xenomorphs. From the moment it attaches to a host's face, it implants a xenomorph embryo into the host's body, then automatically detaches and dies, its exterior solidifying and hardening into a desiccated husk. The entire process takes only 1 to 2 hours to complete. Afterward, the host consumes large amounts of food to nourish the xenomorph. Typically within a few hours, the xenomorph bursts from the host's chest and begins hunting for sustenance. The entire cultivation process wouldn't even take a day before the facehugger evolves into a xenomorph. Once reaching adulthood, the xenomorph will naturally lay eggs, hatching more facehuggers in an endless cycle. Fang Xiu glanced around, taking in the lush green grassland. It wouldn't be long before an entire xenomorph army would emerge here. The next thing to do is to observe. However, when the alien tore open its replica and emerged from within amidst crimson and wails, the overly realistic imagery violently struck Fang Shio's mind. A scent of blood also lingered in the air. Notification. The beast in the beast taming space has completed its evolution. As it is a new species, please assign a name host. The system's voice echoed in Fang Shio's ears. A new species. Let's call it the alien. Prompt naming of the new species completed. Notice, you have gained the loyalty of the xenomorph very well. Fang Shio nodded, then observed the little alien that had emerged from the clone. This tiny alien creature was entirely a structure of bones encasing flesh with a hard exoskeleton supporting its body weight and protecting the internal muscles. Its head was flat, elongated and rounded, while its tentacles were as sharp as deadly pincers. Although less than a meter in length, its entire body radiated a chilling aura of killing intent. Unlike the face-huggers that only parasitize, the chest-burster aliens have undergone dual upgrades in both defense and combat capabilities. With just enough food, a chest-burster alien can mature into an adult in just a few hours, reaching a height of 2 to 3 meters and possessing astonishing regenerative abilities. Even more terrifying is that all aliens do not need to breathe. This allows them to survive even in environments without air. Then let's begin feeding. Fang Xiu took out the resource card. Only this time he didn't create another clone of himself. After all, the chestburster xenomorph had already assimilated human genes, so killing more clones would serve no purpose. Moreover, Fang Xiu is not some kind of psychopath, so this method wouldn't bring him any physical or mental pleasure. Thus, Fang Xiu used the resource card to create a herd of cattle. Although the alien can be fed cooked food, hunting helps cultivate its combat abilities. The placement test is just 1 week away. According to the information Fang Shio found online, there would be a martial exam involving spirit-beast battles at that time. The purpose was to test the nurturing abilities of the new students within just 1 week. Of course, even though Fang Xiu used resource cards to create a herd of massive wild buffalo, the chestburster xenomorph did not immediately launch an attack. Its flat, elongated, and rounded little head swayed back and forth between the herd and Fang Xiu, occasionally letting out strange cries as if pleading for Fang Shio to issue a hunting command. No matter how you look at it, the xenomorphs inherently possess a hive mind, and in their consciousness, Fang Shio's status is supreme. Hunt. Only after receiving Fang Shu's permission did the ravenous chestburster xenomorph finally lose its restraint and charge wildly toward the herd. At first, the herd of cattle didn't take this tiny chestburster seriously, until it wasn't until the chestburster leaped onto the back of one of them and secreted acid from its mouth, melting through the old bull's neck, that the entire herd realized the danger and fled in panic. However, they are destined to be nothing but prey. Chapter 3. Life finds a way. The birth of the alien queen. As the alien continued to feed, its body began to gr. Ow at a visibly rapid rate. In less than an hour, the once 1-meter-tall alien had surged to a height of 1.8 meters. Its pitch-black exoskeleton as hard as iron, making it a truly terrifying sight. If encountered in the wild or another world, Fang Hsio felt he would be so terrified that he'd flee in panic. Moreover, the alien's transformation wasn't just physical. Its head gradually lost its original smoothness. Its dorsal tubes became shorter and thicker, and its razor-sharp pincer-like hands split open, forming opposable fingers like those of a human. As it was the only alien in this beast's taming space, the male genes originally present in its body gradually faded, causing the chestburster to slowly change as it fed. Is this an alien queen? This change took Fang Shao completely by surprise. He had thought he would need to continuously analyze and create facehuggers to cultivate an alien army. Yet unexpectedly, the aliens could automatically change their gender. Life finds a way. Fang Shio couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. However, this awakened alien queen who had discovered her feminine side did not immediately lay eggs, but instead approached Fang Shao. It slowly lowered its body, continuously gazing directly into Fang Shao's eyes. Although the queen is the true ruler within the alien species, Fang Shio's status as their creator made this alien queen revere him as if he were a god. It lowered its body and knelt at Fang Shio's feet. The alien queen remained silent, only bowing in worship. This act of submission made Fang Shio feel somewhat peculiar. He tentatively reached out his hand and gently stroked the alien queen's head. The texture was smoother than he had imagined, like stroking the thigh of a girl in leather pants. Why does my alien queen seem somewhat delicate and pretty? Gurgle. But just as Fang Shio was enjoying all this, his stomach let out a loud growl. Time to eat. Fang Shio rubbed his belly, realizing that he had spent several hours here tinkering to cultivate his alien. However, what Fang Shu didn't expect was that the alien queen kneeling at his feet seemed to sense something. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it completed a sprint back and forth across the grassland in just 2 or 3 breaths, placing a bloodied ox at Fang Shu's feet. The feeling was akin to a kitten bringing back a mouse for its owner. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Shu finally understood why the alien queen had deliberately paused after hunting prey during her earlier feeding even without his command. According to its understanding, it was merely a hunter, and the prey it brought back should be first enjoyed by Fang Shio, the king. Truly, such a rigid hierarchy in the hive mind. Thinking of this, Fang Shio gently patted the head of the alien queen. Here you eat it. Not to mention that resource cards were already expensive, but after seeing how the alien queen hunted, there was no way he could stomach anything from this place. After calming the alien queen, Fang Shio finally exited the beast taming space and returned to the real world. Gurgle. His stomach growling also became louder. Half an hour later, Fang Ziu arrived at the cafeteria of Huching No. 1 High School. The sky was gradually darkening, and all the freshmen had received their resources from their respective homeroom teachers. Although it was evening, the area in front of the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Are you that Fang Ziu? Just as Fang Ziu was about to enter the cafeteria, a deep voice came from behind him carrying a hint of hostility. Upon hearing the name Fang Ziu, many freshmen exiting or about to enter the cafeteria stopped in their tracks and began discussing heatedly. Fang Ziu? Why does that name sound so familiar? That's the guy who chose the facehugger. Thought he was some top student, but he ended up picking a low-tier spirit beast. His grades must have come from rote memorization. Before high school, everything we learned was general knowledge. It's only in high school that we truly start working with spirit beasts. That's when the real competition begins. The heated discussion quickly leaned to one side in their eyes. Fang Zhao was nothing more than a fake top student who had only gotten into hatching #1 high school through relentless grinding. It's nothing special at all. However, Fang Zhao paid no heed to these doubts, who would get angry over a dog on the roadside. Who are you? Fang Shio's attention focused on the classmate who had called out to him. The other was dressed in a black tracksuit, standing at a full 1.9, even taller than Fang Ziu himself, with powerfully built arms and thighs whose muscles appeared impressively solid beneath the confines of his athletic pants. Teacher. Fang Ziu raised an eyebrow. Although he was a transmigrator, he had done some research on this world. In his original world, teachers were often frail and sickly, and their classes were easy, taken over by math or language teachers. But this world is different. In this world, beast taming reigns supreme, and the physical education teacher happens to be the one responsible for this subject. Some experienced physical education teachers even hold more authority than homeroom teachers. What math teacher? What Chinese teacher if my PE teacher says you're sick? Then you're sick. Today's math class is all changed to P class. Based on this common sense, Fang Shio's first thought was that the P teacher from Hutching #1 High School had some objections to his breeding of the facehugger and had come to confront him. Hearing Fang Shio's question, the visitor looked momentarily stunned. I'm a freshman in high school ranked 11th in the entrance exam with a middle school exam score of 674. My surname is Chun and my given name is Fan. I remember your score was 689, ranking 7th in the city. Since we've met here, let's settle the score. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in an uproar. Chen Fan. I've heard of him. His family owns the largest chain of supermarkets in our city. Undoubtedly, both Fang Xiao and Chen Fan have become prominent figures among the freshmen in their first year of high school. Word spread quickly from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Chun Fan, for his part, had been holding back his frustration. He had always been confident in his academic performance, believing he could at least rank within the top 10. Unexpectedly, my ranking ended up being exactly 11th. Although the school gave 7 days for new students to nurture their spirit beasts before the placement exam. But in your case, you should have already completed the initial nurturing. Right as he spoke, Chun Fan took out a spirit beast space card from his pocket. Fang Xia never expected that on the very first day of school he would already be targeted by someone. However, such a challenge was something Fang Xia had no reason to refuse. The greatest advantage of the xenomorph is its ability to assimilate the genes of other organisms through parasitism. Since Chin Fan is confident enough to use his spirit beast in battle, it means the combat prowess of the beast he has nurtured is quite impressive. Moreover, Fang Xia also wanted to see just how powerful his alien queen would be in this world of spirit beasts. Chapter 4. A Challenger Drawn by Reputation. Fang Xia unhesitatingly pulled out his beast-taming space card. Combat is inherently one of the functions of spirit beasts. Even without Chun Fan actively issuing a challenge, sparring would be inevitable in the future. Therefore, the spirit beast space cards distributed by the school can create a linked domain through a local area network. One more thing, I need to make this clear here. Chun Fan used a resource card to create an online domain and sent an invitation to Fang Xia, then his voice lowered. I'm not just here to defeat you, Fang Xia. The top 10 of Houching #1 High School are all my whetstones. I just happened to run into you here first. If I'd met Li Qingqing, Zhang Xuren, or any of the others here instead, I would have challenged them too. Chun Fan declared emphatically, making it clear that this was by no means a personal grudge. He just wanted to prove that this 11th was no worse than the top 10. Li Qingqing, Zhang Xuren, could it be the others from the top 10? This Chin Fan seems to have done quite a bit of homework. Compared to Chun Fan's fighting spirit, Fang Ziu felt somewhat lazy. He didn't even know who the top 10 were. However, Fang Ziu only silently complained in his heart, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. Now that you've said your piece, let's begin. With that, Fang Xia clicked on Chun Fan's invitation on the beast-taming space card. Buzz. In an instant, Fang Xia felt a deafening roar echo in his mind. Looking ahead again, he saw the space expand by more than a 100-fold. Mountains, waterfalls, and even a campsite built with wooden cabins. I remember my beast taming space was just a few dozen square meters of grassland. Looking at these items that didn't belong to his own beast space, Fang Shio couldn't help but say Chen Fan had really put in considerable effort. Roar. Then came a roar that echoed throughout the entire space, far more rugged than any tiger's growl Fang Ziu had ever heard. The next second the ground began to tremble slightly. Footsteps like raindrops approached this place. Fang Ziu listened carefully. Chun Fan took a deep breath and then spoke loudly. My spirit beast is not a conventional species, but a rare ancient one. Since my third year of junior high, my family has hired tutors to teach me various general knowledge about ancient species. To cultivate a spirit beast, the first step is to understand it thoroughly. Due to the high oxygen content on Blue Star, ancient creatures not only had larger dies but also remarkably dense muscles. Without guidance from experts in ancient studies, it's not easy for children from ordinary families to access general knowledge about ancient species. Without sufficient knowledge reserves, it's naturally impossible to cultivate ancient spirit beasts. This demonstrates the influence of one's family background on a newborn. No wonder Chin Fan has the confidence to treat the top 10 as whetstones. It's his affluent family background that gives him this confidence. Fang Zio thought to himself, his gaze turning toward the massive creature that was roaring. A brownish-yellow triceratops was charging toward them at full speed. The sharp horns on its head were thicker than Fang Shio's arms, and the bony frill near its neck looked incredibly sturdy. Its size was even larger than a minivan. If they had encountered such a creature in the wild back in their original world, just one glance would have been enough to turn anyone pale with fear. Chun Fan crossed his arms and asked, "So what's your spirit beast?" "My spirit beast." Fang Shio pondered for a moment. He had told his homeroom teacher that his spirit beast was a facehugger, but mentioning it now clearly wasn't appropriate. However, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was, where's my spirit beast? Fang Shio looked around. His beast taming space was only a few dozen square meters, an open grassland with nothing hidden from view. When he returned to the real world, his alien queen had already grown to a height of over 6 feet. "Where have you been all this time?" Chun Fan's face darkened even more at the sight. Thinking carefully, he hadn't seen anything resembling a tamed beast since entering. "Where's your tamed beast?" After a brief silence, Chun Fan couldn't help but speak up. Could it be that Fang Shio, one of the top 10, was just a small-town exam crammer, only proficient in general studies but clueless about beast taming? Could it be? Fang Shio ignored Chun Fan and his triceratops. After a quick visual assessment, he realized that his original space had somehow been dug into, leaving a deep pit. On one side of this pit was connected a pitch-black hole. I understand now. In an instant, Fang Shio had an epiphany. The social structure of the xenomorphs is a hive mind. After obtaining sufficient food, the queen will lay eggs through parthenogenesis. Because of the hive mind, the xenomorph queen doesn't lay eggs on open plains but seeks out caves, incubating the eggs in dark, shadowy environments. Thinking of this, Fang Shio looked around in all directions. Since he hadn't thought of this issue initially, he didn't build a comfortable nest for the alien queen, which forced her to dig out an underground cave by sheer effort. But this couldn't be blamed on Fang Shio either. According to his original plan, the alien queen would have taken at least 48 hours to reach adulthood. It seems the excessive energy from the food provided by the resource card accelerated the alien queen's growth. Accelerated growth. Although Fang Ziu is the god of the alien and even the queen completely submits to him after glancing at the size of the hole, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chun Fan, it's not too late for you to back out now. As a rare ancient species, Fang Shio naturally wanted the alien to assimilate the Triceratops genes. But this Chun Fan isn't a bad person either, and it's not too late if he regrets it. Humph! Chun Fan snorted heavily. Although he had also noticed the unusual deep pit, he wasn't the least bit flustered in his heart. His spirit beast was a prehistoric Triceratops, its horns and bony frill born for battle. Yet the next second the entire ground began to shake violently. The green grass cracked at a visible speed with fissures rapidly spreading to Chun Fan's feet. The once ferocious and battle-hungry Triceratops, its eyes bloodshot, seemed to sense something terrifying. Its eyes wide as copper bells were filled with fear, and the bony frill around its neck drooped weakly. His hiss completely different from the deafening roar of a Triceratops. What emerged from the pitch-black deep cave was a low, hoarse, eerie sound like a gas leak. Although the volume of this sound wasn't very loud, it persistently echoed in Chun Fan's ears. To him, the sensation felt like someone continuously dragging fingernails across glass. That bone-deep discomfort made every hair on his body stand on end. Cold sweat gradually beaded on his forehead, and his collar became soaked without him realizing it. Fang Xiao, that guy, what kind of spirit beast did he actually cultivate? Bang. Chapter 5. The oppressive presence of the alien queen. A battle ended in an instant. Just as Chun Fan was feeling utterly creeped out, an ear-splitting crash snapped his thoughts back to reality. A massive black figure leaped up from the depths, its eerie hissing sound unceasing. Chun Fan instinctively looked up, feeling as if the creature's massive size could blot out the sky. The Triceratops he had raised was trembling uncontrollably, intermittently spraying yellow urine from its lower body. In his terror, Chun Fan involuntarily opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging even rounder than a Triceratops's, dumbstruck. In fact, it wasn't just Chun Fan who was petrified by the sight before him. Even Fang Xiao was startled. Before leaving the beast's space, his alien queen was only about 1.8 meters tall. But now, the creature emerging from the underground cave was an exaggerated 4 to 5 meters in length. Its pitch-black exoskeleton had transformed into a mesoskeleton, while its elongated head now bore an enormous fan-shaped crest that appeared even longer than Fang Xiao himself. Its chest was adorned with additional armored plating, and the dorsal tubes on its back had sharpened into spikes, looking even more lethal than Chun Fan's Triceratops horns. Moreover, the most striking difference between this alien queen and ordinary xenomorphs was the presence of an extra pair of forelimbs on its chest. Although somewhat disproportionate compared to its massive body, this stance made the alien queen resemble a Tyrannosaurus rex. Its tail was thick and long like a series of skinless bone segments ending in a blade-sharp spike. HSSSSS. The alien queen's hisses continued as translucent mucus dripped from its exposed teeth. Before Chun Fan could even clearly see its movement, the imposing alien queen had already charged at the Triceratops, its razor-sharp tail stabbing fiercely into the other's neck. Roar. In an instant, the Triceratops' body visibly trembled, blood splattering in all directions, staining Chun Fan's cheeks and clothes crimson while its mournful cries sent chills down the spine. No matter what, Chun Fan was just a freshman at Hatching No. 1 High School, and there was no grudge between him and Fang Xiao. Most importantly, the impact of killing a person was entirely different from slaying a spirit beast. After a brief hesitation, Fang Xiao ultimately chose not to have the alien queen attack Qianfen. The next second, the alien queen turned and fled back into the underground cave without hesitation. The entire process could be described as smooth and seamless, completed in one fluid motion. From the moment the alien queen burst out of the underground cave to capturing the Triceratops and returning to her subterranean kingdom, the entire sequence took less than half a minute. In the face of a monster like the alien that defies all logic, even the ancient behemoths of prehistoric times stood no chance. What's even more terrifying is the alien can assimilate the genes of its host, evolving the host's most exceptional abilities into its own. As long as Fang Xiao captures enough spirit beasts, his alien will grow infinitely stronger. Unlike Fang Xiao, who was relaxed and already envisioning his future, Chun Fan was completely terrified by what he had just witnessed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And what is that black mass? Fang Xiao's spirit beast. Why does it seem completely unlike any species that has ever existed on Blue Star? Could it possibly be a phantom beast species that only appears once in millions of people? Yes, it's definitely a phantom beast species. During middle school, my general knowledge courses were always at the top of the class. Plus, the private tutors my family hired for me, whether it's modern or ancient creatures, Chun Fan may not claim to know them all, but he can be certain of one thing: that colossal entity he just saw was definitely not something that should exist on Blue Star. Thud. After experiencing an unprecedented shock, Chun Fan completely lost his fighting spirit. He collapsed onto the ground, his face as pale as paper, his mind in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. And as Chun Fan lost his will to fight, his beast-taming space began to crumble. In less than 2 breaths, Fang Ziu and Chun Fan returned to the real world. The cafeteria area was still crowded with a large number of freshmen. Although none of them had high expectations for Fang Ziu's facehugger and couldn't witness the battle process, the excitement of the scene naturally made them reluctant to leave so easily. But what no one had anticipated was when Fang Xiao and Chun Fan returned to reality, their conditions were strikingly different. Fang Xiao remained as composed and indifferent as ever. Chun Fan, on the other hand, collapsed onto the ground, his face deathly pale. His bangs were soaked with sweat, and his clothes and face were stained with bright red blood. The beast space card in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a clatter. Hey, what's going on? Chun Fan was completely defeated. Fang Xiao's spirit beast is a facehugger. Right? How did he manage that? Could it be that Chun Fan's spirit beast is even worse? As a new student who entered Huching No. 1 High School with a top 10 citywide score, Fang Xiao has always been the center of attention. The news about him cultivating a facehugger had spread among all the freshmen in the first year of high school. Before the battle results came out, they were almost unanimous in believing that Fang Xiao would lose. An ancient species, a triceratops. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and the others' gaze is quickly focused on the beast space card that Chun Fan had dropped on the ground. Although the beast-taming space card could conceal information about the tamed beasts, the always arrogant Chun Fan disdained using this feature. In fact, one could say he was eager to announce to the world that he had successfully nurtured an ancient species. This revelation instantly caused an uproar among the surrounding freshmen. No one had expected that Chun Fan would manage to cultivate a rare ancient species on the very first day of school, and every freshman is well aware of the power of ancient species. Even without undergoing mutation upgrades, their inherent strength alone is already a terrifying existence. Yet, the fight between Fang Xiao and Chun Fan didn't even last 2 minutes. The ancient species was instantly defeated. Just what kind of spirit beast did Fang Xiao cultivate? What the hell is this face-hugger thing anyway? I searched on my phone but couldn't find any information about face-huggers at all. Could it be that this face-hugger is also an ancient species? Countless pairs of eyes turned toward Fang Xiao, with some freshmen unable to suppress the chills running down their spines. What exactly is the origin of this facehugger? It actually managed to defeat Chun Fan's ancient species. Just what kind of monsters are these top 10 prodigies of the city? For a moment, many people even looked at Chun Fan with sympathy in their eyes. Before this, they had thought Chun Fan was simply unlucky to rank 11th. Now it seemed there might truly be an insurmountable gap between the top 10 and 11th place. However, Fang Xiao didn't become complacent because of everyone's attention, because he understood that this was only just the beginning. The alien queen could still evolve further into an alien empress. And even when the alien species reproduced to a sufficiently massive scale, an ultimate life form like the Queen Mother would be born. Chapter 6. A sensation on the first day of school. A large crowd of freshmen gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, with many even pulling out their phones to record videos and upload them to platforms like Qshu and Douyin. The incident quickly caused a stir at Huching No. 1 High School. Zhang Yu, Fang Xiao's homeroom teacher, immediately set aside his work and hurried toward the cafeteria entrance with long strides. The moment he thought of Fang Xiao choosing a facehugger as his spirit beast, Zhang Yu couldn't help but imagine Fang Xiao getting beaten black and blue, but this might be for the best. Rather than falling behind others in the placement exam, realizing the shortcomings of his spirit beast now could prompt Fang Xiao to abandon the facehugger and focus on cultivating a more powerful one. Zhang, you kept murmuring to himself the entire way. As one of the top 10 students in the city, Fang Xiao's college entrance exam results would undoubtedly be impressive with proper guidance. Even if it's not among the top 10 in the country, there's still a chance to get into 985 or 211 universities. By then, as Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, this would undoubtedly be a solid achievement for him. Precisely because of this, Zhang Yu felt a headache when he learned that Fang Xiu wanted to choose a facehugger as his spirit beast. "Hello, teacher Zhang Yu." When Zhang Yu arrived near the cafeteria, students in the crowd quickly recognized him. Following the exclamation of one student, the other freshmen retreated like a receding tide, clearing a path for Zhang Yu. However, what Zhang Yu never expected was that the scene he had anticipated did not unfold. At this moment, Fang Xiu stood calmly and composedly among the crowd. Instead, it was Chun Fan who had challenged him, who appeared frightened, sitting paralyzed on the ground. What's going on? Did Fang Xiu's facehugger win? Is that student Chun Fan? Although Chun Fan's city ranking is only 11th for Huching #1 High School, he is still a prodigy worth nurturing. With Chun Fan's family's considerable financial resources, even Zhang Yu was impressed by him. In fact, when Zhang Yu learned that Chun Fan had been assigned to Class 6, he even felt a pang of regret. Such a promising student, why wasn't he assigned to his own class? I remember Chan Fan's spirit beast is a triceratops, an ancient species. The facehugger defeated the triceratops. What a joke! Zhang Yu simply couldn't comprehend the situation before him. Fang Xiu, however, fame brings trouble. Getting into a fight at the cafeteria entrance on the first day of school was somewhat inapt. Propriate. Zhang Yu quickly calmed down and grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist, saying, "Come with me." "Mr. Zhang, I haven't eaten yet." Fang Xiu complained with a dark expression. He had spent the entire afternoon nurturing the alien and was already starving. First Chen Fan and now Zhang Yu, couldn't he just enjoy a peaceful meal? But after all, Zhang Yu was his homeroom teacher, and his strength was truly formidable. Fang Xiu had no choice but to follow him to the office. "Fang Xiu, what on earth is going on here?" As soon as they sat down in the office, Zhang Yu put on a stern expression. "Ah." Fang Xiu deliberately sighed first. "I'd like to know what's going on too. I spent the whole afternoon raising my spirit beast in the dorm, and now my stomach is growling with hunger. I was planning to treat myself to a good meal at the cafeteria to reward my hard work, but out of nowhere this Chin Fan showed up. He insisted on challenging me like I'd back down from him. If this gets out, damaging my reputation would be the least of it. What if students from other classes find out and say that teacher Zhang's class is full of cowards? Zhang, you couldn't help but freeze. That's certainly the logic of it, especially in this era where the world has entered an age of universal beast taming, where the poor study literature and the rich practice martial arts. Who wouldn't want to nurture a powerful beast? How can a beast master grow strong without striving or fighting? Moreover, before Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu back, he specifically checked Chen Fan. Although there was blood on him, it wasn't his. It must have been from his tamed beast. He was just frightened and otherwise unharmed. Stop being so glib. Don't you know that yielding a step leads to boundless skies? Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me see your spirit beast. Zhang, you changed the subject. He never intended to hold Fang Xiu accountable in the first place. The reason he brought him here was simply out of curiosity. What kind of spirit beast had this guy cultivated that could scare Chen Fan so badly? Bang! However, just as Fang Xiu was about to respond, a loud noise came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged muscular man with a square face storming in angrily, followed by a man in sportswear wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Li Guoxing, Zhang Pan Pan." Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows instantly on high alert. The newcomer was none other than Li Guoxing, the homeroom teacher of Class 6 and also Chun Fan's teacher. The other was the newly arrived physical education teacher, specifically responsible for the PE classes of Classes 2, 6, and 8. Though he appeared refined, and his name was somewhat comical, Zhang Yu had heard that he was admitted to a top-tier sports university through a recommendation program, making his abilities not to be underestimated. "Zhang Yu, your student killed Chun Fan's spirit beast and publicly humiliated my student. Isn't that going too far?" Li Guosheng strode in quickly, his broad palm slamming heavily on the table while deliberately glancing at Fang Xiu out of the corner of his eye. "So you're that Fang Xiu?" The words were filled with hostility. Yes, Fang Xiu wanted to retort, but Zhang Yu pulled him behind in one swift motion facing Li Guasheng, whose veins were bulging with anger. Zhang Yu's presence didn't waver in the slightest. Freshmen in their first year of high school are naturally full of youthful vigor. Isn't it normal for them to vent a little? As for teacher Zhang Pan, are you also here to hold someone accountable? Both Class 2 and Class 6 are under your charge. Fang Ziyu is also your student. Why the favoritism? Is it because of Chun Fan's family background? Fang Xiao silently observed the scene, thinking to himself, Teacher Zhang Yu seems unremarkable at first glance, but I didn't expect him to be so good at standing up for his students. Moreover, with just a few words, he managed to put the accompanying PE teacher on the spot. This guy has some skills. You've misunderstood. Teacher Zhang Yu. Zhang Pan said with a slight smile, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. I'm just here to watch the show. I was once invited by Chun Fan's family to be his bridging class teacher, so I have a fairly good understanding of his abilities. That's why I'm curious about what kind of spirit beast Fang Xiao has cultivated. You must be Fang Xiao. Right, hello. I'm Zhang Pan, your physical education teacher for the first year of high school. Would you mind showing me your spirit beast? Zhang Yu instantly furrowed his brows, never expecting Zhang Pan to make such a request. After all, he was Fang Xiao's future physical education teacher. Refusing here might affect his impression of Fang Xiao. But what if Zhang Pan was trying to stand up for Chun Fan and deliberately suppress Fang Xiao? A hint of hesitation arose in Zhang Yu's heart. Chapter 7. You can see my spirit beast, but it'll cost why. Oh, although she was Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, the most crucial beast taming class was Zhang Pan's domain. If he held a grudge and truly intended to interfere with Fang Xiu's academic progress or even suppress him as the homeroom teacher, he would not only struggle to notice it promptly, but also find it difficult to confront Zhang Pan even if he became aware. All right. Fang Xiao noticed Zhang Yu's hesitation and readily agreed. After all, in this world, the PE teacher is someone who can make the math teacher fall ill at any moment. There's no need to escalate the conflict right from the start. Wait a minute. Li Guoxing's face darkened. He had brought Zhang Pan over to help Chen Fan stand up for himself. How did it suddenly turn into watching Fang Xiu's spirit beast? However, Zhang Pan remained silent, merely giving Li Guoxing a look to signal him not to be impatient. If Fang Xiu's spirit beast had won through some underhanded or dishonorable means, this physical education teacher would certainly have something to say about it. All right. Seeing Zhang Pan's stance, Li Guoxing had no choice but to nod in agreement. But unexpectedly, Fang Xiu didn't immediately take out his spirit beast space card to invite them in. My spirit beast isn't something you can just see for free. As he spoke, Fang Xiu directly raised a finger. 1,000? How about that? Zhang Yu, Li Guoxing, Zhang Pan. In an instant, all three of them were left utterly bewildered. Damn. Among the three of them, one was Fang Xiao's homeroom teacher, and another was his physical education teacher for the semester. How could they even need to pay just to take a look at his spirit beast? Sigh. Seeing the three teachers widen their eyes, Fang Xiao also sighed helplessly. I come from an ordinary background, not as wealthy as Chun Fan's family. Expanding the beast taming space and buying various beast food, it's all a significant expense. I'm not complaining to you about being poor. I really am poor. To expand the size of the beast taming space card, one needs to purchase various expansion packs. The resources in the supply cards, including food, are also limited. Once depleted, students must top up their accounts again. Some students who originally had the potential to enter top-tier universities like 1985 or 2011 often fall behind their peers in their senior year due to financial struggles at home. As a result, they end up attending ordinary undergraduate colleges or even vocational schools. To avoid finding himself in such a predicament, Fang Xiao came up with this idea. What you said does make some sense. Zhang Yu replied, somewhat speechless but fully aware of the logic behind it. He then took out his phone, added Fang Xiu as a friend on Tencent's messaging app, and transferred him 1,000 yuan. Zhang Pan didn't say much when she saw this. In this world, any teacher might be short of money except for the PE teacher. Has your class 2 gone too far? You injured my student and now you want me to pay to see your student's spirit beast. Isn't this just bullying the honest ones? Then Teacher Li can wait here. It's not like I'm forcing you to watch. Fang Ziu replied without hesitation. If you don't want to spend money, then just wait outside. Li Guoxing's veins bulged on his forehead as he watched Fang Shio's smug expression after getting the upper hand. For one, he didn't want to stand around foolishly waiting outside. For another, curiosity is human nature. He was also eager to find out exactly what kind of beast had defeated Chen Fan's spirit beast. Li Guoxing angrily paid the fee. Got it. With the payment in hand, Fang Ziu wasted no time and directly took out his spirit beast space card, extending an invitation to the three teachers. A faint glow flashed as Fang Ziu once again entered the beast taming space. Even the furiously Guosheng, after all, was still a teacher, and naturally wouldn't stoop to using his own tamed beast to bully Fang Ziu. Thus, Zhang Yu and the others merely entered Fang Shio's beast taming space without choosing to summon their own tamed beasts. Where is your tamed beast? Zhang Yu glanced around. Fang Shio's beast taming space was in its initial grassland form with an extremely limited range. Looking up, the entire scenery could be seen at a glance. Forget about taming beasts. He hadn't even encountered anything resembling a beast. Follow me. Fang Ziu waved his hand, signaling the three teachers to follow. In no time, they arrived in front of an underground cave. It was not only pitch black inside, but also exuded a chilling coldness. It's worth mentioning that Fang Ziu was also cultivating an alien for the first time. He hadn't even anticipated that the alien queen would dig an underground cave. Only now upon seeing the dark underground cave did Fang Shio realize aliens prefer laying eggs in such environments. But for humans, this setting is essentially like being blind. SN. App. Just as Fang Shio was about to make a torch in the underground cave, Zhang Panpan's crisp snap caught his attention. Electric eels. Zhang Panpan murmured softly, and 3 silver-white eels materialized out of thin air circling around him. In the next moment, the eels emitted a dazzling white light, illuminating the pitch-black cave as bright as day. What surprised Fang Shio even more was that the electric eel, originally a creature of the water, could actually defy the laws of gravity and float beside Zhang Panpan. And this glow, it was even brighter than a mincing lamp. This was no mere beast taming. It was practically magic. Is this what true beast mastery looks like? Fang Shio's gaze sharpened. Although you can find some beast taming videos online, this immersive impact is completely incomparable to anything a video can offer. In Fang Shio's eyes, compared to a true beast master like Zhang Panpan, Chun Fan's Triceratops taming is nothing more than child's play. If only my facehugger could parasitize this electric eel. A glowing electricity generating xenomorph, just thinking about it is thrilling. Teacher Zhang, could you spare me one of your spirit beasts? Fang Ziu said very politely. As far as Fang Shio knew, powerful spirit tamers could possess several spirit beast spaces and own countless spirit beasts. This electric eel might very well be one of the most insignificant spirit beasts in Zhang Panpan's possession. Even if I wanted to give it to you, a spirit beast of this level isn't something you can control right now. If a beast master's own strength is insufficient, not only will they fail to control their beast, but they may also suffer backlash. Zhang Panpan earnestly lectured Fang Shio. Although he defeated Chen Fan this time, the path of a beast master is one where success is built upon countless failures. He still has a long way to go. Attempting to tame a high-level beast like the electric eel at this stage would only backfire. However, Zhang Panpan had no idea that Fang Shao never intended to cultivate any electric eel. He only wanted to use it to feed his alien. But if he were to actually say such a thing, it would probably make Zhang Panpan question her entire existence. Breaking free from control, Fang Shio pondered thoughtfully. The aliens operate under a rigidly hierarchical hive society where the alien queen holds supreme authority. After transforming into a beast master, would such a rigid hierarchy still apply? No. Fang Shio shook his head. There's nothing to worry about at all. If strength is lacking, then all we need to do is become stronger. If the alien queen is destined to be a witch, then I just need to become the demon king. Chapter 8. The shock teaches this alien is a phantom beast species. Along the way, Fang Xiao kept asking Zhang Pan Pan about matters related to spirit beasts. Although he knew Zhang Pan Pan wanted to stand up for Chun Fan, any knowledge about spirit beasts would become useful experience for him. Moreover, with their homeroom teacher Zhang Yu present, Fang Xiu wasn't worried that Zhang Pan Pan would try to deceive him. As the group ventured deeper into the cave, Zhang Pan Pan gradually began to sense something amiss. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, don't you think this cave is a bit excessively large? Zhang Pan Pan frowned, noting the ceiling towered nearly 3 stories high from the floor. Just what kind of spirit beast had Fang Xiu been cultivating that required such an enormous space? Moreover, strange hissing sounds have been continuously emanating from the depths of the cave since earlier. Not only is the sound somewhat uncomfortable to the ears, but it also carries an utterly chilling aura. During her university years, Zhang Pan Pan was considered outstanding among her peers and had encountered numerous spirit beasts, including some truly terrifying ones. But one must remember, Fang Xiu is only a first-year high school student, a freshman who just enrolled. Today was his first time encountering beast taming. Zhang Yu's expression also turned peculiar, listening to Zhang Pan Pan say that it does seem a bit strange. I remember Fang Xiao's tamed beast is a facehugger, right? Isn't it just an insect? Why would it need such a large space? After who knows how long, the group finally entered the main nest of the cave after navigating several winding turns. Zhang Pan Pan's electric eel swiftly soared into the air, expanding its radiance as much as possible to enhance visibility. Yet with just one glance, Zhang Yu's eyes widened to the size of bull's eyes. Li Guosheng beside him couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Not only these 2 homeroom teachers, but even Zhang Pan Pan instinctively rubbed her eyelids, doubting whether she had seen correctly. Fang Xiao, you call this thing a face hugger? Zhang Yu turned his head abruptly, his voice booming like a wild beast. Fang Xiao's alien queen was crouched with its legs tucked in, its massive body towering as high as a 2-story building. If not for the continuous hissing moans emanating from the queen's mouthparts, Zhang Yu wouldn't have even realized this colossal creature was a spirit beast. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that, unlike ordinary creatures whose bones are protected by layers of muscle, this alien queen, the skeletal structure of this alien queen is directly exposed, serving to protect its muscles in reverse. Beneath the pelvis of the alien queen, a massive ovipositor is attached, appearing strikingly similar to the lower body of an ant queen. Only it has been enlarged thousands of times. Li Guoxing swallowed hard in disbelief, visually estimating the length of this ovipositor. It measured a staggering 8 meters long. Wait, Mr. Zhang, what did you just say about hugging something? Li Guoxing felt like he vaguely heard the words facehugger, but he couldn't understand why such a massive creature would be called a face hugger. Whose face is it hugging? Just standing in front of this alien queen made Li Guosheng feel extremely uneasy. If he encountered this thing in the wild, he would definitely summon his spirit beast to fight immediately. This, Zhang Yu frowned, taking deep breaths to calm himself down. You're asking me. Who should I ask then? However, although the alien queen was staring intently, creating a sense of pressure, Zhang Yu could tell she harbored no hostility toward the 3 of them. Clearly, Fang Xiu has trained this terrifying alien queen very well. Zhang Yu's gaze followed the ovipositor to the other side where clusters of sticky eggs were densely packed together. No, it looked more like a white egg than an egg in shape. Meanwhile, Chun Fan's Triceratops spirit beast was abandoned in a corner of the nest with a beige facehugger latching onto his face. Although the facehugger had a body nearly a meter long compared to the alien queen, it hardly seemed like the same species. Zhang Yu glanced at the facehugger, then at the alien queen, and drew in a sharp, cold breath through his teeth. Fang Xiao, don't tell me this thing evolved from a facehugger. Seeing Zhang Yu's utterly clueless expression, Fang Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. Well, you can't exactly call it evolution. It's just what a facehugger looks like when it grows up. Zhang Yu, Li Guoxing, Zhang Pan Pan. In an instant, all 3 widened their eyes in shock simultaneously. Looking at the densely packed eggs on the ground, a rough estimate suggested there were over 20 of them. According to Fang Shu's words, does this mean that all these eggs could grow into massive creatures like the alien queen? Not exactly. Only female facehuggers can grow this large. I named it the alien queen. As for male facehuggers, they are much smaller. Listening to Fang Shio's explanation, Zhang Yu finally understood. These facehuggers, despite their astonishing size, operate under a hive mind social structure. Just like ants, the queen ant is typically 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary worker ants. Even when fully grown, it would only be about 3 meters tall, Fang Shio said nonchalantly. What? Zhang Yu was once again stunned on the spot. Based on the size difference between a queen ant and a regular ant, an adult male xenomorph would only be about a meter tall. Yet Fang Shio claimed that even an ordinary xenomorph could grow over 3 meters tall. Moreover, judging by the state of this nest, it seems the alien queen reproduces asexually. Doesn't that mean as long as this alien queen has enough space and resources, it can continuously expand its colony? This is just too unreasonable. Fang Shio, how on earth did you create such a spirit beast? Could it be a spirit beast from ancient times? Zhang Yu turned his gaze back to the alien queen. In ancient times, the blue star's excessively high oxygen levels gave rise to many bizarre creatures. Even something as small as a mosquito would grow to an astonishing size by modern standards. Given this relationship, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speculate that Fang Shio might have discovered this alien creature in some ancient beast taming text and thus spread this thing. Sigh. If only he had known that the facehugger Fang Shao mentioned was this kind of tamed beast, he should have fully supported him. Just thinking about it now, Zhang Yu felt like slapping himself. Fortunately, Fang Shao had strong convictions, and he wasn't the type of teacher with excessive control tendencies. Otherwise, wouldn't that have stifled a genius beast master? In fact, it wasn't until this moment that Zhang Yu truly understood why the school had established the principle that homeroom teachers could only guide students, not make decisions for them. No, that's not right. After carefully observing for a while, Zhang Panpan refuted Zhang Yu's statement. It's not an ancient species. Fang Ziu's spirit beast is a phantom species. Li Guosheng, standing nearby, was instantly stunned upon hearing this. A phantom species. Chapter 9. Silicon-based life, the phantom species, a phantom species. Even Zhang Yu was startled by Zhang Pan's statement. Conventional spirit beasts and ancient spirit beasts are all creatures born from the blue star's life system. The phantom beast species completely transcends this limitation. As far as Zhang Yu knew, among millions of beast masters, only one would naturally be born with a phantom beast species. Zhang Pan's words were tantamount to saying that Fang Zio was one in a million, a genius beast master. Oh my God! Zhang Yu gasped in shock. From the time he entered Huching No. 1 High School until today, a full 7 years had passed. As the strongest high school in Huching, all the city's top talents were sent here. Yet even so, the number of phantom beast tamers produced by Huching No. 1 High School could be counted on one hand. In fact, throughout Zhang Yu's teaching career, he had never encountered a student with a phantom beast. Fang Ziu was the first. How could he not be excited? Wait a minute. Zhang Pan, how can you be so sure that Fang Shio's spirit beast is a phantom species? Li Guoxing found it hard to accept for the moment. If Fang Shio's spirit beast were a common species or even an ancient species, he would have ways to stand up for Chun Fan. But once Fang Ziu's spirit beast is labeled as a phantom species, the situation changes entirely because in that case, Fang Ziu would undoubtedly be this year's top scorer and could even enhance the resumes of the principal and the head of Huching's education department. Hey, Mr. Zhang, where are you? However, when Li Guosheng turned around, he realized that Zhang Pan, who had been standing beside him, had disappeared without a trace. I'm here. Fang Shio and the others followed the gaze only to realize that Zhang Pan was inspecting the alien queen's egg holding a peculiar card in her hand. A faint shimmering light emanated from it, enveloping the entire egg. Yeah. What makes you say this alien is a phantom beast species? Zhang Yu's mouth curled up like a smirk. Although he was echoing Li Guoxing's words, it was clear he was already overjoyed inside because this alien isn't a carbon-based life form. As she turned to explain, Zhang Pan had already stood up. From the very beginning, He had found the structure of the alien queen quite peculiar, so he conducted an internal scan of the egg. The results left him utterly shocked. The life composition of this alien is not based on carbon. Li Guosheng was stunned once again. Zhang Yu was also dumbfounded and quickly took out his card to scan the egg on the ground. All known organisms on Blue Star, whether ancient or modern, are composed of carbon as the fundamental organic material. Only Phantom Beast-type spirit beasts can break free from this constraint using other elements as the organic material foundation. Correct. This alien is a silicon-based life form, Zhang Pan declared emphatically. To analyze, construct, hatch, and cultivate a creature from one's imagination, this is undoubtedly something only a Phantom Beast-type spirit master can achieve. At this point, Li Guoxing was completely dumbfounded. Although Zhang Pan had just stated that Fang Xiao's spirit beast was of the Phantom Beast type, he had still held onto a sliver of doubt in his heart. What if Zhang Pan made a mistake? But who would have thought this alien turned out to be a silicon-based life form? In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing who were so shocked. Fang Xiao also just realized it in his mind. If it weren't for Zhang Pan's reminder, he would have almost forgotten that the alien was set as a silicon-based life form. Compared to carbon, silicon has atoms with a larger radius, making the compounds it forms more stable. Some scientists even speculate that silicon-based life might be able to withstand intense cosmic radiation and resist attacks from viruses and bacteria. No, being silicon-based, what bacteria would dare to court death? Fang Xiao couldn't help but complain inwardly. Teacher Li, although my alien queen killed Chun Fan's spirit beast, he provoked me first. So I hope you can make sure he doesn't act recklessly in the future, Fang Xiao said in a low, icy voice. In my impression, this is how protagonists in web novels typically warn the villains. Then the villain would start mocking the protagonist or even resort to violence. To put it simply, it's a case of defeat the young and the old will come seeking revenge. If Li Guoxing insists on standing up for Chun Fan, I can openly have the alien parasite possess his spirit beast. Fang Xiao. In an instant, Li Guoxing's voice also rose several times louder. Very well. Thud. However, just when Fang Xiao thought that Li Guoxing would be unable to restrain himself and release the imperial beasts, he took 3 steps and held Fang Xiao's hand. Do you want to come to Class 6? I can make you the class president, and the class fees can be given to you to manage. And I'll pay for all of your meals for the 3 years of high school. Fang Xiao. No, dude. What about the promised beating up of the little one to come to the old one? The script is not right. Where's the arrogant attitude you just had? Boom. In a flash, Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and pushed Li Guoxing away. Oldly, what do you mean, stealing a student from me? Are you, Fang Xiao is our 2nd class's person. Who are you? The 6th class to get your hands on him, and the district class president wants to buy people's hearts. Don't be ridiculous. Fang Xiao, for the 3 years of high school you can rest assured that you'll stay in Class 2, and if you need anything, just ask me. I'll find you 3 more female classmates to accompany you. Fang Xiao, female classmate companions. There's still this kind of operation. All Zhang, what makes you say that Fang Xiao is from your 2nd class? It's only the 1st day of school. We haven't even had a formal class yet. And you're still using this trick of female classmates accompanying you. Is this what a teacher should say? You wait for me. However, Li Guoxing didn't continue to pull the wool over Zhang Yu's eyes here or come up with better benefits to tempt Fang Xiao. He directly took out his Imperial Beast Space card, detached himself from Fang Xiao's Imperial Beast Space, and disappeared. This old Li must have run off to find old Wang. Fang Xiao, just feel free to cultivate your face-hugging insects. In this school, I'll cover you while saying that, Zhang, you also took out his card. Okay. Teacher Zhang, the sudden situation caused Fang Xiao to be stunned, but he still nodded his head indicating that he knew. What Teacher Zhang? Do I look that old? Okay, Brother Zhang. Fang Xiao mentally changed his words. What did you call me? Brother Yu, Shangdao. Zhang Yu nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately disappeared in front of Fang Xiao. Say, who is old Wang? Looking at his royal beast space, only Zhang Pan remained. Fang Xiao then remembered to ask, it should be Wang Kai. He's the grade director of your first year. Whichever student wants to apply for a class transfer must have his approval to do so. They went offline in a hurry. I think they must have run to find old Wang to fight for you. Zhang Pan explained with a smile. Although Chun Fan was a good seedling, no one would offend an illusory beast species royal beast for an ancient species royal beast. Are you not going? Seeing that he was so sought after, Fang Xiao also joked, I'm in charge of the second class and the sixth class's physical education class, so it doesn't matter to me if you go over there. However, it's too rude to call you directly. Call me Brother Pan, I'm not much older than you. Chapter 10, Successfully Hatching a Brand New Alien. This plot is not right. Fang Xiao thought back to the net article he had read in his previous life. Often at this time, the villain would die with the protagonist who knows this Li Guosheng and Zhang Pan. One of them wanted to run to the age director to help himself change classes. The other directly wants to treat himself as his own brother. Well, your imperial beast is about to hatch again, so I won't continue to disturb here. As the words fell, Zhang Pan also exited Fang Xiao's imperial beast space. And as Fang Xiao's imperial beast space was left with him alone, the face-hugging insect that was clinging to the Triceratops' head also dislodged itself from it. Still wanted to go for a meal, Fang Xiu looked at the state of the Triceratops. The face-hugging bug would not directly kill the host, but would borrow their bodies to feed and provide energy to the alien until the alien detached itself from the host's body. And although Fang Xiao had the authority of the imperial beast space, he couldn't do it to stop time. If he left from here now and went to the cafeteria to eat, and then came back, it was estimated that the alien would have already broken out of his body. Forget it, if it was a normal alien, Fang Xiao wouldn't be so expectant. But in the Alien series of movies he watched, most of those terrifying aliens were parasitized on humans, puppies. There had never been an alien that could parasitize onto extinct dinosaurs. I wonder what the alien after assimilating the Triceratops gene would be like. Fang Xiao rubbed his stomach and decided to wait for the little alien to hatch out before eating and using the resource card to provide food for the Triceratops. Luckily, this process didn't last long. In about 20 minutes or so, the Triceratops' eating speed started to become sluggish, and it didn't take long before it collapsed to the ground with a loud bang setting off a small shock. Immediately afterward, the Triceratops' belly began to bulge continuously, and a reddish hue revealed itself from it. Cheer up. Somehow Fang Xiao TLY had a feeling of waiting for labor. He and the alien queen coincidentally looked towards the Triceratops. Fang Xiu could even sense the alien queen's worry about the alien in the belly of the Triceratops. After all, an ancient creature like the Triceratops had thick skin and flesh, and its defense was dozens of times that of a normal human. Not to mention that Chun Fan had deliberately strengthened the Triceratops' physical qualities during the breeding process. But just when Fang Xiu was a little worried, blood splashed out in all directions from the belly of the Triceratops. 2 blackened horned bones pierced out from it, and then there was a third, the Triceratops' horns. Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, but he saw the belly of the Triceratops begin to melt. It felt like it had been corroded by a strong acid. Alien-specific acidic blood. Although the Triceratops' skin and flesh were very tough, under the corrosion of the alien's unique acidic blood, large portions of it quickly fell off. Even if your flesh and blood is strong, can it still be stronger than steel? All of it was melted for you. Immediately after, the entire alien broke free from the Triceratops' body. It stumbled a little, obviously not quite adapting to its new body. It feels even more gigantic than when the alien queen broke her chest out. Fang Xiu muttered. He vaguely remembered that when the alien queen was still a chest breaker, her body height was less than a meter while the new alien in front of him. Its overall exoskeleton was even bigger and so was its tail. And at the end of this new alien's tail, there was also a hammer-like bone attached, which looked like a meteor hammer without spikes. The head of this alien, however, still retained the unique long skull of the alien, and on both sides of the head and at the front end, the horn bones of a Triceratops grew. And near the neck of this alien, There were also collected bone discs that looked like buds that hadn't blossomed. How does it feel like a dyed Phrygia second form? Fang Xiao couldn't help but spit out the appearance of this alien. Since the alien queen's body already contained human genes, even the alien that hatched from the body of a triceratops didn't maintain the triceratops' way of moving. Even though this alien's body was heavier, it had learned to walk upright. It's just that the way this alien walks doesn't look like a human in any way. It's more like a Tyrannosaurus rex from the ancient times. It's very oppressive. Then Fang Xiao consumed the resource card to create some food and threw it in front of this new alien, allowing it to feast on it. Although it was an alien born from the alien queen and assimilated the genes of the Triceratops, this alien still retained its nest consciousness. After seeing the food, it didn't enjoy it alone, but instead stared blankly at Fang Xiao as if it was waiting for him to distribute the food. Very good. Fang Xiao nodded with satisfaction but felt that the alien queen had a sense of doting tenderness when she saw this alien. Is it my illusion? Or is it because I'm the master of this space that I can feel the alien queen's more delicate emotions? Let's ask the teacher later. After all, in the entire Alien movie, no one had ever been able to nurture the aliens and sense their emotions like himself. And Fang Xiao clearly remembered the setting of the alien queen, possessing a 175 super high IQ. And in Alien 1, when the heroine was preparing to burn the bug eggs, the alien queen tried to negotiate with her. And when the heroine really burned the bug eggs, the furious alien queen also showed a sense of revenge. As for the words of this new alien, "You're the alien queen," then it's the alien Triceratops. Right, Fang Xiao tried to take a domineering name, but on second thought, the name alien itself had a strong sense of oppression. The touch test. I'll leave it to you. Fang, who took 3 steps and came in front of the alien Triceratops, raised his head and gently stroked its head, and this alien Triceratops also quickly reacted, and in turn used the smoother part of its own head to rub against Fang Hu's hand. It looked like a pampered kitten. Moreover, hissing and gurgling sounds also came from the throat of the alien Triceratops from time to time. It wasn't hard to see how obedient this alien Triceratops was to Fang Xiao. As for why the mapping exam was given to the alien Triceratops, although the alien queen possessed an even more terrifying power and would undoubtedly shock the entire Crane City One High School once it was released, the alien queen, in order to procreate, had grown spawners. I remember that the alien queen can separate from the spawning apparatus and fight for the pack in particularly critical situations, but this process also produces great pain. The district's mapping test was just a mere test. It was not a crime to make one's alien queen suffer for the sake of better performance. I, Fang H. You am truly a gentle man. On the other side, inside the office of Senior Year Director Wang Kai, Li Guosheng and Zhang Yu scrambled to push open the door before storming in, resulting in the two of them directly squeezing together and getting stuck in the door due to their size. Chapter 11. The Teachers Who Fought Over Fang Xiu. Wang Kai looked at the duo huddled in the doorway with a black line on his face. You guys came at the right time. Saves me from having to look for you guys. What's going on with the students in your class? It was only the first day of school, and there was a freshman brawl at the entrance of the cafeteria, and it was also spread to the internet. The impact was more or less bad. The unfortunate thing was that it was good that no one was injured, otherwise, he, the great director, might have to be implicated along with it. Seeing Wang Kai's unhappy face, Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing, 2 of them, then collected themselves a bit. Freshmen in the first year of high school just coming into contact with imperial beasts, it is inevitable that they will be a little exuberant, and it is normal that they can't help but use the imperial beasts to compete. Haven't there been similar incidents in previous years? Zhang Yu said lightly as he walked in. Wang Kai's teaching career was not less than Zhang Yu's, and student fights were indeed commonplace. Technology is advancing and school rules are gradually being relaxed. In the past, schools could still not allow students to bring cell phones, and the influence of short video platforms was not that exaggerated. But now, you are a little strict with the students. You may not be able to eat a complaint once something happens in the school, take a short video, and post it online, the number of hits in minutes to break 10,000, especially the first middle school, the strongest in hatching, #1 in the city. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at them dead on. Those of you who are class teachers should strengthen your management even more to avoid conflicts. Especially 3rd Middle School, Udai, and those schools, they are always eyeing our position. Director Wang is right. Li Guoxing took a step forward and said at the drop of a hat, this year, 7 of the city's top 10 top students chose us, and those schools in the 3rd Middle School, they are simply not enough to worry about. But Director Wang, I hope that we can transfer the students from this incident to our class. I will definitely strengthen the management work. Wang Kai sniffed and raised his eyebrows. He had already investigated clearly that the parties involved were Chun Fan from Class 6 and Fang Xiao from Class 2. As the class teacher of Class 6, he thought that Li Guoxing was here to stand up for his student Chen Fan. Director Wang, there's no need for that. Fang Xiao is doing well in our class. He doesn't need anyone else to worry about him. Not to mention, it was Chen Fan who provoked him first. Fang Xiao, he was just acting in self-defense. Zhang Yu hurriedly explained the situation. Director Wang, I don't want the excellent teacher selection this year. I can give it up to Mr. Zhang. I just want Fang Xiao. What do you mean you don't want the excellent teacher selection? Make it sound like this qualification is internalized and Fang Xiu is my student. Why do you want him? The two of them spoke one after another, tit for tat, causing Wang Kai to be a bit confused. At first, he thought that Li Guoxing had transferred Fang Xiu to Class 6 because he wanted to use his status as a class teacher to suppress the other party. After all, Chun Fan's father was very influential in hatching and had strong connections in the education department. Pleasing Chun Fan would also help Li Guoxing in his future career development. However, looking at Li Guoxing's appearance, that kind of appreciation for Fang Hua was completely genuine. What was the situation? The student called Fang Xiao. What exactly is his origin? This Fang Xiao, is there anything different? Wang Kai recalled a little. He had some impression of the name Fang Xiu. He ranked 7th in the city in the midterm. However, his family of origin was average, and once he entered high school, it was likely that he would fall behind in his progress due to resources. If it was because of his excellent grades that he could attract Zhang Yu, Li Guoxing's mad rush, then wouldn't Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren be more worthy of them than Fang Hua? Eliminating other impossibilities, an answer called out in Wang Kai's heart. It was the royal beast. Although the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology in the general studies course were the scientific research foundation that constructed the civilization of this world, any scientific research could not be done without the support of mathematics, including the mutation of the imperial beasts, the possibility of evolution, and so on. History, language, and other liberal arts can help human beings better explore the ancient imperial beasts and understand the past of imperial beasts. If general studies is the foundation of scientific research, then imperial beasts are the application of scientific research. The efforts of countless researchers were to breed stronger imperial beasts. However, no matter how hard the researchers tried, it was difficult to create a fantasy beast species. It was an existence that transcended the laws of nature and was a reflection of the mind of a talented imperial beast master. In other words, effort could determine the lower limit, but if you wanted to determine the upper limit, you couldn't do it without talent. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Xiao's imperial beast is a phantom beast species. Right. When these words came out, Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing almost spoke in unison. Director Wang, how did you know? Their reactions precisely verified Wang Kai's guess. You are both senior teachers who have been practicing for many years. How have you ever had such an argument over a certain student? And with Chun Fan's family background, his imperial beast is destined to be powerful. Fang Xiu comes from a mediocre background, yet he cultivated an imperial beast that can easily defeat Chun Fan. It's not hard to guess what species his imperial beast is. Wang Kai said in a pretentious manner as if the phantom beast species was no big deal. But in reality, Wang Kai was already happy in his heart. He was the grade-level director no matter which class Fang Xiao grew up in, the KPI could be counted on his head. Moreover, that was a phantom beast species that meant that Fang Xiao was a seedling that had a chance to impact the top 10. Not I'm only 39 this year, and when Fang Xiao gets into the top 10, I'll only be 41. If Fang Xiu's grades can really suppress the students of Qingcheng First Middle School, Kai Qing Fourth Middle School, and Hacheng Third Middle School, then my promotion to vice principal will be in the bag. That's right. Fang Xiu is a phantom beast species, Director Wang. Shouldn't this kind of good seedling be taught to the more experienced me? I have 2 whole years more teaching career than Zhang Yu. That's 2 years. Lickashing throughout his voice as if he was afraid that Wang Kai wouldn't hear him. It's only 2 years. What can it mean? What's more, Fang Xiu has a sense of belonging to the second class and he calls me Brother Yu in private. If you forcefully transfer him to class 6, it will instead affect Fang Xiu's mentality. A movement is better than a silence. Don't you know this kind of reasoning? Zhang, you showed no weakness. Everyone knew what a phantom beast breed Imperial Beast Master meant. Not only was there a chance to go farther in the education world, more importantly, genius Imperial Beast Masters were monsters with a promising future. Taking advantage of the fact that his seniority was still low and he was still making friends, he could make a good friendship, and in the future, if he was not good enough, he would really be a one-man wonder. Yes. For Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu was willing to be that dog. All right. Wang Kai waved his hand. This matter only depends on your thoughts, and Fang Xiu is more or less unfair. The mapping exam is around the corner, so you guys should leave him alone for now. As for letting Fang Xiu go to that class, let's wait until the results of the touch test come out. Chapter 12. The groping exam begins. Watching the alien Triceratops burrow in from the body of the Triceratops, Fang Xiu thoughtfully prepared a large pile of food for it before exiting the Imperial Beast space and heading to the cafeteria to fill his hungry stomach. And for the next few days, Li Guoxing didn't show up again, as if he had forgotten about the fact that he was gonna be transferred to the 6th class. Aside from the time he went to the General Studies class, the rest of the time Fang Xiu used to soak in the Imperial Beast space. His alien Triceratops also quickly grew to its adult size. However, although the alien Triceratops had assimilated Qin Fan's Triceratops genes as a male alien, it naturally couldn't be compared to the alien queen. And even when it reached adulthood, it was only about 3 meters in size. Compared to the alien queen, it had simply shrunk. Comparatively, the alien Triceratops had horns, and its tail was more aggressive. It was an existence that was second only to the alien queen in terms of strength in the army of aliens cultivated by Fang Xiu. That's right. After a few days of cultivation, Fang Xiu used the resource card to create a large amount of replicant food for the face-hugging insects spawned by the alien queen to parasitize. Come to think of it, the fertility rate of the alien is quite exaggerated. As far as Fang Xiu knew, during childbirth in the wild, animals not only had to face predator hunting, but also encountered various dangers during labor, such as malpositioned fetuses, diffie, cult labor, and so on. However, the alien queen was able to lay an egg every few hours, and the face-hugging worm parasitization rate was even as high as 100%. In just 6 or 7 days, Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space had given birth to more than 30 aliens. It made the entire underground cavern look a bit small. However, right after opening up the size of the Imperial Beast space, Fang Xiu realized that although the resources allocated by the school could expand the size of the Imperial Beast space, it was very limited. Fang Xiu had consumed all the resource points on the Imperial Beast space card and had only expanded the cave 5 times its size. Despite solving the immediate problem according to the alien queen's production rate, in at most a month's time, the entire underground cavern would become crowded again. But the school provided resource help only once. Moreover, the alien community will only appear as an alien queen when it is huge to a certain extent. An ultimate alien like the queen's mother would need to be born on a planetary scale. Looking at the alien queen in front of him, Fang Xiu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It can't be really inviting the entire school, teachers, and students to visit my alien. There seems to be 15 classes in one grade in Hutching First Middle School with about 50 people in each class. Even if I could invite everyone over, the visiting fee would only be a few $100,000. However, this kind of thinking is no different from everyone in the world giving me $1, and I'm a 10 billionaire. Theoretically feasible practically all problems. It seems like I need to think of a way to make money. Warning, warning, warning. The beasts are running low on food. There's not enough food for the beasts. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. Fang Shio. Fang Shio pulled out the resource card from his pocket with a black face. In addition to cultivating aliens these days, one of the things that Fang Shio repeated the most was to keep recharging the resource card. First, it was the visiting fees earned from Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, and Zhang Pan Pan. Then it was his own living expenses. In the end, it was even more so when he had to call his family for help. But the predecessor's parents, too, were just ordinary white-collar workers. I now kind of understand what it means to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Previously, when checking online, Fang Shio had found that many people on Little Blue Book had spat out that their family of origin was not good and had not been able to provide any help on the path of the imperial beasts, so much so that they originally had the opportunity to enter 1985, and in the end, they could only go to very ordinary undergraduate colleges. Now Fang Shio directly have a personal feeling. In the 3 years of high school, one didn't know how much one had to be eaten in by the aliens. You guys are the real gold-swallowing beasts. Fang Shio ruthlessly spat at the aliens in front of him. If there wasn't enough food to support them, the alien bug eggs would enter into hibernation. Although it wasn't considered an extinction crisis for the entire community, relatively speaking, without solving the problem of space and food, the upper limit of the aliens would be up to the alien queen. Forget it. Just sitting here thinking won't solve the problem. It's better to ask Zhang Yu. However, just as Fang Shio was preparing to return to the real world and go find class teacher, Zhang Yu to have a good talk, a voice suddenly came from his Imperial Beast space card. Please all the new students of Hutching No. 1 Middle School gather at the school playground and take the new student mapping exam. Please all the new students of Hutching No. 1 Middle School gather at the school playground to take the freshman mapping exam. As if he was afraid that Fang Shio didn't hear it, the Imperial Beast space card rang 3 times in a row. Mapping exam. Almost forgot about this matter. Fang Shio exited the Imperial Beast space, and after tidying up a little, he hurriedly rushed to the playground of Hutching No. 1 Middle School. The playground here was the size of 4 soccer fields, and by the time Fang's show arrived, it had already been crowded. Not only were there freshmen in the first year of high school, but there were also many sophomores and juniors who came over to watch. Even in the center of the playground, there was a curtain for projection. As Fang Hsio walked all the way, most of the freshmen were eager to give it a try, and only a very small portion of them were somewhat grimy and mingled in the queue, their eyes showing their fear of the touch test. After all, it's only a week's time. Not everyone can cultivate Imperial Beasts well, and the gold content of the Universal Imperial Beasts is not something that the Universal College Entrance Exam can touch. After the college entrance exam to go to a good university, it's just better to find a job when you come out. Some people go to a specialty early or learn a craft. They can also have a good future. But in this world, even though it's just as possible to survive without cultivating powerful imperial beasts, that kind of difference in status is hard to accept. While thinking in his heart, Fang Shio looked around, searching for the range of activities of his class, and in the meantime looking at what noteworthy new students there were, especially Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and these warlords. When they stood in the pile of new students, just that confidence alone was enough to stand out from the rest. It wasn't long before Fang Zio arrived at the range of activities of the second class. Fang Zio is here. Zhang Yu quickly noticed Fang Zio and greeted him with 3 steps. Those who didn't know would have thought that Zhang Yu was seeing a leader. Even Zhang Kao, the teacher of the 3rd class next door, and Fan Lung, the teacher of the 1st class, cast their sights. Perhaps the new students rarely knew about it, but the fact that Zhang Yu had snatched a student from Li Guoxing had already spread in their circle of teachers. Everyone was curious as to what this Fang Shu actually looked like. Your imperial beast, how is it developing? When Zhang Yu greeted Fang Xiao, he intentionally raised his volume and his tone was filled with bragging. Chapter 13. Pass it on. Fang Xiao has 39 imperial beasts. Is that Fang Xiao? He does look different. The The two class teachers, Jiang Kao and Fan Long, looked at Fang Xiao in unison, soared brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome with a straight and slender figure. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dragon and phoenix watch which made one envious. Damn it! How come Fang Xiao was assigned to the second class? Fan Long felt even more displeased in his heart. Especially Zhang Yu's intentionally raised his voice, clearly showing off. Getting a bargain and still showing off. Jiang Kao's heart also could not help but spit up Zhang Yu's performance and even had the urge to rush over and hit him. Not only them, the teachers, but the freshmen of classes 1, 2, and 3 also couldn't help but look at Fang Xiao. Some girls were directly mesmerized by what they were watching. On the contrary, some of the boys clasped their hands on their chests, looking as if they felt that Fang Xiao loved to show off. In fact, many of the students in Fang Xiao's class wanted to get closer to him. Some female students often surrounded him in the classroom, wanting to add a friend or something. However, Fang Xiao wasn't interested in anything other than imperial beasts, and even more so, he didn't want to spend his time on early love. Whenever a girl took the initiative to come up to him, his pair of starry eyes always looked over with an icy coldness. After 3 or 2 times, the students in the class all turned away from Fang Xiao, as if they were isolated by Fang Xiao. But this was also something that couldn't be helped. Fang Xiao wasn't some high school freshman in the first place. His mind was much more mature than these classmates. The development isn't going very well. As soon as he saw Zhang Yu, Fang Xiao deliberately sighed and acted like he had encountered a problem. Isn't that Fang Xiao a genius? Would he also encounter problems? Who said he's a genius? But it was only the first day of school defeating Chen Fan, so maybe it was just luck. That's right, the midterm exams are all about general studies. Grades don't mean anything. Fang Xiu being good at general studies doesn't mean that the imperial beasts are also good. For a while, the students who heard Fang Xiu's words couldn't help but talk about it. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, glanced fiercely at those broken-mouthed classmates before pulling Fang Xiao and returning to his own class's area of activity. What's wrong? Zhang Yu's expression also became serious. If there's anything, just tell Brother Yu. In Zhang Yu's opinion, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. After all, great director Wang Kai had yet to decide on Fang Xiao's retention if he himself could draw closer to Fang Xiao. However, just as Zhang Yu was thinking this, the Class 6 teacher, Li Guosheng, came rushing over at a trot. Long time no see, Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao. Zhang Yu. Old Li, what are you doing running here when you're not in your own class's sphere of activity? Solving problems for the students in your own class. Aren't you afraid that those freshmen will not play well? Although he knew that Li Guozing favored Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu never expected that he could leave his own students behind and run to pull Fang Xiu's strings. Excessive. It's just a feeler test. It's just testing the potential of the new students' imperial beasts. What's there to worry about? On the contrary, Mr. Fang Xiu, how about it? Do you want to transfer to our 6th class? As Li Guozing spoke, he didn't forget to observe Fang Xiu's reaction. Imperial beasts encountering difficulties. Yeah. Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Yu's reaction, then spat out his bitterness towards Li Guozing. My imperial beasts are too able to eat. It feels like they can't even be fed anymore. Although he didn't know if it was appropriate to use a large-scale cultivation field in this kind of place, in Fang Xiu's opinion. If Zhang Yu could break his head with Li Guoxing for a little bit, his own alien rations would probably have a place to go. Indeed. Li Guoxing laughed and nodded, thinking of the exaggerated size of the alien queen. He felt that this was normal. However, it's only been a week. I've recharged my resource card 3 times, and today I was prompted to recharge my balance again. Li Guoxing. In a flash, the smile on Li Guoxing's face came to an abrupt end. You recharged. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Well, recharged 3 times, 2,000 each time. Fang Xiu nodded. In the cafeteria by himself, each time he ordered $10 of pig's feet rice, it was only $30 a day. Hiss. Li Guoxing directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As the brand name of Crane City, First Middle School's resource funding was the richest. The resource cards given to the new students were almost enough for Imperial beasts to eat for one last semester. As a result, Fang Shio was telling them that it had only been a week since the school year started, and his Imperial beast had finished eating the food from the resource card and recharged it 3 times in a row. Good guy, what kind of stomach is this alien? I'm afraid it's not a Tao Tai. Wait, how many aliens do you have now? Zhang Yu quickly realized the point of the question. He had seen Fang Shu's alien queen in the Imperial beast space. The size alone was as exaggerated as a 2-story building. It was the most exaggerated one he had seen in the freshman Imperial beasts in all the years he had been in the first middle school. But even so, with that size of the alien queen, it was impossible to eat all the food in the resource card. At least it was impossible to eat it all in a week, unless Zhang Yu's mind floated back to those insect eggs that he had seen in Fang Shio's Imperial beast space. Right, insect eggs. Unless all those bug eggs had hatched out as face-hugging bugs and grown into aliens. 1 alien queen, 1 alien triceratops. 36, 7 male aliens, Fang Shio calculated in his heart. As the words fell, Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing's pupils very seismically rose. Much. How much? Even the voices of the two of them couldn't help but tremble as they spoke. Good fellow, 39 Imperial beasts, just kidding. It's only been a week since school started. Moreover, gym class hadn't even started yet. This meant that Fang Shio hadn't received formal guidance from Zhang Pan. He was the one who cultivated 39 Imperial beasts while fumbling around alone. What was even more mind-boggling and unbelievable was that Fang Shio's Imperial beasts were neither conventional nor ancient species. Rather, it was a phantom beast species. In 1 week, 39 phantom beast species Imperial beasts were cultivated with such a demonic talent. I'm afraid that no one would believe it even if they said it to the heavens. Right. The 3rd-class teacher, Jiang Kao, and the 1st-class teacher, Fan Lung, were also taken aback when they heard these words. 39. Although he didn't know what kind of Imperial beast the alien was, such a number was indeed somewhat appalling. One must know that other freshmen only bred 1 Imperial beast a week. There were freshmen who hadn't even bred a single Imperial beast. The mapping exams hadn't even started yet, and they were already over. As a result, when it comes to Fang Shio, 39 Imperial beasts no. What are you putting aside to lay your pups here, Fang Shio? You're exaggerating. This is a royal beast, not raising pigs. Zhang Yu patted Fang Shio's shoulder. Instead of focusing on quantity, you should focus on quality because he was too shocked. So much so that Zhang Yu had difficulty accepting such a setting in his heart for a while. Chapter 14, Groping Exam. Official start. Zhang Yu had been practicing for at least 6 or 7 years plus several years as a student, and he thought that he had a comprehensive understanding of the matter of Imperial beasts until he bumped into Fang Shio. First, the Phantom Beast seed, and then the Phantom Beast seed was raised as a pig frantically laying pups in his own Imperial beast space. This was a devastating blow to the opponent, whether it was the Phantom Beast's unique battle power or launching an army to suppress it as a whole. Simply horrifying. What's more, Fang Shio had only just enrolled in school this year and was merely a freshman in high school. As for himself, he was the class teacher of the genius Fang Shio. Zhang Yu suppressed his inner relation and patted Fang Shio's sh. Fang Shio, just play normally this time. Don't feel any pressure. As for the resource card matter with your brother Yu, there's nothing to worry about. Fang Ziyu smiled and nodded, following Zhang Yu at the forefront. Suddenly, Fang Ziyu felt a touch of cold air coming from his right side. He turned his head violently to look. He only saw a teenager who was about the same height as himself, sizing himself up with cold eyes. The two sides met eye to eye at this moment. Class teacher Zhang Yu also realized that something was wrong, shook Fang Shio's hand, and said softly, "That's Zhang Shuren from Class 3, the 2nd-place winner in this midterm exam, and also a genius-level character is your main competitor this time." But well, Zhang, you gently laughed a few moments of complacency. His Imperial beasts are far inferior to yours. Fang Ziyu withdrew his sight and nodded slightly. So he is Zhang Shuren. As soon as class teacher Zhang used wordspell, 60 instruments used to connect the Imperial Beast space cards were carried to the playground. The 4 large screens were also split into dozens of smaller screens. The mapping exam for the new students officially began. As the name implied, the mapping exam was to understand how much potential the new students contained in the matter of imperial beasts, whether or not they could apply the various theories from the general studies class to the imperial beasts, as well as what resources each student's family of origin possessed. The rules were simple. Starting with the first class of senior high school, each class connected to the machine through the imperial beast space card. Then they manipulated the imperial beasts and launched attacks on the machines at the end of the runway. Will this be too easy? After understanding the rules of the mapping exam, Fang Ziu couldn't help but spit out. I thought it would be sending all the freshmen inside a large map to kill each other. Then the teachers outside will evaluate them. As a result, this was it. Thinking about what? Zhang Yu was stunned at first. He knew that Fang Xiao was a very talented imperial beast master, but this kind of idea was just too dark. Every new student who enters Crane City #1 High School is a student of the school. How can we put everyone in danger for no reason? Even imperial beasts that have little combat power are the result of the imperial beast master's devotion. They are companions just to deal with a mapping exam letting them kill each other. What do you take as a killer movie? Fang Xiao, how could you have such dark thoughts? I read some imperial beast novels that were written this way. Fang Ziu said lightly. Zhang Yu froze for half a day. Are all imperial beast novels so dark now? Look less at those things. Moreover, don't you see that the rules of the mapping test are simple, but it tests the endurance of the imperial beasts, the explosive power, and the control of the imperial beasts by the imperial beast master. As Zhang Yu's words fell, the principal's voice once again spread across the playground. The mapping test now begins. Please ask the students of Class 1 to come forward. After all the students of Class 1 entered the examination room, the large screen in the center of the playground also quickly displayed the screen. Fang Xiao didn't mind being a spectator, but wouldn't this way of live streaming the mapping exam give the new students too much pressure? After all the students of Class 1 were connected to the Imperial Beast space, Class 1, Class Teacher Fan Long also returned to the activity area. It is worth mentioning because there are 3 types of Imperial Beasts: land, sea, and air. The venues will also be meticulously different. In addition to the runway, there were also flight routes and swimming routes. This meant that the top students of the first class were not without a chance to outsmart Fang Xiao. No. Fan Lung shook his head slightly. In his opinion, just a few days into the school year, Fang Xiao's focus on the quantity of imperial beasts just showed that he had neglected the issue of quality. His imperial beasts were probably worse than what he had imagined. Thinking of this, Fan Lung instantly felt that Fang Ziu wasn't much of a big deal. The Class 3 teacher glanced at Zhang Yu, who was on the verge of raising his head to the sky. It's just that he got lucky and was assigned a good student. What's there to be proud of? And this guy didn't even notice the problem. The third-class teacher looked at Fang Xiao and Zhang Yu from afar. 39 imperial beasts, it sounded as if it was very impressive. But it also meant that Fang Xiao's energy was also equally divided into 39 parts. This kind of thing was the same as raising a pet. If the owner only had one pet, he could pour all of his heart and soul into the pet. But what if it was 39? Even if they like one of them more than the other, they still have to take care of the other pet's mood. Feed them, play with them, and thus share their energy, their time. Even pets were like that, let alone imperial beasts with even higher intelligence. Even resources. Every new student can get a resource card when they enroll in school, which is considered a new student benefit. But the resources in this resource card are not unlimited. 39 imperial beasts means that Fang Xiao's consumption has increased 39 times. Such a simple truth, Fang Xiao surprisingly didn't even realize it. Instead, he was dabbling in confidence there. This is enough to show that this fellow, Fang Xiao, isn't as powerful as the rumors say. Not knowing whether it was out of resistance to Zhang Yu's complacency or something else, Class 3 teacher, Jiang Kao, muttered in his heart as if he had found an anchor point. Fang Xiao's evaluation became lower and lower. Fang Hua, Zhang Shuren in the third-class team also narrowed his eyes slightly. He accidentally broke his glasses when he was in the Imperial Beasts, and he hadn't had time to go and get a new one yet, so much so that he was a bit unable to see people now. But these days, the name he heard the most was Fang Ziu. If I remember correctly, it seems that Fang Xiu's ranking in the midterm was 7th. All along, Zhang Xuren's eyes were only on the number one person, Li Qingqing, and didn't take the students behind him seriously. However, due to the fact that the name Fang Xiu had appeared in his ears too many times, it made him a little curious as well. In his spare time at the Royal Beast, he even found Qin Fan to inquire about it. Although Chun Fan didn't even make it into the top 10 of the midterm exams, his family has abundant resources, and the ancient species of imperial beasts that they have bred are also very powerful. The fact that Fang Xiu was able to defeat him is enough to show that Fang Xiu's imperial beasts are very strong. However, why didn't he focus on quality and instead go into breeding? Zhang Xuren was puzzled in his heart. In his opinion, more and more is better than less and more. This kind of simple truth should be easy to understand. Could it be that Fang Xiu doesn't know anything about imperial beasts at all, so he has empty talent but he's still on the wrong path? Thinking of this, Zhang Xuren could not help but feel a little sorry for Fang Xiu. On the other hand, Fang Xiu didn't care about Zhang Xuren. Instead, he concentrated on observing the imperial beasts of his classmates. Although this bottoming out examination was not the killing battle that he had envisioned, it was a live broadcast that revealed each classmate's imperial beasts. Thus, Fang Xiu directly took out a small notebook intending to write down the names of those classmates with great imperial beasts. Well, your imperial beast is very good, but it will soon be parasitized by my face-hugging bug. Chapter 15. The Alien That Shocked the Entire Court. Fang Xiu was originally still looking forward to this touch test, thinking that his face-hugging bug could insanely parasitize other people's imperial beasts. After watching for a while, Fang Xiu felt a bit bored. There wasn't a single imperial beast of the entire class that caught his eye. The imperial beasts that were released were almost all regular species. Worse still, it was as if these new students didn't know how to give commands at all. Those imperial beasts that were released either ran on the wrong track or stayed put. What's more, directly stimulated by the environment of the examination center, they simply curled up and didn't move at all. Not to mention attacking the machines in the center of the exam room. Just the 1,000-meter runway was like a gully blocking these imperial beasts from advancing. Some of the freshmen were so anxious that they were about to cry. The level of these freshmen, would they be too bad? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. In his opinion, if this went on, he was afraid that they would get 0 points. Right, after all, it's only 7 days. What can this amount of time do? Zhang Yu explained up in a serious tone. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Contrary to Fang Xiu's thoughts, Zhang Yu felt that this was the level that freshmen should be at. As for Fang Xiu and his alien queen, they were living monsters. It wasn't until then that Fang Xiu realized. Zhang Yu is right. The alien is a bug nest society and has a high IQ. It can directly comprehend my thoughts. On the contrary, these newborn imperial beasts, that's really no different from cats and dogs. It needs to be domesticated from scratch. Fortunately, the vast majority of the freshmen in Class 1 were not knocked down by the difficulties in front of them. They even pushed and coaxed, finally allowing the imperial beasts to come in front of the humanoid machine and attack. The performance of a few of these students was even more impressive. Around the playground, the chatter of the sophomores and juniors sounded. It seems like the quality of this year's freshmen isn't good. Yes, this level is also too bad. I think when I took the touch test, I didn't even use 10 minutes in these freshmen. The fastest one also used 15 minutes, completely insufficient to look it up. I really don't know how these people got into the first high school. Don't say so early after all. This is only the first class. Maybe there will be monsters behind. In the eyes of these older students, the performance of the first class of freshmen could simply be described as poor. After roughly 20 minutes, all the freshmen of the first class exited the examination room. After seeing the performance of these new students, the class teacher of Class 1, Fan Lung, couldn't help but blacken his face. How is it that the new students assigned to his class were also bad? Please ask the second-class freshmen to come forward. The principal's voice came out from the loudspeaker. Play well? Zhang Yu patted Fang Shio's back, the smile on his face unabated. Aha! Fang Shio nodded and idly walked towards the playground before taking out his Imperial Beast space card and taking the exam. The next moment, a faint light engulfed Fang Shio when he opened his starry eyes again. Teacher Zhang Yu, his classmates, the playground, the teaching building all disappeared. In its place was clean white space. Mr. Fang Hu, please choose the Imperial Beast for the exam. A gentle female voice came from above. Then the Imperial Beasts that could be chosen appeared in front of Fang Shio's eyes. They were the Alien Queen, Alien Triangle, and Male Alien. There was no doubt that the Alien Queen had the strongest combat power, but having it separated from the spawner would produce immense pain. Not to mention, after seeing the performance of the first class of freshmen, Fang Shio had no pressure at all. It's better to use the alien Triceratops. Fang Xiao thought for a while and felt that it was better not to bully the freshmen of this class too much. As he catalyzed with his intention, the alien Triceratops appeared in the white space. The huge body of more than 3 meters tall was as exaggerated as a one-story building. Almost the instant he released the Imperial Beast, Fang Shu became the presence of all eyes. At this time, on the playground, what is that black thing? I remember that freshman's name seems to be Fang Shu. Isn't his Imperial Beast a face-hugging insect? What the hell? That monster doesn't look like a bug in any way. Right, this Fang Shio, he must have changed his Imperial Beast. The upperclassmen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. After all these days, Fang Shio had become the center of attention amongst the upperclassmen. Many people had heard about him and his face-hugging bug Imperial Beast. Originally, they thought that the so-called face-hugging bugs would be insects, but it turned out that they didn't expect. Fang Shio's Imperial Beast was so terrifying. No, it's not the one that we fought last time. Chun Fan from Class 6, who naturally came to participate in the mapping exam, stood in Class 6 area of activity, staring dead-on at the screen displaying Fang Shio. His 2 eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. On the first day of school, he had challenged Fang Shio in front of the cafeteria. It was also that fight that left an indelible impression on Chen Fan, so much so that he would often wake up with nightmares late at night in the last few days. That blackened exoskeleton, huge fan-shaped head crown, and sharp fingers, hissing and screaming became his biggest nightmare. However, the alien Triceratops that Fang Shio had released, although it also screamed incredibly unbelievably, was just too small in size compared to the nightmare in his mind. Could it be that Fang Hua he has more than just one alien? It was only afterward that Chun Fan learned from Li Guaxing that the so-called face-hugging bug was nothing more than the juvenile body of an alien. It was not considered a true Imperial Beast, and this blackened alien was Fang Xiu's trump card. Gulp, in 7 days, just being able to breed a powerful Imperial Beast was enough to prove genius. As a result, Fang Xiu had actually cultivated 2. Damn it. Chun Fan subconsciously clenched his fists, an unprecedented unwillingness breeding in his heart. Zhang Xuren of Class 3, although he was greatly nearsighted and couldn't see what was happening at all without his glasses, he could feel the enthusiasm of the students around him. Class 2, an extraordinary fellow had been born. Is it Li Qing? Zhang Xuren couldn't help but murmur. In his opinion, the only person who could cause such a stir in the playground was Li Qing, who was ranked number 1 in the city. In the examination center, alien Triceratops finish off that machine. Fang Shio's gaze slightly condensed as he raised his hand and pointed at the robot in the center of the examination room. Hiss. After receiving Fang Shio's order, the alien Triceratops whirled around and let out a low and icy growl at the robot before running violently. With its huge size advantage and unparalleled flexibility and maneuverability, the alien Triceratops was able to take a step of more than a dozen meters with a casual step. 1,000 meters of runway length was left behind him in an instant. The next second, the alien Triceratops twisted its huge body, raised its tail high, and swept viciously towards the humanoid machine. Rumble, accompanied by a loud sound, the machine that was placed here was directly cut off by the alien crosswise. Chapter 16, 3-minute quick pass mapping exam. From the time Fang Ziu chose his imperial beast, and then to the time his alien triceratops completed the command to attack, the entire process didn't even take 3 minutes. Fang Ziu whirled back to the playground and followed the staff's instructions to pull out his imperial beast space card from the machine. Only when he turned around and walked back did he realize that the area where the upperclassmen were located was almost silent. Everyone who looked at him all had their eyes wide with astonishment. This included the homeroom teachers of each class. Zhang Yu pinched his thighs hard. I'm not dreaming, right? Because it was so outrageous that it made him wonder if he was dreaming. Although I've seen Fang Shio's imperial beast before this mapping exam, but this is too much. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu glanced down at his watch. He remembered that Fang Ziu had entered the examination center at 0726, while the current time was 07:31 minutes and 56 seconds, 5 minutes before and after, and the best result for a freshman in Class 1 was 15 minutes. The difference was a full 3 times. The highs and lows were immediately judged. Most importantly, the alien triceratops was not only much smaller than the alien queen, it had 3 horn bones growing on its head. It was easily distinguishable from the alien queen's fan-shaped head crown. This alien is not the trump card in Fang Shio's hand. Zhang Yu rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In other words, Fang Shio's real killer weapon hadn't been brought out yet. No. Zhang Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising as a bitter smile surfaced. Just now, I was spitting on Fang Shio, saying that he shouldn't just focus on the quantity of imperial beasts, but also improve the quality. Now look, this is simply a slap in the face. Zhang Yu felt that the last time he was slapped in the face was when he questioned Fang Shu's face-hugging insects. This time it was for questioning his cultivation methods. The clown is actually myself. However, although this feeling of being slapped in the face was hot and painful, his heart was very happy and satisfied. He couldn't wait to be slapped in the face like this by Fang Shio every day. Old M, the person who also felt unimaginable, was the Class 6 teacher, Li Guoxing, who had his mouth wide open, drew in a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but have the ad-libs ringing in his ears. Has it started? It's already over. Although Fang Shio was the second group to conduct the mapping exam in Li Guoxing's opinion, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be any more freshmen behind him to break Fang Shio's score. Snap! Li Guoxing slapped his thigh fiercely, and the envy and jealousy towards Zhang Yu in his heart inevitably deepened a few more points. How come we let Fang Shio go to the second class? No way, I go find old Wang. No matter what means I use, I have to dig Fang Shio into Class 6. Li Guoxing clenched his fists as soon as he could and swore secretly in his heart. Fang Shio, this new student, he was gonna make sure of it. The periphery of the playground. Quite a number of second and third-year senior students had run to watch the first-year freshmen's touch test. Upon seeing the performance of the first class, they invariably felt that this freshman class should be the worst one. It was completely incomparable to their mapping exams. That was until Fang Shio's appearance. Hey, did I see it right? Finished the mapping exam in 3 minutes. What the hell is that big black guy? How do I look at it? It doesn't look like a regular species of imperial beast. Right. Is it an ancient species? No. Even if it's an ancient species, it's still too scary. Right. You guys say that's senior's imperial beast. Could it be a phantom beast species? The older students of the second and third year of senior high school couldn't help but hotly discuss it. After entering the second year of high school, the general studies class would allow students to choose their subjects, in which those who chose to go to the history subject needed to learn about the ancient species of imperial beasts. Some history science bullies at a glance could tell that, although Fang Shio's alien triceratops had some of the characteristics of a dinosaur, there had never been such a creature in Blue Star's past. Not an ancient species, but phantom beast species. Kai, are you kidding? A high school freshman can cultivate a phantom beast species. Illusory beast species are originally fantastical creatures that can only be constructed by extremely talented imperial beast masters. It has nothing to do with the senior years. Right. A demon. In that case, our Crane City First Middle School has given birth to another genius beast master. This has nothing to do with you. Why are you so excited? That's true, but it's only been a few days since the start of the school year. Right. To have bred such a powerful phantom beast species imperial beast, I'm sure there will be some action on the student council side. Ahem, be careful what you say. As one of the sophomores off-handedly mentioned the student council, the other older students also cast strange gazes. It was as if the student council of this first middle school was some kind of taboo existence. But no matter what, Fang Shio's performance had given them a great shock. Coupled with Fang Shio's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, some of the sophomore and senior sisters couldn't help but start inquiring about Fang Shio's contact information. On the other side, the school administration was on a temporary podium for the purpose of this touch test. The principal of Hutching No. 1 Middle School, half a day later, came back to his senses. What's the name of that new student? From the release of the Imperial Beasts to the end of the mapping exam, it only took 3 minutes before and after. Such an achievement hadn't been seen for a long time. Even in this principal's memory, such an achievement was enough to refresh the top 10 records of the mapping exams over the years. His name is Fang Shio. It's a student from the second-year class. Only Zhang Pan slowly came over to the principal's side and whispered in his ear, and as he said the name Fang Shio, a smile spread across his face. No matter what, Zhang Pan was Fang Shio's physical education teacher. One honor was all that mattered. Even the other physical education teachers instantly reacted as soon as they heard the second class. The second class, the sixth class, and the eighth class were all under Zhang Pan's responsibility. This meant that all of Fang Shio's future physical education classes would be taught by Zhang Pan. Damn it. For a while, many physical education teachers became red-eyed. After all, the 3-minute score was really too exaggerated. Not to mention this term of freshmen, even if they brought over the previous freshmen's bottom scores, they were also the goods that were killed by Fang Ziyu in minutes. Teacher Pan, you couldn't have secretly given student Fang Shio a small cooking stove, could you? The mapping test is to check the potential of the new student's imperial beasts. And to be fair, a week before the start of the school year, not even physical education classes will be held. A physical education teacher couldn't help but lash out at Zhang Pan, feeling that he was the one who had privately helped Fang Ziyu boost his imperial beasts. Zhang Pan did not think about it. Teacher Zhao, weren't you here when Fang Ziyu took the exam just now? The implication was, where did your eyes go? That level of imperial beasts, as well as Fang Shio's control over them, is simply not something that can be achieved by opening a small stove. He is a born imperial beast master, a genius who will surpass all of us sooner or later. As he spoke, Zhang Pan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses as if he was looking at an idiot sizing up the physical education teacher surnamed Zhao. Chapter 17, The Strongest Junior High School Student Li Qingqing. Seeing the strong smell of gunpowder rubbing between Zhang Pan and Zhao Gang, the principal hurriedly waved his hand to separate them. Fang Ziyu, indeed a good seedling. The principal looked towards Fang Shio, who was walking back from the playground, deeply memorizing him in his heart. On the other side, Fang Shio was naturally unaware of the episode that happened on the podium. He walked idly but realized that there was no one around him. Not only that, whether it was the freshmen or the veterans of the second and third years of high school, at this moment, their gazes were all focused on themselves. In the true sense of the word, everyone was watching. And this is also something that cannot be helped. While Fang Shio was walking out from the exam room, the other students of Class 2 were still thinking about how to make their imperial beasts finish this exam. Luckily, the journey wasn't very far, and within a short while, Zhang Yu took the initiative to come up to greet him. Good job, Fang Shio. Zhang Yu's head rose high. According to his original conception, Fang Shio's bottoming out exam this time was enough to brighten up the eyes of the people. In the playground, but the reality was this was more than just calling people's eyes to shine. It was simply turning everyone's worldview upside down. Looking at the entire freshman class, I'm afraid that no one will be able to refresh. No. Is no one can come close to Fang Ho's time? Yes. Zhang Yu had already foreseen in his heart that this class of freshmen's mapping exam results would be left far behind by Fang Ziyu alone. Zhang Ko, Fan Lung-hee, who were closer to the range of activities of the second class, were even more red-eyed for a while. Especially Fan Long, their class's mapping results had all come out. The most outstanding students were also crushed by Fang Xiao on the ground, completely becoming Fang Xiao's companion. Although Zhang Keo's class had Zhang Xiao Rin, the top student, in his heart, he didn't feel that Zhang Xiuren was able to break Fang Xiao's record in the slightest. Good lord, others are taking exams. Fang Xiao is simply speed passing. Zhang Xiao's heart broke up. However, just as Jiang Keo was about to console Zhang Xiuren and tell him not to have so much mental pressure, he suddenly realized that Zhang Xiuren and the team had disappeared. Frightened, Jiang Keo searched around. Luckily, the people from the second class hadn't returned yet, and Jiang Keo's eyes quickly spotted where Zhang Xiuren had gone, only to see that he had unknowingly walked to Fang Shu's side. Both eyes half narrowed, staring dead at Fang Shu's face. Looking at Fang Shu was somewhat baffling. "I remember you." Zhang Xiuren looked hard for half a day before recognizing Fang Xiao's appearance, then turned away without looking back. Fang Xiao, no, this dude doesn't have a problem with his brain. What the hell? Fang Xiao looked at Zhang Xiuren's back. It was hard not to be reading stupidly. "It's probably taking you as a rival." Zhang Yu was also confused. But as the second-best student in the city, Zhang Yu was also relatively impressed with him. After all, he was a school bully, and it was understandable that he had some quirks. As a rival, Fang Ziu raised his sword brows. After seeing the performance of his alien Triceratops, he still had the courage to consider himself as a rival. It seemed that this guy was very confident in his imperial beast. Speaking of which, the #1 person in Crane City is called Li Qingqing. Right? Which class is she in? For a while, Fang Xiao couldn't help but wonder which class Li Qingqing was in. After all, being the #1 person in Crane City Junior High School, one would think that her imperial beast was also very powerful. In the future, if there was an opportunity, he could let the face-hugging insect assimilate the genes. Are you serious? But who knew? Zhang Yu sniffed but looked at Fang Xiao with a black face. "What's wrong?" "Li Qingqing is in our class," Zhang Yu said while pointing to the screen in the center of the playground. It had been a week since school started, and Fang Ziu hadn't missed out on the general knowledge class. Did you not realize it all along? As the strongest junior high school student in Crane City, Li Qingqing had more than just proud grades. She also had a face like gelatin, eyes like dots of paint, and a concave and convex figure. If there was some kind of school flower competition, Li Qingqing would definitely be able to win. Not long after the start of the school year, there were quite a few sophomores, juniors, and freshmen from other classes who came over to the second class to inquire about Li Qingqing's Tingshan, wanting to add him as a friend. Hopefully Fang Ziu had never realized it. Is there still this thing? In fact, Fang Xiao's soared brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome with a straight and slender body, coupled with the fact that he had defeated Qin Fan. He had already become the object of admiration for many girls. So every time after the general knowledge class, Fang Xiao just jumped out the window and ran away. On weekdays, he also spent all his time cultivating aliens and simply didn't have the heart to gossip about others. This was also the reason why he couldn't go back even after the mapping exam was over and still needed to wait here. Otherwise, Fang Xiao would have gone back long ago. As Zhang Yu raised a finger, Fang Xiao also looked at the screen in the center of the playground, only to see that Li Qingqing's imperial beast was a gray, strange bird that looked strangely ugly, and the feathers of its tail were even a bit blown up, looking as if it had been chewed by a dog. However, although this little gray bird was unimpressive compared to the other freshmen's imperial beasts, its speed was quite swift. The 1,000-meter runway was quickly left behind by it before it crashed headlong into the humanoid machine. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the humanoid machine in the examination hall was directly lifted 3 meters high by the little gray bird like a kite with broken strings flying out backwards. The entire process was clean and flowing. When Li Qingqing walked out from the examination room, it only took 8 minutes. Li Qingqing returned to the playground and dashingly pulled out the Imperial Beast space card. This principal of Crane City #1 middle school, there is definitely something wrong with his brain. A good mapping exam has to be broadcast out live. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to expose her imperial beasts in public, Li Qingqing felt that her grades could still be improved. Maybe it could have gotten into the 6 points. It wasn't impossible to refresh Crane City #1 middle school's bottom exam scores over the years. But forget it, even with such a score, I'm sure it's not something this class can catch up with. Mortals, you'll just have to cheer for me. While murmuring secretly in her heart, Li Qingqing inserted her hands into her pockets. The corners of her mouth rose and a smile emerged as she walked back in big strides. Just when Li Qingqing thought that the freshmen of this class, as well as the older students of the second and third years of high school, would be incomparably shocked by her grades, murmuring voices also literally came from behind her. Hey, did I read it right? Pass the mapping exam in 8 minutes. That imperial beast is obviously so ugly, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Although the imperial beast is ugly, that girl is so pretty. She's Li Qingqing, right? Rumor has it that the strongest junior high school student in Crane City was admitted to the first high school with the top score in the city. What kind of monsters are the freshmen in this class? Li Qingqing didn't care about the voices of these sophomore and junior high school veterans on the surface, but in her heart she was smug. Yes, that's it, praise me. Marvel at me, mortals. However, when Li Qingqing raised her head to look towards the range of activities of her class, the corners of her raised mouth, however, froze all of a sudden. Chapter 18 Doubtful Li Qingqing. Am I second? She had thought that class teacher Zhang Yu would greet her in the second class activity area, but when Li Qingqing looked up, she suddenly realized that there was someone else standing beside Zhang Yu. What the hell? Li Qingqing's striding footsteps instantly slowed down and blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, seriously doubting whether she had misread the situation. Could it be that there was someone else who had completed the mapping exam faster than herself and returned to the activity area? Impossible. As soon as such a thought popped up, Li Qingqing frantically shook her head in denial in her mind. Just now, when the students of the first class were taking the mapping test, she had deliberately paid attention to it, and the fastest record of passing the test took 15 minutes, and even some of the students were not able to complete the mapping test. How could anyone be faster than herself? It must be. The student's level of imperial beasts was so poor that he was kicked out of the examination room. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing covered her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. She herself was the strongest in the city in junior high school. Not only did she score first in general studies for all 3 years, she also accepted the knowledge of imperial beasts early on. Now that he had risen to this Crane City First Middle School, his position as the #1 person was still unshakable. But who knows, as Li Qingqing got closer and closer to the second-class activity area, she also gradually saw Fang Xiao. His soared brows and starry eyes were fresh and handsome, and his body was straight and slender. But the other party's face was not gray. On the contrary, his face was overflowing with powerful confidence. It was completely unlike being kicked out of the examination center. Could it be that this guy had completed the mapping exam? But how is that possible? Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, and her hands, which were stuck in her pockets, could not help but clench her fists. Good job, Qingqing student. Seeing this, Zhang Yu directly gave a thumbs up to Li Qingqing. This time, the first and second in the groping exam will be able to stay in our class. Zhang Yu's bright laughter was extremely penetrating, and his voice was even louder, as if he was afraid that a teacher wouldn't hear him. Li Guosheng, the teacher of the 6th class, had an iron face the entire time. It was even if it was just one Fang Xiao, but he didn't expect that Li Qingqing was also assigned to the 2nd class. This Zhang Yu, it can't be that he sent a red packet to old Wang. Right. Li Guosheng looked at Zhang Yu with eyes full of grudges. The class teachers of the other classes, although they had not snatched any students from Zhang Yu, they were all very red-eyed at this moment's effort. A 3-minute speedy pass of the mapping exam. 8 minutes to take the mapping exam. If there was nothing unexpected, the two of them would be the first and second in this imperial beast mapping. The other classmates will only be the green leaves to set them off. So unhappy, so angry. However, at this moment, Li Qingqing did not dip her confidence. Even after hearing Zhang Yu's words, Li Qingqing's entire body directly froze in place. What did you just say? First, second? Who is the first? Although Li Qingqing's heart vaguely realized what had happened, the shock was simply too great, making it difficult for her to accept for a while. Of course, it's me. Could it be you? Seeing this, Fang Xiao couldn't help but spit it out. This Li Qingqing's did have a few looks, especially when placed on the playground. The other class girls, they all looked a bit dim. However, it wasn't like he had never seen a woman before. Especially Li Qingqing's words revealed a sense of superiority, as if this first-place result should be her. Li Qingqing's other people cannot die like. What did you say? Li Qingqing felt a bolt from the blue. 3 years in junior high school, whether it was regular exams or various competitions. Not. Even if you counted elementary school kindergarten grades, you have always been number 1. Even in the origami competition, which was of no use in other people's eyes, as long as she got serious, she had never lost to anyone. Even this kind of first place for her simply like breathing, drinking water, general normal thing. When she arrived at Crane City First Middle School, it was the same. In the future, the university career will also be so. It should have been like this. Also, for your information, my score is 3 minutes. Seeing that Li Qingqing was in a bit of a trance, Fang Xiao simply continued to speak and lit up his score. Impossible. The result was as Fang Xiao expected. After hearing the words 3 minutes, Li Qingqing instinctively took half a step back, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring like ox eyes. Her vermilion lips were open wide, her jade teeth and tongue in full view. Zhang Yu also did not expect Li Qingqing to have such a big reaction. That Qingqing Fang Zia Ohi, you are Fang Zio. Li Qingqing did not care about Zhang Yu's words, but only captured the key information from his words. Fang Zio, she had an impression of this name. After all, he was the guy who caused a stir on the first day of school. No, you're lying. Li Qingqing was still unable to accept reality. Her head shaking like a rattle. Brother, you tell her what my grades are. Fang Xiao still didn't comfortably chinching. Instead, there was a feeling of euphoria in his heart. Was this the feeling of hitting your face? It was indeed very good. Ah, Fang Xiao, you also say less. Zhang Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The homeroom teachers of the other classes did not expect this to happen. In a flash, they all cast their gazes, a look of joyful people. Teacher Zhang, what exactly is Fang Xiao's grade? Li Qingqing snapped, don't lie to me. I can check it myself. Worried that Zhang Yu would lie, she didn't forget to warn the other party specifically. It was indeed 3 minutes. Zhang Yu's face turned ironic. He was so focused on being happy that he completely did not expect that Li Qingqing would value this touch test so highly, but thinking about it, this Li Qingqing's grades have always been stable first. You took the second exam because you only have the strength to take the second exam. I'm number 1 because there's no more forward position than number 1. This famous quote was the golden sentence that Li Qingqing had exposed in the interview program. Although her arrogant attitude made many people feel uncomfortable, she did have such qualifications until she met Fang Xiao, turning herself into the second 3 minutes. 8 minutes. That's 5 minutes faster than me, 1.5 times faster. I'm second. Li Qingqing only felt her brain buzzing and her vision in front of her eyes became even more blurry. I am the second. These words constantly echoed in Li Qingqing's mind as if it was a bolt from the blue. Even more so, Li Qingqing's breathing quickly became rapid and fragrant sweat continued to emerge on her forehead. Qingqing, where had Zhang Yu seen such an image before? He was instantly startled and hastily reached out to help. As a result, the next second Li Qingqing staggered a few steps, her eyes went black, and she instantly pounced on Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao never expected that Li Qingqing would pass out in front of his face. Not sis, are you touching porcelain? Chapter 19. Li Qingqing's cunning. I'm not serious. Seeing Li Qingqing fall forward, Zhang Yu subconsciously reached out to help, but he was still a beat too slow. His hand was hanging in midair and Li Qingqing directly fell into Fang Xiao's arms. Fang Xi. Oh, and Zhang Yu looked at each other with 4 eyes, and on his mouth he couldn't help but spit out this guy's mental capacity. It's too bad. In his own previous life, when his grades dropped several places, he didn't act like Li Qingqing. You don't know. This Li Qingqing has had excellent grades since she was a child. She has always been number one and hasn't taken second once. For this reason, at the end of the midterm, the TV station also specially interviewed Li Qingqing. At that time, Li Qingqing said you took the second place because you only have the strength to take the second place, and I took the first place because there is no place more ahead than the first. Now not only were you surpassed, but the difference in grades was double. It's inevitable to take some blows. Zhang Yu explained. Although Li Qingqing was ranked second this time, her results were also enough to crush all the freshmen except Fang Ziao. It was nothing strange for Zhang Yu to speak up for her. Then what now? Fang Ziao still couldn't quite understand this kind of mood, but he couldn't keep letting Li Qingqing fall into his arms. Send her to the infirmary. Zhang Yu thought about it a little. As the homeroom teacher himself, he still had to look after the other freshmen and could not leave for a while. As for the homeroom teachers and classmates of the other classes, he was more or less not at ease. Hell knows if they would rob his own students. What's more, Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing were both students in his own class and were not enemies. There was no harm in letting them have more contact. I can send Qingqing's student to the infirmary, but the cost of this? Fang Xiao said inquiringly while carrying Li Qingqing on his shoulder. What are you thinking? The infirmary side is, of course, free. Zhang Yu said without thinking. Number 1 middle school was at least a key high school in Huching. How could the school nurse charge students? I didn't say medical fees, I'm talking about me. Can't let me make a trip for nothing. Right, I had wanted to take a look at the other students' imperial beasts. Fang Xiao wasn't looking for excuses. In reality, he was really curious if this freshman class would have any imperial beasts that would catch his eye. When there was an opportunity, he himself would also let the face-hugging insect parasitize it. Zhang Yu whirled around and froze. It's excessive, Fang Ziao. Li Qingqing she is. Zhang Yu originally wanted to say that this Li Qingqing can be counted as a colonel's flower. Whether its grades or family situation is very outstanding, is how many male students heart of the white moonlight. As a result, Fang Xiao can be so good opportunity to be alone, he is still reluctant. Even the moment Fang Xiao and Zhang Yu bargained, the surroundings were full of male students' envious eyes. My imperial beasts are running out of money to eat, I'm really poor, brother Yu. Fang Xiao said without hesitation. 500. Looking at Fang Xiao's inch-perfect appearance, Zhang Yu felt a sense of tears and laughter in his heart. Good fellow, this is treating himself as a big family to slaughter. Ah, forget it. All right, wait for you to come back. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and could only agree to Fang Hua's conditions. But who knew that Fang Xiao would directly take out the resource card? It looked as if he was afraid that Zhang Yu would back out. It's not that I can't trust you, brother Yu, but the place to recharge the resource card is not far from the infirmary. It just so happens that I'll recharge it on the way. Otherwise, I would have to make another trip then in case it delays my imperial beast. Hiss, Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was also Fang Xiao if this was any other person. Zhang Yu wouldn't even be able to spoil him like this. Just like this, Zhang Yu transferred 500 to Fang Hua's resource card. Only then did Fang Xiao carry Li Qingqing and walk towards the infirmary. However, looking at Fang Xiao's distant back, Zhang Yu only reacted. He had directly transferred the account to Fang Hua's resource card. What kind of value did he charge? Along the way, both male and female students cast envious and jealous gazes. Male students hated that they were not Fang Ziu. Female students hate themselves for not being Li Qingqing. Of course, there are also female classmates who hate themselves for not being Fang Xiao. For a time, Fang Xiao had almost become a public enemy, and after the principal noticed this side of the episode, he quickly sent someone over to confirm the situation. Only after learning that there was nothing serious wrong with Li Qingqing did the mapping exam continue to start. However, Li Qingqing's coma didn't last too long. She originally fainted because she couldn't accept it for a while and her Kai and blood attacked her heart. But after all, she was a high school student and a royal beast master. Her physical quality wasn't that bad, and she woke up without a moment's work. Just let her dream never expected is as soon as she opened her own eyes, she saw Fang Shio's backside. The body just wanted to exert force and then realized that she was carried on her shoulders. So embarrassing, the other students threw their eyes this way, causing Li Qingqing's face to turn red. Damn it. I had thought that I could shock the entire room at the touch test to have all the students cheering and applauding for themselves. As a result, I didn't expect this touch test had completely turned into Fang Shio's home court. One was simply disgrace to the core. It's over. It's over. For a while, Li Qingqing only felt that her life was over. She ruthlessly closed her eyes and prayed in her heart to quickly leave the playground. Fang Ziu, on the other hand, didn't notice that Li Qingqing had come to this matter. He also didn't care about other people's gazes. Just carrying someone and earning 500, this was a good deal. Put me down. It wasn't until Fang Ziu carried Li Qingqing into the school building that Li Qingqing struggled violently. Fang Ziu smoothly spread his hands, and Li Qingqing staggered a few steps before regaining her footing. Fang Ziu. She clenched her small pink fists. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Are you all right? Fang Shio sized up Li Qingqing and whirled around to extend his hand. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. What do you mean by this? Pay up. I carried you all the way from the playground to here. Although I don't need to go to the infirmary, the fruits of my labor can't be in vain. Right? Fang Shio said with a serious face. Maybe other boys, just by saying a few words to Li Qingqing, would be excited to send a friend's circle to show off, but he wouldn't. Even if this Li Qingqing's did have a few moments of good looks, then he should still talk about money. You're a miser, right? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only feeling incomprehensible. How could there be such a person in this world? Don't think that you're better than me just because you took first place in this mapping exam. Let me tell you, my imperial beast. I'm just not serious. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and emphasized towards Fang Ziu. However, these words sounded like nothing more than a loser looking for a reason to Fang Hua. Truly speaking seriously, his own alien queen didn't even take this mapping exam. In the past, when you took the first place exam, didn't those second place finishers feel that their behavior was ridiculous when they said they weren't serious? Fang Shio spoke coldly. If you have the ability, take the first place back openly and honestly. $1,000, please. Chapter 20. Someone from the student council. Li Qingqing instantly turned red. It was the first time she had encountered such an incomprehensible guy as Fang Ziu. Whether it was in elementary school or junior high school, she had always been the center of attention, and it was always the other boys who were courting her. Fang Ziu was good, just carrying himself to the infirmary. He dared to ask for 1,000. Although this amount of money was only a drop in the bucket for her well-off family, she was still very angry in her heart. Fang Ziu, you wait for me. Only after saying that, Li Qingqing angrily transferred $1,000 to Fang Shio's resource card, then she left the place without looking back. This little girl looking at Li Qingqing's distant back. Fang Shio couldn't help but spit up in his heart. Even if she walks away directly, it's not like I can do anything to her. I didn't expect it to actually transfer money to me. Is this the strength of the strongest middle schooler? Looking at the $1,500 in hand, Fang Shu's heart was still happy. In this way, the alien's 1 week's ration problem was considered solved, and the next thing was relatively simple. When Fang Shio returned to the playground, the students of Class 2 and Class 3 had all finished their mapping exams. Fang Hsio obediently observed the situation of the imperial beasts of the other classes, and took note of the imperial beasts that performed well one by one, thinking that in the future, if he had the opportunity, he would let the face-hugging insects to parasitize them. It took a whole day for the first-year high school students to all complete their mapping exams. Although the results of all the students hadn't been completely tallied, everyone already had a consensus in their hearts as to who the first-place winner was. Before disbanding, the principal of the first middle school didn't forget to praise Fang Hsio, turning his forest into a role model for the freshmen to learn well from him. At the same time, the principal did not forget to encourage everyone. There was still a long time to go before the college entrance exam. So even if you temporarily fall behind, don't be discouraged. And work hard to improve the strength of the Imperial beasts. You also go back early and have a good rest starting tomorrow. There will be physical education classes. Before parting, Zhang Yu purposely pulled Fang Xiao. Although he had taken very impressive results this time, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and only by keeping one's feet on the ground can one walk to the highest peak. I know Brother Yu. If it was an ordinary high school student, he might have drifted because of his excellent grades, or he might have been like Li Qingqing who couldn't take the blow once he encountered failure. But Fang Xiao had long been an adult, and his mindset was quite a bit more stable than even Zhang Yu. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu, Fang Xiao returned to his dormitory. He first entered the Imperial Beast space and exchanged all the $1,500 that he had snubbed into food before he slept beautifully. By the time Fang Xiao opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He stretched his back, simply washed up, and headed straight to the campus. The first week's classes were mainly general studies. Fang Shu was an undergraduate in his previous life, and as long as he flipped through the books, he was able to get good grades. So naturally, he had little interest in these subjects. And after the mapping exam, it was the real start. The class schedule not only had more physical education classes even took up most of the class time. Conservatively estimated, one day would also require at least 3 physical education classes. Why don't we just rename it as the Imperial Beast class? Feng Xiao took out his cell phone, glanced at the class schedule that class teacher Zhang Yu had sent to the class group, and couldn't help but spit it out. 2 physical education classes in the morning and 2 physical education classes in the afternoon. It was truly worthy of being the era of all the people's Imperial Beasts. However, right on Fang Xiao's way to the classroom, Zhang Yu hurriedly trotted over. Finally found you. Seeing Fang Xiao alone, Zhang Yu was relieved. What's wrong, Brother Yu? Fang Xiao shot a glance at Zhang Yu and felt that his face was even more ugly than the first time he heard about the face-hugging insect. It was hard to believe that Li Guoxing, the Class 6 teacher, really used his connections to ask me over. Brother Yu, don't worry. Class 2 is quite good. I don't have any thoughts of going to Class 6. Fang Xiao spoke eloquently. For one thing, one's relationship with Zhang Yu was good. Secondly, this Zhang Yu's character was also the kind of homeroom teacher who would protect his children. There was really no need to switch classes. Once he heard Fang Xiao's words, Zhang Yu was naturally happy in his heart. It's not about changing classes. District Old Li is not qualified to snatch someone from my hands. It's the student council. While saying this, Zhang Yu pulled Fang Xiao to the corner of the staircase with a look of fear that he would be discovered. Student council? Fang Xiao cocked his head. The so-called student council, as the name implied, was an organization of self-governing students. The school initially established the student union to enrich the students' campus life. However, there were some students who boasted that they would be superior if they entered the student council. All day long, they are like 250,000 people. During Fang Xiao's 4 years in college, the people he hated the most were those in the student union. Looking at Zhang Yu's expression again, Fang Xiao couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. It seems that no matter which world it is, the student council is not popular. Zhang Yu nodded. Didn't you pay attention when you came to school? With the development of AI, big data was easier to handle. After only one night's time, the first middle school had compiled the results of the freshman mapping exam. Fang Xiao, who had taken the exam with a 3-minute speed pass, was undoubtedly the first person in this mapping exam. Li Qingqing was second, and Zhang Xuren was third. Chun Fan of Class 6, although he had been killed off by Fang Xiao's Imperial Beast on the first day, his solid family background allowed him to quickly cultivate a new Imperial Beast and took the 6th place in this mapping exam with a proud result. The names of the top 100 freshmen, however, were made into banners by the school administration and displayed in various areas of the campus. This, I didn't pay attention to it. Fang Xiao said without thinking on his way here. He did notice the banner, but he wasn't interested in what was on it and passed by without even glancing at it. However, Fang Xiao sort of understood Zhang Yu's worry. A big tree attracts the wind. His own alien Triceratops not only took the first place this time, it was likely to set the record of all the years as well, in the face of a freshman as outstanding. As himself, it was nothing strange for the student council to have recruiting intentions. There's nothing to worry about. I have little interest in presiding over the student council, Fang Xiao said as such, thinking that Zhang Yu was worrying that he would be indulging in the power of the student council to the detriment of the imperial beast. In this matter, Fang Xiao still carried himself well. Student council president also useful on campus sounded powerful. Really in society, who cares if you've been in the student council or not? Things are not as simple as you think. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiao with a black line on his face. If the student council only wanted to recruit Fang Xiao, he, the class teacher, had nothing to worry about. If they want to sign some kind of contract with you, just say that you'll reconsider. You're only in your first year of high school. You still have to discuss anything with your family. Zhang, you said with a serious face. Chapter 21. The army comes to the table. Contracts. Can the student union still sign contracts with students? Fang Xiao raised his sword brows. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Although in the world before crossing over, organizations like student councils also existed, but the work they were mainly responsible for was related to clubs. It hadn't been heard of that student council signing contracts with students with excellent grades or anything like that. By the looks of it, the student council in this world was quite different from the student council in one's own perception. What kind of contract is it probably? Fang Xiu was also interested for a moment, but who knew? Zhang Yu shook his head. The specifics I'm not at liberty to tell you right now. Moreover, this is just my guess. The student council might have other plans as well. In short, it's fine if they promise you something verbally, but if it's something like a written agreement, don't sign it yet. After saying that, Zhang Yu let Fang Shou go to the classroom first and he left the place with him. It seems like this student council has a lot of energy. After all, Fang Shu wasn't really a high school student, and such things as detecting words and observing colors, he knew some of them before coming to this world. He could tell that this Zhang Yu was scornful of the student council. I think Zhang Yu is worried that I'll say the wrong thing and give him up. Otherwise, why be the Riddler? And this also meant that the student council was so powerful that it could even affect the direct interests of the homeroom teacher. But from another perspective, Zhang Yu could have also said nothing, and it wouldn't be too late for him to give his opinion when he went to him after he made contact with the student council. And he didn't do so, so it was evident that he was really looking out for himself. Forget it, I can't think of anything anyway. Just soldier on. Although he didn't know what kind of contract the student council wanted to sign with himself, he had nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention that this world was also a society with the rule of law. One's own alien was not a soft persimmon that anyone could come and pinch twice. If the student union really dared to mess around, the big deal was that if a man was angry, he would spill his blood. Thinking of this, Fang Xiao calmed down his mood and then walked towards his class. It was worth mentioning that when Fang Xiao defeated Chen Fan on the first day of school, he had already become a popular figure. Yesterday's touch test had even sensationalized the entire Haking First Middle School. When Fang Xiu pushed open the door of the classroom and walked into the class, he caused a furor on the spot. Many girls rushed up and wanted to add Fang Hu's friends. Even when Fang Shu joined the class group, there were countless students submitting friend requests or were bombarded with reapplications every few seconds. In the end, it caused Fang Xiao to have to set a ban on adding himself as a friend from within the group. Hiss. Looking at the classmates who came together, Fang Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No wonder those stars had to wear sunglasses and masks when they traveled. The fans could be really fanatical. However, not everyone had gathered around. Fang Xiu looked around and found that Li Qingqing was sitting in the first row of the classroom by the window, then glared fiercely at himself, then turned his head to the side as if he was gambling. That's enough, you guys. Fang Xiao chided his classmates' actions, then came to his seat. However, as soon as Fang Xiao sat down, the classmate on the side spoke excitedly. Fang Shu, how on earth did you do that? You did. Although Fang Shu had already taken a week's worth of general studies classes, his mind was spent on the imperial beasts. And during class, he was also basically thinking about the alien queen, so he didn't have any interactions with his classmates at all. My name is Shizhenhong. Shizhenhong froze for a moment, but when he thought about it, he really hadn't interacted much with Fang Ziyu. This time, the ranking of the mapping exam is 28. It's also considered a relatively impressive achievement. If another person came, Shizhenhong could have said with great pride, "Old me is a genius in the top 30 of Huching #1 middle school. It's the innate 985 sacred body." But in front of Fang Xiao, the #1 person, Shizhenhong couldn't even catch his breath. Even as soon as the words left his mouth, he developed a trace of remorse. How had he licked his face and exposed himself to the rankings in front of Fang Xiao? Cough, cough, let's not talk about the touch test. Right. My brother is also from this first middle school, so if you have any questions you can ask me. Shizhenhong's words turned as if he had found some kind of breakthrough, his eyes moving. Older brother, I'll lend a hand this time. Oh, when Fang Xiao heard this, he immediately became interested. He really wanted to find someone to inquire about the student council. Then do you know about the student council? Student council? Shizhenhong didn't expect Fang Xiao to really ask himself about first middle school. He was only in his first year of high school as well, and if it wasn't for Fang Xiao mentioning it, he hadn't even paid attention to the student council. I don't know, but it's okay. I can help ask my brother, he should know. While saying that, Shizhenhong was about to take out his cell phone and help Fang Xiao ask. However, right at this moment, a loud voice came from the entrance of the second class. His classmate, Fang Ziyu here. This voice was not only loud, but it also carried an air of arrogance. Fang Ziyu and Shizhenhong looked towards the doorway in unison, only to see that the other party's height was almost close to 2 meters, and his muscle mass was also very exaggerated. It looked just like an NBA star. The sense of oppression that emanated from him even made the classroom instantly quiet. Could it be the physical education teacher? Many students secretly guessed up in their hearts. After all, the physical education class had only started today, and none of them had seen the physical education teacher yet. Is there something wrong? Fang Xiao whirled around and stood up from his seat. Hello, Mr. Fang Xiao. I'm Wang Bin from the 3rd class of the sophomore year. I'm from the student council. Our minister asked me to come and ask you to come over. Wang Bin's volume did not decrease. When these words came out, it even immediately sparked a clamor in the classroom. Not a physical education teacher. Sophomore, he just said he was a sophomore. This height is almost 2 meters, right? What is he looking for Fang Xiao for? No one had expected that the visitor was actually a student as well and was only just 1 year older than them. Minister? What minister? What is it that you're looking for me for? Fang Xiao looked Wang Bin up and down. I'm from the organization department of the student union. I can't say exactly what it is. As he spoke, Wang Bin purposely glanced at the class schedule written on the blackboard. It doesn't matter if the general studies class is a few periods short. On the teacher's side, we'll go and notify. It won't count as you leaving early. Notify. Fang Xiao's starry eyes moved. In his opinion, this Wang Bin's wording was very elaborate, not helping him explain to the teacher, but notifying the teacher. Normally, only superiors would use the expression notification to their subordinates. Right? No wonder even the class teacher, Zhang Yu, was scornful of the student council. Well, lead the way. But no matter what, Fang Ziyu was not intimidated by Wang Bin's aura as he walked towards the door and asked Wang Bin to lead the way for him. Chapter 22. The contract offered by the student council. Shizhenhong had wanted to come up to see the fun, but once he saw Wang Bin's somewhat menacing eyes, he was so scared that he instantly scrunched his neck. The entire second class was instantly silent, felt like some school bully running over to block someone, and the other students didn't dare to make a sound. Only Li Qingqing, who gave Wang Bin a fierce blank look, didn't take him seriously. Follow me. Wang Bin whirled around and led Fang Xiao through the corridor before bringing him to the school playground. Fang Xiao could not help but be a little confused by this maneuver. He had thought that the place where the student council had asked him to meet would be some conference room, a classroom. As a result, playground. However, since it was close to class time, there weren't many students in the playground. Minister Qin. Wang Bin directly brought Fang Xiao to a relatively shady place. The person known as Minister Chen was sitting on a chair with several people from the student council gathered behind him. "You are Fang Hsi. Ao looking quite handsome. To introduce myself, my name is Chen Fang, the head of the organization department of the student council, passing the mapping exam in only 3 minutes. What a rare achievement. How about it? Are you interested in joining us?" Chen Feng directly threw an olive branch to Fang Xiao, but he didn't have the intention to stand up. Instead, it was the classmates beside him that had gathered up towards Fang Xiao, and all of these classmates were around 2 meters tall on par with Wang Bin, and coupled with their burly muscles, they constantly exuded a sense of oppression. Especially their attitude, as if Fang Xiu would not let him go if he dared to disagree. What if I say I'm not interested, but how could Fang Xiu be intimidated by these people's aura? He sized up Chen Feng and didn't take Wang Bin and the others seriously. Chen Feng was first stunned. He didn't expect Fang Xiu to reject himself directly. Generally speaking, quite a number of senior high school sophomores and juniors wanted to join the student union. There were still quite a few applications piled up in the activity room, and he usually didn't even bother to look at them. But come to think of it, those who took the initiative to apply to join the student council were mostly mediocre. This Fang Hsiu, on the other hand, had taken the first place in the mapping exam. The imperial beast that he cultivated was even a very rare species of phantom beast. If he wasn't exuberant, could he still be called a young man? Student Fang wouldn't have any misunderstandings about us. Right? Our organization department upholds the idea of helping each other. Well, never mind. I'd better say it directly. This matter of imperial beasts not only depends on one's talent, but also on what kind of resources the family can provide for them. If in terms of resources, one can't provide enough help for the imperial beast master, the first semester of high school might not be a problem. But once one enters the second year of high school, one will be easily surpassed by those students from well-off families. We, the student council, have seen too many examples of geniuses falling. That's why, in order to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, our student council will provide these geniuses with help in terms of resources. Chen Fang paused slightly, his tone carrying a few hints of playfulness. Student Fang's parents, they are just ordinary workers. Right. It seems like there are still financial pressures such as mortgage payments, car loans, and so on. Hearing this, Fang Xiu unnaturally raised his sword brows. Although from Zhang Yu's attitude as well as Wang Bin's performance, Fang Xiu had no difficulty in seeing that the student union had a lot of energy. But only a short day, even his own family situation was investigated clearly in this matter or out of his expectation. This is the student body or private detective, especially Chen Feng's tone more or less threatening. This made Fang Xiu feel very uncomfortable. Then what is the price? Fang Xiu still maintained his seriousness. I don't believe that there will be a free lunch in this world. Perhaps in other people's eyes, this Chen Fang was the high and mighty organization department minister, and one should be happy to be able to obtain his favor. But in Fang Xiu's eyes, this Chen Fang was nothing more than a little kid in high school. Especially with that superiority complex of his, it was practically written on his face. So what if you're the genius imperial beast master amongst the freshmen in high school? Now you're still standing and talking to me. It's nothing remarkable at all. A statement like cost would be too much of an exaggeration. Chen Fang laughed. We are all the top students of Huching First Middle School, seedlings who can go to key universities in the future. Of course. While saying this, Chen Fang snapped his fingers. The boy standing beside Wang Bin whirled around and took out a bunch of documents from his school bag. Verbal promises naturally don't mean much. If student Fang is willing to accept our financial support, he can sign this contract. In case there are any problems, we can also solve the problem through legal channels. Chen Fang made a wink, and a document was then handed to Fang Xiu. It doesn't matter if Mr. Fang reads the contents of the contract first. Right. Just look, Fang Xiu grabbed the document with one hand. Anyway, his own mind was an adult, and he wasn't some kind of legal illiterate. Could he still be fooled by a sophomore brat? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu flipped through the documents Chen Fang had brought. It was just that what Fang Xiao didn't expect was he thought that the contract Chen Fang brought would have pits everywhere. For example, some online platforms would use long contracts to trap authors, and in some inconspicuous places, sneakily add a sentence that the copyright of this book belongs to Party B and is valid for fifth. Tai years, some look at the contract as not too careful author will be deceived, but who knows? Fang Xiao didn't see any overbearing terms. On the contrary, the conditions on it looked very tempting. For example, he would provide himself with financial assistance, solve the problem of food for the Imperial Beasts, and the expansion of the Imperial Beast space cards. It would also plan one's development for the 3 years of high school, such as some Imperial Beast competitions, and there would be a specialized senior for one-on-one responsibility. It feels like there's nothing wrong with it. Fang Shi raised his sword brows. The contents of the contract were all more in favor of himself. It was hard to believe that the student council was really good people. However, just as Fang Xiao was thinking so, one of the clauses written on the penultimate page caught his attention. The student's high school preferred volunteer filling in will be the responsibility of the student council. High school preferred volunteer. Other than this one, which seemed to be problematic, there was nothing wrong with any of the other clauses. I remember high school volunteering, and it seems like you can volunteer 3 times. Even if something goes wrong with the first choice volunteer, as long as the second and third volunteers are not wrong, you can still go to a good college. If what the student council was asking for was that all the work of filling out the volunteers be taken care of by the student council, Fang Xiao would definitely not agree to it. But if it was just the first choice, it seemed like there was no problem. Or is it? There was something about the volunteer filling work in this world that one didn't know about. Chapter 23 Suppression from the Student Council. If it wasn't for Zhang Yu reminding me right beforehand not to sign a contract with the student union, I might have really signed it. Fang Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Zhang Yu hadn't reminded me beforehand and Chen Feng's attitude had been a bit better, he might have really been fooled by this high school brat. However, although Fang Xiao was a bit moved, he still threw the contract back. The contract is indeed good. If it were a normal freshman, I'm afraid there's not much reason to refuse. But unfortunately for me, Fang Xiao, the price you have offered is really too low. Fang Xiao didn't question the voluntary application. Instead, he used the reason that the price was too low to ruthlessly throw the contract back. Then, Fang Xiao directly turned around and prepared to go back to class, thinking that he would have the opportunity to ask Zhang Yu or Zhang Pan what was going on. Even if the student council's energy was great, it shouldn't be so great that it would clash with the physical education teacher. Right. After all, the physical education teacher status was the highest existence among the teachers in this high school. But who knows? Without waiting for Fang Xiu to take a few steps, Wang Bin and another student stopped him. What's going on? Seeing this, Fang Xiu whirled around and glanced back at Chen Feng, trying to use force to make me submit. For a moment, Fang Xiao seemed to understand something. No wonder Wang Bin had brought himself to the playground. There was surveillance in all areas of the teaching building. Especially the meeting rooms, activity rooms, and classrooms, there were basically no surveillance dead zones. But the playground was different. If they really made a move with the energy of the student council, they themselves might really be at a disadvantage. Of course, this was only in theory. Even if one's physique was no match for Wang Bin and these guys, one still had the alien. Don't misunderstand student Fang. Seeing this, Caiyan Feng hurriedly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at Fang Xiao. Our student union is not that lowly. Since you think the contract is unreasonable, I'll just go back and reflect it upwards. Only student Ma Ming watched the live stream of your touch test and has been clamoring to challenge you. A genius Imperial Beast Master. As Chen Feng's words fell, Wang Bin and the others stepped back. A large enough space was made for Fang Xiao, Ma Ming, and the 2 of them. Fang Xiao could not help but be a bit speechless. It only felt that Chen Feng's dismounting was really only at the level of a high school student. However, Fang Xiu felt that he didn't have any reason to refuse. For one, these student councils were not only high school sophomores, the Imperial Beasts were longer and longer, far from being comparable to those of high school students. Secondly, since he was able to enter the student council and was called by Chen Fang to be a fighter, it was assumed that his imperial beasts were very strong. It just so happened that he could have his own alien-assimilated genes. Student Ma Ming, right? I'm your senior. Ma Ming said coldly, correcting up Fang Shio's wording. Didn't your family teach you the proper manners? He. Fang Shio couldn't help but laugh coldly. What's so great about learning a year earlier than me? Between imperial beasts, there is also a gap. If you don't want to lose the imperial beasts that you have cultivated for a year, I advise you to put this idea to rest. Fang Shio retreated and advised Ma Ming not to be so naive. Ma Ming similarly laughed coldly and took out the imperial beast space card from his pocket. Seeing this, Fang Ziu did not say anything more and similarly took out the imperial beast space card. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his heart grew more and more complacent. Although Fang Shio is the one with the most exaggerated talent in this class of freshmen, and also possesses the rarest phantom beast species of imperial beasts. Ma Ming, however, is a genius who has worked hard and has continuously polished his imperial beast since his first year of high school. The accumulated practical combat experience is simply not something that a freshman like Fang Hsio can compare to. The most important thing is the student union. With the funding from our student council, Ma Ming's imperial beast not only completed its mutation, but also paired it with powerful equipment. Although it's only a regular species, the combat power is simply not something that Fang Xiao's alien can compare to. Chen Feng thought in his heart. He admitted that Fang Xiao was a genius. If Fang Xiao was given enough time to grow, not only Ma Ming, but even himself would sooner or later be caught up with Fang Xiao's progress. But this world is like this. When you come out, you have to talk about power and background. In front of capital, geniuses are nothing more than tools. In this battle, Fang Xiao will definitely lose. Not only that, once Fang Xiao was made to feel the huge difference between himself, a genius, and Ma Ming, he would then realize that for this matter of the imperial beast, talent alone was far from enough. At that time, it would be the time for Fang Xiu to come and actively beg himself to sign the contract. Thinking of this, Caiyan Feng couldn't help but sneer. There had always been no shortage of geniuses in Huching First Middle School, and they, the student council, had always enjoyed suppressing such geniuses. No one could reject the student council. If there was, then suppress it until he could accept it. At this moment, Fang Xiao knew nothing about Chen Feng's thoughts as he took out his Imperial Beast space card and prepared to add Ma Ming's friend and link up. No need to be so troublesome. But what Fang Xiao didn't expect was that Ma Ming actually shook his head without thinking. Let's just go straight here. There aren't many people in the playground anyway. Fang Ziu, whether it was the battle with Chun Fan or the mapping exam, Fang Ziu had entered into another space to conduct it. I didn't realize that imperial beasts could still duel in reality. Looking at your reaction, you seem surprised. Ma Ming glanced at Fang Xiao's expression and mocked. If you're afraid, it's still not too late. That line should be my line. Although Fang Xiao was surprised, his aura still didn't lose. However, Fang Xiao didn't directly release the alien queen. It's better to use the alien triceratops. Only Fang Xiao fumbled around for a bit before releasing the imperial beast. In a flash, the alien triceratops that should have existed in the space of the imperial beasts appeared on the playground. His huge body crushed Wang Bin and the others. Translucent mucus dripped from the corner of the alien triceratops' mouth, and along with it, there was also a hissing sound coming from its mouth. A few sophomores standing beside Wang Bin took half a step back coincidentally after witnessing the body of the triceratops. Although they had seen Fang Xiu's alien in the live broadcast of the mapping exam, the feeling of being there still made them feel nervous. Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that this kind of imperial beast would be released by a freshman in high school. Is this a genius? Ma Ming's gaze slightly condensed as he looked up and down at the alien triceratops. However, Chen Feng had called him over to act as a fighter, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Not to mention, his own imperial beast was also very powerful. Watch this, Fang Xiao. This is my Ma Ming's imperial beast. As Ma Ming's words fell, a faint light flashed. A deafening roar followed, echoing throughout the playground. Chapter 24, A Slash and Chop. Accompanied by a faint flash of light, Ma Ming directly released his imperial beast. The corners of Chen Fang and the others' mouths rose slightly. Although Ma Ming's imperial beast was only a regular species, with the help of the student council, it had already completed its mutation. And with the addition of powerful equipment, its combat power could be considered to be at a peak. As for Fang Shio's imperial beast, it had only been born not long ago, and it didn't even have much experience in battle. In their opinion, the balance of victory in this battle had already begun to tilt towards Ma Ming. Hey, Fang Shio didn't care about what Shen Feng and the others were thinking as he whirled around to look towards Ma Ming's imperial beast. This look didn't matter. According to Fang Shu's conjecture, he thought that this Ma Ming's imperial beast would be a tiger, an elephant, or some other creature. But who knew? Ma Ming's imperial beast was clearly a giant wolf that stood up. Not only did it have thick and robust legs, it also wore a pair of torn jeans and its hands had opposable thumbs similar to those of humans, which allowed it to accomplish fine movements such as grasping. And it had bright red and sharp fingernails and carried a long knife behind its back. The size looked comparable to his own alien Triceratops. With such a shape, Fang Shio could not help but think of an anime he had watched before crossing over called Digital Baby. This girl has to be a beast man guru. Right. Fang Shio couldn't help but spit it out. Beast man what? Ma Ming frowned. Naturally, he had never heard of Beast Man Guru. Finish him off Wolf God. Ma Ming directly named his imperial beast as the Wolf God. And with his order, this werewolf swiftly approached Fang Shio's alien Triceratops without waiting for the alien Triceratops to react. The werewolf's right hand had already grasped the hilt of the blade behind it. A flash of cold light flashed by, and the large, brightly shining blade was raised above the head by the werewolf's one hand, and then fiercely slammed towards the alien Triceratops. Student Fang Shio, although this is a sparring match, swords have no eyes. I hope you won't mind if I hurt your imperial beast, fellow student Fang Shio. Seeing this, Caiyan Feng whirled around and opened his mouth behind Fang Shio as a way to attract Fang Shio's attention. Especially for the imperial beasts that had just been bred, they did not yet have a fighting mindset in their thinking. Coupled with the lack of experience, it often required the imperial beast master to constantly give orders in order to complete the battle. Chen Feng, who was a sophomore, was well aware of this, which was why he deliberately used words to interfere with Fang Shu's attention. Understood. Fang Shu sniffed and nodded. I hope that student Ma Ming too can understand this kind of reasoning. However, just when everyone thought that Ma Ming's imperial beast wolf would easily cut off the head of the alien Triceratops, its erected pelvis suddenly opened up. Bam! The werewolf's long knife landed on the alien Triceratops' bony disc, erupting with a resounding sound while bright sparks rubbed out, blocked it. A hint of surprise flashed across Ma Ming's eyes. The long blade used by this imperial beast werewolf was made of black steel alloy, capable of cutting iron like mud. Moreover, this werewolf's arm strength was also very exaggerated. With a knife slashing down, it had the explosive power of several tons. If it were to cut on a human, it would instantly be able to cut him at the waist. Unexpectedly, it was actually resisted by Fang Shio's imperial beast. However, Ma Ming quickly put away his amazement. His imperial beast werewolf had more than just strength. No, strength to be exact was never the wolf god's advantage. Its true trump card is its speed. Ma Ming reared the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, even if Fang Shio's alien Triceratops possessing a high level of defense was able to block the wolf god //. But the question was, how many times can you block it? As long as you keep chopping at the same location, sooner or later you can manage to break the defense. Chop chop chop. At the same time, the werewolf also glanced back at Ma Ming. But after realizing Ma Ming's thoughts, this werewolf stepped on its butterfly steps with both feet constantly dodging around the alien Triceratops. And with the long knife in its hand, it also kept slashing at the other party. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The alien Triceratops that was constantly being attacked didn't get angry, but instead kept creating strange noises from its mouth. Student Fang Shio, your imperial beast, it seems to be afraid. Chen Fang crossed his crosses together and propped up his chin. But that can't be helped after all, your imperial beast has only just begun to train. Without battle experience, this is the kind of problem that will occur. Do you not have a bottom in your heart? Fellow Chen Feng, is that why you have to keep talking trash here? Fang Shi glanced at Chen Feng. If you have the ability, then my imperial beasts to death. In reality, only Fang Shi knew clearly that the strange sound spat out by the alien Triceratops was not fear at all. Even other than the alien queen, none of the other aliens had the emotion of fear. That hissing sound. D was closer to a sonar system. Through acoustic feedback, it was used to determine the location of the prey. This kind of means was used in this situation, presumably to familiarize themselves with the werewolf's attack pattern. Good. Good, good. Chen Feng's face turned ironic after being dissed by Fang Ziu. Ma Ming, stop inking him, finish him off. Chen Feng's voice was low and cold, as if today was the day to waste Fang Shio's imperial beast here. However, at this moment, a trace of panic gradually arose in Ma Ming's heart. From just now, he hadn't had any thoughts of retaining his strength and had been urging the wolves to resolve Fang Shio's imperial beast. But who knew? The skin of this alien Triceratops was as hard as a stupid X. With his swift speed, the werewolf slashed at the same location 7 or 8 times in a row, but it hardly failed to move. Classmate Ma Ming, you should actually be happy that your imperial beast didn't break the defense. Fang Ziu sized up Ma Ming and said lightly, likes to talk trash. Right, like to play psychological tactics. Right, Kum, your next sentence is that it was clearly your imperial beast that was suppressed by my wolf god and was unable to move. As Fang Shio's words fell, Ma Ming immediately spat out. Obviously, it's your imperial beast that is being suppressed by my wolf god and is unable to move. However, as soon as these words came out of his mouth, Ma Ming's expression directly froze. What? How did you know what I was going to say? He never dreamed that this fellow, Fang Shio, would be able to guess what was in his heart. Could it be that this guy had the ability to read minds? It was the ability of the alien Triceratops. No. Impossible. Ma Ming shook his head vigorously while urging the werewolf to attack even harder. Finally, after Ma Ming's werewolf slashed at the alien Triceratops's bony disc for I don't know how many times, the blade in its hand only then set into this alien Triceratops's bony disc and green blood splattered out from it. However, in the next second, Ma Ming's werewolf covered its eyes and retreated back and forth. The blade that was set into the bone disc of the alien Triceratops was even broken at once. Not only that, on this alloy blade there were even large and small holes. The front and back were permeated with bright light. Chapter 25. Don't say I bullied you. What? Ma Ming's 2 eyes stared like cow's eyes, and his brain only felt a buzzing sound and went blank. He was not the only one. Wang Bin and the other students too were stunned by the scene before them. Caiyan Feng, who had been sitting on a chair admiring the wretched appearance of Fang Shio's imperial beast, also stood up from his chair with a loud bang. This is impossible. Obviously, it was Ma Ming's werewolf imperial beast that slashed Fang Shio's alien Triceratops. So how come the one who let out a scream was Ma Ming's werewolf instead? What in the world was this situation? You guys, look at the wolf god's sword. Wang Bin rolled his throat and swallowed incredulously. The other students followed Wang Bin's reminder and looked towards Ma Ming's werewolf imperial beast, only to see that the black steel alloy blade in its hand was not only snapped off in one section, but large and small holes were also produced on it. Is that the blood of the alien? One of the students exclaimed again. If one looked closely, one could realize that the liquid that stained the black steel alloy knife was exactly the same as the liquid that spewed out from the alien's bony disc. And this liquid had a very strong corrosiveness. Even metals like the black steel alloy knife could be dissolved, only to see the holes on it continue to grow longer and longer, and finally dripping down to the ground. The werewolf's weapon was also disintegrated into several sections. Even more deadly was as the werewolf recklessly knifed the alien, the acidic blood that splashed out flew directly into its eyes. When the werewolf lowered his palms, its eyeballs had already been dissolved and disappeared, leaving only black holes that looked exceptionally horrifying. Although I know that the alien's acid blood is highly corrosive, the technology of this era, which is undoubtedly ahead of the world before I traveled through, I didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to withstand the alien's acid blood either. Fang Shi secretly spat in his heart. The next second, the alien Triceratops violently threw out its tail, and at the werewolf's neck it was a heavy hammer shot. Boom, accompanied by a deafening muffled sound. Ma Ming's werewolf directly planted itself on the ground. "I'll take your imperial beast gene." In Fang Shio's opinion, at this point, Ma Ming's imperial beast basically had lost its combat power. But although this werewolf was a regular species imperial beast in Fang Shio's eyes, it was undoubtedly a much more powerful imperial beast than Chun Fan's Triceratops. If the genes of the werewolf cowl DB fused into the alien as a group, and the creatures that were cultivated, just how powerful they would be, Fang Xiao felt excited just thinking about it. I originally thought that the so-called regular species were all ordinary animals. To have fierce beasts like tigers and elephants would already be very good. I didn't expect that the imperial beast technology of this era would also be able to make the regular species of imperial beasts mutate, thus advancing wolves into fantastical creatures like werewolves. If it wasn't for the fact that he heard Ma Ming, Chen Feng, and the others refer to this werewolf as a regular species imperial beast, Fang Xiu would even suspect that this werewolf might also be some kind of fantasy beast species. At the same time, this also made Fang Xiu curious. If even ordinary conventional species could mutate into a fantastical creature like a werewolf, then if the ancient species, the phantom beast species, also mutated, what would it become? It felt, I'm full of expectations. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu whirled around and released the freshly hatched face-hugging worm from the imperial beast space. Parasitized, Fang Xiu lowered his voice and ordered the face-hugging insect to fly at Ma Ming's werewolf. But it was too late to say. Just as the face-hugging bug was about to hug the werewolf's face, a flying knife suddenly flew in. With a flash of cold light, the flying knife pierced straight into the face-hugging insect's body, and the powerful inertia propelled the face-hugging insect out of the werewolf's side. This all happened too quickly, so much so that by the time Fang Xiu reacted, the flying dagger had already penetrated through the face-hugging insect and nailed it fiercely to the tree planted at the edge of the playground. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. "Student Ma Ming are your means." However, just when Fang Xiu thought that it was Ma Ming, the imperial beast master, who threw out the flying dagger, he suddenly realized that beside Ma Ming, there was another werewolf standing. Only the difference was this werewolf didn't carry any large swords on its back, but rather on its own belt, it was covered in bright flying daggers. Another imperial beast. Ma Ming forced down the anger in his heart and tried hard to squeeze out a smile towards Fang Xiu. I didn't say that I would only use one imperial beast to fight with fellow student Fang Xiu. Did I? After all, the more powerful the imperial beast master, the more number of imperial beasts they can manipulate. Or is it? Fang Xiu-san currently has only bred this one imperial beast. That's a shame. While saying that, Ma Ming kept releasing his own imperial beasts. The third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, in less than 2 short breaths, 4 wolves had directly gathered around Ma Ming. In reality, he originally just wanted to teach Fang Xiao a lesson so that he could perform well in front of Chen Fang. This way, when he returned, he could obtain more resources for himself. After all, a royal beast master like him, who wasn't a genius, would have to consume a large amount of resources to force his royal beast to mutate, if he wanted to keep going on this path of royal beasts. Only then, when encountering those powerful imperial beasts, only then could they have the capital to fight. But relatively speaking, after investing a lot of time, energy, and resources, once one's imperial beast was nullified, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the efforts he had been making. This also completely galvanized the anger in Ma Ming's heart. Chen Feng's originally tense heart also relaxed a bit after seeing that Ma Ming was completely serious. If it really ended this way, not only would it not suppress Fang Xiu once it was spread out, it would instead have a bad impact on the student union. Although he himself was the head of the organization department, he couldn't afford to carry such a blunder. Now it's good. Although this would appear to be a bit of a victory, face could at least be saved. Even if this Fang Shio fellow is no matter how powerful he is, it's still impossible for him to cultivate a second alien in such a short period of time. As he muttered to himself, Qian Feng also purposely glanced at the face-hugging insect that had been knocked out by Ma Ming. That one should be the second imperial beast cultivated by Fang Ziu. The development is still incomplete. Although the alien's acidic blood was indeed somewhat difficult to handle, it was not an invincible existence. As long as long-range attacks were employed, it was possible to round up and kill Fang Shio's alien Triceratops. The victory in this battle would still be Ma Ming's. But who knew? I had thought that Fang Shio would be shocked, would accuse Ma Ming of being a bully, and would be furious. However, on Fang Shio's face, there wasn't even a trace of such an emotion. On the contrary, only the corners of Fang Shu's mouth were slightly raised upwards, and a smile like that of a devil emerged. "Student Ma Ming, this is what you said yourself. The more powerful an imperial beast master is, the more number of imperial beasts he can manipulate. It can't be considered that I'm bullying you." Chapter 26, letting you off the hook. On what grounds? Seeing that Ma Ming was furious and released more imperial beasts, Fang Shio's heart was bursting with joy. For a mutated imperial beast like him, it would take at least a year and a half to cultivate it. Even with the resources tilted by the student council, it would still take at least a few months. If he directly parasitized himself with a face-hugging worm, wouldn't he be able to directly pick the fruit? Thinking of this, Fang Shio, who was trying to remain serious, was so happy that he could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. "Then don't blame me for bullying you." As Fang Shio's words fell, dazzling light directly swept in all directions, stabbing Chen Fong and the others' eyes a little open. Ma Ming's heart became even more apprehensive. This matter of acting as a student council fighter was not the first time he had done it. Even as early as the first semester of senior high school, after he was absorbed into the student council, he had already played such a role, being utilized by the student council to suppress those disobedient genius imperial beast masters. During this period, it was natural that his werewolf imperial beast could not win 100 battles. There were also net times in which it was defeated by other imperial beasts. Whenever he encountered such a situation, Ma Ming would release more imperial beasts, utilizing the advantage of numbers to combat the other party. Almost every student who was suppressed by himself would show an expression of impotent rage, cursing him bitterly for being a bully. Some irrational students would even directly charge up for a real-life PK. The result was predictable. Ma Ming, who was 2 meters tall and above the head, also had a very impressive fighting level. This also caused a great sense of satisfaction to arise in his heart every time he managed to suppress those imperial beasts whose talent was better than his own. However, he didn't feel this emotion from Fang Shio's face. Why? Didn't this guy Fang Shio just get promoted to the first year of high school this year? Didn't he just start imperial beasts? And his family situation, Chen Feng has already investigated. Both of his parents are ordinary workers. They don't have any savings at all. Fang Shio also doesn't have any borrowing records. This is not scientific. For imperial beasts, there were only 3 paths. The first one having enough talent, number 2 having enough resources, number 3 having both talent and resources. Importance from small to large, this was almost a well-known common sense. This Fang Shou fellow, where exactly did he get his confidence from? Luckily, the glow didn't last long. After just a few breaths, Ma Ming felt that his vision was no longer so tingling, and he whirled around to open his eyes. But the scene that came into his eyes made his brain suddenly buzz. At a glance, a dense mass of aliens surrounded his wolf-man imperial beast. Although the size of these aliens was not as tall as the alien Triceratops and was a head shorter than his lichens, the number was several times a dozen times that of the lichens. This is impossible. Ma Ming rubbed his eyes vigorously, his footsteps backward in succession. I must be dreaming. Yes, I'm dreaming. Because the visual impact was so great, so much so that Ma Ming couldn't believe the images he was seeing. He pinched his thigh hard, wanting to wake up from this nightmare, but the intense pain was reminding him that this was not a dream. It was reality. This guy Fang Shio didn't know where he got a whole bunch of aliens from even in a trance. Ma Ming realized that the imperial beasts that were released by Fang Xiao were not only adult aliens, but also a large number of face-hugging insects. These face-hugging insects were eyeing the wolves' every move. The other aliens pounced on the wolves. The battle was imminent, but who knows? These xenomorphs not only did the blood in each of their bodies have a strong corrosive nature, their intelligence was also very exaggerated, and they would also obtain acidic blood through self-mutilation to deal with the weapons in the wolves' hands. In less than a few short breaths, all of these werewolves were pounced on by Fang Xiao's aliens. If it wasn't for the face-hugging worms to parasitize them, these alien troops alone would have been able to tear Ma Ming's werewolves to shreds. Chen Feng, who stood up from his chair, was even more wide-eyed. How is this possible? I've clearly investigated Fang Xiao, and he has a very ordinary background. He hasn't even paid off his mortgage or car loan. Where exactly did he get the resources? In Chen Feng's opinion, Fang Xiao's alien form was simply unimag. Enable and unbelievable. Even if he racked his brain, he didn't know how Fang Xiao had cultivated these aliens. A bad feeling arose in his heart because Ma Ming's imperial beasts, there were only a few of them. It still took a semester to cultivate them. The student council hadn't poured a lot of resources into it either. If they were to be killed by Fang Xiao just like this, not only would it be a big loss for the student council, Ma Ming's imperial beast career would also completely hit rock bottom. Not it was a direct severance. After all, high school is a total of 3 years. 1 year less in addition to using a lot of resources, it is possible to catch up. But this Ma Ming was also an average family. Being so out of sorts meant that it was impossible for the student council to fund him anymore. His imperial beast career at an end. No. Stop, seeing that Fang Xiao's face-hugging insect had already crawled up the werewolf's face, Ma Ming could no longer restrain his emotions. His tone completely turning into pleading as warmth continuously slipped from the corners of his eyes. Fang Xiao, please don't hurt my imperial beast. I know it's wrong. Don't, please, or else my imperial beast career will fall. Looking at Ma Ming, who was so anxious that he was about to cry, Fang Xiao just snorted coldly. Begging me, if it was your imperial beast that had the upper hand, would you have let my alien go? And I'm afraid this isn't the first time someone like you has done something like this. Right. Did you give those students a chance when they begged you? Did you ever think you'd have such a day, wanting yourself to let Ma Ming off the hook here? What a joke. Let's not talk about the fact that these werewolves had very good genes. Why should they make themselves the victim? Forgive Ma Ming the aggressor. If one's alien failed miserably, one might be suppressed by them. First of all, it was possible that he would never be able to raise his head again for 3 years in high school. What's the point of repaying kindness with kindness? Returning virtue for virtue? Repaying grudges with straightness? Fang Xiao's voice was low and cold as he directly parasitized all 5 of these Leakin imperial beasts. No, Ma Ming felt a thunderbolt from the clear sky. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground with a thud. His hands held his head and his eyes were red from crying. The imperial beasts that he had worked so hard to cultivate had all been destroyed by Fang Xiao under the urgent fire. Ma Ming even spat out a smear of blood from his mouth, and his body collapsed straight down. Fang Xiao looked on with cold eyes, seemingly having no thoughts of going over to appease or letting go of Ma Ming's imperial beast. He turned towards Chen Feng, and his eyes swept around Wang Bin and the others. Anyone else who looks at me with displeasure, come together. Fang Xiao, through his voice, unable to wait to fight with these sophomore veterans. Chapter 27. Come up and fight if you can. Hiss. The seniors who were swept by Fang Xiao's eyes sucked in a mouthful of cool air and took a step back on their heels involuntarily. If there was only one alien, they would still dare to compete with Fang Xiao. Not if Fang Xiao only had one alien, then Ma Ming would be able to finish him off. But now, there were 50 to 60 aliens that ran out from Fang Xiao's royal beast space. The huge bodies formed a black and square formation. Looking at Ma Ming's imperial beasts, they were all parasitized by the face-hugging insects and collapsed on the ground. Their bodies couldn't stop twitching, but they showed no signs of resistance. Ma Ming couldn't stand such a huge blow, and with a rush of fire, he first spewed out a breath of air before collapsing straight down. Seeing such a situation, who still dared to call out to Fang Xiao. No one wanted their imperial beast to end up like Ma Ming. What? Don't you guys want to challenge my imperial beast? When Fang Xiao saw that Wang Bin and the others all didn't react to the challenge, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. These guys, they were also too bullying and afraid of hardness, weren't they? They were too weak to squeak out at this point. Where is Senior Caiyan Feng? Since he's the head of the student union's organization department, I'm sure he has plenty of resources. Right. The imperial beasts he cultivated should be very powerful. Right. Aren't you going to let me see it? One-on-one is fine. Worried that Chen Feng would feel that he was using human tactics, Fang Xiao purposely made the one-on-one request, but even so Chen Feng was unmoved. Just kidding. Hell knows if this guy, Fang Xiao, would keep his word. What if he waited for his imperial beasts to be released and directly greeted a group of aliens to swarm him? There was also the face-hugging bug's parasitic method, which also made him feel very disgusting. However, Chen Feng still pretended to be calm. The corner of his mouth rose, and he laughed. Coldly, student Fang Xiao is joking. The original intention of our student union is to help each other, not to use imperial beasts to kill each other. Rather, student Fang Xiao, shouldn't you let your imperial beasts spare Ma Ming's imperial beasts? Not only did he spend energy, resources to breed those imperial beasts out. The most important thing is, in 2 more years, he'll be taking the entrance exam. If he were to recultivate the imperial beasts, I'm afraid it would be too late. Just because of a personal grudge, it causes a sophomore to miss out on the chance to go to 2011. Don't you think this is too much? Let the people be spared. Chen Feng questioned Fang Xiu. No matter what, he was the minister of organization, and Ma Ming and Wang Bin, they were all his own people. If he gave up on Ma Ming straight away, he might cause the others to get cold feet. What's more, Chen Feng couldn't possibly let Fang Xiao go that smoothly. For a while, he had to use morality to kidnap up Fang Xiao. Let him give in. But who knew? This Fang Xiao's face skin was far thicker than Chen Feng had imagined. Minister Chen Feng is right. Fang Xiao nodded, indicating that he agreed with Chen Feng's words. Then if you don't like it, just come up and fight. Wouldn't it be better to treat others the way they treat you? As for what you said about not being able to get into 952-11, it's none of my business. Facing Chen Feng's moral abduction, Fang Xiao did not defend himself. Lousy just doesn't have morals. What can you do to me? Since this was an era where all the people were imperial beasts and imperial beast masters were honored, then come up and fight. Chen Feng instantly turned red as he raised his hand and pointed it fiercely at Fang Xiao. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu, who was only a senior, could have such a thick skin. Moral kidnapping was completely useless against him. What was even more angry was that Caiyan Feng completely lacked the courage to strike. After all, the aliens gathered around Fang Hua's side were simply too many. The sense of oppression brought about by that black and square formation caused even a trace of fear to arise in Caiyan Feng's heart. Who could be so perverted as a freshman in high school? It's only been a week since enrollment. Not to mention freshmen, even seniors couldn't do something like this without resources. One's own miscalculation, really not making a move. Fang Xiu stared at Chen Feng, then extended 5 fingers. 5, 4. With each number, Fang Xiao curled up a finger. It was as if he was counting down. 3. Although Chen Feng realized what Fang Xiao was doing, his face became green and purple, and he even wanted to explode with this Fang Xiao in his heart. But after seeing Ma Ming's miserable state, Chen Feng still chose to remain silent. Wang Bin and the others turned their heads to look at Chen Feng, their eyes all in anticipation of his strike. 2. Fang Xiao's tone revealed disappointment. This Chen Feng remained unmoved. Now, to be exact, it was that this Chen Feng did not dare to move at all. Really want to fight? There is no certainty. If you win, it's fine. But in case you lose, not to mention not being able to explain to the vice president, the most important thing is that I will have to start from the beginning again with the imperial beast in case it affects his college entrance exam. Chen Feng weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The benefits of winning the fight were average, while losing the fight would be the sky falling, but anyone with a little bit of sense would not gamble with this matter. As for Ma Ming, one has just spoken for him. It is this Fang Xiao who is too ruthless to give him a chance. Can't blame me. Gradually, Chen Fang completely gave up the idea of making a move and relieved himself in his heart, pressing all the blame on Fang Xiao's head. It wasn't his own fault. 1-0. Along with Fang Xiao's words, his palms clenched into fists. How boring. Seeing that Chen Feng and the others had absolutely no intention of making a move, Fang Xiao then spat out. Although he looked at these people with displeasure, there wasn't much he could do if they were dead set on not releasing their imperial beasts. After all, one couldn't use a face-hugging insect and go directly to parasitize them. Right. Now is a society of law and order. Taking out other people's imperial beasts was not much of a concern. But once one strikes out at humans, that would be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Xiao directly retrieved his alien. Along with Ma Ming's 5 werewolves, all of them were plundered by him into his royal beast space. In theory, a royal beast master was unable to take in someone else's royal beasts and shelter them into his own royal beast space. However, after being parasitized by the face-hugging bug, the werewolf's body also combined with the genes of the face-hugging bug. This was what caused Fang Xiao's royal beast space to determine T. He werewolf as his royal beast. After retrieving his alien, Fang Xiao walked towards the school building without looking back. Chen Fang looked at his back with an iron face, his teeth itching with anger. Originally, he wanted to give Fang Xiu, a senior freshman, a downward spiral. Now it's good. Instead, the student council was suppressed. Minister really just let him go like this. The corner of Wang Bin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a big blank stare from Chen Fang. Why didn't you dare to fight Fang Xiao just now? Chen Feng spat out without any good humor. Wang Bin, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed and murmured in a small voice, "Didn't you also goad?" Chapter 28, Sensational Network. Fang Xiao so strong. Seeing that Qian Feng and the others didn't take out any more imperial beasts to fight with him, Fang Xiao left the playground without looking back. Anyway, the face-hugger bug needs a few hours to evolve into a chest breaker, so it's better to go back to class first. Although this world was the era of universal imperial beasts, the importance of general knowledge classes had decreased quite a bit, but they still occupied a certain amount of points in the college entrance exams. In Fang Xiao's eyes, the college entrance examination in this world was like the art students in his world. If one's performance in the culture course was too poor, even if one's art score was high, one would still be refused admission by some schools, especially if one wanted to get into the top 10 in this world. The Imperial Beast score and the Liberal Arts score, you can't have one without the other. It was although Fang Xiao had only entered his first year of high school, in his heart, he already had the top 10 in the country as his goal. However, what Fang Xiao didn't know was he thought it was Ma Ming that he defeated on the playground, and the other students were in class, so the battle didn't spark much attention. But in reality, there were quite a few classes that were positioned just so that they could observe the playground through the windows. These students even secretly took out their cell phones to film and uploaded the footage of Fang Xiao defeating Ma Ming to short video platforms such as Fighting Shark. Many people even posted in the campus forum. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Those students who had been suppressed by the student union posted anonymously and started a heated discussion on this matter. Isn't that Ma Ming? I remember he's the guy that the student council specially trained and used as a fighter. Right, it's so cool to be Ed this time. What is this called? It's called karma. Ma Ming deserved it. If it wasn't for him, my grades would be in the top 100 in the school. We're all happy to be here. Who was the man who killed Ma Ming? Seems like a new face. What grade? A fresh face. Don't you know? That freshman is Fang Xiao, the super genius of this freshman class. The first day of enrollment caused a sensation, not to mention that he only used 3 minutes of time. Past the bottom of the examination has the Imperial Beast or Phantom Beast species. Is it that powerful? Then wouldn't this be a top 10 seedling? The problem is if he asked Ma Ming this time, isn't that like slapping the face of the student council? Shouldn't something happen? I don't think so. Those students who were suppressed in the past, all of them don't have much family background, although their academic performance is good. But it's not good enough to make the school pay attention to them. But Fang Xiao is different. He's a phantom beast breed imperial beast master, the strongest in the senior group. If the student council really messes up, the school will take action. Right, but there is that man. Fang Xiao, who was completely unaware of what had happened, returned to his class. Teacher, sorry. I'm late. Fang Xiao gently knocked on the door. It was worth mentioning that the matter of Fang Xiao's clash with the student council had long spread in the second class. This teacher of the general studies class didn't give much of a lecture. Instead, he stood by the window and watched from afar. When he saw Ma Ming release several werewolf imperial beasts, his heart still pinched a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. It wasn't until the time when his black pressurized alien army completely surrounded Ma Ming and his imperial beasts. Even this teacher of the general studies class was unable to calm down after a shocking wave had risen in his heart. Well done, Fang Xiao. Even when Fang Xiao returned, this liberal studies teacher even led the applause for Fang Xiao. The students sitting up there even erupted in thunderous applause. Although they didn't know anything about the student council, something that raised their eyebrows so much naturally made them feel proud. The most important thing was anyone could see Fang Xiao's potential. In the future, when he got in to the top 10, he would definitely be able to soar. Not to take advantage of now when there are still interactions to make a good friendship that is not a little cute. Is it? Good. Fang Xiu didn't expect that he would be so popular, however. This kind of attention from everyone also made him feel refreshed. Before long, he returned to his seat under everyone's gaze. It was just that what Fang Xiu didn't expect was just as he had just sat down. Li Qingqing suddenly stood up, ignoring the teacher. She turned towards Fang Xiu's side, then threw the senior year math textbook in her hand onto the table, and finally pointed to her own seat towards Shi Jinhong in a cold voice go over. Shi Jinhong couldn't help but freeze. Good Lord, which person would so blatantly change seats during class? He even stole a glance at the general studies teacher. He didn't want to change it. Fang Xiu had ed the student council. He himself still wanted to eat melon well, but who knows? After the liberal studies teacher noticed Sher Shanhong's gaze for help, he even directly turned his head away and then cleared his throat as if he didn't see it. If it was an ordinary student who didn't put himself in his eyes so much, he would have definitely scolded him sternly. However, this guy was Li Qingqing. When he was in middle school, he was the man of the hour. All sorts of interviews, all sorts of programs. It was on the verge of becoming a small internet celebrity. Even if she was overshadowed by Fang Xiao after entering Huching First Middle School, she was still the second person, the top 10 seedlings of the future. Moreover, Li Qingqing's family situation was also very good. He himself was just a general studies teacher. Why should he offend Li Qingqing? Thus, regarding Li Qingqing's behavior, this teacher directly chose to acquiesce. Shi Jinhong couldn't help but cry in his heart. He himself was at least a schoolmaster who was in the top 30 of the mapping exam. You're ruthless. Although Shi Jinhong felt aggrieved in his heart, he was forced to stand up in the face of Li Qingqing's ice-like eyes. Then he obediently walked to Li Qingqing's seat. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, sat down on her butt. Teacher, let's start the lesson. Oh yes, let's get to class. It was only then that the general studies teacher reacted as an afterthought, hastily reminding his classmates and flipping the book to page 4. We're going to talk about factorization today. However, this part of the general knowledge class, Li Qingqing had already completely mastered it during the transition class. Instead, it was Fang Xiu. He still remembered the image of Li Qingqing pointing at herself with an angry face and telling her to wait. What was this? Running to warn himself not to be complacent. Ma Ming was nothing more than a relatively trashy one in the student council. Come to think of it, isn't it true that wherever a netizen protagonist goes, he or she will be stepped on? Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Well done. As a result, as soon as Li Qingqing opened her mouth, Fang Xiu froze for a moment. This guy, was he praising himself? However, it's not a wise choice to break out into a conflict with the student council only a short while into the school year. Fang Xiu, I'm afraid you're going to get into big trouble. Li Qingqing blocked her lips with a book, then whispered in Fang Shio's ear. "So this is you caring about me? I thought you'd be proud of it." Fang Shio couldn't help but spit it out. Chapter 29. The Big Ten and the Preferred Volunteer. Me, delighted. Why? Qing Li couldn't help but be stunned, not quite understanding what that meant. Where was the point of being complacent? Because I'm being pestered by the student council, and once I'm suppressed by them, the first place in the next exam might be yours. In Fang Shio's impression, this Li Qingqing was simply a fiendish person. Once she wasn't number one in the exam, her doubt would be shattered. Hell knows if these students would come to the door could it be Li Qingqing's arrangement. "Is that how you look at me?" Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes. "I do want to take back first place." "No," she shook her head. "The first place was originally mine. However, Li Qingqing will never use underhanded means against others. I will be honorable and use my own strength to prove who is the number one in Crane City." In order not to affect the general studies teacher's lesson, Li Qingqing deliberately spoke in a very small voice. However, there was a sense of power in her voice. This caused Fang Xiu to re-examine this little girl, especially her last sentence, which focused on emphasizing being the number one person in Hatching rather than the number one person in Hutching number one middle school. In other words, the students of those schools in Hutching third middle school, Yudai and fourth middle school were all no more than existences in Li Qingqing's eyes. If only I hadn't traveled to this world, Li Qingqing would probably have been the number one person all along, Fang Shio thought in his heart. "So you ran over here just to say this, so that you can let me know that the student council wasn't arranged by you?" Fang Shio asked tentatively. "Of course not." Li Qingqing shook her head once again. "What I want to say is that I will defeat you and take back the title of number one. But before that, you have to keep getting stronger." Li Qingqing's thoughts were simple. If Fang Shio was really influenced by the student council causing his ranking to drop, then when he took back the first place, he wouldn't be able to prove his strength. There would always be people spitting behind her back that it was Fang Shio's fall that facilitated his own first place. She didn't like that. "You think the student council can still suppress me?" Fang Shio smiled. Li Qingqing nodded. "The student council has more than these tactics. Over the years, they have firmly controlled the volunteer application of Hutching number one middle school. How could they control it if they didn't have some means?" And as soon as he heard about the volunteer filling, Fang Shio instantly remembered that the contract Chen Feng took out. There was a clause about the preferred volunteer filling on it. Originally, he had planned to ask Zhang Yu what was going on, but now it sounded like this Li Qingqing seemed to know some inside information. Speaking of which, Chen Feng had taken out a contract when he asked me to go over. "You want to ask about the preferred volunteer, right?" Li Qingqing turned her head to look at Fang Shio and then sighed. "It's really the same as I guessed." Although he was very upset about Fang Shio taking first place, he had to admit that Fang Shio's first place was indeed by his own hard power. Even though he himself was a bit overwhelmed at the time, he realized after watching the video afterwards that in just a week's time, he had cultivated the alien to that level. Fang Shio, he indeed, was a rare genius himself. The loss was not unfair. For a genius like him, the student council would inevitably step in and keep him firmly under control. Originally, I thought that they would wait until the second year of high school, the third year of high school. I didn't expect to be so eager. As far as Li Qingqing knew, volunteering was basically something that only needed to be considered in the third year of high school. Even for some geniuses, the student council would choose to make their move in the second year of high school. In a situation like Fang Shio's, it was the first time in Li Qingqing's knowledge. Perhaps it was because Fang Shio's illusory beast seed was too unreasonable that the student council was pressurized. If Fang Shio was allowed to go into his sophomore and junior year of high school, there would be no way to suppress it. "Is there anything to say about this preferred choice?" Fang Hu said afterward. Li Qingqing nodded. "You should know something about it, right? Students with poor grades can only go to specialties in the future and can only do some manual labor-oriented jobs when they come out. Only when you enter into the undergraduate program will you have the chance to enter some big factories and take the establishment. Undergraduate further up is 1985 to 11 is the National Key Imperial Beast University. And above these universities is the legendary top 10. It's our country, the 10 strongest universities. Not only do they have abundant resources, the most important thing is only the top 10 are qualified to enter the Imperial Beast Realm. Imperial Beast Realm. Fang Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this term. Even when he searched for the knowledge of Imperial Beasts on the internet before, he didn't even search for the content of the Imperial Beast Realm. How did this Li Qingqing know about it? What exactly is going on? I'm not very clear. I just heard the elders in my family mention it, telling me to take the top 10 no matter what. Only the top 10 can truly excel. However, our Crane City is after all a small city, and those who can enter the top 10 are few and far between. Even by normal means, not many people are able to enter the top 10. So difficult to take the test. Fang Xiao raised his eyebrows. He only knew that the top 10 were the 10 best Imperial Beast universities in the country, but he really wasn't clear about how high the score line of the top 10 was. Well, that's why for small cities like Crane City, the top 10 will give a few quotas every year. Qing Li nodded. In other words, the admission score line requirements will be lower. The quota for each school is 3, only 3. Fang Xiao was stunned again. The top 10 multiplied by 3 would be 30, with 15 classes in the first year of high school. There were about 50 people in each class. Counting the other schools, the number of people who took the college entrance exam in Huqing City in a year was almost around 20,000. Out of 20,000 people, only 30 or so could go to the top 10. This advancement rate, it's too low, isn't it? The most crucial thing is that the top 10 only accepts first-choice volunteers. As long as your first-choice volunteer isn't the top 10, even if you overachieve later, you won't have a chance to go to the top 10. Li Qingqing continued to explain. This was also a trap inside the student union contract. However, in Li Qingqing's opinion, it wasn't much of a trap. After all, students weren't cuties either. This kind of thing really wanted to know how could they all know. The reason why some people can still accept the contract is really that the top 10 is too difficult to test. Anyway, you cannot get into the top 10. Why not accept the student union's financial assistance? And in the future to go to a 985, 211, not lose the way out the door. But Fang Xiu is different. He is only in his first year of high school, and there is a high probability that there will be an information cocoon. If one is careless and signs the contract, then whether Fang Xiu can go to the top 10 in the future will be completely pinched in the hands of the student union. This kind of tactic is truly sinister. As she spoke, Li Qingqing clenched her fists in anger. Chapter 30, Black River State Imperial Beast Scholar, Chu Xing. Then according to you, wouldn't it all depend on the face of the student council if you can make it to the top 10? Fang Xiao couldn't help but get up with a black line on his face. No wonder Zhang Yu would purposely instruct himself that if the people from the student union wanted to mention signing a contract or something to him, he must not sign it. From the looks of it, Zhang, you had long since seen the tactics of the student union. But it's not right. The top 10 has an extraordinary significance in this world, and if the students of his school can get into the top 10, then the school can benefit from it as well. Why would the school let the student council run amok? Doesn't the school care? Have no students reported the student council before? No matter how powerful the student council was, it was still just a group of students. Can't be that even the principal fears them. Right. And those students' parents, their own children, were bullied, didn't they speak out? How could they not care? Li Qingqing sighed. Although there was a limited number of spots to get into the top 10, the student council would be able to have another person fill in even if they kicked out a top 10 seedling. Theoretically, it wouldn't affect the school's advancement rate, but this matter had a bad influence after all. Together with the fact that some parents had reflected on the situation, the school also intervened in this matter. However, this has to mention one person, who, Fang Xiao pursued without even thinking. Chu Xing? Who? Fang Xiao raised his sword brows, always feeling like he had heard this name somewhere, yet he couldn't recall. On the other hand, Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiao as if she was looking at a monster. She had expected Fang Xiao to be shocked by this name, not Buddy. No matter how much you like Alien, you should know a little bit about the school history of first middle school. That's choosing. Forget it. In Li Qingqing's opinion, this guy, Fang Xiao, must have gotten into the devil with the imperial beast. Otherwise, there was really no reason why he wouldn't know who Chu Xing was. A little impression just can't remember for a while. Is he famous? Fang Xiao asked again. More than famous. Chu Xing is our Haijiang Prefecture's imperial beast scholar. Ah, this Chu Xing has imperial beast career could simply be called demonic. Everyone else was promoted to high school before they could start imperial beasts with the support of the school's resources. But Chu Xing, in middle school, he had begun the imperial beast. For 3 years in high school, he even maintained first place throughout the year. Before he appeared, the student council of the first middle school was nothing more than a name at most organizing club activities. It wasn't until Chu Xing became the president of the student council that a drastic reform was made, and he integrated all the resources that could be integrated. At that time, due to Chu Xing's fame, although there were some unreasonable things, the school still gave the green light all the way. It caused the student council to gain a great deal of say, and after the reforms, Chu Xing then continuously helped raise everyone's strength. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be puzzled when he heard this. According to Li Qingqing, this Chu Xing seemed to be a good person. Moreover, he had the strength of a scholar, so he didn't need to worry that someone would steal his top 10 spot. Right, or was it that after Chu Xing left, the people below him had enormous power in their hands and started to corrupt? What exactly Chu Xing wants to do? No one knows yet, but saying that he's a good person, you're still too naive. Even after Chu Xing went to the top 10, he didn't give up his control over the student union. The current student council president is also nothing more than Chu Xing's puppet. Remember what I just told you. The student council's voluntary contract caused some parents to be dissatisfied, and in the end, it was Chu Xing who stepped in and silenced all those voices. Chu Xing has this much energy. Fang Xiao's starry eyes became grave. He's still a student, right? Or has he already graduated? Currently in his junior year, his energy is great after all. He is the only top student to come out from Crane City in the past 20 years, and it is said that he has also established his own power in the top 10. It can be said that he has a great future. How could the principal of the first middle school, and how could he offend Chu Xing for the sake of an ordinary student? Li Qingqing said indignantly, and it wasn't until then that Fang Xiao came to a realization. I understand. You understand? You understand what? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. It's very simple. Since Chu Xing has so much energy, then isn't being loyal to the student council being loyal to Chu Xing? Plus, the top 10 places are limited. How does Chu Xing ensure that everyone who walks out from Crane City will be on his side? From the quotas, of course. Ensuring that every student who rises to the top 10 looks up to him. If I'm not mistaken, these past few years, the students who have risen to the top 10 from Huching First Middle School have all gone to the same school, and that's Chu Xing's school. Right? Although Chu Xing could be in the top 10, and by people's hearts, those people, how could they be more obedient than the students of Crane City? Those who were not willing to stand on Chu Xing's side were directly kicked out of the top 10 and went to 1985. To 2011. It was no wonder that Chu Xing would pressure first middle school to deal with those parents' voices. It had to be said that this Chu Xing did have some skills. Maybe his state top student was also a breakthrough up after integrating the resources of the student council. So you're not stupid. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. The conjecture that Fang Xiao said was almost the same as what she had investigated. She had even investigated the promotion situation of Haking number 1 middle school, and all the students who entered the top 10 had gone to Chu Xing as one. There were no exceptions. I thought you only knew about imperial beasts and couldn't think of anything else. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. How could that be? I just don't care much about those gossips. Fang Xiao laughed. You're telling me all this. You're not trying to pull me in and deal with the student council together. Right? In Fang Xiao's opinion, with Li Qingqing's grades and posture, the student council was very willing to take her in as long as she accepted the conditions offered by the student council and listened well. Sooner or later, she would be favored by Chu Xing. Speaking of which, No wonder Chen Feng and Ma Ming and the others are like that. Their suppression is a test. Fang Xiao thought in his heart while gazing at Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes till he himself had already clashed with the student council. Li Qingqing was still willing to say so much. It must be that she was also very dissatisfied with the student council, saying what she said, wanting to beat herself in a dignified manner and take back the #1 spot that belonged to her. Perhaps that was only part of the reason. No, but who knew? Li Qingqing shook her head, stating that she didn't want to join forces with Fang Ziu and deal with the student council together. But immediately afterward, Li Qingqing said in a firm tone, "I want to finish off Chu Xing. I'll go to the university he's at and then finish him off. Make him lose his reputation." As she spoke, Li Qingqing's eyes inevitably turned a little red. Chapter 31. The Hope of Rebelling Against the Student Council. What's wrong with you, Chu Xing? Looking at Li Qingqing's eyes that were a little red, Fang Xiao's heart also produced curiosity. As far as he knew, this Li Qingqing could simply be said to be a winner in life. Not only did she come from an excellent background, she was even a super learner. In the 3 years of junior high school's general studies classes, all of them were first-place good grades. She was also beautiful and was a frequent guest on TV interviews. If it wasn't for her own appearance, she would definitely be the most talked about high school student in Crane City in the past few years. But when mentioning Chu Xing, the hatred she showed was completely undisguised. Not to be exact, it was Li Qingqing's hatred for Chu Xinghe that had reached the extreme. It simply wasn't something that could be easily concealed. What kind of grudge did these two people have? Junior year, senior year. Fang Xiao did some math in his heart. The two people were 5 or 6 years apart. When Chu Xinghe was still in the first middle school, Li Qingqing didn't even go to middle school. In the end, what kind of conflict could there be? Or was it a family feud? However, Li Qingqing did not answer Fang Xiao's curiosity as she directly stood up and returned to her seat. Shizhen Home, on the other hand, was driven back by her with a confused face. What's the situation? What's wrong with her? When he brushed shoulders with Li Qingqing, Shizhen Hong noticed that the corners of her eyes were a little moist, bullied by Fang Ziu, and cried, "Who knows?" Fang Xiao shrugged. He also wanted to know what was going on. Meanwhile, inside Zhang Yu's office, boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the door of his office was kicked open. Zhang Yu was also startled, and the pen in his hand directly fell onto the table. Old Li, when he saw that it was Li Guozing who barged in without knocking, a nameless fire rose in his heart as well. "You're sick, aren't you? I'm telling you, I'm not going to give Feng Xiao to you. It's useless even if old Wang agrees." Looking at Li Guowang's hurried appearance, Zhang Yu thought that he had already convinced Wang Kai and specially ran over to ask for the man. Thinking what? If old Wang had loosened his grip, why would I need to come over to you? I'll go directly to your class to find Fang Ziu. Okay. Li Guoxing glanced at Zhang Yu without any good humor. He came over with good intentions, but this guy is good. Even if he didn't say thank you, he still thought of himself in a bad light. Is he that kind of person? It seems to be true. Ahem. Li Guoxing pulled over a chair and sat down directly beside Zhang Yu before pulling out his own cell phone. Fang Xiao from your class is in big trouble. While speaking, Li Guoxing handed over his cell phone. Zhang Yu first glanced at the content on it. As a result, it didn't matter when he took a look. The blackened aliens that had formed a formation on the playground looked quite appalling. Without a doubt, it was Fang Xiao's imperial beasts. What is this? Zhang Yu frowned as a bad feeling arose in his heart. He snatched Li Guozing's cell phone. This look didn't matter. Fang Ziao and Ma Ming from the student union were directly fighting on the playground, and the video on the cell phone seemed to have been captured from the teaching building. The amount of airplay even exceeded 100,000. It had already caught a small fire online. Various pop-ups floated past the screen. What kind of imperial beast is this? No, are all the students of Huching First Middle School so exaggerated? One person is an imperial beast army. Who is that person? Do you know you don't know him? Do you? The super genius of Hatching First Middle School, Fang Xiao. Not only is he an illusory beast breed imperial beast master, his touch test only took 3 minutes. He's a top 10 talent, handsome, Does anyone know my husband Fang Shio's email address? I want to add him as a friend. What are you thinking about? It's clearly my husband. Looking at the content on the screen as well as the pop-ups that kept drifting past, Zhang, you could not help but draw a breath of cold air. See, there's more than one video like this. Fang Shio directly ed the student council. Do you know what that means? He's in big trouble. The student council side won't let it go. Li Guoxing took his cell phone back. What now? Although Fang Xiao was not a student of his 6th class, Li Guoxing had a good impression of Fang Xiao. During this period of time, he had also been trying to ask Fang Xiao to come to his class. Now that Fang Xiao had caused trouble, he naturally wouldn't easily give up on Fang Xiao. What's more, the student union was arrogant and domineering, relying on Chu Xing as influence to make a mess of the first middle school's volunteer application. He, the class teacher, had long been dissatisfied with the student council's behavior. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that in his opinion, Fang Shio had done a good job. Let me make it clear. If you don't dare to offend the student council, then transfer Fang Ziu to our class. Big deal for me. I'll explode with them. Zhang Yu sniffed and coldly glanced at Li Guoxing. Can you beat Chuxing? Li Guoxing, who was originally still acting like he was ready to die, his expression instantly froze. Back then, because of the issue of volunteering, a female classmate was hard pushed to death. Quite a few parents followed suit, and Principal Gao also wanted to ban the student council over this. What happened as a result? Chu Xing directly brought people back from the imperial capital. This matter ended. Up not being settled, you want to explode with the student council. On what grounds? The year Chu Xinghe came back, Zhang Yu was already the head of a certain class in the first middle school. At that time, some of the physical education teachers couldn't stand to see Chu Xing as bullying and chose to step in. As a result, Chu Xing used his own strength to defeat all the physical education teachers. Even looking at the entire Crane City, Zhang Yu felt that there wouldn't be a stronger imperial beast master than Chu Xing. The era of universal imperial beasts, this was absolute power. It was also the reason why all the teachers in the first middle school were very afraid of the student council. Then what do you mean we don't care about Fang Ziu? Li Guoxing could not help but be stunned. He remembered that this Zhang Yu had always been very protective of his students. How can we not care? Zhang Yu sighed. Honestly, he was also unwilling to offend Chu Xing, but the video he just watched made his blood boil. Only 8 days after enrolling in school, he had cultivated dozens of aliens. Not perhaps Fang Xiao had even more aliens. It was that he had only released these. It was the first time he had seen such a genius imperial beast master in all the years he had been a teacher. How could he let the student council bully him? If there really was a person that could outlaw the student council controlled by Chu Xing, then that person would undoubtedly be Fang Shio. Even from Fang Shio's body, Zhang Yu saw a possibility. That was to outlaw the student council, letting Huching No. 1 middle school return to its original form. Now it was Li Guoxing who froze. He had never dreamt that Zhang Yu would put his hopes of banning the student union on Fang Shio, but banning the student council. Li Guoxing gazed at Fang Shio in the cell phone screen. Perhaps it really was like what Zhang Yu said. The only person who could do this was really Fang Shio. Chapter 32 Freshman Exchange Match. Huiching First Middle School, 1 Year 2 Class. The General Studies teacher was writing formulas on the blackboard with chalk. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the Liberal Studies teacher's movements as he turned around and whirled around to ask softly, "Who is it?" The latter didn't make a fuss and directly pushed open the door of the second class. Fang Ziu and Shizhen Hong coincidentally looked towards the doorway only to see a young man wearing gold and silver mirrors standing there. While Fang Ziu also recognized his identity at once, Zhang Pan, the physical education teacher of the second senior class. When he had defeated Chen Fan himself earlier, he had come over with Li Guoxing to stand up for Chen Fan. As a result, he was deeply shocked by his own alien form. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Zhang Pan, the physical education teacher of the second class. I'm here to find Fang Ziu." While speaking, Zhang Pan scanned up the classroom until her gaze landed on Fang Ziu. When Fang Xiao heard this, he subconsciously glanced at liberal studies class teacher Zhao's reaction. Go ahead, Fang Xiao. Teacher Zhao's attitude was very amiable. There's one more thing. Are you not feeling well, Teacher Zhao? All of this afternoon's classes have been changed to physical education. Zhang Pan Pan lowered her voice. It didn't sound like she was discussing with Teacher Zhao at all, but rather unilaterally informing him. You don't have to teach the second class this afternoon. All of them will be changed to physical education. When the students in the classroom heard this, they were all stunned. This Teacher Zhao was only in his early 40s, strong and sturdy. He had no problem walking, talking, and didn't look like he was uncomfortable at all. Is this the gold content of a physical education teacher, saying that you're not comfortable or not? It feels like our gym teacher is so handsome. Yeah, and it looks young too. For a while the students in the classroom couldn't help but mingle. Although Teacher Zhao's face was a bit embarrassed, he didn't say anything more and just nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. And Li Qingqing, you come out as well. And just as Fang Xiao passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Zhang Pan Pan raised an eyebrow and also greeted Li Qingqing to come out with Fang Xiao. Yes, teacher. At this moment, Li Qingqing had completely calmed down. Although she didn't know what Zhang Pan Pan was looking for her for, she still stood up honestly. After all, the physical education teacher was in charge of the Imperial Beast score. It was the #1 main subject teacher in Crane City #1 middle school. The power of speech was, at times, greater than even the homeroom teacher. Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing, one after the other, left the classroom under the attention of their classmates. It feels like Fang Xiao is so busy all day. Shit. En Heng stared blankly at the classroom door. The mapping exam had just ended, and it was either the student council or the physical education teacher. There was always a feeling that the world was revolving around Fang Hua. Was this the campus life of a genius? On the other side, you're still really dishonest. On the first day of school, you beat up Qin Fan, and now you're in conflict with the student council. After calling Fang Xiao out, Zhang Pan Pan couldn't help but spit it out. After all, Fang Xiao's violent beating of Ma Ming had already spread in the school. In particular, the physical education teacher who had been defeated by Chu Xing felt like raising his eyebrows. This can't be blamed on me. I just want to study hard and get better every day, and every time it's someone else who comes after me. Fang Xiu replied without thinking, with an expression of being helpless himself. Is that so? The corners of Zhang Pan Pan's mouth rose and a smile could not help but surface. Obviously, you are the biggest beneficiary. If I'm not mistaken, those face-hugging insects of yours have already parasitized Ma Ming's imperial beasts. Right, although his imperial beasts are just regular species, but being a man of left and right, he has hardened himself to the line of the student council. Last year, he even started to act as a fighter for the student council, suppressing many students, thus further gaining the appreciation of the student council. Originally, the mutation that could only be attempted in sophomore year was allowed to be completed ahead of schedule in his first semester of senior year. Combined with his own hard work, he is also considered a genius among ordinary people. Your face-hugging bug directly parasitized his imperial beast. If he assimilates the mutated imperial beast genes, he might also awaken some special ability. Zhang Pan Pan walked in front leading the way for Fang Xiao, Li Qingqing while pushing his glasses and popularizing the science for Fang Xiao. On one hand, he appreciated Fang Xiao. Apart from the fact that he possessed a rare phantom beast species, his character was also very much to his liking. When others were bullying the door, of course, they had to fight back. On the other hand, he himself was originally Fang Xiao's gym teacher, and it was his job to explain the knowledge of imperial beasts to his students. However, you also have to be careful. Once the imperial beasts are too powerful, they will ostracize the imperial beast master in their hearts. If not handled properly, however, it will be dangerous. My suggestion is that by the time your alien finishes parasitizing, it would be best to have a powerful imperial beast master to protect it from the side. Then it would be better to let Brother Pan Pan come. Fang Shu sniffed and instantly understood. Anyway, this afternoon is all gym class. My alien will be able to break its chest almost then. A visit costs 1,000. Too expensive. Zhang Pan also didn't forget to seize the opportunity to bash Fang Shio's charging behavior. How can you say that Brother Pan came to my Imperial Beast space? How can I ask for 1,000? Although we are teacher and student, but the age difference is not too big in my heart, can always treat the teacher as a brother. Fang Shio said smilingly, then the words changed 500. How about it? Zhang Pan in a flash. Zhang Pan had a question mark on his face. It's not right. Usually at times like this shouldn't one say, Brother Pan is coming. How can I ask for money? What the hell is 50% off? Pan is not unaware that I'm poor. I have no resources. And now that I've offended the student council, I'll probably be suppressed a lot in the future. When I buy a lottery ticket and win the jackpot someday, I'll let you visit my Imperial Beast space for free. Fang Shio simply cried poor to Zhang Pan. The conversation between the two, on the other hand, caused Li Qingqing to listen in disbelief. This wasn't right. Just participating in the Imperial Beast space, you want to charge money. This Fang Shio was in the eye of money. Right. Speaking of which, the last time he sent himself to the infirmary, he even asked for 1,000. Good guy. This is pulling hair out of the goose's back. Cough, cough. It was really a bit hard to watch. Li Qingqing deliberately cleared her throat, although he didn't know exactly what the situation was, but if it was just to find Fang Shio to say this, there was no need to bring himself along. Moreover, Li Qingqing also disliked this feeling of being a green leaf for others and simply interrupted the duo's conversation. Teacher Zhang called us out. What exactly is the matter? Well, seeing that Li Qingqing was a bit displeased, Zhang Pan also temporarily put a stop to the alien question. He whirled around and stopped at the entrance of his office. Do you guys know about the exchange tournament? Chapter 33. Rich is great. An exchange ma. Fang Shio immediately felt that his knowledge of this world was still too scarce. Although this world likewise had computers and cell phones, and many questions could be searched online, but there was no way for a person to search for things that he or she could not think of. For example, the freshman exchange tournament that Zhang Pan was talking about. I know, Li Qingqing nodded. It's nothing more than the key schools of Crane City High School gathering together to exchange and compare tips on Imperial beasts. That's right. Zhang Pan nodded. Although our first high school has always been the best high school in Crane City, the brand name of Crane City, other high schools have always wanted to surpass us. And from this, the exchange tournament was born. Fang Ziyu nodded with a sudden realization. To his ears, the exchange tournament that Zhang Pan and Li Qingqing were talking about was like a high math competition or something like that. Each school would send out the students with the best grades from their school and then compete together. Then there should be rewards for this kind of exchange match. Right, like prizes and such. Fang Xiao didn't care what schools were participating, he was more prize money. After all, in Fang Xiao's opinion, it was impossible for him to lose. The winner of the exchange tournament must be himself. All you know is money all day long. Zhang Pan spat out without any good humor. The exchange match is a showdown between prestigious schools, a chance to win honor for first middle school. However, Zhang Pan still told Fang Xiu that there was a bonus for the exchange match. If you can take the first place, there will be about $200,000 in prize money. The second place was $100,000. The third place was $50,000, $200,000. As soon as Fang Shio heard this figure, his pupils instantly dilated. Although he guessed that there would be a bonus, he had still underestimated the prize pool of the exchange tournament. In Fang Ziyu's cognizance in a competition like this, it would usually be good to have a 30,000, 50,000. As a result, 200,000. Wouldn't that mean that one could double the Imperial Beast space and let the aliens eat and eat again? At that time, I'm afraid that one could multiply the number of aliens to triple digits. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiao felt excited. Don't be too happy yet. Zhang Pan poured down a pot of cold water, then pushed open the door of his office. Although first middle school is the best high school in hatching, the other schools aren't that bad yet. Even though half of the top 10 students in the city's midterm exams got into Haking #1 high school. However, the middle school exam is based on general studies. Once in high school, what used to be a general education class will no longer be a priority. It was simply not too easy for some students who lagged behind in general studies to make a comeback through imperial beasts. Even Fang Xiao himself was a good example. His midterm score was only the 7th in the city. It was completely incomparable to Li Qingqing, the number 1. As a result, how about the bottoming out exam? Fang Xiao's results directly crushed Li Qingqing. So you understand. Right, in other schools, it's just as likely that an imperial beast master like you will appear. Zhang Pan patiently explained. And for the exchange tournament, it's unlikely that there will be a situation like the one between you and Ma Ming, where everyone brainlessly releases all of their imperial beasts and engage in a melee. According to the content of the previous year's matches, even the battle sessions are one-on-one. You can't utilize your alien advantage. However, Fang Ziu wasn't worried about this in his heart. Even if he didn't consider the issue of numbers, his own alien was enough to crush the alien of the other students. There's no harm. I'm confident. Fang Ziu was still confident. Zhang Pan just smiled at this. In addition, in this exchange tournament, the team score is used to calculate and then divide the rankings. Fang Ziu, almost as a subconscious reaction, Fang Ziu couldn't help but glance at Li Qingqing. From his impression, Li Qingqing's imperial beast seemed to be an unimpressive little gray bird. Although his scores in the mapping exam were good, it looked like a complete aura of weakness. This guy wouldn't be dragging himself down. Right. Thinking of this, Fang Xiao could not help but frown. Li Qingqing also read Fang Xiao's concern from his expression. You shouldn't think that I would drag you down. Right, it's not my hind legs, it's our school. Fang Xiao's mouth fell back a breath of cool air. You guy. Li Qingqing instantly clenched her fists, itching to punch Fang Xiao's sword-browed starry eyes. However, once she thought that Zhang Pan was also there, Li Qingqing still tried her best to restrain her displeasure. This doesn't need to be bothered by you. I won't lose to anyone including you, all right. All right, Zhang Pan shook his head. Both being students of the second class, he had thought that the duo would have a good relationship, but it turned out that he had not expected the flavor of gunpowder between them to be so strong. You guys don't have to worry too much. I've seen both of you two's imperial beasts. Even when compared to some of the senior classmates, it's not bad, especially Fang Xiao. Your face-hugging bug has just parasitized Ma Ming's imperial beast. It can fight as an ace. There's also Li Qingqing. Your imperial beast has a great advantage in speed, and your control over it is also very strong. The two of you, I am not worried. While saying that, Zhang Pan pushed his golden glasses and gave the duo an extremely high evaluation. And Fang Xiao instantly grasped the point of this statement. Since he wasn't worried about him and Li Qingqing, it meant that the others, how many places are there in this exchange tournament? The two spoke in unison. 4. Zhang Pan held out 4 fingers. Besides you and Li Qingqing, there's also Zhang Xuren from Class 3 and Chun Fan from Class 6. Chun Fan. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Why him? Zhang Xuren's words were still understandable on their own. In middle school, he was second only to himself in general studies. Other than his eyes not being very good, he was stronger in all aspects. There was nothing wrong with participating in this exchange match. But Chun Fan was under the impression that he didn't even enter the top 10. Although his imperial beast was an ancient species, it wasn't a particularly strong one. In our school, there should be freshmen who are stronger than Chun Fan. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. This, Zhang Pan nodded. If one looked at the imperial beasts, Chun Fan was indeed not the strongest. However, his family had money. Chun Fan's dad said that if Chun Fan can participate in this exchange tournament, he is willing to give a sponsorship. So Chun Fan will probably be the short end of the stick, Zhang Pan said with a serious face. This also meant that Fang Xiao, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Xuren absolutely couldn't have any problems in this exchange match. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would not get the first place. In addition, our first middle school has been the first in the exchange competition for 3 consecutive years. Zhang Pan said with a smile on her face. Damn, Chun Fan. Li Qingqing clenched her fists viciously. Wasn't it just that his family had a few stinking dollars? What's the big deal? By the way, Chun Fan's father also said that if you guys need any financial assistance for these exchange competitions, you can just ask. Zhang Pan added, just leave it to me to take care of Mr. Chen. Fang Shi replied in a loud voice, Li Qingqing. Chapter 34, Fang Xiu, the geese pulling out hairs. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing looked at Fang Zhao with a question mark on her face. Now aren't you a guy who is usually quite aloof? Fang Zhao, please be more reserved. Li Qingqing spat up without any sense of humor. Chun Fan's family was indeed quite rich. But as an imperial beast master, how could one bow down to money? You're rich, so of course you're talking without any pain in your back. Fang Zhao glanced at Li Qingqing. No matter what, this Li Qingqing was a popular figure in Crane City now, and her background could be found out once she went online. Her father's business was related to imperial beast equipment. Her mother, on the other hand, was a cadre within the system. During her 3 years of high school, she didn't have to worry about resources. The family was able to prepare everything for her. One's own self was completely different. Both of her former parents were ordinary workers, and every month she had to pay off her car loan and house loan. One's monthly living expenses were only $1,000. This is also Crane City First High School, willing to provide free dormitories for students who study well. Otherwise, one's living expenses were a bit tight. If you have the ability, if you take first place this time, don't ask for the prize money. Give it to me, Fang Zhao said with a serious face. After all, this Li Qingqing was high-minded and proud, so maybe she would really agree once she was on top. Dream on. However, Li Qingqing was not overwhelmed by Fang Hu's words. She just glared fiercely at Fang Hua. So when will Chun Fan's family be able to call in the money? Fang Hua ignored Li Qingqing and directly asked Zhang Pan. Don't be so impatient. Although Zhang Pan was able to understand Fang Shu's mood in his heart, after all, the path of the imperial beasts was never short of spending money, and sometimes he felt pity for Fang Xiu for not being able to have a good family. I'll let Chun Fan add your friend. Turn around and contact him yourself. After saying Thao, Zhang Pan took out 2 forms from his desk drawer and handed them to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing respectively. You guys fill them out first. In the exchange tournament between colleges, although it was not the turn of students with poor imperial beasts, there would often be students like Chen Fan, whose family had resources and whose grades weren't that bad, who would show up. So how does it work at times like this? Naturally, it was for the students to apply to participate in the exchange tournament on their own, which would then be reviewed by the teacher. In this way, even if the students with better scores on the mapping exams were kicked out, they, the teachers, would still be able to have something to say. Although your last exam scores were better, student so, and so's imperial beast is more suitable for this competition. There is absolutely no backroom maneuvering in our school. Good, Fang Zhao and Li Qingqing spoke in unison and quickly filled out the form before returning to class. For the next few classes, no one came over to find Fang Zhao out again. Even when he went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, Fang Zhao wasn't disturbed. Sparing his table mate, Shizhen Hong, who had unknowingly become Fang Xiu's little brother, was clamoring one after another at noon to invite him to dinner. How could Fang Xiu refuse such a heartfelt act? By the way, he explained to him some of his own beast royalty experience. Time quickly came to the afternoon. This was the first time that they had a physical education class, and every student's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Fang Xiao was a bit curious if the gym class in this world would have a group of students fighting together. However, I don't know if it was because the school had just started or because of something else. Zhang Pan's physical education class talked about the theory of imperial beasts. Of course, the students of the second class still took notes very carefully. After 20 minutes, Zhang Pan let everyone enter their own royal beast space to practice. Then Zhang Pan took 3 steps to Fang Xiu's side. Take me one. Seeing this, Li Qingqing also immediately came up. What's the situation? Sure, Zhang Hong saw that the physical education teacher and Li Qingqing both came together by Fang Xiu's side. He also brought his curiosity and was not willing to lag behind. Nothing's going on. My alien might mutate, so I'm asking Brother Pan Pan to help protect the magic. Fang Shio smiled and explained to Shizhen Hong. Wanna come visit? Upon hearing the word visit, Pan Panjang's pupils instantly dilated up. Fang Hua, this guy wouldn't be thinking, wouldn't. Zhang Pan Pan slightly shook his head. No matter what, it wasn't like every student in Hatching Number 1 middle school could have an outstanding family like Li Qing Qing and Chun Fan. Shizhen Hong's parents were both ordinary white-collar workers. Although they belonged to the middle class, they were not considered rich. Okay, Shizhen Hong nodded his head in a hurry. Of course, it's not free. Let's charge you $20. The corners of Fang Ziu's upturned mouth were like the devil's smile, interpreting the geese and geese in the best possible way. Fang Shio, Li Qing Qing, wait, why does you charge 20 and I charge 500? Zhang Pan Pan couldn't help but spit it out. That's right. Why is it 500 for us bullying? Li Qing Qing followed suit and complained. Do you guys think he can afford 500? Fang Zio pointed at Shizhen Hong and said with a sense of entitlement. He had inquired about it long ago. The physical education teacher was the teacher with the most oil and water in Hatching Number 1 middle school, and that Chen Fan alone didn't know how many times he had given gifts to Zhang Pan Pan. Li Qing Qing's family situation is not to mention her pocket money for a week is more than 20,000 yuan, proper white rich beauty. Who is it that doesn't eat them? Furthermore, Brother Pan Pan, Sister Qing Qing, the exchange tournament is coming up. We're on the same team. If I shine in the exchange tournament, it's also the honor of our second class. Isn't it pay up? While saying this, Fang Shio took out his resource card and asked the two of them to directly put money into his card. Good, good. Good, Zhang Pan Pan didn't say much. Just as Fang Shio said, if they could achieve good results in this freshman exchange competition, he, as a physical education teacher, would also be able to follow in the glory. Money and everything else was secondary. Performance is the real thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Pan Pan paid the money quickly. Although Li Qing Qing was not happy in her heart, she could not get involved with Fang Shio for $500. Only when she was paying, she glared viciously at Fang Shio. If her eyes could kill, she would definitely be able to break Fang Ziu into pieces. Only Shizhen Hong was dumbfounded the entire time. Seeing that Zhao and Ji Pan Pan and Li Qing Qing had both paid, he could only pay obediently. Fang Ziu looked at the resource card in his hand and nodded with satisfaction before taking out his Imperial Beast space card and inviting Zhang Pan Pan and the others to enter his Imperial Beast space. As the three of them pressed agree, a faint light flickered from Fang Shio's Imperial Beast space card and quickly engulfed them. When Fang Shio opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the entrance of the alien's underground kingdom. This is your Imperial Beast space. Li Qing Qing stood at the entrance of the underground cavern and looked inside. It was a pitch-black environment where one could not see a finger. Strange hissing sounds continuously came from inside, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 35. Zhang Pan Pan's Imperial Beast, Hellfire, Fang Shio. What did you just mean by protector? Shizhen Hong had already been more than once shocked by Fang Shio's alien form. Now that he had the opportunity to visit the Imperial Beast space, he naturally had no reason to miss it. However, when he really entered Fang Shio's Imperial Beast space and stood at the entrance of the Alien Queen's underground kingdom, feeling the coldness that gushed out from inside and the strange hissing sounds, the hairs on his body stood up one after another. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Although he was a freshman in high school, he would also surf the internet at home after school, searching for study materials. But was there still a need for a protector during the time of the mutation? This he really wasn't sure about. It's literally, Zhang Pan Pan, who was at the side, said without thinking. Student Fang H. Sio's Imperial Beast progress is too exaggerated. According to the normal process, the students of Hatching First Middle School would not come into contact with mutations until after they entered their second year of high school. However, Fang H. Sio's face, hugging bug, possessed the characteristics of parasitizing and assimilating the genes of imperial beasts. It might cause the mutation to occur earlier. No matter what, the essence of an imperial beast is a beast. They will see the imperial beast master as their own kind, and then submit. This situation is similar to raising a dog. A good master can train a dog to be very obedient. But once they don't think you're strong enough and feel that you can't take the initiative, their actions will become scattered, ignoring the orders of the Imperial Beast Master. In the worst case, there's also the possibility of attacking the Imperial Beast Master. Based on such and such, the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast had to progress together. Although Fang Shio's alien had an insect nest consciousness, but after all it was a phantom beast species with no previous experience. In order to ensure that this process, there were no accidents, Zhang Pan Pan had chosen to act as a protector. Let me be clear first. Although this exchange tournament is crucial, if your Imperial Beast displays aggression, I will snuff it out here. Zhang Pan Pan's voice turned ice cold. Although he felt that Fang Shio was a rare genius Imperial Beast Master, but for the sake of safety, when it was time to give it up, he still had to give it up. Aha! Fang Shio nodded. Even though he felt that his face-hugging bug after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf would give birth to a very powerful Imperial Beast, but he didn't want a bunch of fosterless ones either. If it was really as Zhang Pan Pan had said, it would be better to settle them as early as possible. Even without them, with just the alien Triceratops, I will definitely be able to win this exchange tournament. Fang Shio thought in his heart, exchange tournament is the freshman exchange tournament. Shizhen Hong was stunned when he heard this. Although he was a freshman, he had heard about the freshman exchange tournament. Not to mention the fact that he could bring his Imperial Beast Man to manifest himself in front of him. The prize money of tens of thousands of dollars alone called for a great deal of eye-rolling. But on second thought, Shizhen Hong's heart was relieved. In the end, Fang Ziu was the #1 freshman. 3 minutes to speed through the mapping exam. The mutation that should have been touched by the second year of high school, he had touched it now. If they didn't let him, a genius Imperial Beast Master, participate in the freshman exchange tournament, who would they let participate? Lightning Eel. Zhang Pan Pan whirled around and released his own Imperial Beasts. Only a few electric eels were seen floating in the air as if they were swimming freely. When they entered the cave, their bodies emitted hot white light, illuminating the dark cave as if it was bright day. Ching Ching Li looked around and carefully observed Fang Shio's Imperial Beast space. The space of this underground cave was exaggerated from the ground to the ceiling. The ray was a height of 7 to 8 meters. The hall of a school building was more spacious. However, the deeper she went, the more she could feel the gloomy wind gusting. If she didn't know that this was Fang Shio's Imperial Beast space, she would definitely be deterred. Hiss. Shizhen Hong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although he knew that Fang Shio was the master of this place and those aliens of his would never mess around, he still couldn't stop the hair from rising in his heart. After all, fear was the most primal emotion in the human heart. It was simply not something that could be changed by restraining it. On the contrary, it was Fang Shio who had long gotten used to this environment. Other than attending classes, he would basically stay here. Fang Shio, can you feel the face-hugging worm? And has it completed its parasitization? Zhang Pan Pan thought for a moment and inquired about Fang Ziu. Not yet. Fang Ziu shook his head. Zhang Pan Pan answered because he had been here once. He also had a rough understanding of the environment here. In order to be prepared, he also released his Imperial Beast. Hellfire accompanied by Zhang Pan Pan's low roar, only a green flame appeared from in front of the 4 of them. A wave of heat swept in all directions, forcing back the gloomy cold that permeated everywhere from the underground cavern. Then the spreading fire began to shrink like a tornado, attracting over large and small rocks from the cave's rock walls, piling them up. Arms and legs, body and head. Within a short time, a 6-meter-tall giant of fire came alive and stood in front of several people. Fang Ziu, Shizhen Hong instantly drew a breath of cold air. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Illusory beast seed. The first time she met Zhang Pan Pan, she still felt that this gym teacher was too young and questioned his teaching ability. Even his name, Li Qingqing, found it a bit comical. Why would a 20-year-old boy be called Pan Pan? It wasn't until she witnessed Zhang Pan Pan's Imperial Beast with her own eyes that Li Qingqing realized that she had underestimated him. This is an Imperial Beast. Fang Ziu blinked. As far as he knew, the so-called imperial beasts were all creatures. Where did this thing Zhang Pan Pan fit the definition of a creature? Who said that imperial beasts must be creatures? Zhang Pan Pan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled smugly. That's only because you students, your bodies and minds aren't strong enough. So you're allowed to use the most common imperial beasts to exercise your imperial beast abilities. Only when you reach the university will you be considered a true beginner, Zhang Pan Pan said smugly. It had to be said that Zhang Pan Pan's imperial beasts really opened Fang Shio's eyes a bit. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have thought that there would be such imperial beasts in this world. It's a bit interesting. However, Fang Shio was more than a little curious in his heart. Could his own face-hugging insect parasitize Zhang Pan Pan's hellfire? I really want to try it out. Follow him. Zhang Pan Pan continued, and every time this hellfire took a step forward, the ground would follow and shake a little. Could be seen how powerful it was. At the same time, Fang Shio felt that he had really made a fortune this time. Not only did he have Zhang Pan Pan's hellfire to act as the protector this time, he also gave himself a visiting fee. Zhang Pan Pan was really a good teacher. The most important thing was, I don't know what kind of imperial beasts this Pan Pan could still come up with. Fang Shio had a strong premonition in his heart. This hellfire was not the most powerful imperial beast in Zhang Pan Pan's hands. Will it be considered a true initiation when we reach the university? Fang Hua muttered up. Chapter 36. The aliens are actually as terrifying as this. Looking at Zhang Pan Pan's hellfire, Fang Shio's heart was filled with longing for the future. He must get into the top 10 himself. Within a short time, Fang Shio's group arrived at the depths of the underground cavern. The alien queen was still curled up with her legs. The end of her body was connected to a giant spawner, and at a glance, it was as if she was sitting on a throne. Moreover, this alien queen's body was 5 or 6 meters taller than the alien triceratops that Li Qingqing and Shizhen Hong had seen. This is a royal beast. Shizhen Hong's 2 eyes stared like cow's eyes as he looked around with an incredulous expression. Only to see the face hugging bug eggs, spitting out from the alien queen's spawner from time to time, densely packed as if they were a square formation. If all of these bug eggs were to hatch, the aliens that would be born would easily exceed 3 digits, I'm afraid. No wonder when Fang Xiao fought with Ma Ming, his aliens were blackened. This kind of unreasonable reproduction speed was the root of the fearsome nature of the aliens. Is this the gap B? Between geniuses and mortals, Shizhen Hong couldn't help but see his eyes redden for a moment. According to the development of the aliens like this, it felt like Fang Shio didn't even need to take the college entrance exam. He could be guaranteed in by the top 10. Not only Shizhen Hong, Li Qingqing's pupils couldn't help but quake slightly. All along, she had been the school bully in the eyes of her teachers and classmates. Not only were her grades excellent, but the path of the imperial beast was also very smooth. Proper winner in life. But now that she saw Fang Shio's alien army, she immediately felt the gap. Who could compare to Fang Shio in this? Would your alien breeding speed be too fast? Zhang Pan Pan, on the other hand, saw the crux of the problem at a glance. Although aliens were silicon-based organisms that wouldn't be affected too much even if they didn't eat for a few days, the alien queen would generate a very large amount of energy consumption when laying eggs. Coupled with the limitation of being trapped in the spawning apparatus, the alien queen could not move. So Fang Shio's alien needed to take on the job of feeding the queen. The number of aliens continued to increase in turn, making the space here crowded. Yeah. Fang Shio nodded. From the parasitization of the face-hugging worm to the alien growing into an adult body, it only took 48 hours. And the spawning of the alien queen would be completed once in 2 or 3 hours. And in the group of aliens, the alien queen was the uncompromising birthing machine. At first, Fang Shio still felt elated, thinking that as long as the alien race kept growing, he would be able to become the strongest imperial beast master. But after really cultivating it, he realized that food, space, all of it cost money. This underground cave was still the result of Fang Shio's expansion. It was the size of a soccer field. But even so, for the constantly proliferating aliens, such a space was still too small. Even because of the lack of food resources, some of the aliens even directly entered hibernation as a way to reduce the consumption of energy. Hiss. The corner of Zhang Pan Pan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the whole person couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Such a huge scale, not to mention that Fang Xiao was just an ordinary high school student. Even if he was a physical education teacher, he was also very headstrong. However, if one were to think about it from a different perspective, how many Imperial Beast Masters would hate to be able to breed Imperial beasts like aliens? It's also hard for you. Zhang Pan Pan sensed the pressure Fang Ziu was facing and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. If he could have a family like Chen Fan, this Fang Xiao really had to be invincible. Unfortunately, it was a pity. And right at this moment, the face-hugging worms that were parasitized on the werewolves' faces began to shed off. These werewolves also seemed to have regained their self-consciousness and climbed up from the ground one after another. It's starting. Fang Zio's gaze slightly condensed as he exchanged the money that he had just snubbed from Zhang Pan Pan Li kinking into food and threw it in front of these 5 werewolves. Ah, this. Shizhen Hong only took one glance, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Because Fang Shu's feeding method was very simple and rough, he directly customized the food into pork. The quantity was so large that it could even be piled up into a small mountain. It was worth mentioning that when Fang Xiao had just started the Imperial Beasts, there were resources given by the school. The food that Fang Xiao fed to the aliens were all living cows and sheep. It was only when he had consumed all the resources allocated by the school and needed to spend his own money that Fang Shu realized the problem of waste. A pound of beef and mutton cost almost 34. The cheaper pork was only $11. Had I known, I should have fed the alien pork from the beginning. Lost count, good lord, Fang Xiao. Your alien is also too capable of eating. Right? All this food is enough to feed my imperial beast for half a month. Shizhen Hong couldn't help but spit it out. Not only him, Li Qing was also shocked. Fang Xiao, can you afford to feed so many aliens? From the initial shock, both of them couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fang Xiao in their hearts. So you guys now know why I'm so poor, right? Fang Xiao smiled helplessly. The food issue was still secondary, because space has not been able to get expanded to the point that my alien queen is not very willing to give birth to little babies. As Fang Xiao spoke, he didn't forget to look at Zhang Pan Pan. The implication was, think of a Wei brother Pan Pan. The pork that Fang Xiao took out was quickly swept up by the werewolves and swallowed even the bone fragments. Li Qing and Shizhen Hong, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. You call this thing a little baby? Fa. Ng Xiao, here is 20,000. Li Qing hesitated slightly and then took out her resource card. And with that, she transferred 20,000 to Fang Xiao. Although her imperial beasts weren't as edible, there were quite a few places where she needed to use money. Plus, her family had restrictions on her living expenses. Her pocket money wasn't much either. It was Fang Xiao who was a bit surprised, not expecting Li Qing to be so generous, worthy of being the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Li. Fang Xiao whirled around and arched his hand. Don't forget what I told you. Just think of it as an investment. I hope that one day you won't badmouth me, Li Qing said with a serious demeanor. It was true that she had a bad attitude towards Fang Shu at first, but there was no grudge between them. It was just a momentary imbalance in her own mind. After that momentum, she also realized that the fault did not lie with Fang Xiao. Sort of a compensation. Secondly, was Fang Xiao's strength. He was the most talented Imperial Beast Master that Li Qing had ever seen. If there really was that day after entering the top 10 in the future, she at least didn't want Fang Xiao to be her opponent. Your business. Fang Xiao raised an eyebrow and then he thought of what Li Qing had said. One day I will take out Chu Xing. Don't worry. I'm on the same side as Miss Li. Fang Ziu quickly recovered his smile. Although he had no grudges with Chu Xing, the student council had suffered the students of the first middle school for a long time. He himself did not intend to be in league with Chu Xing either. Zhang Pan Pan silently watched the conversation between Fang Zio and Li Qing, and a pleased smile emerged with it. Chapter 37, A Higher Order Alien is Born. Fang Zhao and Li Qingqing were not only the most powerful Imperial Beast Masters in Class 2, but also the future hopes of the first middle school's college entrance examination. Zhang Pan naturally hoped that they could get along well and help each other. In this way, Fang Xiao and the others were waiting for the alien to break out of the werewolf's body in this Imperial Beast space. Thinking about what Zhang Pan said, Fang Xiao's heart was somewhat nervous. Although with Zhang Pan's hellfire here to protect me, I don't need to worry too much about safety. But Fang Xiao looked at those werewolves, not to mention that in order to parasitize them, he himself had consumed several face-hugging worms. The food that was fed to them had almost spent almost all of the balance of the resource card. If it wasn't for the $20,000 that Li Qingqing had transferred to him, his next feedings would have become a problem. Don't ever fail, Fang Xiu thought in his heart. And Fang Xiu also realized that he was not the only one who was waiting apprehensively. The alien queen also seemed to be able to sense the alien babies in the werewolves' bodies, and its production speed slowed down, its attention staying focused on those werewolves. The alien Triceratops and some of the male aliens, on the other hand, looked like they were ready to go. Alien queen, could it be restless? Fang Xiao raised his sword brows. According to the alien setting, not only did the queen possess a super high IQ of 175, the fan-shaped crown on its head could also release special pheromones, which could be used to sense the location of all the aliens and give orders. Perhaps the alien queen sensed something special from the alien in the werewolf's stomach. It won't really let Zhang Pan hit the nail on the head, Fang Xiao thought in his heart. Shi Jinhong even subconsciously retreated to the corner of the underground cave. Although there was Zhang Pan and his hellfire, Shi Jinhong's heart always felt creepy. A bad feeling arose in his heart. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, was fully focused on the werewolf. Zhang Pan was even giving direct orders to hellfire. If the alien that rushed out from the werewolf's body in a moment attacked them, then they would directly finish off the other party. Alien Triceratops, protect the queen. Fang Xiao hesitated slightly. On his side, he had Zhang Pan's hellfire, so he didn't need to worry too much. But in case these aliens really rebelled against their orders or even attacked the alien queen, then it would be troublesome. With Fang Xiu's order, the alien Triceratops quickly came in front of the alien queen, staring at the werewolves with a vigilant face. Luckily, this wait didn't last long, only to see one of the werewolves suddenly fall to the ground, its body twitching up unceasingly, and its expression becoming twisted from the pain. Ow! Wailing sounds erupted from the werewolf's throat, and the amplitude of its convulsions became larger and larger. Li Qingqing and Zhang Pan followed suit and tensed up. Plop! Only sharp nails, which cut through the werewolf's abdomen, reached out from inside, and blood splashed in all dire. Actions! Fang Xiao stared at the palm with full concentration, identical to the other alien appearance. The alien that had fused with the werewolf's genes had the same bone-encased features, the pitch-black exoskeleton in turn protecting its muscles. Combined with the werewolf's huge size, the chest-breaker shifter that came out of his abdomen was 1.5 meters long, and his palms were different from ordinary shifters. Not only was its palm wider, its bones were also finer. It was more like a human's palm than the other aliens. Closer to human, Fang Xiao thought in his heart. Soon, the alien which had fused the werewolf genes drilled out from its body, and it shook its head. Its head was also a cut shorter than the alien Triceratops, and its stance when it stood up fully was also closer to that of a human rather than like a dinosaur. Its tail was also relatively shorter than the other aliens, and the part of its elbow was even more of a joint. In Fang Xiu's opinion, this alien was more like what a werewolf would look like after skinning and deboning it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, this alien's vocalizer was no different from the other aliens, still hissing and hissing in a strange manner. It swept its eyes at Fang Xiu and the others, and although it did not display any malice, it made sure Zhang Hong feel a chill. Fang Hua. Zhang Pan was highly nervous. He never dreamed that he would feel such a great pressure in the senior's imperial beast space. Can you command it? Although this alien was still an immature body, the sense of oppression it brought was extremely strong. Sit down. Fang Shio sniffed and tentatively ordered this alien. However, this alien did not act after hearing Fang Hua's words. Such an unusual scene even made the alien queen feel a crisis. Hiss, hiss, only to see that the alien queen's emotions became a bit irritable, constantly rebuking the little guy who had just broken out of his chest in the language of the aliens. No matter what, in the alien queen's perception, Fang Ziu was the king of this world. And for an alien that she had given birth to dare to ignore the king's orders, this was simply a capital offense. What's wrong? Ching Ching Li noticed this and couldn't help but ask Fang Shio. Alien is a bug nest society with a strict hierarchy up and down. The alien queen's orders are absolute, and as the alien king, I am the absolute of absolutes. So this alien didn't sit down according to my orders, undoubtedly challenging the alien queen's authority. Fang Shio casually explained, and his heart was more or less nervous. He could feel that this alien was different. In particular, the joints on its elbows were organs that none of the other aliens possessed. This indicated that this alien had only completed a higher level of evolution after absorbing the werewolf genes. If possible, Fang Shio really couldn't afford to let Zhang Pan Pan's hellfire finish it off. Brother Pan Pan, is there any way to raise my power? It suddenly occurred to Fang Shio that Zhang Pan Pan had said that if the power of the Imperial Beast Master was too weak, the orders given would be ignored by the Imperial Beasts. So in turn, as long as one became stronger, one would be able to suppress the aliens again. Right. So there was no method to make oneself stronger. There is. Zhang Pan Pan hesitated slightly. The method was still there. After all, human technology was very advanced, and the method to raise the spiritual power of an Imperial Beast Master for a short period of time had already been found. Only this method was not free. Fang Shio's alien queen, on the other hand, seemed to have lost its patience all of a sudden. Its fan-shaped crown then released pheromones, giving orders to the male aliens here. In a flash, two 2-meter-tall xenomorphs suddenly darted up and towards the xenomorph that had come out of the werewolf's body in a vain attempt to use their power and make them submit. However, when it was too late, just as these two xenomorphs approached the werewolf alien, a black blade suddenly popped out of the joint on its elbow. Chapter 38, Altered Skills. Gale Steps. It wasn't until the alien queen ordered the two male aliens to charge up towards the werewolf alien that Fang Zia realized what the joints growing on the werewolf alien's elbow were. Only seeing the front wrist of the werewolf shifter shaking slightly, a black blade directly protruded out of the joint before being grasped by this werewolf shifter in its hand. Almost as a subconscious reaction, as soon as it gripped the black knife, it swept across towards the charging alien. The next second, this werewolf alien flashed directly behind the two aliens, and along with a flash of cold light, those two aliens were directly chopped off horizontally. Acidic blood splashed in all directions. This sudden scene took Fang Shio by surprise. He subconsciously blinked his starry eyes, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but suck up a mouthful of cold air. One must know that aliens were not only silicon-based creatures, but also bone-covered flesh life forms. Their exoskeletons were stronger than steel alloys. As a result, it was cut down to the waist in a single slash. Just how sharp was the black blade of this werewolf alien? Could this be the power of the mutation? Fang Shio's starry eyes focused on the werewolf alien. To say that he wasn't excited at all was obviously impossible. After all, this werewolf alien was his own imperial beast. Stop. Seeing that those male shifters were stupidly moving and wanted to rush over to fight for their lives, Fang Shio hastily drank them back. In his opinion, his own werewolf shifter might not necessarily have an anti-bone. Perhaps it had just broken its chest and was still in a state of ignorance about the world. Sensing hostility from those two male shifters, he was forced to fight back. Is this big brother Fang Shio's imperial beast? Shizhen Hong on the side looked dumbfounded. How strong Fang Shio's alien was, he had not only seen it in the footage of the mapping exams, but also on the short video platform. He had also seen the process of an alien defeating a werewolf that had been recorded by someone. Based on such and such, in Shizhen Hong's perception, Fang Shio's alien was the strongest imperial beast amongst the upperclassmen. However, It was such a terrifying imperial beast that had been slashed in a second. Invincible. Shizhen Hong's two eyes stared like bull's eyes, and a trace of envy and jealousy arose in his heart. The same were all freshmen. Why were the imperial beasts so different from each other? So strong. Not only Shizhen Hong, Li Qingqing also felt unbelievable and incredible. The moment the werewolf alien struck just now, she didn't even see the guy's movements. Is this really the strength that a freshman in high school should have? Li Qingqing's mood was like the sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. Everyone be careful. However, Zhang Panpan's voice quickly pulled Li Qingqing. Shizhen hung back to the real world from the shock. Teacher Zhang, Li Qingqing subconsciously looked at Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiao's imperial beast, what should we do with it? In her opinion, the alien that had parasitized from the werewolf's corpse had already transcended Fang Xiao's control and had also decapitated its own kind without authorization. If they continued to let it go, not only would the aliens here be slaughtered, but perhaps Fang Xiao's life would also be in danger. Although it was more or less a pity to take out such a powerful imperial beast here, it couldn't be helped. After all, with Fang Xiao's current power, he was still unable to harness such a powerful imperial beast. It can only Zhang Pan spoke and deliberately looked at Fang Xiao. No matter what, this alien was Fang Xiao's imperial beast. Even if he could understand what was at stake, it wasn't something that could be accepted so easily. Finished him off here. Zhang Pan's eyes revealed a touch of murderous aura, and he immediately gave orders to Hellfire. Wait, Brother Pan. Fang Ziu didn't expect Zhang Pan to make a move so quickly, and his heart was startled. He hurriedly waved his hand, asking Zhang Pan to wait a little longer. However, who knew that Zhang Pan's Hellfire had already taken action, only to see the Hellfire rushing towards the werewolf alien with quick steps. 5 fingers clenched into fists in the air, and every step taken by the huge body forward would cause the entire underground cave to vibrate. The werewolf alien was even smaller in front of Hellfire. Fang Xiao, when you make a break, you will suffer from chaos. Zhang Pan had absolutely no intention of stopping and instead advised Fang Ziu. However, just as Hellfire's fist was about to fall on the werewolf alien, the latter suddenly disappeared. The huge fist, which continued downwards, eventually smashed onto the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire underground cavern began to shake violently, and a green shock wave swept in all directions along with heat waves. Qing Li and Pan Panjang were even forced back a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. Hiss! Li Qing's mouth drew a mouthful of cold air, her heart horrified. On the one hand, Zhang Pan's Hellfire, just an ordinary punch, had set off such a huge impact. It was simply more powerful than a hot weapon. On the other hand, Fang Xiao's werewolf alien, how come it had disappeared again? Where did it go? Li Qing racked her brain and couldn't figure out how this werewolf alien had dodged. Even as she looked around, she did not see the figure of this werewolf alien. At the same time, Fang Xiao's ears resounded with the Imperial Beast Space System's beeps. Congratulations, Imperial Beast Master. The alien has undergone a mutation, giving birth to the skill, Sneaking Technique. Fang Xiao was first stunned. Mutation, theirs. Also a skill. Could it be that? Fang Xiao's heart suddenly came to a realization. It must be that his own werewolf alteration had used the Sneaking Technique to avoid the Hellfire's attack. Blistering Wind Step. Fang Ziu raised his sword brows and thought of a single-player game called Warcraft that he had played before crossing over. In it, there was a unit hero called Sword Saint, and one of his skills called Gale Step was to enter into a state of invisibility and increase his movement speed. When attacking the target again, it also causes exposure to the target. Although he didn't know what the sneaking skill was, from the manifestation, Fang Xiao felt that his wolf alien seemed to have mastered a Gale Step type of skill. It's gone. Zhang Pan frowned as a bad feeling arose in his heart. He had never dreamed that Fang Xiao's alien could still hide his whereabouts. This guy, Fang Xiao, is a freshman in high school. Right. For a while, Zhang Pan couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life. He himself was a teacher of Huching No. 1 Middle School, graduating from a proper university. According to reason, dealing with a freshman's imperial beast, it was as simple as an adult beating up a kindergarten class. Why was it like participating in a college imperial beast competition? This is not scientific. Even as soon as Zhang Pan Pan came up with this thought, the wolf alien that had disappeared reappeared. It stood on the right side of Hellfire, its knees slightly bent, utilizing the strength of its entire body to catapult itself out, and with both hands holding the black blade, it made a slash at Hellfire's shoulder. Boom. Chapter 39. I'm the alien god. Boom. Only to see the black blade of the werewolf alien slash directly on Hellfire's arm, colliding with a deafening sound. A terrifying air current spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Pan Pan hurriedly shielded Li Qinqing behind herself to block this air wave for her. The entire ceiling, walls, and floor of the underground cave were all cracked by the impact. Fang Ziu, Li Qinqing, Zhang Pan Pan, Shizhen Hong all held their breath at this moment, not even blinking their eyes. Hey, you're kidding. Zhang Pan Pan quickly marveled. He saw the black blade of the werewolf alien set into Hellfire's arm bit by bit. 2 breaths later, the werewolf alien's black blade directly passed through Hellfire's arm and chopped it down hard. Rumble. Hellfire's arm fell heavily to the ground. Shizhen Hong's mouth grew into a large O shape. He never dreamed that Fang Xiao's werewolf alien could suppress Zhang Pan Pan's Hellfire. One must know that Zhang Pan Pan was not a high school student. He was a physical education teacher. He had close to 10 years of experience with imperial beasts, but he was suppressed by Fang Xiao, who had only been in contact with beasts for a few days. Is this really not a fantasy? What kind of demon is Fang Zio in the end? Shizhen Hong sneakily looked at Fang Zio's side face, and a mouthful of cold air poured out. In fact, not only Shizhen Hong but even Li Qinqing's heart was somewhat skeptical if she was dreaming. This Fang Xiao's alien, what kind of monster was it? Brother Pan Pan. At this time, on the contrary, it was Fang Xiao who was the most calm as he slowly spoke. Have your Hellfire stop striking. Zhang Pan Pan could not help but be stunned. What did you say? Although his Hellfire had an arm chopped off by the werewolf alien, it was not considered a fatal injury. In the end, the core of Hellfire was fire. The arm that fell was just a rock that absorbed over only to see Hellfire rotate its body. A greenish, eerie flame surging towards the ground, rolling up the fallen arm and reattaching it. The werewolf shifter took a quick step back and withdrew some distance. Fang Xiao, I know you can't let go of this imperial beast, but a disobedient imperial beast will bring a lot of trouble. Not only will your life be in danger, your imperial beast will also be harmed. As she spoke, Zhang Pan Pan also hinted with her eyes at the 2 aliens that had been wasted by the werewolf alien. Even worse, there were still 4 more aliens like this one that hadn't hatched. If he didn't thoroughly help Fang Xiao solve the problem here, his efforts during this period of time would most likely go down the drain. No, Brother Pan Pan, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm not asking you to stop out of any reluctance, Fang Xiao said in a calm tone. Although his body was only a senior, his mind was an adult. You just said that as long as the Imperial Beast Master is strong enough, the Imperial Beasts won't rebel against their orders. Right? Fang Zio asked Zhang Pan Pan in return. The 2 sides looked at each other. Zhang Pan Pan also saw unprecedented determination in Fang Xiao's starry eyes. This guy wasn't bluffing. Zhang Pan Pan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It was the first time he had seen a student like Fang Xiao. First, he had bred a rare phantom beast species, and then used just a few days to propagate like crazy. Now he had even bred a mutant imperial beast. The most crucial thing was Fang Xiao's mentality. He didn't feel fear because of the performance of the werewolf alien. Perhaps, Zhang Pan Pan looked at Fang Xiao and then at his werewolf alien. After a brief hesitation, he still couldn't help but want to believe Fang Ziu. All right. In the end, Zhang Pan Pan's tone loosened and ordered Hellfire to stop and made Hellfire take a few steps back. Relying on you, Fang Ziu. In reality, Zhang Pan Pan's mood was also very excited. Although he knew that there was a certain amount of risk involved. But what if in case Fang Xiao was really able to suppress the werewolf command, what if it made it recognize Fang Xiao's identity as a royal beast master? Teacher Zhang, would this be too dangerous? Seeing this, Li Qingqing only felt incomprehensible. Although Fang Shu's werewolf alien was indeed excessively powerful, Fang Shu, who was able to cultivate this kind of imperial beast, was the most crucial existence. In other words, as long as Fang Shio exercised himself more, sooner or later, he would be able to cultivate this kind of powerful imperial beast again. And at that time, he wouldn't have to take the risks he was taking now. Fang Shio was only in his first year of high school. There was no need to take risks at this time. Fang Shio. We're only in our first year of high school now. Even if we lose 1 or 2 imperial beasts, it doesn't matter. By the time we are in our second year of high school, I believe that you will be able to breed even more powerful imperial beasts than you have now, and that you will be able to control them by that time as well. For a while, Li Qingqing couldn't help but persuade Fang Xiu. But how could Fang Xiu possibly give up on the werewolf alien here just because of Li Qingqing's words? Not to mention the power of this werewolf alien. The most important thing was this alien was bred by me. I'm the one who gave them the chance to survive in this world. I am their master, Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. In his view, this was not a trade-off or a rush at all. He himself was the alien god. For a moment, even Li Qingqing was taken aback by Fang Xiu's performance. She opened her mouth to speak. Teacher Zhang, is this possible? Sure, Zhang Hong didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He cautiously walked over and stood behind Zhang Pan, unable to resist asking. It's not impossible. Zhang Pan thought about it. No matter how strong a human was, it was impossible for them to go into a physical fight with a royal beast. So essentially, it was to suppress one's imperial beast in the spiritual realm. In other words, some imperial beasts would indeed rebel against their own imperial beast masters. But that was because, unlike humans, these imperial beasts had no language, no words, but were observant enough to be able to judge whether or not they were afraid of themselves from the imperial beast master's reaction. After all, fear was an innate emotion of all beings. Once the imperial beasts were allowed to discover that their imperial beast masters had developed fear, they would feel that their imperial beast masters were too weak. That was why there were incidents of rebelling against orders and even attacking the imperial beast masters. What Fang Shu had to do was to erase the heart of fear towards the werewolf alien. On a spiritual level, overcome the other party. Originally, Zhang Pan thought that this was impossible until he saw Fang Xiu's eyes. It was not at all like the eyes that a high school student should have. It was more like that of an adult. Only Fang Xiu was seen walking towards the werewolf alien step by step. Have you made enough of a scene? Fang Xiu lowered his voice as he gazed at the werewolf alien, and with that, he exuded a powerful aura that crushed towards the other party. The werewolf alien looked at Fang Xiu. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chapter 40, Alteration out of 2 skills. Fang Hua gazed at the werewolf alien and moved forward step by step, eventually stopping at a position less than 5 meters away from the werewolf alien. Zhang Pan, Li Qingqing, and Shizhen Hong held their breath on the spot, not even daring to blink as they stared at Fang Hua. Especially Zhang Pan. Although he chose to believe in Fang Xiu and expected a miracle to happen, he didn't dare to do anything to gamble. Hellfire slowly approached Fang Xiu, staring stupidly at the werewolf alien. Once this werewolf alien made any excessive moves, it would immediately strike. Li Qingqing and Shizhen Hong were all nervous to the extreme, bean-sized beads of sweat emerging from the latter's forehead. Li Qingqing chanted Fang Xiu's name in her heart. Have you made enough of a scene? Fang Xiu gazed at the werewolf alien and read his voice. The werewolf alien, on the other hand, did not respond and just observed Fang Xiu. It seemed to be just like what Zhang Pan said. It was judging whether Fang Xiu would fear itself or not. Suddenly, the werewolf alien moved. It took a step forward, trying to shorten the distance between them, wanting to use this to force Fang Xiu back. Once Fang Xiu retreated, then there was a possibility that it would capitalize on its victory. However, Fang Xiu knew very well in his heart, it was himself who created the aliens. Without himself, they wouldn't have been able to be born in this world at all. It was himself who was the god of alien. Instead of running away, you're approaching me. Then why don't you come a little closer? Fang Xiao said in an icy tone before taking a step forward. In Fang Xiao's opinion, his behavior was not reckless. The aliens were a bug nest society, and the strict hierarchy was deeply embedded in their genes. And although wolves were also class animals, a powerful wolf could challenge the wolf king. In Fang Xiao's opinion, it was possible that it was this kind of behavior that affected the judgment of the wolf alien. But what made the aliens perfect was their genes, which could suppress the assimilated genes, making them aliens and not another species. Of course, these were just Fang Xiao's speculations. He had also made calculations as he approached the werewolf alien. If the werewolf alien really attacked himself, then Zhang Pan Pan's hellfire would be able to instantly annihilate this fellow. In other words, Fang Xiao's heart had a great bottom line. This bottom line would translate into his aura. For a while, in contrast, this werewolf alien was confused. Looking at Fang Xiao approaching over on his own initiative, it instead developed uneasiness. Take back the sword. Fang Xiu continued, and under this order the werewolf alien, in fact, really put away the black blade and slowly bent its knees, kneeling on one knee in front of Fang Xiu before lowering its head. That fellow yielded. Shizhen Hong rubbed his eyes with his hand and murmured softly. He had thought that the werewolf alien would make a move against Fang Xiao. As a result, he didn't expect that Fang Xiao really suppressed the alien with just his aura, and it wasn't just suppressed, it even made the other party submit to itself. Li Qingqing's heart also let out a long sigh of relief. Although Fang Xiao robbed her of the first thing, which made her grumble, but in these 2 days of contact, she felt that Fang Xiao's temperament was good. It was very much to her liking. If she could, she also didn't want Fang Xiao to give up on this werewolf shifter, Teacher Zhang. However, Li Qingqing was still a bit uneasy as she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan Pan. Is Fang Xiao considered a success? However, when she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan Pan, she suddenly noticed that Zhang Pan Pan's pupils were crazily quaking, and the corners of her mouth even involuntarily drew a large mouthful of cold air. Shocked, Zhang Pan Pan was shocked by Fang Xiao's behavior. It's really unbelievable. Although Zhang Pan Pan had given Fang Hua the opportunity to try, in his heart he did not feel that Fang Hua could succeed. This was because this werewolf alien had already exceeded Fang Shu's imperial beast progress. Generally, it was only when one reached the second year of high school that they would come into contact with the alteration. Even in Zhang Pan Pan's opinion, a royal beast like the werewolf alien was even more powerful than the royal beasts of some senior high school students. With this level of imperial beasts, you can go for the college entrance exam now. Even if they couldn't get into the top 10, 985 or 211, taking an ordinary undergraduate degree would be a breeze. It was simply unbelievable and unbelievable. Although my teaching career isn't long, but at least I've gone to school for more than 10 years, and I've seen a lot of geniuses from all walks of life. But this is the first time I've seen a fellow like Fang Xiao. After the shock, Zhang Pan Pan's heart was a burst of joy. Happy for Fang Xiao. Very good. Fang Xiao looked at the wolf alien that had completely submitted itself, and only then did he nod in satisfaction. However, right at this moment, the other 4 aliens too all broke out of the werewolf's body through the chest. Blood splattered in all directions, and an eerie hissing echoed in the underground cave. Shizhen Hong and Li Qingqing's nerves, which had only relaxed with great difficulty, once again tightened up. Bad. I almost forgot. Fang Xiao's imperial beasts have 5 of them. Shizhen Hong's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and he hurriedly hid behind Zhang Pan Pan. Just one werewolf alien alone made them thrilled. This time, 4 more came at once, which really scared Shizhen Hong to death. Teacher Zhang, Li Qingqing also stared at the 4 chest breakers as if they were on the verge of an attack. But who knew that these 4 aliens, unlike the first one, did not ignore Fang Shu's orders and struck out to decapitate their own kind. As soon as they came out, they kneeled down on one knee and offered their loyalty to Fang Xiao. Congratulations, Mr. Fang Hu, for completing the mutation. Your alien has gained a new skill, synchronization. Synchronization. Fang Xi raised his sword brows, not really understanding the meaning of synchronization. But after he subconsciously murmured out synchronization, The 4 aliens that were kneeling on one knee were suddenly pulled up by a force only to see their bodies quickly leave the ground as if they were flying like kites with broken strings. And the direction they flew out was precisely the one werewolf alien at the very beginning. What the hell? Shizhen Hong was startled by the scene and thought that something had gone wrong again and almost instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhang Panpan's arm. A look as if he would be killed the moment he let go. He even somewhat regretted following to Fang Shio's Imperial Beast space. These aliens were also too scary, weren't they? Teacher Zhang, what's going on here? On the contrary, it was Li Qingqing. Although she also had a puzzled look on her face, at least she wasn't as wretched as Shizhen Hong. A mutated skill. The corner of Zhang Panpan's mouth once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He could tell that this was Fang Shu's alien, and in the process of mutation skills were born. But was this reasonable? A normal mutation is only changing the form of the Imperial Beast. Only in very rare cases will an Imperial Beast skill be mutated. And then the situation where the alien just disappeared into thin air should have been the use of a skill. Right. Fang Shio's alien mutated 2 skills. Are you kidding? Chapter 41. I feel awfully strong. Hiss. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Ziu, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that this guy was just too demonic. Not only did he make such an Imperial Beast submit to himself, but he also mutated 2 skills. Fang Ziu naturally didn't know what Zhang Panpan was thinking. His attention at this moment was all focused on his alien. He only saw a faint light emanating from the 4 flying aliens. It was as if their bodies turned into liquid and entered the body of the first werewolf alien. Along with the light disappearing, those 4 aliens too all disappeared. Fang Shio couldn't help but be stunned. 5 became 1. What the hell was this synchronization skill? 5 of his own aliens turned into 1. Wouldn't that be a loss? Where could Fang Shio accept this kind of thing? He hesitated slightly and tentatively chanted, separation. As Fang Shio's words fell, he only saw the werewolf alien in front of him rapidly swaying. What was even more unexpected was that this way of swaying was not the body swaying. It was more like a cell phone screen shaking because of a bad signal. The next second, 4 aliens split out from the body of this werewolf alien and landed on its front, back, left, right, and 4 directions respectively. Fang Shio's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Could it be that? A bold thought arose in Fang Shio's heart. Synchronize. As his words fell, the separated aliens once again synchronized into a whole. Separate. Synchronize. Fang Shio tried several times in a row, and each time he was able to make this werewolf alien split and synchronize. Isn't this a mirror image? For a moment, Fang Shu's heart once again thought of the hero unit Sword Saint from Warcraft 3, sneaking technique corresponding to Gale Step, synchronized separation corresponding to mirror image. Wasn't it possible that this werewolf alien had developed to a certain level and could still make sword blade storm? Fang Shio, how did you do it? Although Shizhen Hong wasn't clear about what was happening, he felt that Fang Shio's alien was simply handsome. Li Qingqing was also very curious as she sized up Fang Shio's Imperial Beast, Brother Pan Pan. Seeing that his alien was no longer a threat, Fang Shio then returned to Zhang Panpan's side and inquired with inquisitiveness. Does every Imperial Beast gain skills when it mutates? Because Fang Ziu remembered that when Momming fought with himself, it seemed like he didn't use any skills. Not really. Zhang Panpan shook his head. Most of the Imperial Beasts only change their forms when they mutate, making them into something more suitable for fighting. Strength, speed, all of them will increase drastically. Only a very small portion of Imperial Beasts will gain skills during the mutation process. Of course, saying it's a skill, it looks more like some kind of psychic ability. Whether it was the hiding of the werewolf shifter or the synchronized separation, it wasn't something that could be easily explained by science. Even regarding shifters and skills, it had always been the direction of researchers' studies. It was only a pity that humans were currently unable to answer questions in this regard. The only thing that can be known is that there are only a very few genius Imperial Beast Masters that can make Imperial Beasts give birth to skills when they mutate. Of course, although most Imperial Beasts would not obtain innate skills, they could create their own skills later on relying on their own efforts and those of the Imperial Beast Master. Fang Ziyu nodded with a sudden realization. However, he still didn't quite understand why his own alien would be born with a skill similar to that of a magical beast sword saint. Could it be that the Imperial Beast skills had something to do with the perception of the Imperial Beast Master? Brother Pan Pan, the skills of the Imperial Beast, could it be related to the cognition of the Imperial Beast Master? For example, if I subconsciously wish for my Imperial Beast to obtain a certain skill, it could be born. Fang Xi inquired. Shi Jinheng and Li Qingqing quickly recorded this question as a point of knowledge. There is indeed this possibility. Zhang Pan Pan nodded. This kind of theory was not the first to be put forward by Fang Xiu. There were Imperial Beast scientists who had previously cognized that the Imperial Beast alteration skill was most likely a reflection of the Imperial Beast Master's mind, or perhaps it was the materialization of spiritual energy. However, there is also a problem. If it's true that it relies on something like subconsciousness, mind writing, and spiritual energy to empower the Imperial Beast skill, then why is it that only a very small percentage of Imperial Beast Masters are able to give their Imperial Beasts innate skills? Although some people have tried to answer it, this kind of question is like drilling into a dead end. It's difficult to have a hypothesis that convinces others. Over time, the key to innate skills is something that no one can figure out. But Zhang Pan Pan took a deep breath. Although this hypothesis is not supported by science, I do think it is right. Because my Imperial Beast has also given birth to an innate skill to come, and that skill is an ability that I always wanted to have when I was a child. What is it? Li Qingqing and Shi Jinheng asked in unison, their eyes radiating the spirit of gossip. Dang, dang. However, Zhang Pan Pan directly flicked a brain crash at both of their heads, and the expression written on his face also seemed to be saying, "Don't pry blindly." Fang Xiu, on the other hand, stood in place thoughtfully. In other words, my alien can materialize the skills deep in my memory. That's why I got the blistering wind step and mirror image, and because this world doesn't have a game like Warcraft, so my Imperial Beast space, which doesn't know the correct name for blistering wind steps, called it sneaking technique. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. When he used to play Warcraft, Sword Saint was indeed his favorite hero. After all, which boy would not like this violent slashing king? Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but look back at the alien queen. If the skills of the Wraith Sword Saint could appear in this world, then Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kazuna Tree Realm Descent, Dharma Sky, Smash Varuto. For a while, Fang Xiu's heart couldn't help but marvel. He himself was a traveler, a modern man. What one knew when placed in this world was simply a descending blow. Silicon-based creatures that were already powerful and immortal, plus those super perverted abilities. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel terrified. Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu. Seeing that Fang Xiu was somewhat lost in thought, Li Qingqing couldn't help but raise her volume over and over again. Are you all right? No, it's fine. Fang Xiu shook his head. I just feel powerful and terrifying right now. I so want to fight with the people from the student council again. For a while, Fang Ziyu couldn't wait to single-handedly take on the entire student council, and then let his face-hugging bugs frantically parasitize their Imperial Beasts. The hell knows what kind of skills could be born out of his own alien form with the next mutation. Chapter 40, 2 Methods and Credits of Alteration. The sneaking technique will be renamed as Blistering Wind Steps, and synchronization will be renamed as Mirror Image Split. Fang Xiu ordered towards the Imperial Beast space system. After all, sneaking technique and synchronization sounded a bit strange, so Fang Xiu simply made the changes. Skill renaming has been completed. The system's feedback was also swift. Sneaking step and mirror image split, it feels like it sounds a bit handsome. Shi Jinheng on the side was envious in his heart. When would his own Imperial Beast be able to mutate and mutate skills as well? Fang Xiu, you can also design a name for this Imperial Beast. Seeing that Fang Xiu had completely subdued this alien, Zhang Pan Pan was so very happy in his heart. In his opinion, alien was a collective name for a race. Just like all dogs were called dogs, but as pet dogs, they could often have names such as Wang Kai, Sheahe, and Eat Nine Eye. As the most powerful individual in the alien community, it was completely worthwhile for Fang Xiu to have a distinctive name. A name. Fang Xiu hadn't thought about this in detail, like when he had parasitized Chun Fan's Triceratops before. He had just combined the alien and the Triceratops together and called it the Alien Triceratops. Let's call it Alien Sword Saint then. Fang Xiu briefly thought for a few seconds and simply used fetishism, naming his alien as Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Li Qingqing immediately fell over. That's so middle of the road. While spitting, Li Qingqing also sized up Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Although the strength of this imperial beast was indeed terrifying, calling the Sword Saint. How dare he, Alien Sword Saint? Shizhen Hong, on the other hand, his eyes were glowing, and in his heart he called out that Fang Xiu was simply naming a ghost genius. Alien Sword Saint, Blistering Wind Steps, Mirror Image Split, all feel like quite a domineering name. Zhang Pan Pan only smiled at this on the level of sophistication, his hellfire also not stronger than the Alien Sword Saint. Right, Brother Pan Pan. Fang Xiu thought about it for a little while. Although the Alien Sword Saint had evolved through parasitizing Mamon's werewolf in Fang Xiu's heart, the Alien Queen was the most powerful one. If he let it undergo mutation, he didn't know what kind of skills could be born. If I want to make the Alien Queen mutate, what should I do? Alien Queen. Zhang Pan Pan glanced at Fang Xiu's Alien Queen. As long as there are enough credits, you can make the mutation choice. Credits. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that mutation only required spending money. Li Qingqing and Shizhen Hong also came over and perked up their ears. Although this aspect of knowledge waited until the second year of high school, and there would be a teacher who would specifically explain it, but as Hutching No. 1 middle school masters, how would they miss the opportunity to gain knowledge? That's right. Generally speaking, not being late to class and leaving early, not getting bad grades on midterm, final exams, and not getting into any trouble while in school. All of them will be able to accumulate enough credits in their second year of high school for mutation selection. Zhang Pan Pan explained, didn't Ma Ming complete his mutation in the first semester of his senior year? How did he do it? Fang Xiu hurriedly inquired. Since Ma Ming could carry out his mutation in advance, it meant that the credits had something to work with. Additional credits. Zhang Pan Pan knew that Fang Hua would ask this, and he wanted Fang Hua to ask this. As a beast master, if you don't fight or grab, what's the point of beast mastering? Just graduate early and find a class to attend. Additional credits? Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing spoke in unison. That's right. The so-called additional credits is a kind of reward mechanism in Hutching First Middle School. For example, if you participate in a competition or if you see justice in society, you can be rewarded with credits. Like this freshman exchange competition, if you can achieve good results, the school will be able to reward you with credits. Zhang Pan Pan paused slightly and continued. Don't underestimate the credits besides allowing you to make mutation choices. You can also use the credits to customize equipment for Imperial Beasts or even exchange for various Imperial Beast resources, cash, and so on. And in order to make a mutation choice, you need to accumulate 100 credits. If you guys can really get first place in these freshman exchange competitions, that's 10 credits. Second place also has 5 credits. Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing glanced at each other. Originally, they thought that the freshman exchange competition was just a way to make money, but they didn't realize that there was such a good thing as credits. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but smile, already prepared to shine in the freshman exchange tournament. On the contrary, the light in Shizhen Hong's eyes quickly dimmed. With his grades, he naturally had no chance to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Not only was it the freshman exchange competition, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to have a chance in the other competition programs as well. But can you also get credits for seeing justice? This kind of thing happened off campus. Aren't you worried that someone will fake it? Fang Xiu hadn't thought that it was possible to see righteousness. After all, in his original world, the word seeing justice was on the verge of becoming a derogatory term. How could it be that easy? Zhang Pan Pan couldn't help but laugh. Nowadays the streets are filled with surveillance, and whether two people have crossed paths and recognize each other can be found out as soon as they are checked. As for why colleges have this kind of system, I guess it's also because they want to establish a culture. Personally, I think there's nothing wrong with this. If you do good things, you should be rewarded. Only in this way can more people be willing to lend a helping hand. It's only wrong to do good deeds and get nothing in return. Of course, I'm just my personal thoughts. There's no need to agree with me. Although Zhang Pan had his own sense of right and wrong in his heart, he did not force others to agree with him. Fang Ziu, however, nodded thoughtfully before looking at his alien queen. Since he knew the mutation method, the next thing to do was to accumulate credits. Just like this, Fang Hsiu took out the Imperial Beast space and returned to the real world with Zhang Pan and the others. The other students also came out of their Royal Beast space one after another. Under Zhang Pan's guidance, their beast efficiency had been significantly improved. Zhang Pan also did not favor one over the other, and in the following time, he went to each student's Royal Beast space to give them one-on-one instructions. Without realizing it, Zhang Pan's physical education class ended. Fang Ziu and the others returned to their classes, and Zhang Pan also went back to his office. However, just as he went up the stairs to the floor where his office was located, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The person who came was no other than the second-class teacher, Zhang Yu. He originally planned to come over to look for Zhang Pan during the gym class, but he felt that it would affect the students in class. So after weighing his options, he came to the door of Zhang Pan's office and waited for him to come back. "What's the matter, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Pan inquired while striding towards Zhang Yu. Chapter 43. Zhang Yu is once again shocked what is a genius saw. Zhang Pan had nothing to do with Zhang Yu, and now that he saw him waiting for his return at his office door, the only situation he could think of was Fang Xiu. Is it for Fang Xiu's matter? Zhang Pan smiled. As the strongest senior freshman in Huching No. 1 High School, Fang Xiu's name had long spread to every teacher's ears. As the second-class teacher, it was naturally impossible for Zhang Yu not to be concerned about Fang Xiu's matter. Zhang Yu heaved his head. "You've heard about it too, right?" Fang Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming from the student council. Although that guy Ma Ming doesn't have much of a background, but this matter has after all messed with the student council. I'm worried that the student council will be unfavorable to Fang Xiu. And in addition to worrying about the student council finding trouble with Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu was also worried about one more thing. That was Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast. He, along with Zhang Pan and Li Guozing, had all been to Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space. In addition to knowing that aliens were silicon-based creatures, he also knew that face-hugging worms could parasitize other people's Imperial Beasts and assimilate their genes. Chun Fan's Triceratops was a good example. However, Ma Ming's Imperial Beast was mutated. Even though he wasn't as demonic as Fang Xiu, he had at least eaten some of the resources of the student union. His Imperial Beast was not ordinary. Based on this and that, Zhang Yu was worried that Fang Xiu would be in a hurry and instead, he wouldn't be able to control his xenomorph. Zhang Pan could understand Zhang Yu's feelings, but he still couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. He was telling him about this matter in a very serious manner. How could he still laugh? Fang Ziu was also his student. In case something really went wrong, he, the physical education teacher, was also jointly and severally responsible. "You're being overly concerned, Teacher Zhang." In the PE class just now, Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug had already completed its parasitization, and the xenomorph that was born out of it had also completed its mutation. As he spoke, the corners of Zhang Pan's mouth could barely be suppressed. "What did you say?" Zhang Yu blinked. "Really?" Generally speaking, only by the second year of high school could one accumulate enough credits for the mutation choice. Even if there were additional credits, the earliest one would need to wait until the second semester of senior year. The reason why the school did this was, firstly, to cultivate a sense of competition in the students, and only in this way could the Imperial Beast Masters continue to become stronger. Secondly, there is a risk of mutation. If the Imperial Beast Master's mentality is not strong enough, it will make the Imperial Beast uncontrollable, and in Ryu's cases, it will also hurt the Imperial Beast Master. That's why the school doesn't dare to let freshmen try mutation easily. As a result, this Pan said that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, through parasitism had forcibly undergone a mutation. Wouldn't that mean that Fang Shio's imperial beast had directly risen several levels? You shouldn't be trying to say Fang Shio controlled the mutated alien. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pupils became wildly seismic. Although he wasn't a physical education teacher, he had at least been a homeroom teacher for a few years, and he knew more about things like mutations. A freshman in high school who had just started school less than a month ago had accomplished a mutation. Would anyone really dare to believe this kind of thing if it was told? Not only that, Zhang Pan smiled and shook his head. Fang Shio's alteration has also awakened two skills. What? The moment these words came out, Zhang Yu's entire body directly froze on the spot. Just being able to control an imperial beast that had mutated was already a very astonishing deed. As a result, Zhang Pan said that Fang Shio was more than simply controlling it. His alien formation had also given birth to two skills. Are you kidding me? Fang Shio, this guy is a human being. This was simply a demon. Honestly speaking, although I haven't been a teacher for a long time, but at least I've gone to school for more than 10 years, especially in our university, there's never a lack of geniuses. Zhang Pan pushed his gold glasses. But as far as those geniuses I've heard of, they can't even be compared to Fang Shio. He is a born top 10 seedling. Even his future achievements may shake this world. As she spoke these words, Zhang Pan's tone revealed a strong sense of pride. No matter what, she was a teacher who had helped Fang Shio. If Fang Shio really had a day to leave a mark in history, he himself might also be credited with a few strokes. Seriously, I feel like I'm witnessing a legend. Now, Zhang Yu's mouth opened into a large O shape. He wanted to say something, but at this moment he felt that words were pale and powerless. It wasn't that he didn't know that Fang Shio was a demon. The first time he created a phantom beast, he created a phantom beast species. The first time he took the bottom examination, he set a new record for Crane City #1 middle school. In his teaching career, it was the first time he had seen such a student. But less than a month after starting school, he let his imperial beast successfully mutate and also awaken two skills. Hiss. Zhang Yu stayed for half a day only to feel his mouth dry before he drew in a mouthful of cold air. Don't worry, teacher Zhang, although I don't know much about the situation over at the student council, but a student like Fang Shio, I believe he can solve this problem. Zhang Pan continued to give Zhang Yu a peace of mind. He had heard a bit about how overbearing the student council of Huching #1 middle school was. However, in his opinion, unless the student council president, vice president personally came down, otherwise, with just those few ministers, they shouldn't be able to deal with Fang Shio. As for the student council president Ma Wanfeng and vice president Wu Mingjin, they were now in their third year of high school and needed to deal with the college entrance exam. There shouldn't be much energy to deal with Fang Shio. Of course, the premise was that Fang Shio would no longer cause any more chaos out. Zhang Yu nodded. That's true. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. Fang Shio is such a good seedling. I don't believe that the student council would really dare to do anything to him. Zhang Yu put his heart on the line. In the past, when his students had been suppressed by the student council, he had been in the way of Chu Xingha's hegemony and had never said anything. But this time, for Fang Shio's sake, the big deal was that he himself would explode with them. At the same time, Student Union Activity Room. Chen Feng came to the door of the activity room with an iron color, and even the hand that knocked on the door was a bit trembling. This time he didn't manage to fix Fang Shio, and he was also punched in the face by a senior freshman. What's worse, this matter had already gone viral on the short video platform. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from inside the activity room, Chen Feng nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Wu. Chen Feng squeezed out an awkward smile on his face, and even the volume was very tiny. He stood in the doorway position, scanning the classroom from the corner of his eye. How many times have I told you to refer to your position while at school? The person who was called Wu was currently sitting in a corner of the activity room and was holding up a book on the postpartum care of imperial beasts in his hands. This person was no other than the vice president of this term's student council, Wu Mingjin. He was also the fourth strongest person in Crane City First Middle School, ranked 4th. Chapter 44 Freshman Exchange Competition. In the next few days, no one from the student council came looking for Fang Xiu again, and his campus life returned to calm 2 points and 1 line every day. Other than going to the school for classes, he spent the rest of the time inside his Imperial Beast space for Imperial Beasts. Especially after receiving Li Qingqing's financial support, his feeding pressure was eased. The alien sword Saint also entered its adult body under his feeding. Not only had his height skyrocketed to 4 meters, his movements were also much more flexible, and just by standing still, he was able to bring about an extremely strong sense of oppression. For this freshman exchange match, Fang Xiao could be said to be full of confidence. Until a week later, physical education teacher Zhang Pan came to the door of his classroom. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, come out for a moment. Yes. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, then stood up from their seats, greeted the general studies teacher, and left the classroom. Looking at Fang Xiu's back as he left, Shi Jinhong's heart was even more envious. Freshman exchange competition, do we still have to attend classes? After coming to the corridor, Fang Xiu asked curiously. He had thought that the freshman exchange competition would be the same as the games in his world. The class could move around freely and watch the freshman exchange match. It turned out that he didn't expect the freshman exchange match was neither a vacation nor did it allow students to go and watch the battle. Well, Zhang Pan pushed his glasses. After all, for the loser, face will always be a bit unbearable. No matter what the freshman exchange match was about the face of the school, if it was held in the school, wouldn't it become a public execution? In order to maintain the face of these schools, so every session of the freshman exchange match was held at the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city. Plus, of the 4 students who participated in the freshman exchange tournament this time, 3 of them were all Zhang Pan students. The school also let him lead Fang Xiu and the others to the Royal Beast Gymnasium to participate in this freshman exchange match. Why does it feel like you're a primitive? Li Qingqing on the side couldn't help but spit at Fang Xiu. Although it was their first time to participate in the freshman exchange competition, this competition too was considered Crane City's signature event. This guy Fang Xiu unexpectedly didn't understand the process at all. Obviously, he was also a schoolmaster. Well, Fang Xiu shrugged his shoulders. My time is used for Imperial Beasts, not too concerned about these. He had traveled across and hadn't gained much memory of his predecessor, so how could he have channels to understand these things? What's more, this kind of minutia, is it still necessary to go online and ask? Isn't it better to do what the school arranges and what one does? When these words came out, it was Li Qingqing who smacked her lips a little, although she wanted to say something to refute Fang Hua. But Fang Hua's aliens were all violently abatched, so she simply couldn't refute it. Knock knock. It was good that Zhang Pan knocked on the door of Class 3 even faster, calling Zhang Shuren, who was participating in these freshman exchange matches, out of the classroom. Good day, Mr. Zhang. Only Zhang Shuren was seen wearing a blue punching jacket with brown and green work pants, looking very trendy. Student Fang Xiao, student Qingqing. Noticing Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing who were following Zhang Pan, Zhang Shuren also greeted them very warmly. Only this Zhang Shuren's line of sight was basically focused on Li Qingqing's body, and even his address was more intimate. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, clasped her hands on her chest and did not buy it. You guys know each other. Seeing this, Fang Xiu could not help but be a little curious. More than knowing each other, Zhang Shuren smiled awkwardly. In the 3 years of junior high school, I was pushed down by Qingqing's classmates in every way. I was also given the nickname Zhang Lao Air. Upon hearing the nickname Zhang Lao Air, Fang Xiu almost laughed out loud. But thinking carefully, it was really because Li Qingqing was first in everything. This guy's grades could only be that of 1,000,000 years old. It's all right, Mr. Zhang. In this first middle school, no one will treat you as a second. Fang Xiu smiled, then deliberately glanced at Li Qingqing. You. Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, pushed his glasses. The corners of his mouth rose and a bitter smile emerged. Yeah, I thought that when I went to high school, I could make a counterattack by virtue of the Imperial Beasts, but as a result I didn't expect. Not only have I been pressed by Qingqing's classmates, but now I've also been pressed by Fang Shio's classmates. Zhang Xuren desperately studied and desperately imperial beasts in the hope that he could make a comeback in high school and become the #1 person in everyone's mouth. However, after he saw Fang Shu's alien, his entire being was suddenly disheartened. When he saw Fang Shu's alien form, he was suddenly disheartened. He really understood what was beyond the sky and beyond the people. Zhang Pan didn't bother them and just walked in front to lead the way. After all, these freshman exchange competitions had team competitions. It wouldn't hurt to let Fang Shio and the others familiarize themselves with each other. After that, Zhang Pan led the way to Class 6, called up Chun Fan, and then left the school building and drove to the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city center. However, what Fang Ziu didn't expect was when he heard Zhang Pan say that the face of the loser would be bad. Fang Xiao had thought that these freshman exchange matches would be small in scale. In addition to the leaders of each school, there would be no other spectators in the Imperial Beast Stadium. But who knew? When Fang Xiao walked into the Imperial Beast Gymnasium, he realized that the space inside was extremely exaggerated, as big as 4 soccer fields combined. Even the audience seats were filled with people. Brother Pan, are you sure that after this arrangement, the face of the losing family will be able to hang on? Fang Ziu couldn't help but spit out. This was clearly an even greater loss of face. Well, it's better than students from their own school seeing freshmen from their own school lose again and again. Moreover, this can also generate revenue for the school. Zhang Pan did not think so. Generate revenue? Fang Xiao, on the other hand, instantly grasped the point, saying something about worrying about losing face. These guys, they just wanted to make money. Thinking about it, if they invited their own school students over to watch the match, could they charge money? Even if they did, how much could they charge? If the tickets are priced at 500, 1,000, that group of parents, surely they will have to jointly complain. Your school is a consumer kidnapping, but what if it's an outsider? Then it doesn't matter. I'm not forcing you to buy a ticket. It feels like although student Fang Shio is very powerful in the Imperial Beasts, he seems to know nothing about the human world. Ever since he was defeated by Fang Shio, Chun Fan had admired him. Now that they had met once again, Chun Fan's attitude towards Fang Shio was also respectful. The tickets for this freshman exchange tournament are 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 respectively. This is still just the school's offer. The real situation, on the other hand, is that a ticket is hard to find. See over there, Chun Fan said while pointing to a nook and cranny. The tickets over there are all fired up to 8,000 apiece. That expensive. Fang Shio couldn't help but be stunned. 8,000 for a single ticket. That's, of course, this Hutching #1 middle school's freshman exchange tournament is only this once a year. Chapter 45. The #1 person in the 3rd middle school, Li Jin. Even a position like that can be speculated to 8,000. Then a good position, wouldn't it be tens of thousands? Fang Zia was really surprised. He didn't expect that a freshman exchange match could create such a big battle. On the ability to roll in money, it had to be those guys. More than that, Zhang Xuren smiled. Last year, this even made the news on Hutching Station. There were a few security guards selling tickets for the freshman exchange tournament. The audience thought they were scalpers. Who knows? As soon as they came in, they were brought backstage by the security guards and made to pretend to be security guards. It was only when the venue finally dispersed that they realized that there were more than 200 security guards at the Imperial Beast Stadium. Fang Shio couldn't help but have a black line on his face. But thinking carefully, it wasn't hard to understand. After all, it was using Imperial Beasts to fight, and that was really a fist-to-flesh violent duel. It was only right that it would attract eyeballs. It was just that the ticket price was still too expensive. Brother Pan, don't we have any benefits as participants of the freshman exchange tournament? Like family tickets, half-price tickets, or something like that? For a while, Fang Shio couldn't help but be a bit tempted. If he could get the tickets himself and sell them out, wouldn't he get rich? Don't think about it. Zhang Pan glanced at Fang Shio. Even I don't have one. Plus, it's not advocated. Do you think scalpers are all good people, will be arrested? I am resolute with such behavior and it is incompatible. Zhang Pan said in a loud voice. but what she suffered as a result was Zhang Xuren's blank stare. Although he didn't say anything, that blank stare was as if he was spitting out. You're saying this because you don't have a ticket yourself. However, this episode also ended very quickly, and under the leadership of Zhang Pan, Fang Xiao and the others quickly arrived at the backstage. The teachers from the other schools, as well as the participating freshmen, were also resting here. Unlike Huching No. 1 High School, these freshmen were all wearing neat school uniforms and looked quite united. Among them, the 4 freshmen from Yudai High School were even bald. Fellow student Fang Xiao, you must be wondering why all of Yudai students are bald. Chun Fan came over to Fang Xiao's side and muttered in a low voice. You know? Fang Xiao glanced at Chun Fan. Then he thought of the way he looked for trouble from himself at the cafeteria entrance. It always felt like this guy's temperament had changed drastically. I still like your untamed look. Chun Fan nodded. There are a total of 4 schools participating in this freshman exchange tournament. Among them, 1st High School, 3rd High School, and 8th High School are all key high schools in Crane City. Only this Yudai High School is a privately run private high school, and the principal who started Yudai High School, named Lu Zilong, is more than 100 years old this year. And when he was young, not only was he the principal of the Kingpu Military School, it is rumored that he also went to war. Fang Ziu, in fact, after Fang Ziu had traveled to this world, he had also Googled the general history of this world, the cultural background. In the 1933 years, the Sakura country next door had waged the Imperial Beast War in order to seize the Imperial Beast resources of China. Although it was defeated in the end, it killed quite a few Imperial Beast masters from China. Even to this day, 80 to 90 years had passed, and there was still a strong competitive relationship between the Imperial Beast masters of the two countries. Now that he heard that the principal of Yudai was from the Kingpu Military Academy and had also participated in the Imperial Beast War, Fang Xiao instantly understood why all of Yudai's students were bald. Good Lord, Yudai's principal is treating his high school as a military school. Right. Fang Xiao suddenly remembered that Chun Fan's ability to gather intelligence was very strong. When he had just entered Huching No. 1 High School, he had recognized him at the entrance of the cafeteria, not to mention that he had accurately stated the rankings of Li Qingqing, Zhang Xuren, and the rest of them. There are freshmen you recognize in here. Right? Fang Xiao asked curiously. The students in the top 10 of the midterm exams were as good as counting in Chen Fan's place. Those students who went to other schools, Chen Fan might have done his research as well. Aha! Chun Fan nodded, then casually pointed. That person is probably our biggest enemy this time. His name is Li Jin, and he ranked 4th in the city in the midterm. At that time, I thought he would choose the 1st middle school, but it turned out that I didn't expect him to go to the 3rd middle school at that time. I was more curious about why he gave up the 1st middle school, but later on, I realized that his mother was the vice principal of the 3rd middle school. Chun Fan spoke through gritted teeth. You have a problem with him. Even Fang Xiao could feel Chun Fan's hatred towards Li Jin. I can't talk about faults. I just can't look at the guy who relies on his family. Fang Xiao looked at Chun Fan with a black line on his face. Good guy. Hoping how you participated in the freshman exchange tournament. You don't have any numbers in your heart. If it wasn't for your family's willingness to pay, you wouldn't have been qualified to participate at all. Right. If it wasn't for his family's connections, he wouldn't have been able to get a phantom beast species of Imperial Beast. Fang Xiao, ? What do you think he has? Fang Xiao's eyes instantly glowed. It's an illusory beast breed just like you, and I heard that his family used their connections to copy the data of the illusory beast breed from someone else and then forcefully cultivated it. To put it bluntly, it's a guy who relies on his family's power. Otherwise, how could his Imperial Beasts be that good? That's what allowed him to take the 1st place in the 3rd middle school's mapping exam. Although the 3rd middle school was not as good as the 1st middle school in terms of ranking, having connections was different. A student like Li Jin who went to the 3rd middle school would in turn have a better development. And not only that, over the years, 3rd middle school has been trying to surpass 1st middle school, so it has been more willing to spend money on students' edu. I even heard a saying that the 3rd middle school is just waiting for Li Jin. Before he took the midterm exam, his mom had already made connections up and down the line, just waiting for this time to overtake our school. Chun Fan told Fang Ziu the information he had investigated one by one. Although he had the confidence to challenge the top 10 freshmen in the midterm exams, he had also sobered up a lot after being defeated by Fang Ziu. With his own qualifications, he was simply unable to defeat someone like Li Jin. Fellow student Fang Ziu, for this exchange match, I'm relying on you. And just as soon as Chun Fan's words fell, Li Jin also noticed their side. Only Li Jin stood up from his class's area and walked towards Fang Ziu with his hands in his pockets. You're that Fang Ziu? Right. The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose, surfacing a contemptuous smile as he said to Fang Xiu. No matter what, Fang Xiu had been in the limelight for a while. On the short video platform, there were slices of him everywhere. Fang Xiu nodded. My name is Li Jin. Li Jin looked down at Fang Xiu, who was sitting on a chair, the strongest senior in the third form. This time, I will defeat all of you in first middle school and make third middle school ascend to the apex of Crane City. After saying that, Li Jin then directly turned around and walked backwards without looking back. Was he this middle-aged when he was in middle school? The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How come it felt like the high school students in this world were not quite normal? Chapter 46 versus Yudai High School. Fang Xiu didn't take Li Jin's provocation to heart in the slightest. To him, the so-called freshman exchange tournament was nothing more than coming to go through the process and then bring home the credits and prizes. Soon after, the staff came over to inform Zhang Pan and tell them to get ready. Before this freshman exchange match started, they needed to enter the venue and be introduced one by the host for the audience watching the match. Fang Xiu, as the strongest freshman in Hatching First Middle School, naturally became the captain of this team. And the flow of the exchange match was also very simple. It was divided into 2 parts in total. The first part was the ring match, where lots were drawn to determine the order of engagement, and each team could arrange their own order of battle. When all the freshmen on that side were eliminated, that team was considered to have lost. Fang Xiu entered the venue under the leadership of Zhang Pan. The entire Imperial Beast Stadium was a semi-closed design, while the competition site was an open-air design. In Fang Xiu's opinion, it was similar to the ancient gladiator arena. The difference was that the ground here was paved with green grass, so even if one stepped on it without shoes, there would be no discomfort. Even in Fang Xiu's opinion, the environment here was simply better than a soccer field. Soon, the host's voice through the stadium sound surrounded the entire arena. First of all, let's welcome the first team of this freshman exchange tournament, the freshmen of Hatching First Middle School. Speaking of Hatching First Middle School, we have to mention Fang Xiu. There were a total of 2 hosts in charge of the commentary, and with one of them mentioning Fang Xiu, the other one also hastened to play the joke. Oh, who is Fang Xiu? Don't you know? He's the man of the hour in this first middle school. Not only does he possess a Phantom Beast Seed Imperial Beast, he also set the record for the first middle school's mapping exam. More importantly, this Fang Xiu's soared brows and starry eyes. His face is heroic. His body is robust and straight. When placed in ancient times, it's really the posture of a dragon and phoenix, the table of the sun and the moon. For a while, the conversation between the 2 hosts kept coming out from the stereo, spreading throughout the Imperial Beast Stadium, and this introduction quickly fired up the atmosphere of the scene. Many audience members stood up from their seats and took out their cell phones to take pictures of Fang Xiu. That's Fang Xiu, right? So handsome indeed. I want to marry my daughter to him. I'm determined. I'm Fang Xiu's mom fan from today. No, dude, you're a male, right? Male moms are moms too. In a flash, heated voices continued to come from the surroundings. Hiss. Rhea Fang Ziu didn't expect himself to be so popular. Although normally in school, whether he was eating in the cafeteria or in class, there would be students who would come over to surround him. But compared to the atmosphere of the Imperial Beast Gymnasium, the fervor of those classmates was really nothing. He. Is student Fang Xiu not used to it? Li Qing was used to this after all. Since middle school, she had been the center of attention. However, just as Li Qing wanted to teach Fang Xiu some methods to adjust his mindset, the host of the scene happened to talk about her. The girl following Fang Xiao is indeed Li Qingqing. I know about Li Qingqing. It said that she was #1 in all 3 years of junior high school, the top student in the Huching Middle School examination, a proper school master. That's right. And I think all those who have heard of Li Qingqing should think that with Li Qingqing's talent after entering high school, she will definitely be #1 all the time as well. It's just a pity that she ran into an even more demonic genius in the first high school, Fang Xiao. In a flash, Li Qingqing, who was still wearing a smile on her face, instantly froze her expression. She glanced viciously at the host, itching to rush straight up and punch him. Reserve. Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh lightly. Soon, freshmen from other schools also entered the venue, and then were introduced one by the host. Most of the new students, however, were not very famous, and the hosts hurriedly skimmed over them until, as a high school second only to the first high school, the third high school had produced quite a few outstanding Imperial Beastmasters, and even 4 years ago, it was the freshmen from the third high school that broke the first high school's reign and got the first place in the freshman exchange tournament. It's just a pity that since then, the freshmen of the third high school have not had any students who shine too brightly. That's right, except for this time, Li Jin, his ranking in the city's middle school exams was 4th. Only 4th. Well, even though it's said to be 4th, Li Jin's talent in general studies wasn't actually good until after he entered high school, when his talent was tapped into. And he was also the big favorite to win the freshman exchange tournament this time. Even there's a folk rumor about how this third middle school discovered Li Jin's talent a long time ago, just to wait for him to be promoted to third middle school. A duel between the #1 in the third middle school and the #1 in the first middle school feels like there's a sense of destiny. When introducing Li Jin, the host did not forget to compare Li Jin with Fang Xiao. It had to be said that under the host's drive, many people began to look forward to this freshman exchange match. Fang Xiao was guided by the staff to the venue to draw lots. Other than him, Li Jin from 3rd Middle School, Wang Delong from Yudai, and Su Mengmeng from 8th Middle School also came to the draw table. The results also appeared quickly. 1st Middle School versus Yudai and 3rd Middle School versus 8th Middle School. The first battle was 1st Middle School versus Yudai. Please teach me more, Mr. Fang Xiu. Wang Delong took the initiative to shake hands towards Fang Xiu. He knew very well in his heart that although Yudai was one of the 4 most prestigious schools in Huching City, there were only 1 or 2 students who could rise to the top 10 every year, and sometimes not even that. They basically came to the freshman exchange tournament to accompany them. There was no psychological pressure. Hello, Fang Xiu smiled politely, then left the drawing table with Wang Delong back to back. Then a referee came onto the field and then had 1st Middle School and Yudai set the order of battle. I'll go first. Chen Fan volunteered and wanted to play first. In his heart, he knew very well that his own imperial beasts were naturally no match for Fang Xiao, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Xuren, who were true schoolers. His own ranking in the 1st Middle School was, at best, the 4th person. In this situation, it was only right that he should be allowed to go on the field first, both to test Utsai's strength and to consume the opponent's stamina. The most important thing is their goal this time was to win the championship. Yudai is just a stepping stone on the way to the championship. Li Jin of the 3rd Middle School was the biggest challenger. The reason why Chun Fan did this was also so that Fang Xiao could save his physical strength to fight Li Jin with all his strength. This is the tactic I came up with, Chun Fan said with a serious face. It was not hard to see that he was really thinking for this team. When Li Qingqing and Zhang Xuren heard this, they nodded their heads and both felt that it was feasible as well. What do you think? However, just as Zhang Xuren turned around, he suddenly realized that Fang Xiao had already disappeared. He looked around and suddenly realized that Fang Xiao had already gone up to the ring. Chapter 47. When the alien came out, the opponent directly abandoned the game. Holy, when did this guy go up? Zhang Xuren burst out when he turned around and realized that Fang Xiao was already standing in the ring. No. What about the promised discussion on tactics? Fang Xiao, as the #1 freshman in Hatching First Middle School, shouldn't he be their bottom card? How could there be no reason to be the first to go up? This guy, he really loves the limelight. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and couldn't help but spit up Fang Ziyu. In her opinion, Fang Xiu just didn't want to give up the chance to be in the limelight. Chun Fan opened his mouth wanting to speak. No matter what, this Fang Xiu was the captain of the first middle school freshman team. Although they were shocked, there was no reason for them to run over and pull Fang Xiu back. Zhang Pan Pan, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. In the end, Yudai High School was just a private high school, and if it wasn't for the fact that their principal was still alive, this high school was afraid that it would have long since fallen. Many parents send their students to Yudai only because they are interested in Liu Zilong's fame and management style. If we really talk about the quality of teaching, it would still have to be the first and third high schools. Zhang Pan Pan thought in her heart, thinking that it would be good if Fang Xiu could end this garbage time quickly. On the other side, it was said to be a ring, but the entire venue was a battle area. After all, the two sides were competing against the Imperial Beasts. For humans, a venue the size of 4 soccer fields was indeed an exaggeration. However, even the Imperial Beasts of the upperclassmen were immovable behemoths that were several meters tall. So if they didn't make the battlegrounds a bit bigger, they were afraid that the audience in the auditorium would suffer. Hello, 2 students. I am the referee this time, Wang Wei. The referee signaled Feng Xiu and Yudai's classmates to come forward, then asked them to take their Royal Beast space cards, insert them into the machines on the venue, and then recounted the rules of the match. After all, it was the freshman exchange match, and the focus was on communication, not killing. There was basically only one rule, and that was not to harm the lives of the Imperial Beast Masters. After all, this was the freshman exchange tournament, not a fight. It would be bad if someone got killed. Good. Yudai's classmate nodded politely before looking at Fang Xiu with a smile on his face. I really didn't expect that I could have the opportunity to challenge the #1 person in the first middle school. Hello, fellow student Fang H. Xiao. My name is Gao Han, a student of Yudai Senior Class 6. I'd also like to ask fellow student Fang who to be able to give me more guidance. Although Gao Han felt that his grades were good and his Imperial Beasts were also very good, but facing the strongest freshman in Huching First Middle School, he was still very self-aware in his heart, thinking that he could just consume Fang Ziyu's physical strength. Hello, let's begin. Fang Ziyu nodded, then followed the referee's request and took a few steps back before expecting Gao Han's Imperial Beast. It didn't matter what kind of Imperial Beast he was, and it didn't matter if the Imperial Beast was strong or not. The key was what kind of Imperial Beast. Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, and he couldn't wait to parasitize. But who knew that the Imperial Beast released by Gao Han was a gray wolf? Although this gray wolf's body length was around 2 meters, a proper wolf king level. But in Fang Xiu's eyes, this kind of Imperial Beast was simply unimpressive. Do you have any other Imperial Beasts? Fang Xiu's starry eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. If you have any other Imperial Beasts, just let them out in your head. Other Imperial Beasts. Gao Han couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't it true that a student of Haking First Middle School could cultivate several Imperial Beasts at the same time? Just this one Imperial Beast alone had already cost himself a lot of effort. No. Fang Ziyu looked at Gao Han's reaction, and in his heart, he instantly understood everything. It was the participants this time were all freshmen from various schools. They had just started to come into contact with Imperial Beasts. Not to mention them, even schoolmasters like Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren only had one Imperial Beast. Not to mention ordinary freshmen like Gao Han. Then let's make it a quick battle. Fang Xiu thought for a little while and directly released the Alien Sword Saint. For one thing, the Alien Sword Saint, as the strongest single body among the alien clan, should properly sharpen his battle spirit. Secondly, there were quite a lot of spectators at this freshman exchange tournament, and there was also a live broadcast. By displaying the majesty of the Alien Sword Saint himself, he might also be able to receive praise from Crane City First High School and obtain more resources. Chop it up. Fang Xiu's voice was low and cold. The Alien Sword Saint, which stood up to about 3 meters, slightly shook its wrist, and a black blade emitting a metallic luster protruded from the joint of its elbow, which was then grasped in its hand. The aura that emanated from it even made Gahan's gray wolf shiver and spin around, clamping down on its tail. Both of Gao Han's eyes stared like the eyes of an ox, although he had long heard that Fang Shio was a genius and a demon in the first middle school. He had never dreamed that Fang Shio's imperial beast would be so outrageous. That blackish fellow, just what kind of imperial beast was it? Even the entire gymnasium became silent. These people, when had they ever seen such a royal beast? What's the situation? Fang Shio's imperial beast that can use equipment. The host rolled his throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Imperial beast equipment, weren't they all customized? Moreover, it needed to be exchanged with credits, but the school year had just begun. Where would one find the credits to exchange for equipment? Based on such and such relationship, the freshman exchange tournament, basically there would be no imperial beasts using equipment. No, it's not equipment. Another host realized only after careful observation. Although Fang Shio's imperial beast was holding a black sword in its hand, which was majestic, that sword was not an equipment, but a piece of bone knuckle protruding from its elbow. Hiss, is this the illusory beast species? The height is 3 meters and the body, is that a bone? The host half squinted his eyes, carefully observing Fang Shio's imperial beast from Fang Shio's alien sword saint. The host couldn't see half a bit of muscle, skin, and only felt that the body of this ferocious beast was skeleton through and through. The moment he thought of the rumors that Fang Shio had cultivated a phantom beast species, the host immediately felt his scalp tingle. It wasn't the first time he had hosted the freshman exchange tournament. He had seen all sorts of geniuses, but it was the first time he had seen one as outrageous as Fang Shio. No, that kind of imperial beast. Is it really something that a freshman can cultivate? Look, Gao Han's imperial beasts, they've all been scared to death. With the host's commentary, the audience in the auditorium realized that Gao Han's gray wolf was not only scared to the point that it clamped its tail, but it was also spraying urine uncontrollably. The hairs on his body also stood up, and it looked like he was stressed. Gao Han's face was as pale as paper. What's the point of this? Fang Shio's imperial beast was simply like Gao De in his eyes. Wait a moment. In fear, Gao Han hastily raised his hand, and even his voice couldn't stop trembling as he spoke. Referee, I abstain. Gao Han said in a small voice, the entire person aggrieved as if he was on the verge of crying. Even Fang Shio did not expect this. There's still an abstention. Chapter 48, Wang Dalang. Better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Looking at Gao Han raising his right hand and announcing to the referee that he had abstained, Fang Shio couldn't help but be stunned. No dude, the freshman exchange match still has a forfeit. Seeing this, referee Wang Wei took 3 steps to the center of the arena and announced the result to the entire audience through the microphone hanging on his ear. Round 1, Fang Shio wins. In a flash, the audience was also silent. They had come to watch the Imperial Beast competition just to enjoy the visual stimulation. As a result, they didn't expect that Gao Han would directly surrender. Even though they could see the gap between Fang Shio and Gao Han, and that skinny gray wolf had no qualifications to compete with the alien sword saint. Giving up without even fighting caused them to be upset. The host also smiled awkwardly and could only defend Gao Han. Although imperial beasts getting injured and dying is something that happens from time to time, and as long as the data of the imperial beasts is recorded, a new imperial beast can be quickly bred. This process, however, will consume a large amount of resources. Students like Gao Han, whose family of origin is average, often can't afford such expenses. Choosing to abstain from the game when you know you're not going to be defeated is not unwise. This host's name was Zaya Odi, and when he was in high school, he was also full of hope for the imperial beasts. But after seeing those talented and wealthy classmates, he truly saw the gap and understood that this world did not revolve around people like him. So when he saw that Gao Han had to choose to abstain, his heart resonated. I have to say student Fang Shio is indeed a rare genius. The other host's name was Du Liao, a female. When she saw Fang Shio's extremely high face value, Her heart of love couldn't help but ripple for a bit, and she only felt that she was born at the wrong time. If she could have been a dozen years younger, she would have been able to attend the same high school as Fang Xiao. Between each other, they might even be able to rub out the sparks of love. Yeah, even if I saw it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe that that chilling creature would be a royal beast bred by a freshman in high school. Zhao Dai nodded approvingly. I even suspect that even if Fang Ziu were to be directly compared to a senior student, his imperial beast would still be a top-ranking existence. It seems that another Chu Xinghe has been born out of Haking First Middle School. Chu Xing, as a genius who walked out from Crane City, was undoubtedly a household name. From Fang Xiao's body, Zhao Dai could even see Chu Xinghe's figure. Not. Zhao Dai shook his head slightly. If he were to discuss the degree of demonic, this Fang Zia might be even stronger than Chu Xing. It seems that other than Li Jin from the third middle school, no one would be Fang Zia's opponent. Zhao Dai took a deep breath and began to hype up the atmosphere of the scene. After all, Gao Han's forfeit was too unexpected. So in order to not make the audience emotional, he simply brought up Li Jin. Let's put our attention back on the playing field. There seems to be some problems on Yudai's side. Du Liao noticed that the students of Yudai seemed to be communicating with the referee. Around half a minute or so, referee Wang Wei announced the results of the exchange. The other two freshmen from Yudai similarly announced their forfeit. Abstaining again, Du Liao sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but she did feel that she could understand the feelings of Yudai's freshmen. Fang Xiao's imperial beasts were as terrifying as monsters. Take the head and beat it. It seems that there's still one more person that hasn't abstained. Zhao Dai noticed that after the two freshmen had forfeited one after another, the last freshman of Yudai's team had actually walked slowly onto the playing field. He is the captain of Yudai High School, Wang Delong. Sure enough, the hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. Even after seeing Fang Shu's power, he still chose to challenge him. Even if he loses in the end, such courage is worthy of our admiration. Zai Odi didn't sneer at Wang Delong, thinking that he was being insouciant by challenging Fang Xiao at this time. On the contrary, in his opinion, Wang Delong at least had the courage to challenge. This spirit alone was already too much better than ordinary people. Not bad. Fang Xiao originally thought that the Yutai squad would collectively surrender, but he didn't expect that there was really one who dared to challenge himself. Don't get me wrong. Wang Daling also didn't expect Jayayuti to praise himself so much, and even after his words fell, the audience directly erupted in thunderous applause. Honestly, I don't want to let my royal beast fight with that kind of monster either, but there's no way. If even I, the captain, were to abstain, then Yuk Kai would have lost too ugly. Wang Delong smiled helplessly and bitterly. He knew very well in his heart that Yudai, as a private high school in Crane City, hadn't been criticized by the students of the first and third middle schools. Even his junior high school classmates at the summer vacation party all teased how they could go to a high school like Yudai. It was simply condescending. However, Wang Delong also had his own considerations. If he were to go to the first high school or the third high school, his grades were not outstanding, and he would only be mediocre. Coupled with the fact that his family can't provide any resources to help him, once he enters the second and third year of high school, he will most likely be obliterated and finally go to an undergraduate university. When the university graduated back, joined the company 9 to 5 life. And although Yudai is not as good as the first middle school, the third middle school, but they are willing to cultivate themselves, help themselves to solve the problem of imperial beast resources. Chicken head, still, phoenix tail. Wang Delong gave his answer. He didn't regret such a choice. On the contrary, he was grateful to Yudai for giving him such an opportunity. Based on such and such a relationship, even after seeing Fang Xiao's power, and knowing that he would fail, Big Brother Wang still chose to stand up and defend Yudai's dignity. A genius like you must think that my idea is ridiculous. Right? He. Wang Delong laughed, and with that, released his imperial beast. Accompanied by a faint flash of light, a standing Nile crocodile appeared on the playing field. It stood at a height of 4 meters, quite a bit stouter than Fang Xiao's alien sword saint, and its claws had evolved into human-like by living thumbs, allowing it to complete difficult movements such as clenching fists and grasping. The tail behind it was thicker than Fang Shio's waist. The ghostly red eyes exuded an extremely strong sense of terror. Desert Butcher Richton. Looking at Wang Delong's imperial beast, Fang Shio couldn't help but think of a MOBA-type game he had once played, League of Legends. In it, there was a hero called Recton that was similar to Wang Delong's imperial beast. That's not right. Isn't this kind of imperial beast that changes form only appear after a mutation? Fang Shio raised his sword brows. Could it be that Yudai had forcibly helped Wang Delong mutate in order to gain results in this freshman exchange tournament? It's a bit interesting. Chapter 49. Between the first and the first, there is a gap. A mutated imperial beast. Fang Shu sized up Wang Delong's imperial beast and instantly felt that it was a bit interesting. Since Wang Delong could be the captain of Yudai's squad, he must be the #1 person among the freshmen just like himself. Adding to that, Yudai, as the only private high school in Crane City to enter the freshman exchange tournament, naturally wanted to do something in the exchange tournament as well. Using a large amount of resources to help Wang Delong's imperial beast alteration, there would be nothing strange about it. Of course, it wasn't enough to just have resources. It was also necessary for Wang Delong's own heart to be strong enough to make the imperial beast submit to him, and this aspect was exactly Wang Delong's strong point. He was able to resist the temptation of the first middle school, the third middle school, and chose his own path. After his companions abandoned one after another, he still chose to fight in defense of Yudai. Such a royal beast master was bound to have a bright future. Then let me attack first. Delong, let's go. Our roar. Wang Delong directly named his imperial beast Big Dragon, and with his order, the crocodile man also violently charged towards the alien sword saint. Every step it took forward caused the playing field to tremble. Wang Delong held his breath and pinned his hopes on his imperial beast. The next second, the crocodile man grasped his fist with 5 fingers and blasted up at the alien sword saint's head. However, it was too late. Just as its fist was about to pour onto the alien sword saint, the latter magically disappeared. Disappeared. Wang Delong's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes as he hurriedly looked around for the alien sword saint's location. The crocodile man's fist directly lunged into the air, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It wasn't just it and its imperial beast master. The spectators in the audience also didn't react to what was happening. Only Fang Xiao understood that this was the alien sword saint's blistering wind step. It could utilize light and hide its figure, looking as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Immediately after, the alien sword saint reappeared. It circled around behind the crocodile man, and with the black blade in its hand, it did a sweep. This didn't count after the horizontal sweep. The alien sword saint backhanded another vertical chop. The 2 chops were so fast that it looked like they were done at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh. The sharp blade set off a wind-breaking sound, and the chopping attack even set off a translucent impact that landed on the crocodile man's body. The crocodile skin that looked incredibly sturdy was unbeatable under the alien sword saint's chopping attack. Plop. Only blood splattered from the cut waving in the air like a dancing red butterfly. The impact of the sword blade even propelled the crocodile man's body to tumble out. A roar. It was followed by miserable cries of grief that echoed in this imperial beast stadium. Wang Delong was startled and rushed over, but how could the speed of an alien sword saint be compared to a high school student? The moment Wang Delong ran up, the alien sword saint had already appeared beside the crocodile man. It stomped the crocodile man on the ground with 1 foot, and its sharp black blade pointing straight at the other party's throat violently stabbed down. Enough. Seeing this, Fang Shio hurriedly shouted. In a flash, the tip of the alien sword saint's blade hovered down, almost sticking to the crocodile man's throat, and a splash of blood flowed out from where the tip of the blade was. It could be seen that if Fang Shio hadn't been merciful, the alien sword saint would definitely have run its blade through. And the reason why it didn't choose to chop off the crocodile man's head was because of the characteristics of the alien race. Although the alien queen could reproduce infinitely and expand the number of herds, the face-hugging worms that hatched out needed to be parasitized in order to grow into aliens. For this reason, the aliens would usually heavily injure their prey before allowing the face-hugging worms to parasitize them. Only, although Fang Shio's alien sword saint chose to show mercy, in the eyes of the audience, this battle was simply a power crush. Sparing the host, Zhao Dai and Du Liao, they couldn't help but fall silent. Not it wasn't silence, but shocked. The two of them all had their eyes wide open in shock at this moment, their mouths incredibly wide open into a N-O shape. The freshmen from other schools who came to participate in this exchange match were also dumbstruck. Especially Gao Han and the others. Wang Delong was Yut Sai's #1. It could even be said that he was the #1 person that Yut Sai was trying to build. This freshman exchange match was to let Wang Delong shine. But who knew? Facing Fang Hu's Imperial Beast, this Wang Delong's Imperial Beast was instantly killed. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This is the end. Killed in seconds. Is this the strength of the #1 person in Crane City 1? No, is this guy really a freshman? I'm afraid he's not a senior coming down to impersonate. Gao Han and the others couldn't help but spit it out. In their eyes, Fang Shu's strength was simply not in the same dimension compared to freshmen like them. Even if they said that he was a senior, they would still believe it. It wasn't just them. There were also students from the 8th and 3rd middle schools. This is too perverted. This is how we can still fight. The phantom beast species is not at the same level as us at all. It's fine. We still have Li Jin. His imperial beast is also a phantom beast species. Compared to the despair of the 8th middle school, the students of the 3rd middle school were slightly better off. Although they didn't feel that their imperial beasts could defeat Fang Shio's alien sword saint, they were clear in their hearts. Li Jin was the ace of the 3rd middle school. Not only had he also gotten his hands on a phantom beast species imperial beast, his mom was also the vice principal of the 3rd middle school, and his hands were all over the place. In his hands, he would definitely have many cards. Fang Shio. Li Jin's gaze slightly condensed as he looked Fang Shio up and down. Originally, he thought that this freshman exchange tournament would be the stage for him to kill. As a result, he didn't expect that a Changbai Jin would be killed out halfway. Is it a phantom beast species like me? No. Li Jin shook his head vigorously. Even if they are both mirage beast species, my imperial beast is still nobler than you. That ugly appearance doesn't even enter the picture. A trace of contempt flashed through Li Jin's eyes. The #1 freshman in Crane City would definitely be himself. He himself would definitely be able to defeat Fang Shio. At this moment, Fang Shio did not notice Li Jin's glances. He was fully focused on Wang Delong. I admit defeat. Wang Delong clenched his teeth and a hot tear flowed unwillingly from the corner of his eye. Although he wanted to make his crocodile man get up and fight again, the tip of the alien sword saint's blade was aimed at its throat. Once the crocodile man made any move, it was able to stab the crocodile man's throat first with its terrifying speed. The gap in strength between the two sides is simply a difference between clouds and mud, and one have no chance of winning. Is this the strength of Crane City #1 middle school, the #1 person? Although it has already made up its mind to sprint to the top 10 in the country as a Utisai chicken head, but I didn't expect that I and the Phoenix head of #1 middle school. There is such a disparity. Wang Delong reluctantly clenched his fists his life. For the first time he felt so powerless. Chapter 50. Fang Shio is the MVP. Li Qingqing is the lay-winning dog. Looking at Wang Delong's unwilling appearance, Fang Shio whirled around and retrieved his alien sword saint before walking towards him. Don't doubt yourself. Your royal beast is very strong. It's just a pity that you met me. Try harder next time. Even though this Wang Dalang was a freshman from Udai, the unassuming manner he showed made Fang Shio have some admiration. Moreover, this Wang Delong's royal beast was indeed very powerful, making Fang Shio think of Lexington. During the 3 years of high school, if it was Udai's full support, this Wang Delong would definitely take the imperial beast and cultivate it to a very powerful level. Even Fang Shio suspected that if Wang Delong encountered an opponent other than himself, but Zhang Xuren, Li Qingqing's words, he might have a great chance of winning. As for that Gichun fan in Fang Shio's eyes, He was not Wang Delong's opponent at all. Wang Delong also didn't expect Fang Xiao to say such words to himself. He thought that Fang Xiao walked over to him because he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate himself. It was himself who had taken the heart of a small man for the heart of a gentleman. Fang Xiao, after I go back this time, I will sharpen myself, and one day I will challenge you again. Wang Delong gathered his emotions and threw his voice towards Fang Xiao. The two sides looked at each other, then guffawed and smiled, each going off the field. The host, Zhao Dai, couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw this scene. Although in this match it was Fang Xiu who won, but Wang Delong's imper. Isle Beast is also really good. Worthy of the title of Udicize #1 freshman, please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Wang Delong. Under Zhao Di's encouragement, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although the top 3 freshmen of all chose to abstain, judging from the final result, student Fang Xiao is fully capable of picking 4 and 1. Du Liao also felt that Wang Delong's performance was good. However, she liked Fang Xiao more in her heart. In her opinion, even if Gao Han and the others hadn't abstained, she was afraid that they wouldn't be Fang Xiao's opponents. Truly worthy of being the strongest in Hatching First Middle School. I feel like I'm witnessing a legend, Du Liao said in an excited tone. Yeah, it's really been a long time since there's been a royal beast master like Fang Xiao in Crane City. However, the competition is still going on, and the next match is between the 3rd middle school and the 8th middle school. Xiaodi shifted the topic to the next match, then introduced the students of the 3rd middle school one by one. Meanwhile, as soon as Fang Xiu returned to the restroom, he saw Li Qingqing puffing up. You've made a name for yourself this time. For the next match, you're not allowed to be the first one on the court. Li Qingqing didn't come to participate in this freshman exchange tournament to be a green leaf. No, even if she was a green leaf, at least she had the opportunity to go on the field. Only those like Wang Delong were called green leaves. Good guy. Once he sat in the lounge, he sat until the Yutai freshmen were eliminated en masse. And Fang Xiao's alien sword saint also shocked Li Qingqing to a great extent. She still remembered now that she was present when the alien sword saint hatched out. The alien sword saint at that time was just a little over 1 meter 8, not too far from Fang Xiao. However, after being released, she realized that Fang Xiao's alien sword saint had skyrocketed to double its size. When standing upright, it was more than 3 meters tall. How long has it only been? Did Fang Xiao's alien sword saint grow up on pig feet? According to his strength, not to mention Yucai, a private high school. Even if it was the 2 key high schools of the 8th and 3rd, I'm afraid that it would still be possible for Haifeng to pick 4 by 1. If the next game continue to let Fang Xiao to play the lead, these freshmen afraid that not all have the opportunity to play. Fang Xiao was the MVP, and Li Qingqing was the lying dog. Li Qingqing could even imagine that the school confession wall would say this about herself. Qingqing classmate. Chan Fan saw this and hurriedly walked up to awkwardly compensate for the smile. But before he could finish his words, he was met with a blank stare from Li Qingqing. Qingqing is also what you call it. Li Qingqing herself didn't have much goodwill towards Chun Fan. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used his family's connections, he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Classmate Li Qingqing. Chun Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, what I wanted to say was, Fang Xiao, we know that you are very strong. In fact, when Fang Xiao released the alien sword saint, Chun Fan's entire body was dumbfounded. As someone who had fought Fang Xiao on the first day of school, he had a certain knowledge of Fang Xiao's alien, especially the shock brought about by the alien queen. Until now, he would have nightmares when he woke up at night. As for the alien sword saint just now, although it wasn't as exaggerated as the alien queen in terms of size, its speed, strength, all of them made Chun Fan feel that it was more than enough. Such a strong imperial beast. In Chun Fan's eyes, no one would be Fang Xiao's opponent. If they continued to let Fang Xiao play the lead, they really didn't need to do anything. Fellow student Fang Xiao, it's time to let us, the freshmen, take to the field and show off a bit. Zhang Xuren, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He didn't really have any desire to perform, and everyone was a team anyway. If you could lie down and win, why bother trying? Li Qingqing and Chun Fan are right. Seeing this, Zhang Pan Pan also said in a serious tone, "You are a team, a whole. Maybe third middle school, youth-size freshmen are all weak. With just your strength alone, you can easily defeat them. But this world is big. Sooner or later, you will encounter powerful opponents. When that time comes, you will realize the powerlessness of individual strength in front of the collective. Fang Xiao, for the next match, you'll be the last to appear." As the words fell, Zhang Panpan pushed his glasses. The country of China had 34 large states and 667 cities. Huiking was merely a small city in the 18th line. Fang Xiao might be the strongest and hopeful of Crane City. But if he were to look at the entire Jiang Prefecture, he wouldn't necessarily be the strongest Imperial Beast Master. If he wasn't here to make Fang Xiao realize the importance of a team, he would sooner or later suffer a great loss one day, especially when bumping into a royal beast master who was as demonic as him. However, Fang Xiao didn't think about it that much. He originally just wanted to parasitize as many imperial beasts as possible from the freshmen. He didn't expect the first 3 of Yucai to abstain. As for Wang Delong, although he himself could have let the face-hugging insects parasitize them, he always had a feeling of sympathy once he saw Wang Delong's eyes. Good, good, good. Fang Xiao nodded and let Zhang Pan Pan decide the order of appearance for the next match. Then, Fang Xiao watched the match between the 3rd middle school and the 8th middle school through the screen broadcast in the restroom. However, although this 8th middle school was also a key high GH school, the overall quality was far inferior to the 3rd middle school. Without even waiting for Li Jin to appear, the 4 freshmen of the 8th middle school had already been wiped out. Sure enough, Zhang Pan Pan was not surprised by this result, although there are quite a few high schools in Crane City. But the only ones that can truly be called the dual Heavenly Supreme are 1st Middle School and 3rd Middle School. Chapter 51, 1st Middle School versus 3rd Middle School. Although the 8th Middle School is also a key high school in Haking, in Zhang Panpan's eyes, the 8th Middle School does not have a strong teaching force. The school's resources are also very limited, the top 10 students in the city's midterm exams, but none of them chose a school like the 8th grade. Every year, they come over to participate in the freshman exchange game, but it is also just a passing phase. With a little bit of luck, they could bump into in the lottery session and then enter the finals and take 2nd place. But most of the time, the 8th middle school and Udai, it's a hard match. Watching 3rd middle school eliminate 8th middle school so easily, Zhang Pan Pan naturally didn't feel surprised. Chun Fan takes the lead, then Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, and most of all Fang Xiao closes out. Zhang Pan Pan took the order from weakest to strongest so that every freshman had a chance to appear. Of course, in Zhang Pan Pan's heart, this was not done simply to show everyone's face. Rather, it was to accumulate experience. The freshman exchange tournament was just a beginning, not the end. Fang Xiao and the others would definitely participate in various competitions in these 3 years of high school. There was naturally no harm in letting them accumulate combat experience early. Yes, Chan Fan clenched his fists in excitement. He had long been impatient. Although he knew in his heart that he was the weakest Imperial Beast Master in the team, he didn't care. Just having the chance to go on the field was great. Fang Xiao sat in a corner of the lounge and watched the live stream on the screen. He only saw Chen Fan come to the venue with a quick and hurried step. The host, Zhao Dai, narrated along with it. The freshman sent up by 1st middle school this time is called Chen Fan. I remember that he ranked 11th in the city in the midterm. The touch test after entering Huching 1st middle school was also very good. Moreover, the instrumentation is impressive. I think it will be a top 10 seedling as well. Xiaodi couldn't help but praise Chun Fan as soon as he saw him. Du Liao also understood. Let's look forward to Chun Fan's performance together. I wonder what kind of imperial beast he has bred. There was no other reason. This Chun Fan's family owned a chain of supermarkets. The biggest supermarket in Crane City was owned by their family. Naturally, they wouldn't say anything bad. The freshman sent out by the 3rd middle school this time is Han Bing. He was also the one who stepped up to play the lead in the battle against the 8th middle school just now, and he also defeated 2 of his 8th middle school classmates with his own strength. Du Liao said as such, yeah. And when he faced the 3rd challenger, Han Bing also had a chance to take the match. It's just a pity that it was just that close. I wonder if Chun Fan this time will be able to defeat this Han Bing on the competition field. Are you that Chun Fan? Han Bing followed the referee's instructions and came to the center of the competition arena, then inserted the Imperial Beast space card into the machine. The corners of his mouth rose and a contemptuous smile surfaced. On the first day of school, you were ed by Fang Shio scum. You, guy. Chun Fan glared fiercely at Han Bing. He didn't remember the name Han Bing being among the top 10 people in the midterm, and he himself was the 11th. In other words, besides the top 10 people, he himself was the strongest in the midterm. A mere Han. Bing, how dare he taunt himself? You're also worthy. Chun Fan resumed his old high and cold demeanor. In front of Fang Shio, Li Qingqing was just fine. You, a guy with no name, what right do you have to fool around in front of me? Han Bing did not expect Chen Fan to speak so directly, and his expression froze. But immediately afterward, he laughed again. In the past, number 1 middle school was perhaps the strongest high school, but this year is different. This time, 3rd middle school has not only poured in a lot of resources, but also ushered in a genius like Li Jin. It's time for the name of the strongest high school in Crane City to change owners. Han Bing released his Imperial Beast as he spoke. His Imperial Beast was clearly a rhinoceros. However, the horn of this rhinoceros was not an unusual white bone rhinoceros horn. At a glance, Chun Fan saw that not only did this rhinoceros horn appear black, it also had a metallic luster on it. It was evident that it had been strengthened during the cultivation process. If you believe in Li Jin, you might as well go back to dreaming about everything. When Chen Fan was in middle school, he was in the same class as Li Jin. The guy he hated the most was a connected person like Li Jin. Although he didn't think that he would be Li Jin's opponent, as long as there was Fang Hua around, Li Jin wouldn't have any chance. As long as Feng Shio is around, there's no way 1st middle school will lose. As Chun Fan's words fell, he also released his Imperial Beast. Our roar, only a roar could be heard echoing throughout the entire playing field. The Imperial Beast that was released by Chun Fan was clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, his 2nd Imperial Beast, not only did he still choose the ancient species, even after learning from the experience of his failure, Chun Fan was even more aggressive and bred a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even though Han Bing's rhinoceros was over 2 meters tall, but in front of Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, it still looked a little weak. You guy. Han Bing also did not expect Chun Fan's Imperial Beast to be a rare ancient species. It wasn't even until he saw Chun Fan's Imperial Beast that he remembered that this Chun Fan wasn't just the 11th in the city's middle school exams. This guy's family was opening a supermarket. Even in the system, he had connections. There is no lack of resources. Although he himself had the resources of the 3rd middle school to help him, but no matter how much help he had, it was impossible to compare it with a rich 2nd generation like Chun Fan. He subconsciously turned back and glanced at Li Jin. Upon realizing that his Imperial Beast was not as good as Chun Fan, Han Bing also had the thought of abstaining. However, Li Jin only glanced at him. The feeling was as if he was saying, if you guys should abstain, then drop out. Beans of sweat broke out on Han Bing's forehead. For a moment it could only be hardened. Finish it off. Along with Han Bing's order, the black-horned rhinoceros could only let out a low chirp before running wildly towards Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let me show you just how big the gap between us is. Facing Han Bing's first attack, the corner of Chun Fan's mouth rose only to see his Tyrannosaurus Rex turn around violently, flinging its tail behind it and sweeping it out. In an instant, Han Bing's black-horned rhino was directly balanced by Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was knocked over by its tail. Rumble accompanied by a loud sound, the black-horned rhino fell heavily to the ground, setting off a terrifying air current that swept out in all directions. Stand. Stand up. Han Bing clenched his teeth, urging his black-horned rhino to get up and fight again. However, the tonnage of these 2 Imperial Beasts was simply not at the same level. Without waiting for Han Bing's black-horned rhino to get up again, Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex had already opened its bloody mouth and bit down hard on its neck. With the terrifying bite force of the Tyrannosaurus rex, it tore off a piece of meat from the chilly black-horned rhino. Blood soared, a scream erupted from the audience. Frenzied screams. Chapter 52, Upright Adam. Only to see Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus rex bite the head of the black-horned rhinoceros and then forcefully fling it hard enough to send the big guy, which weighed several tons, flying to Han Bing's feet. Go down. Chun Fan's voice was low and cold. You. Han Bing's forehead veins rippled. If his eyes could kill, he hated to break Chun Fan into pieces. The winner of this round, Chun Fan of number 1 middle school, the referee quickly stepped forward and declared the result of the match. First middle school lounge. Chun Fan, he's quite capable. Although Li Ching couldn't look at a connected person like Chun Fan in her heart, she had to admit that his imperial beasts were indeed not as weak as she had imagined. Chun Fan was able to participate in this freshman exchange tournament. In T, although he has his family's operation, he himself is not that bad. Zhang Pan stood behind Li Ching and said he had tutored Chun Fan before the start of the first year of high school. Although Chen Fan's talent was not that outstanding, he was willing to work hard for it, and with the help of his family, he had gotten to where he was today. In terms of strength, even if he looked at the entire Hutching First Middle School, he was an existence that could be ranked in the top 10. Aha! Li Ching nodded, feeling that what Zhang Pan said was also reasonable. Soon, Third Middle School sent out their second player. This person wore the uniform of the Third Middle School and had a short inch. His face was not considered outstanding, but he had a good figure and he applauded as he walked onto the playing field. What a nice imperial beast! Chun Fan. Chun Fan sized up the visitor. Are you Gong Wei? Normally, Chun Fan rarely bothered to memorize the names of students with poor academic performance. However, this Gong Wei was an exception. He had moderate grades and was not considered outstanding, but because after his father was killed on the job, he left his family with a compensation. Gong Wei relied on this money to pull up a force in the school. This was nothing to Chun Fan originally. However, after getting a taste of the sweetness, Gong Wei became more and more aggressive. Not only would he bully his classmates, but he would also bring someone to touch the buttocks of his female classmates from time to time. Even on the way out of school, he would rob the lower-grade students. As Gong Wei's classmate, Chun Fan naturally couldn't stand to see this kind of behavior from him, so he initiated a conflict with him. Gong Wei originally thought that he had collected a group of juniors by money and could beat Chun Fan violently. As a result, he didn't expect that in the face of a real second generation like Chun Fan, none of the little brothers he had raised dared to make a move. In the end, both sides fought and alarmed the school. The principal didn't dare to mess with your family and only expelled me. This account, how is it going to be settled? Gong Wei clenched his hands into fists. Until this day, he was haunted by this matter. Chun Fan couldn't help but sneer. How to count? Those classmates who were bullied by you, how are they gonna be counted? Those lower-grade students deserve to have you rob them. Your father was killed on the job and is considered a character. How come you have such an uncontested child? It's okay for you to bully others, but not when you're bullied yourself. Chun Fan did not feel that there was anything wrong with him in the slightest. Perhaps the final handling of that matter did have his own family intervening, but if Gong Wei hadn't bullied him first, he wouldn't have clashed with him himself. Good. Gong Wei said 3 good things in one breath. I hope you don't regret it. As soon as the words fell, Gong Wei directly released his imperial beast. Chun Fan's gaze slightly condensed as he looked towards the light. However, what he never dreamed of was that the imperial beast that was released by Gong Wei was actually a human. That person was more than 2 meters tall. His body was all covered in solid muscles. His clenched fists were the size of Chun Fan's head. His waist was surrounded by a tiger skin while behind him, he was carrying a hammer on his back. No, not human. The corner of Chun Fan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air and his pupils quaked madly. Even though the imperial beast released by Gong Wei resembled a human, he, who had studied the ancient species, quickly saw the difference. This imperial beast's face was flattened, and the structure of its dental bed and lower jawbone was reduced. Instead, the upper jawbone was expanded quite a bit. Upright. Your imperial beast is an upright human. Chun Fan instantly came to a sudden realization. The emergence of Homo erectus had been a milestone in the evolutionary process of human beings, laying the foundation for the emergence and development of Homo sapiens later on. Because Homo erectus ended up going extinct, it was also not the ancestor of modern humans. According to the law of imperial beasts, Homo erectus could serve as an imperial beast. But because of the uniqueness of Homo erectus, very few people would breed this imperial beast. This guy Gong Guangwei was really nasty. Gong Guangwei noticed that Chun Fan's eyes were filled with contempt for himself, and instead he laughed coldly. Ever since I was kicked out of school, I haven't wanted to beat you all the time. However, it's also thanks to you. If it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't have been forced to transfer to another school, and I wouldn't have met Lord Li Jin and also wouldn't have gained the power to defeat you and defeat the first middle school. Although Go Ng Guangwei's father, who was killed in the line of duty, left behind a compensation over the years. It was all used to secure his livelihood and tuition. So much so that there was no sizable wealth left behind at all for him to imperialize the beast. The reason why he was able to cultivate this upright human imperial beast was still because of the help he received from Li Jin. A dog's leg. Chun Fan scoffed at Gong Gongwei. Originally, he thought that he could learn from that incident. Now looking at it, this Gong Gongwei had not changed at all. Cut the crap. Let's see if it's your Tyrannosaurus Rex that's powerful or my Adam. As soon as Gong Gongwei clenched his fist, he ordered Adam to strike. Adam. This name made Chun Fan frown. This Gong Gongwei, he really dared to name his imperial beast. However, even though Chun Fan couldn't see Gong Gongwei's behavior from the bottom of his heart. However, as creatures that had survived on the blue planet for millions of years before becoming extinct, their predatory abilities were outstanding. A roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex furiously ran forward, then rotated its body and swept its tail across. But in the face of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack, Adam's face was devoid of fear. And with a sliding shovel, he passed under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail. When he stood up again, he had already come to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's leg, and at the same time he grabbed the hammer behind him and aimed at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's knee. It was a heavy blow. Perhaps the primitive strength of the Homo erectus was limited, but the tool in his hand was a product of industrialization. Not only was the head of the hammer of high-quality steel, the handle of the hammer was also treated no longer the traditional solid wood, but a random co-polymerized polypropylene, which was not only able to withstand the horrific impact, but also increased the rebound force, increasing the power of the blow even further. Boom. Only heard a loud sound. Tyrannosaurus Rex's knees directly clicked and folded. The huge body too instantly lost its balance and fell to the side with a loud bang. Gong Guangwei's eyes became frenzied. Kill him. Chapter 53. Who says I only have one imperial beast? Gong Guangwei looked at Chun Fan ferociously. Not only was he going to defeat Chun Fan this time, he was going to humiliate him severely. Kill him. Accompanying Gong Gongwei's order, Adam grabbed the hammer with both hands and smashed it fiercely against the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Boom! A terrifying air current swept out in all directions and Tyrannosaurus Rex's body trembled under the force. But what everyone didn't expect was that Adam had clearly defeated the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he didn't stop. Instead, he violently turned around and his vicious gaze focused directly on Chun Fan. A bad premonition arose in Chun Fan's heart. You guy. Chun Fan glanced at Gong Guangwei out of the corner of his eye. He knew that this guy's character had always been questionable, but he didn't expect him to dare to mess around at the freshman exchange tournament. After all, they are upright people with insufficient brain capacity. So it's nothing strange that they sometimes can't understand the orders of the Imperial Beast Master. Right. The corner of Gong Guangwei's mouth rose, and he deliberately lowered his voice so the Chun Fan could hear this alone. In the next second, Adam's knees slightly bent before he violently exerted his strength and charged straight at Chun Fan, only to see his 5 fingers grasping his fist. He ruthlessly slammed it towards Chun Fan's face. When it was too late, Chun Fan fully deflected his center of gravity to the side and was able to dodge Adam's punch. But immediately after, another kick came from the front, kicking Chun Fan's abdomen. Boom! In an instant, Chun Fan flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. His body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out blood that stained the grass of the competition field. His body rolled several more times in succession before he was able to stop. Stop! Seeing that the situation was not right, referee Wang Wei then hastened to stop it. The freshman exchange tournament is only an exchange of royal beasts. You may not attack the Imperial Beast Masters. Wang Wei glared at Gong Guangwei before pulling out a yellow card from his pocket. Sorry. My Imperial Beasts aren't too smart in the brain. Sometimes they don't quite understand my commands. Gong Guangwei didn't care about this and just shrugged. Adam retreated to his side with it. In the lounge of the first school, Li Qingqing angrily stood up from her chair. This guy, he definitely did it on purpose. In her opinion, if this upright man really couldn't understand instructions like Gong Guangwei said, then he should have used the weapon in his hand. As a result, after rushing to Chun Fan's side, he used his fists and feet instead. It showed that he knew he couldn't seriously injure Chun Fan. This was clearly Gong Gongwei's intention. Zhang Zuren, be careful. Seeing this, Zhang Pan first reminded Zhang Zuren to be careful of Gong Gongwei's tactics in the next match, then hurriedly rushed out from the lounge. Bringing the medical staff, he went over to check Qin Fan's injuries. Teacher Zhang. Qin Fan braced himself for the pain, stood up from the grass, and retrieved his Tyrannosaurus Rex, then unwillingly lay down on the stretcher. Sorry, Teacher Zhang. It's all because of my Imperial Beast. Seeing this, Gong Gongwei even deliberately came up to discuss Qinfen, only to be glared back directly by Zhang Panpan's eyes. At first, the conflict between Chun Fan and Gong Gongwei was making a lot of noise. He had also heard about some of it. He just didn't expect that this Gong Gongwei, not to mention entering the third middle school, had also bred imperial beasts like the upright man. Although there was no explicit rule, it was sort of a consensus not to breed upright man into an imperial beast. But this Gong Guangwei did whatever he could to win. Zhang Pan gave a heavy cold snort. As Chun Fan's teacher, he didn't even care to say anything more to this Gong Gongwei. Even the host, Zhao Dai, was a bit upset with this Gong Gongwei, but he couldn't do anything to him either. The match continued. Zhang Zuren came from the lounge to the competition arena and brushed shoulders with Chun Fan on the way. Be careful. His imperial beast is very strong. Aha! Zhang Zuren shook Gong Gongwei's hand before continuing forward and releasing his imperial beast. Only a black panther was seen, summoned directly onto the field. Zhang Zuren stuck his hands in his pockets. Gong Gongwei, you're the guy who fought with Chun Fan and then got expelled. Right? What are you here to teach? Gong Guangwei disdained Zhang Zuren as he snorted coldly. Even his eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Zhang Zuren, the city's top 3-ranked school master. The imperial beast he bred was only a regular breed of black panther. This guy really doesn't have any imperial beast talent at all. High school isn't like middle school, your grades, they don't mean anything. Zhang Zuren, our third middle school. This year, we will definitely beat your first middle school. As he spoke, Gong Guangwei gestured. His atom violently rushed towards the Black Panther, and his 2-meter-tall body made even Zhang Zuren's Black Panther look a bit skinny. However, Zhang Zuren merely pushed his glasses. His imperial beasts were never based on strength. Only to see Zhang Zuren's Black Panther constantly dodging and avoiding Adam's hammer, nimble as a black lightning. After a few false moves, this Black Panther even saw the opportunity to open its bloody mouth and viciously bit on Adam's wrist. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Adam's hammer fell to the ground in response. Next, it's time to fight back. The corner of Zhang Zuren's mouth rose. In his eyes, Gong Guangwei's upright man was nothing more than that. Only to see the Black Panther reveal its sharp nails and clawed towards Adam's abdomen. 5 bloody scars were imprinted on it. Adam retreated on his feet and could only swing his fists haphazardly. However, they were dodged one by the Black Panther and seized the opportunity to bite up 3 times. But just when Zhang Zuren thought that Gong Gongwei would turn pale, the other party laughed instead of being angry. In a flash, a faint light flashed from Gong Gongwei's side, only to see two upright men whose stature was not similar to Adam's appear at Gong Gongwei's side. One of them was holding a spear in his hand, while the other was carrying a bow and arrow. Adam number 2. Number 3, finish off that Black Panther for me. Gong Guangwei lowered his voice. If it was just about single combat, the unarmed Homo erectus was weaker than more imperial beasts. Even compared to modern humans, their advantage wasn't much more huge. But the two biggest characteristics of the Homo erectus besides being able to use tools was their characteristic of living in groups. With Li Jin's financial support, Gong Gongwei had not long started school and had raised the number of uprights to 3. With the cooperation of each other, they could hunt any imperial beast. What Zhang Shuren, Li Qing, they're all nothing more than that in my eyes. Gong Guangwei thought in his heart only to see Adam 3 take his bow and shoot repeatedly. Although Zhang Shuren's Black Panther sent something bad and tried to dodge, Adam number 1 seized the opportunity as he grasped his fist with 5 fingers and ruthlessly smashed it on the Black Panther's head. The powerful force directly set the Black Panther into the grass. Adam 2, on the other hand, saw the opportunity and threw the spear in his hand, ruthlessly piercing the Black Panther's abdomen. Chapter 54. What? The first school is being won. What? This guy even has 3 imperial beasts. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that he would be able to defeat Gong Guangwei and avenge Qinfen. As a result, he didn't expect that Gong Gongwei had only enrolled in school for a short while, and he had raised the number of his royal beasts to 3. Wasn't this the freshman exchange tournament? Didn't expect it, Zhang Shuren. Gong Yuanwei spread his hands. This is resources. In terms of achievements, I am indeed no match for you. But I am Lord Li Jin's beloved, and with the help of his resources, not only did I triple the number of uprights, I tripled them. Even the weapons Adam and the others use are all very fine imperial beast equipment. Just that hammer alone costs $50,000, Gong Guangwei said smugly. It was as if the one with unlimited resources was him. Zhang Shuren was a little moved, but his Black Panther, however, was pierced through the abdomen by Adam 2's spear and was viciously nailed to the grass, unable to move. Go down, weakling. Gong Guangwei had already received a yellow card once, and if he did anything excessive again, he would be red-carded. There were 2 more in the first center. Not the really tricky guy as that freshman named Fang Xiao. Gang Guangwei thought in his heart that alien sword Saint Strength, Speed were all monsters, and even with 3 uprights, he didn't have much control. However, the 3rd middle school was determined to win the freshman exchange championship this time. It was even more bloodthirsty. The only thing Li Shijia and I can do is to consume as much of Fang Xiao's imperial beast stamina as possible so that Lord Li Jin can finish it off. That way not only will 3rd middle school get the championship, but we can also make sure that Lord Li Jin makes a name for himself. As Li Jin's little brother, Gong Gongwei naturally had a clear sense of priorities. Get lost. He said towards Zhang Shuren as if the strong were about to humiliate the weak, and although the referee, Wang Wei, was not used to seeing Gong Gongwei's behavior, he still had to announce the result. Gong Gongwei, the 3rd center, won in 1 fight. Zhang Shuren's face was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything more as he retrieved the Black Panther and turned around to go back to the restroom. Sorry. Zhang Shuren hung his head. I had wanted to defend student Chun Fan. There's no need to say any more. Zhang Pan patted his shoulder. You've already done a good job. If it wasn't for Gong Gongwei's superiority in the number of imperial beasts, the winner of this round would have been Zhang Shuren, but there was nothing that could be done about it. I can only say that 3rd middle school has really put in the blood for the championship of this freshman exchange tournament. Gong Guangwei, Li Qing's anger even more so was completely ignited as she clenched her fists with both hands. I won't let him go. If Gong Guangwei had released 3 imperial beasts from the start, Zhang Shuren might not have lost so completely. However, he had used a single upright to fool Zhang Ziu Ren, and then at the critical moment shot a cold arrow. This was not a fair duel at all. I'll do it. Seeing this, Fang Ziu directly asked Zhang Pan to go on the field himself. Although he didn't have much dealings with Chun Fan or Zhang Xuren, Gong Guangwei's methods were indeed a bit sinister. Li Qingqing's imperial beast. He had seen it before and remembered that it was a small gray bird. Although its speed was good, it was not suitable for fighting at all. If he were to come out strong, this Li Qingqing might lose the battle as well. No need for you to worry. However, Li Qingqing didn't appreciate Fang Xiao's favor as she directly walked out of the lounge. Zhang Pan did not say anything about this, although he felt that Fang Xiao had always been able to defeat Gong Gongwei. First Middle School was not Fang Xiao's first middle school. Li Qingqing, Chen Fan, Zhang Xuren, they were all students of first middle school. They needed to grow. On the other side, Li Qingqing angrily came to the playing field. Yo, little beauty. Gong Gongwei had long heard of Li Qingqing's name. He just didn't expect to run into her at the freshman exchange tournament. How's it going? Do you want to transfer to our third middle school? I will definitely love you. Scram. Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Gong Guangwei before releasing her imperial beast, only to see that her imperial beast was a strange gray bird, not much bigger than a goose. Even as Li Qingqing released her own imperial beast, Gong Gongwei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ah, this is it. Gong Gongwei whirled around and covered his stomach, unable to hold back his laughter. This is your Li Qingqing's imperial beast. This is too weak, isn't it? A bird. One must know that Li Qingqing was very much a haloed schoolmaster during her middle school years. Not only was she #1 in general studies for 3 years, her midterm scores were perfect scores except for language. It was even once called the strongest brain. I thought that this Li Qingqing's imperial beast, maybe it will be a phantom beast species, and then it is also an ancient species. The results did not expect. This little gray bird, it was so weak. I can't, it's killing me with laughter. Li Qingqing, you guys are afraid that you only know how to read and don't know how to imperialize beasts. Adam 3 finish her off. Even in Gong Gongwei's opinion to deal with Li Qingqing's imperial beast, he didn't even need Adam 1, 2, and 3 to join forces. With just Adam 3's archery skills, he could easily finish him off. The faces of the hosts, Zhao Dai and Du Liao, turned ironic. Did I see it right? That's Li Qingqing's imperial beast. If it wasn't for Fang Xiao's sudden rise, Li Qingqing should be the #1 person in Huching #1 middle school. Wouldn't this imperial beast of hers be too weak? Zhao Dai frowned. No matter how one looked at it, this Li Qingqing's imperial beast didn't look like it was very powerful. It even gave off a very weak feeling. Could it be true that Li Qingqing is just a great reader as rumored and doesn't have a talent for royal beasts at all? Du Liao couldn't help but feel pity. She was really not used to seeing Gong Guangwei's face, but this Li Qingqing's royal beast, again, really wasn't very capable of fighting. It's not rare to see students who are good at general studies and not good at imperial beasts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that high school is the turning point in life. Zhao decided, it seems that the pressure on Fang Xiao's classmates will become very great. Yeah, Du Liao nodded. Not to mention Li Jin's gold, Gong Gongwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts are both very strong. With student Fang Xiao's imperial beasts, if he wants to manage to take on 3 of them, I'm sure it's a very difficult thing to do. Could it be that the champion of this session of the freshman exchange tournament is really going to change hands? Xiaoti's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The resources of the third middle school has always been not much worse than the first middle school, and it's not as if they didn't win the freshman exchange match in previous years. It's just that this year's first middle school, the loss will be a bit ugly. Gong Guangwei made a move. Accompanied by Xiaoti's cry of surprise, Adam 3, who had directly strung his bow, shot a precise arrow that pushed right into the chest of the little gray bird. The heartstrings of the entire audience also tightened up at this moment. Chapter 55, Li Qingqing's Secret Phantom Beast Seed. Before Li Qingqing appeared on the stage, many people were filled with anticipation for her, the school teacher girl who was #1 in the secondary school exams. In particular, Gang Guangwei's arrogant attitude had caused many viewers to be upset. Everyone hoped that Li Qingqing could violently beat Gong Guangwei. But I didn't expect the moment she released the imperial beast, none of the viewers at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the hosts, Zhao Dai and Du Liao, were all dumbfounded. Humph, go to hell. Gong Guangwei clasped his hands to his chest, and Adam III directly drew his compound bow at his command. Swoosh. The sharp arrow sped towards the little gray bird. The spectators at the scene held their breath. Even their hands pinched a cold sweat for Li Qingqing. However, just when Gong Guangwei thought he could end the battle instantly, the little gray bird instantly disappeared into thin air, and the arrow that was shot out directly hit the ground before drawing a parabola in the air and landing on the ground. What? Gong Guangwei's heart was shaken. Not only did Adam III have excellent archery skills, the weapon he used was a masterpiece of modern technology. It was impossible to be easily dodged. However, Gong Guangwei quickly calmed down. Although Li Qingqing's little gray bird, its speed was indeed a bit astonishing, but all it had was just speed. Your imperial beast is not even comparable to a rural poultry. Even if it can dodge Adam III's attack, it can't threaten my Adam. Gong Guangwei once again mocked Li Qingqing. Is that so? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth rose. Then let's show you my imperial beast. As Li Qingqing's words fell, the little gray bird that had disappeared appeared behind Adam III. Adam III. Seeing this, Gong Guangwei hastily spoke out to remind him. Although Homo erectus had little to do with modern humans, they were at least the same genus as humans, and their intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary imperial beasts. Under Gong Guangwei's nurturing, they could also understand human language. Only Adam III whirled around sharp arrow resting on top of the bowstring as he snapped his heat. Add up, his sight focusing on the little gray bird. It's over at this distance. There's no escape for your imperial beast. Gong Guangwei didn't forget to interfere with Li Qingqing with his words. Who said my imperial beast will escape? Li Qingqing scoffed at Gong Guangwei's tricks. In a flash, her little gray bird opened its modest beak. In the next second, a ray of light erupted from the little gray bird's beak and set off a wave of heat. Adam III tried desperately to see where the little gray bird was, but his eyes were stung with pain from the hot light. In a flash, Adam III let out a miserable scream and his footsteps retreated back and forth as he blocked his vision with his arms. Gong Guangwei blinked hard, unable to believe the image he saw. Only to see Li Qingqing's little gray bird spewing out hot tongues of fire, pouring towards Adam III. In less than 2 short breaths, Adam III was covered in fire. The miserable cries were scalp-numbing. The composite bow and arrows fell out of his hands, and his entire body directly flopped onto the grass and rolled up. Immediately afterward, the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. However, Qingqing Li's little gray bird did not have the slightest intention of letting go of Adam III and continued to pour its tongues of fire at him until the blazing fire covered Adam III's entire body. Such a horrifying scene instantly made Gong Guangwei's scalp numb. Gulp. Gong Guangwei rolled his throat and nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was the first time he had ever seen a royal beast that could breathe fire. He wasn't the only one. As the entire audience screamed in shock as if a pot had exploded when the little gray bird spewed out fiery flames, the hosts, Zhao Dai and Du Liao, had eyes as wide as bronze bells. A moment ago, they had all thought that Li Qingqing's imperial beast had little lethality. Even if it had an advantage in speed, it would still be difficult to defeat Gong Guangwei's upright. But who knew? Li Qingqing's little gray bird could actually breathe fire. Even in a matter of moments, Adam III was suppressed. This is a phantom beast species. Right? Du Liao's eyes were glowing in her opinion. Only an illusory beast species imperial beast could achieve this level. And if she thought about it carefully, the way this little gray bird looked, it was indeed uncommon. At least in her impression, she hadn't seen such an imperial beast. A phantom beast species. It's not that there isn't such a possibility. Although innate illusory beast species, imperial beasts are very rare, claiming that only one will be born out of millions of people. But what is Li Qingqing? 3 years in junior high school, first in all general studies, the existence of all perfect scores on the midterm except for language. I wouldn't be surprised to say that she has awakened the phantom beast seed imperial beast. But even though the words were said, Shouty's heart was still quite shocked. Even the audience began to cheer Li Qingqing's name. If it's a phantom beast species, then this Gong Gongwei has no chance of winning. Du Liao felt refreshed. She originally didn't like guys like Gong Gongwei. Now that she saw that Li Qingqing's royal beast was an illusory beast species, she didn't know how this Gun Guangwei was going to win. First middle school lounge, Zhang Xuren stood up from the bench with a loud bang, unbelievably staring at the screen in disbelief. Li Qingqing, her imperial beast, is actually a phantom beast species. In a flash, Zhang Xuren had a feeling of a bolt from the blue. One must know that since the first year, he had regarded Li Qingqing as a rival to catch up with. He had always fantasized about defeating Li Qingqing and taking the title of number one. Even up to now, he regarded Li Qingqing as his arch-enemy. As a result, the 3 years of general studies in middle school were crushed by Li Qingqing. The ability to take the middle school exam was finished off. Now, even Li Qingqing's imperial beast was a phantom beast species, and his own imperial beast. He didn't even know about the ancient species. It was just an ordinary regular species. Although, under his own efforts, the strength of his own imperial beast had skyrocketed compared to the illusory beast species imperial beast that possessed an infinitely high ceiling, it was simply a heaven and a hell. For a moment, Zhang Xuren clenched his fists with both hands as a sense of frustration arose in his heart. A strong sense of frustration. He didn't even have such emotions as he did now when he was defeated by Gungyuangwei. Illusory beast species. Fang Ziu gazed at the screen. I didn't expect this Li Qingqing to hide quite deeply. If it wasn't for her royal beast suddenly spitting fire, he hadn't even realized that her royal beast was an illusory beast species. However, this also meant that the illusory beast species possessed supernatural power. On the tournament field, I'm not as despicable as you, Li Qingqing said in a loud voice. Although Gong Gongwei's direct attack on Qin Fan sickened her, she would not use that kind of dirty tactics. After seeing the fear in Gong Gongwei's eyes, Li Qingqing spoke while letting the little gray bird deal with Adam 1. Even though she wouldn't directly attack the Imperial Beast Master, she intended to destroy Gong Gongwei's Imperial Beasts in a group. Chapter 56, The Despicable Gong Gongwei. Out of the 3 uprights, only Adam 3 had the most skillful archery skills, and as a result, in a single glance, he was sprayed into flames by Li Qingqing's little gray bird. Even when Adam number 1 faced the little gray bird directly, his eyes were filled with fear of this imperial beast. Gong Guangwei's face also turned iron blue all of a sudden. Damn, he gritted his teeth and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the third form lounge. He wasn't worried about losing to Li Qingqing. What he was really worried about was Li Jin. Third middle school is determined to win the championship this time. No matter what, I have to make Lord Li Jin ascend to the top, Gang Guangwei thought in his heart. If he was eliminated by Li Qingqing here, then first middle school, third middle school would become a 2v2 situation. If Li Shijia lost to Li Qingqing's words again, then Li Jin would have to face 2 people alone. Li Qingqing and Fang Ziao were both mirage beast species, imperial beast masters again. No way, Gong Gongwei shook his head. He would not allow such an accident to happen. Thinking of this, he once again looked at Li Qingqing. Adam 1 was desperately dodging the little gray bird's tongue of fire. Only the next best thing. Gong Guangwei crossed his heart. As long as he seriously injured Li Qingqing, she would not be allowed to withdraw from the race. Although he himself would be red-carded or even receive a harsher punishment, he could at least allow third form to continue to maintain its advantage. Adam 2. Gang Guangwei's voice was low and cold. Adam number 2 followed suit and he gripped his spear tightly, his fierce eyes focusing on Li Qingqing's body. In a flash, Li Qingqing also felt this overpowering killing aura. Only Li Qingqing's eyes stared like copper bells as she looked at Adam 2 in disbelief. Although she knew that this Gun Guangwei wasn't a good person, she still underestimated his lower limits. Adam 2 boosted forward a few steps. The veins on his arms rippled, and his entire body strength was focused on one point, and with a very terrifying force he threw the spear out. Swoosh! The silver-colored spear set off a wind-breaking sound and stabbed straight towards Li Qingqing. Such a horrifying scene made the referee's face turn as pale as paper. The hosts, Zhao Dai and Du Liao, had even widened their eyes in shock, and their mouths couldn't help but open wide into an O shape. Crazy. This gun, Guangwei, was absolutely crazy. He even instructed his royal beast to attack the royal beast master. Li Qingqing's little gray bird, noticing the speeding spear, hurriedly threw down atom number 1 and crashed towards the spear. This was after a burst of boosts from atom 2, and the explosive power was boosted to a very astonishing level. The little gray bird directly crashed into the air. Kingly retreated back and forth, but it was too late to dodge. Plop, only to see the spear thrown by Atom 2 directly stabbing Li Qingqing's thigh, piercing through its flesh, and the spiked end was viciously nailed to the grass, blood waving into the air like a fluttering red butterfly. Li Qingqing's face instantly turned snow white, her eyes glazed over. Bean-sized beads of sweat bubbled outwards from her forehead. The unprecedented pain caused Li Qingqing to nearly faint. On the contrary, it was Gong Guangwei who instantly felt relieved. Not to mention the pain generated by being pierced through the thigh by a spear. It was simply not something a little girl could withstand. If she wasn't sent to the hospital in time for treatment, it wouldn't take long for Li Qingqing to go into blood loss shock. Who? Beads of sweat also appeared on Gong Gongwei's forehead, but in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although this was a serious violation of the rules, but at least it was a one-on-one mutual explosion with Li Qingqing. As long as I can hold on to Lord Li Jin's thigh, the results of the freshman exchange tournament don't matter to me at all. Gang, Guangwei thought in his heart. He stood in place waiting for the referee to come over and announce the results. "You guy, what do you take the freshman exchange tournament for?" Referee Wang Wei rushed up with great strides as he pulled out a red card from his pocket. If it wasn't for his professional ethics, he would have wanted to punch this Gong Guangwei. "I don't know what you're talking about." Gun Guangwei shrugged. "I was just trying to defeat Ms. Li Qingqing. It's just that my imperial beast brain wasn't working too well. That's why there was an accident." "That's right. That spear was originally aimed at Li Qingqing's imperial beast. It was her who didn't dodge it herself." Although Gong Gongwei had already anticipated the consequences of doing so, he couldn't admit it openly no matter what. Even if he would be sent off the field with a red card, he bit down on the fact that it was an accident. It wasn't his own subjective realization. It was an accident. Gang Yuanwei purposely raised his own volume, desperately trying to defend himself. However, this shameless behavior drew a burst of boos from the audience. There were even some spectators who had trouble restraining their emotions and threw down the coke in their hands. No. But what Gong Guangwei never expected was that Li Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth. No, Gang Guangwei frowned, not quite understanding what Li Qingqing meant by this. Couldn't forgive himself. In the end, Li Qingqing was a student of the first middle school, and he himself was a student of the third middle school. Even if she was disgruntled, she couldn't do anything to herself. "Right, don't give him the red card." Li Qingqing pressed her thigh with one hand, trying to slow down the flow of blood as she struggled to squeeze out a complete sentence. "Referee, since it was an accident, then we should have to let the match continue. Isn't it?" Even though Li Qingqing's heart was furious to the extreme, she didn't want to end the match in such a way. She herself had yet to teach this Gong Gongwei fellow a hard lesson. Gong Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that this Li Qingqing wouldn't let herself go. But then he didn't expect that she would still want to fight with him and even asked the referee not to give him a red card. This guy, is he out of his mind? Miss Li Qingqing. Referee Wang Wei also didn't expect Li Qingqing's spirit to be so resilient. "I'm afraid that if you don't hurry up and deal with your injuries, it will have an impact on your recovery." Later on, no matter what, Atom 2's spear had directly penetrated Li Qingqing's thigh. It was better to abort the match and rush her to the hospital. "No way. I am Li Qingqing. How can I admit defeat so easily?" Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously, yet her vision was becoming a little blurry. Shoo! Shoo! Suddenly, Li Qingqing only felt two wind-breaking sounds coming from her ears, and her thighs, which had been nailed to the ground, instantly recovered. Only the intense pain made it difficult for her to maintain her balance, and her body veered and fell towards the other side. Flop, but what Li Qingqing didn't expect was that she didn't fall to the ground, but instead, she directly jumped into someone's arms. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, and with her blurred vision, she could only make out a rough outline. "Are you the captain of the first middle school, Fang Ziu?" Referee Wang Wei instantly recognized the teenager who hugged Li Qingqing. It was the man who had eliminated the entire Yudai, Fang Hua. It was also the Haking First Middle School, the final ace. Chapter 57, Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Fang Hua let go of me. Although Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't see clearly, the moment she heard Fang Shio's name, she also instinctively struggled. Only her strength was already smaller than Fang Shio's, and now that she was injured, she would feel intense pain if she moved a little. Being held in Fang Shio's arms, she was even more unable to use her strength. Zhang Pan Pan and Zhang Shuren also brought medical personnel and arrived at the competition field. "Gong Guangwei, don't you think this is too much?" Zhang Shuren pushed up his glasses and stared angrily at Gong Guangwei. If his eyes could kill, he would have hated to break Gong Guangwei into pieces. He went so far as to weasel out something about his royal beast's poor intelligence, that it was an accident, and that it was a misadventure. Do you really think that all of them don't have eyes? Adam too was simply aiming at Li Qingqing on purpose. Doing whatever it takes to win. In this world, how could there be a guy like Gong Gongwei? It really was all about face. Don't spit blood, I didn't. Gong Guangwei sniffed, still trying his best to argue. I really didn't do it on purpose. This way, I will voluntarily withdraw from this freshman exchange tournament, and my results will be directly nullified. I'm also willing to bear all the medical expenses, so it's always okay. Right. Gang Guangwei said softly, indicating that he was willing to bear it all, but one definitely didn't do it on purpose. Fang Ziu let me fight him. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, still wanted to fight Gong Gongwei. However, her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and even the little gray bird couldn't maintain it and was forcibly taken into the Imperial Beast space card. "Brother Pan Pan, I'll leave Li Qingqing to you." Fang Ziu picked up Li Qingqing in a hug, then turned towards the stretcher and placed her on it. "Don't worry, Fang Ziu. I won't let anything happen to her." Zhang Pan Pan heavily emphasized his head. Although he had only been a physical education teacher for a short while, and it was his first time encountering something like this, it was not the first time he had seen an Imperial Beast master as bad as Gong Guangwei. "Fang Shio, I'll leave the freshman exchange tournament to you. Don't lose." However, after something like this happened, this match was no longer considered an exchange match. "I know." Fang Zio responded. "Next, it's a personal grudge." First, it was Chun Fan, and then it was Li Qingqing. Although one's relationship with these two people could not be said to be that good, one was at least the captain of the squadron. The most important thing was, people are not grass and trees. Can't they roll when they're round and stop when they're square? Mr. Referee, you just heard it too. Right, this guy said he didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. A red card just because of an accident. I don't think that's very reasonable. And as he spoke, Fang Shio glanced back at Li Qingqing. "I don't think that Ms. Li Qingqing will accept this argument either, so please also be able to step aside so that we can continue the match." When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. After all, after something like this happened, everyone felt that Gong Gongwei was guilty. As a result, he didn't expect that Fang Shio would even want to let him continue the match. This, Referee Wang Wei, also had a difficult time in his heart. He believed that Fang Shio wasn't trying to forgive Gong Guangwei out of the idea of being a saintly mother. On the contrary, he was definitely trying to settle Gong Guangwei in his own way. "You guy, you don't have a problem in your head, do you?" Gong Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned. The moment he decided to make a move, he was already prepared to be eliminated and have his results cancelled. As a result, he didn't expect that this fellow, Fang Xiu, would even request the referee not to eliminate him. Did he even know what he was saying? Even if he had absolute confidence in his own Imperial beasts, but he didn't necessarily have to fight with his Imperial beasts to the death. As long as he repeated the same technique, he could even eliminate him. Don't hit too hard. Looking at Gong Gongwei's arrogant attitude, Referee Wang Wei eventually chose to turn a blind eye as he backed away repeatedly while reminding Fang Ziu, "Don't strike too hard." The referee withdrew the red card. The host, Xiaoti's expression became grave. If it was a normal match, he believed that Fang Xiao could achieve victory. But the 3 matches just now were enough to prove that this Gong Gongwei was not a good person. Fang Xiao, give me a hard beat on him. Du Liao, on the other hand, didn't care that much and directly grabbed the microphone and shouted at Fang Xiao, Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu. In a flash, the entire audience started chanting Fang Xiu's name. The atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited. No one could stand Gong Gongwei's behavior, and all of them hoped that Fang Xiu would be able to ruthlessly fix this guy. Have I become a villain? Gong Guangwei looked around, not expecting the atmosphere of the scene to turn out like this. However, he didn't care and was instead happy in his heart. At the very least, he stayed on this playing field again. Fang Xiu, do you like Li Qing? You must think that you're handsome as hell with this current appearance. Right. But let me tell you, it's useless. The winner of this freshman exchange tournament will definitely be our 3rd middle school. I'm bursting with you. As things stood, Gong Guangwei stopped pretending. After all, there was only one Fang Xiu left among the freshmen of the 1st middle school. As long as he himself finished him off here, exploding with him, the victory would be 3rd middle school's. Even Gong Guangwei didn't even act anymore. His atom number 1, atom number 2 simultaneously charged towards Fang Xiu. He didn't care about Fang Xiu's imperial beast at all. However, the next second, 2 black figures appeared directly behind Atom 1 and Atom 2. It was certainly Fang Xiu's aliens. These 2 xenomorphs, although they were just ordinary male xenomorphs, were 2.5 meters tall, a head taller than Gong Guangwei's upright man. As soon as they appeared behind Atom number 1, number 2, they whipped their tails and wrapped them up towards their necks. A handful of them restricted their movements. On Fang Xiu's side, on the other hand, stood the alien sword saint who flicked his wrist, and his black blade popped out of the joint of his elbow. The next thing that happened was the white face-hugging insects, which fell to the ground from Fang Xiu's side and then flew up to climb on the faces of Atom 1 and 2, hugging them to death. Even Atom 3, who was charred by the fire, Fang Xiu didn't let go. Seeing that he was dying, he still released the face-hugging insect to go over and parasitize him. In less than 2 short breaths, Gong Guangwei's 3 imperial beasts were all taken care of by Fang Xiu. Next, it's you. Fang Xiu lowered his voice. The alien sword saint stepped away, and the sharp tip of his blade cut through the gently green grass on the playing field. Wherever it went, the green grass snapped in 2. Combined with its huge body, it instantly caused Gong Gongwei to fight a cold war. What do you want? A bad premonition arose in his heart. I forgot to tell you my imperial beasts don't have much of a brain either, and they sometimes ignore my orders. Fang Xiu said word for word. Chapter 58. Humiliators humiliate everyone. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't have any compassion for people like Gong Gongwei. The alien sword saint took large strides forward, continuously approaching Gong Gongwei, and Referee Wangwei noticed the alien sword saint's demeanor and instantly understood Fang Xiu's intentions. Fang Xiu. After a slight hesitation, Referee Wang Wei still couldn't help but open his mouth. Although he could understand Fang Xiu's feelings, if he really caused a death here, then Fang Xiu's future would end here. As the strongest and hopeful of hatching number 1 middle school, he really didn't want to see Fang Xiu fall into the wrong path due to a moment of anger. However, Fang Xiu didn't care about Referee Wang Wei's dissuasion. The distance between the alien sword saint and Gong Gongwei rapidly shortened. No, don't. With a fluttering sound, Gong Gongwei fell to the ground looking at the oppressive alien sword saint, his pupils quaking madly. Fang Xiu, do you know what you're doing? This is willful injury, willful injury. Gong Gongwei hysterically yelled at Fang Xiu, hoping that he would stop here. But whether it was Referee Wang Wei's persuasion or Gong Gongwei's pleas for mercy, he was indifferent. Those who insulted others were insulted by all. In a flash, the alien sword saint's hand rose up and slashed down towards Gong Guangwei. When it was too late, Gong Guangwei instinctively raised his arms and his mouth continuously begged for mercy towards Fang Xiu. Stop. Quickly make your imperial beast stop. I know I'm wrong, Fang Xiu. Don't RRRR. Gong Guangwei's miserable screams echoed throughout the imperial beast stadium, and some of the spectators even subconsciously turned their heads, not daring to look. Referee Wang Wei stared with wide eyes only to see a flash of cold light. The alien sword Saint's black blade directly cut through Gung Wang Wei's arm. The next second fresh red gushed out from the break as if a faucet had been opened and released. Ah! Gong Gongwei's entire face was ashen. He never dreamed that Fang Xiao would be so ruthless. Even when the alien sword Saint's black blade fell, he still held a trace of fantasy. Fantasizing that Fang Xiao was just scaring himself and didn't dare to really let the Imperial Beast cut himself. No matter how you put it, Fang Xiao was the first or the last player in Crane City #1 Middle School. If he were to commit a foul here, it would be a lose-lose situation no matter how one thought about it. As a result, he didn't expect that this guy would really lay his hands on him. Bean-sized beads of sweat rose outward from Gong Gongwei's forehead as he gripped his arm, rolling around on the grass in pain. However, it didn't take long for Gong Guangwei's consciousness to reach its limit. His eyes went black and he fainted on the spot. "Doctor, doctor." Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly called out on the field and quickly stepped to Fang Xiao's side, grabbing his wrist. "That's enough." Fang Xiao, just chopping off one of Gong Guangwei's hands, hatching first middle school, could still find a way to help smooth things over. If he really killed someone in this kind of public place, then Fang Xiao would be facing a criminal problem. In fact, Fang Xiao wasn't overwhelmed by anger. First of all, Gong Gongwei's 3 imperial beasts had been pocketed by him, and he also had a hand chopped off by his own alien sword Saint. Even if he could help Gong Gongwei connect his broken limb with this world's healing means, his future life would still be affected. Most importantly, with such a disoriented match, the 3rd middle school would inevitably not provide Gong Gongwei with any more resources. His career as a royal beast came to an end. Only after thinking of this did Fang Xiao call the alien sword Saint to come back, and at the same time, he took the face-hugging bug, parasitized upright man, and put it into his imperial beast space. The winner of this match is referee Wang Wei. Grab Ed Fang Xiao's wrist, raised his arm as he did so, and announced loudly towards the audience. In a flash, the entire arena boiled over like thunderous applause, one wave after another. Of course, Fang Xiao was warned by referee Wang Wei with a yellow card because he was unable to control the actions of the alien sword Saint. Pay attention next time, Fang Xiao. After showing the yellow card, referee Wang Wei retreated from Fang Xiao's side and the medical staff came onto the field, picked up Gong Gongwei's broken hand, and took him off the field at a rapid pace. What a treat. Watching Gong Gongwei end up in such a state, Zhao Dai's heart cried out in pleasure. But in this way, student Fang Xiao has also been yellow-carded. Du Liao very much recognized Fang Xiao's daring love and hatred in her heart. In her opinion, a guy with a corrupt character like Gong Guangwei was not qualified to become an imperial beast master at all. If she was a teacher in the 3rd middle school, she would definitely fire this guy. Yeah, to think that he would go out of his way to strike at students from other schools for the sake of victory or a freshman exchange match. It's not like we're both splitting the difference between the best and the worst as well as deciding between life and death. I just hope that student Li Qingqing will be safe and sound. Zhao Dai said as such. At the same time, Gong Guangwei passed by the 3rd middle school's lounge before being sent to the hospital. Looking at Gong Guangwei, who had completely fainted, Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Although this Gong Gongwei was indeed loyal and helped him clear out Zhang Xuren and Li Qingqing, but his tactics were just too ugly. Even if he won the match, it would still have an impact on the reputation of 3rd middle school. What a shame for our 3rd middle school. Li Jin lowered his voice, and even his eyes were filled with contempt for Gong Gongwei. This scene caused Li Shijia's expression to become subtle as well. As far as he could remember, this Li Jin and Gong Gongwei were on good terms, and they were all known as brothers in private. Even those equipments that Gun Guangwei used for his imperial beasts were sponsored to him by Li Jin. As a result, that kind of contemptuous look was simply meant to send Gun Guangwei to hell in a handbasket. Li Shijia, don't be like someone like Gong Gongwei and disgrace our 3rd middle school. Li Jin whirled around to look at Li Shijia and continued. Li Shijia's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His entire body suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. He subconsciously glanced at his physical education teacher Wang Ying, hoping that she could say something to ease the atmosphere of the scene. Alas, Wang Ying sighed, this freshman exchange match was indeed a very crucial match for the third middle school. But now that it had gotten to the state, I'm afraid that it wasn't gonna be easily wrapped up. Should we expel Gong Gongwei? Wang Ying hesitated slightly and confirmed towards Li Jin. Although she was only the physical education teacher leading the charge, she was in her prime, not much older than Li Jin, and even for something like deciding, she had to discuss it with Li Jin. That's fine. Li Jin nodded a bit. The reputation of the third middle school is crucial. I don't want to hear someone talking behind my back after graduation that that guy came out of the third middle school. After the freshman exchange tournament is over, let's have a press conference and cut it with Gong Guangwei. Upon hearing that Gong Guangwei would be expelled, Li Shijia's heart couldn't help but thump. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Li Jin, Gong Gongwei would never have fought to such an extent. And as a result, in the end, just like that, he was fired. Even others have not woken up yet. Chapter 59, Another Illusory Beast Species, Imperial Beast Master. Hiss. Li Shijia sucked in a mouthful of cool air and didn't dare to continue staying in the restroom. When he arrived at the competition arena, the host, Zhao Dai, took the initiative to introduce them. Okay. The contestant who is coming out now is the third contestant from Huching Third Middle School, Li Shijia. It's said that he ranked in the midterm exam rankings, coming in at number 3, and is a school bully second only to Li Qingqing and Zhang Xuren. It's a genius that was poached by third middle school after spending a lot of resources. Du Liao nodded. Perhaps everyone on a normal day hears more of Li Qingqing and Zhang Xuren's names. But this Li Shijia is also a very powerful freshman. That can be seen just from the fact that third middle school spared no resources and scooped him up. I just don't know. Will this Li Shijia's character be the same as Gong Guangwei's, who will do anything to win even though Gong Gongwei had already gone down? Du Liao still didn't give up the chance to diss Gun Gongwei. On one hand, Gong Gongwei's behavior was really bad tea. Oh, the extreme. It even triggered the audience's shocking anger. On the other hand, Du Liao was also reminding Li Shijia not to use some despicable means like that Gong Gongwei fellow, and her words naturally reached Li Shijia's ears. The corner of Li Shijia's mouth rose and a bitter smile surfaced. Honestly speaking, he was also not used to seeing Gong Guangwei's kind of behavior, but in his heart, he felt able to understand why he was doing that. This time, the freshman exchange tournament was very different from the past. Not to mention the fact that Huching Third Middle School had been suppressed for several years and had invested a large amount of resources this year. Li Jin, as a highly anticipated scholar, had also given Third Middle School hope. Based on such a relationship, it was Gong Guangwei who wanted to ensure that Third Middle School took first place, even if the means were not bright, only he must not have thought. His loyalty to Li Jin was not exchanged for the other party's forceful protection, but cutting. Fang Ziu. Li Shijia chanted Fang Ziu's name. Then, after adjusting his mind, he took the Imperial Beast space card and inserted it into the machine. If you're ready, release the Imperial Beasts and start fighting. Referee Wang Wei lowered his voice. Because of Gong Guangwei, his entire body didn't have much goodwill towards Third Middle School anymore. Li Shijia didn't say much, just cleanly released his royal beast. Fang Ziu's starry eyes gazed slightly, and with just one glance he was attracted by Li Shijia's Imperial Beast. The Imperial Beast released by Li Shijia was more than 2 meters tall with a sturdy figure. His body skin was light blue. He had long ears and elephant-like tusks. His lower body was surrounded by a tiger skin skirt, and there was a string of animal skulls hanging on his waist. In his hand, he held a wooden stick, but rather than a wooden stick, it was more like a staff. At least in Fang Shio's eyes, the weapon used by Li Shijia's Imperial Beast resembled the staffs used by those wizards in the online games. And Fang Shio could be certain that this Li Shijia's Imperial Beast was by no means an ancient species. What kind of Homo erectus, Beijing apes, all of them had nothing to do with Li Shijia's Imperial Beast. Is this a troll? Fang Shio looked up and down at Li Shijia's Imperial Beast. No matter how you looked at it, this thing looked like the troll race in Western magic fiction. That's right. Li Shijia nodded. Because Gong Gongwei had behaved in a very despicable manner, he naturally couldn't smear the reputation of the third middle school anymore. And at this moment, he behaved brightly as if he was a knight. And before starting the fight, he formally introduced his imperial beast to Fang Shio. My imperial beast is none other than a troll, a phantom beast species just like you. The name I gave him is Shadow Wizard. As for why it's a sorcerer, the reason is also very simple. Although my imperial beast possesses troll-like raw power, he's better at using sorcery. His strength is strong, Li Shijia said with a serious face. It had to be said that after Li Shijia released his imperial beast, the entire auditorium immediately set off a climax. This was the freshman exchange match they were looking forward to. A battle between geniuses and geniuses. A battle between geniuses and geniuses. Even Du Liao, who couldn't look at Li Shijia, was brightened up. Another phantom beast species. After Fang Shio and Li Qingqing, Li Shijia was the third genius to display the illusory beast seed imperial beast. Moreover, there were quite a few rumors that Li Jin's imperial beast was also an illusory beast species. Doesn't that mean that there are 4 illusory beast breed imperial beasts in the first and third middle schools? It's clearly a rare imperial beast that only appears amongst millions of people. Du Liao couldn't help but let out a gasp. I think it's quite explainable. Xiaodi had long been surprised by this. In previous years, imperial beasts of the fantasy beast species had also appeared in the freshman exchange tournament. Although it's said that only one rare species will appear out of millions, but think about it. What kind of people are the freshmen who can come over to participate in the freshman exchange tournament? The geniuses of each school, the pride of heaven. It's the true human geniuses. Is it any wonder that they possess a phantom beast species? It's like the top 10. Like our Crane City, only a few dozen people can get into the top 10 every year. Looking at Crane City, which has a population of several million, these people are pretty much one of the hundreds of thousands of phoenixes, but what if they are in the top 10? You'll be surprised to find that every single student is a genius who can get into the top 10. Zhao Dai used a very simple and crude analogy. It was said to be a freshman exchange match, but it was actually a genius-free SH-Man exchange match. There were a few phantom beast species imperial beast masters. What was all the fuss about? On the contrary, it was this Li Shijia, his character, who looked much brighter and more upright than Gong Gongwei. I don't know if it's because he was originally such a student, or is it? After Gong Gongwei did what he did, this Li Shijia also restrained himself. But no matter what, Zhao Dai and Du Liao were still looking forward to this match in their hearts. Sorcery. Fang Xiao's eyes instantly glowed. Although he didn't know what the sorcery in Li Shijia's mouth was, it sounded like it was something extraordinary, and there weren't any sorcerers in his own alien tribe. Wanted, the heart moved. Fang Shio, what kind of look is that? Li Shijia had a black face. He always felt that Fang Shio's starry eyes were a bit wild. No, this was no longer some fervor. This was clearly excessive fervor. That feeling was like the eyes of a child who saw a favorite toy and wanted to get it at all costs. Your shadow wizard, I'll take it. Fang Shio said in a loud voice. Those 2 male aliens, moreover, directly darted towards Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer. No matter what, it was still unclear what the other party's sorcery was. It wasn't a wise tactic to hastily let the alien sword saint rush up. Coming. Li Shijia rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Shadow Sorcerer. GGG. The Shadow Sorcerer sniffed and then laughed grimly. Chapter 60. 10,000 Snakes Massacre Formation plus 1 more. Yeah. The Shadow Sorcerer saw the 2 aliens rushing towards him at the same time, but he was not in a hurry. He just laughed grimly while reaching out and grabbing for the skulls at his waist. Seeing this, Fang Shio subconsciously confirmed the number of its skulls. From the shape these skulls, it seems like they are puppies. Counting the one that was grasped in the Shadow Wizard's hands, there are a total of 5. However, Fang Shio was not worried in his heart. His aliens had already expanded to hundreds. Even if he piled them up here, he could still pile up Li Shijia's Shadow Sorcerer. Cup. As the Shadow Sorcerer continued to increase his force, the skull shattered on the spot, and the residue floated down from his hands. At the same time, the shadow sorcerer raised the staff in his hand and aimed it at one of the aliens. Shackle, only hearing the shadow sorcerer's mouth issue a vague and indistinct command. An orange energy flew out from his staff, transforming into a string of iron cords that wrapped around towards the charging alien. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the iron cords directly wrapped around the alien, binding its arms and legs, causing its body to lose balance and crash head first into the grass. The other one continued forward, opening its bloody mouth and spitting out a second mouth. However, the remnants of the skull that had been crushed by the shadow sorcerer didn't all float away to the ground, but instead rolled up in a gust of ghastly wind, spinning up continuously in the air and transforming into a snake spirit. Snake spirit guard. The shadow sorcerer lowered his voice. Although this snake spirit wasn't big, standing upright it was only about 1 meter too, but it was able to spit out sharp flying needles from its mouth, and the flying needles weren't solid. They were more like a spirit body. 1, 2, 3. The snake spirit summoned by the shadow sorcerer kept repeating the action of gulping one flying needle after another, bursting towards the alien. Although the alien sensed all of this, it did not make a move to dodge. It continued to run quickly, charging towards the shadow sorcerer. Rayali Shijia's face suddenly changed. It was reasonable to say that every Imperial Beast Master would love their Imperial Beasts immensely. When they saw that their Imperial Beasts were at risk of death, they would all have a painful change in expression. But what he never expected was countless flying needles exploded out, almost turning Fang Shio's alien into a hedgehog, and this guy didn't even blink his eyelids. That kind of feeling, it was as if this alien was his dead soldier, not worth the heartache at all. Hiss, Li Shijia's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and in his heart he only felt that Fang Ziyu was really a bit cold-blooded. However, what he didn't expect was, although Fang Ziyu's alien had been shot into a hedgehog by the shadow wizard snake spirit, with green mucus continuously spraying out from its wounds, the alien's movements were not slowed down in any way. There was a sense of knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, but it was not going towards the tiger mountain. Even after the alien kept approaching the shadow sorcerer, the blood that spewed out from its body directly soared onto the shadow sorcerer's body. In the next second, the shadow sorcerer erupted into a miserable scream and stomped its feet hard, flying backward out. Li Shijia didn't realize until then that his shadow sorcerer's body had been scalded with one bloody hole after another. Not only were the wounds extremely difficult to heal, the bleeding was also difficult to stop. Even the grass that had been stained by the alien blood began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Acid blood. Fang Shio appreciated Li Shijia's incomparably shocked expression before explaining. My alien, not only does it have exoskeleton armor as hard as iron, its blood is even blood with a strong acid effect, not to mention flesh and blood, even if it's a steel plate a few meters thick. It can dissolve it layer by layer, so be careful, classmate Li Shijia. Fang Shio reminded Li Shijia that he must stay away from his alien. Otherwise, once touched by the alien's acidic blood, one could be disfigured or die. What a vicious ability. Li Shijia spat with a black line on his face and trotted away from Fang Shio's alien. Shadow Wizard, finish it off. Use all the snake spirits. For every snake spirit created, a dog had to be killed and fed with its flesh and blood. This kind of evil sorcery sometimes made Li Shijia helpless. He also didn't know how his Imperial Beasts were able to awaken such an ability. But now, in order to defeat Fang Shao, he couldn't care about anything else. He could only look towards the end of the match and then find a way to replenish his Imperial Beast. Jiji, the shadow sorcerer, nodded. Although his body was painfully corroded by the acidic blood, he still forced himself to smile grimly and then crushed all the skulls on his waist one after the other to create snake spirits. In a flash, 5 snake spirits forming a pentagram pattern trapped Fang Shio's alien in the center. A flying needle exploded out towards Fang Shio's alien like a storm, quickly beat his alien form into mush. Fang Shio admit defeat. Your alien is indeed tricky, but it is destined to not win against my shadow sorcerer. Especially after the serpent spirit guards are molded, any flesh and blood will be easily shot through by them. You have no chance of winning. Li Shijie warned Fang Shio to surrender in a hurry. No matter what, this Fang Shio's imperial beast was also a phantom beast species. There was no need to fight for the imperial beast's life just because of a freshman exchange match. Moreover, second place was already not bad. It seems like you don't know anything about my alien. The corner of Fang Shio's mouth rose. The Shadow Sorcerer's snake spirit formation was indeed good, but it was precisely because his phantom beast species was great that he wanted it himself, alien plus sorcery. How powerful would the new alien parasitize be? Just thinking about it, Fang Ziu felt incomparably excited in his heart. Go. However, Fang Ziu didn't directly let the alien sword saint attack the snake spirit formation. After all, the alien sword saint was the trump card alien in his hand. Thinking of this, Fang Shio directly released a large number of male aliens. 1, 2. In less than 1 or 2 short breaths, more than 24 xenomorphs directly appeared on the playing field. Such an astonishing number made Li Shijie's brain just feel a buzz. It wasn't until at this moment that he completely understood why Fang Zio didn't have any change in his expression when he saw his alien being attacked or even killed. It was fitting that it was because he had too many aliens. Losing 1 or 2 of them wouldn't hurt at all. In a flash, Fang Shio's aliens stomped their feet hard and charged towards the snake spirit formation. Sword Saint used mirror image accompanied by Fang Shio's low roar. His alien Sword Saint instantly split into 4 doppelgangers running together with his main body and charging towards the Shadow Sorcerer's snake spirit formation. Especially since the number of aliens was too astonishing. The Shadow Sorcerer's serpent spirit formation for a while could only attack frantically without any regard and couldn't concentrate its firepower at all. Chapter 61. Capturing the Shadow Wizard. This can't be. Li Shijie's pupils quaked madly as he looked at the sight in front of him. Although he didn't have the same origin as Li Jin, as one of the very few phantom beast species Imperial Beast Masters, he was discovered by the 3rd Middle School during the mapping exam. In the matter of Imperial Beasts, the 3rd Middle School was even more helpful, which led to his Shadow Sorcerer obtaining this 10,000 snake massacre formation. Originally, he thought that he could crush Fang Shio's alien and take the victory in this match. Not even if he really couldn't defeat Fang Shu, then at least he would be able to heavily damage his Imperial Beast. But who knew? Fang Shu's aliens were, like, endless. Even if he was shot through the body by his snake spirit, there would be a new alien that would immediately replenish it going forward and backward, hardening the firepower of this 10,000 snake massacre formation. Not only that, Fang Shu's alien sword saint even split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers on the spot. They strided forward, and in less than a breath, they appeared near the snake spirit and swept the black blade in their hands forward, cutting the Shadow Sorcerer snake spirit to pieces on the spot. Faced with this sudden scene, the Shadow Sorcerer's eyes also flashed with a hint of fear. Zhao Dai and Du Liao, who were the hosts, were all speechless for a moment. It was too shocking. They had never dreamed that they would be able to see such a wonderful battle in this freshman exchange tournament, especially Fang Shio's alien. It directly impacted Zhao Dai's cognition. Not this Fang Shio. Is he really just a senior freshman? Long before he became a host, he had paid a lot of attention to the high school league. In previous years, various geniuses had often appeared in the freshman exchange tournament as well. However, in Zhao Dai's perception, even though so-called geniuses possessed imperial beasts that were far inferior to Fang Shio's alien, Du Liao even made a point of picking up the documents beside her and confirming them. It was discovered that this Fang Shio was indeed a senior freshman. How on earth did he do that? High school has only started for a month. Right, in such a short period of time, just being able to cultivate an imperial beast is already very strong. As a result, Fang Shio was actually able to harness dozens of imperial beasts at the same time. Du Liao let out a gasp coupled with Fang Shio's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance. She felt more and more pity in her heart. Why hadn't she been born a few years later? Maybe they could have even rubbed sparks of love with Fang Shio. It's more than that simple. Zhao Dai rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. There are some imperial beasts that will sacrifice their individual strength to expand their advantage. In some specific situations, it can be used to amazing effect. But with this kind of imperial beast, The individual fighting strength is often not particularly strong. But look at Fang Shio's alien. Not only does it master exquisite sword skills, its body is as hard as iron, and even its blood carries strong corrosive properties. Even without the advantage of numbers, this alien is not an existence that any imperial beast can touch. Zhao Dai couldn't help but praise Fang Shio's imperial beast. Du Liao also followed suit and nodded in agreement. Along with the alien sword Saint destroying the Shadow Wizard's 10,000 Serpents massacre formation, Li Shijia's imperial beast too completely lost its means. He looked at the pouncing alien in horror and turned around to escape. Referee Wang Wei watched the scene in his eyes. Once the imperial beast produced such behavior, it could basically be declared a failure. However, the image in front of him was so shocking that he was frozen on the spot for a moment, forgetting to stop Fang Shio. Soon, Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer was pounced on by the catching-up aliens. However, these aliens did not directly tear apart the shadow sorcerer's body. After all, without the orders of Fang Shio, the king of the aliens, they had no qualifications to kill their target. Go ahead, face-hugging worm. Fang Shio's eyes revealed a fervor, and seeing that the shadow wizard was being controlled by his own army of aliens, he hurriedly released the white face-hugging worm. Only to see the face-hugging bug was like a white lightning bolt charging towards the shadow wizard. Since everyone's eyes were focused on the aliens, no one would even pay attention to the face-hugging bug released by Fang Shio. Even Li Shijia didn't even realize that the face-hugging insect was approaching his imperial beast referee. However, Li Shijia still reacted quickly. The shadow sorcerer's 10,000 serpent massacre formation had been broken, so naturally he had no means of countering it. If he didn't stop Fang Shio's alien, his shadow sorcerer, he was afraid that he would have to explain himself here. Although his imperial beast space which recorded the shadow sorcerer's cultivation data could be hatched again when he went back, but after pouring so much effort and resources into it, he didn't want to start from scratch. Referee, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Quickly make Fang Shio stop. Li Shijia roared hysterically while taking out his imperial beast space card wanting to retrieve his shadow wizard, but he was still a step too slow. Just as he roared out these words, the face-hugging insect released by Fang Shio had already pounced on the shadow sorcerer's face. Warning, warning. The shadow sorcerer has been parasitized, and if it is housed in the imperial beast space, it may pose a danger to the imperial beast master. The warning sound of the imperial beast space card resounded in Li Shijia's mind. The moment it was grabbed by the face-hugging bug, it inserted the parasitic device directly into the shadow sorcerer's mouth. What? Li Shijia only felt his entire brain buzzing. It was only at this moment that he suddenly noticed that his shadow sorcerer was being held by an ugly thing in a death grip. Parasite? What the hell is a parasite? Li Shijia's two eyes stared like bull's eyes as he looked at his shadow sorcerer and then at Fang Shio. It was very different from his unbelievable, incredulous expression. At this moment, Fang Shio could be said to be in a springtime mood. Success. Fang Shio clenched his fists in excitement. Referee Wang Wei also reacted with hindsight at this time. I announced that the winner of this fight is Fang Ziyu. Referee Wang Wei shouted the result of the battle. Fang Ziyu, on the other hand, hastily activated the royal beast space and first retrieved the parasitized shadow wizard into it. Then it was those aliens that he had released that were also disappearing in large swathes. Fang Shio. Li Shijia gritted his teeth and yelled up at Fang Shio. Give me back my imperial beast. What your imperial beast? Fang Shio glanced at Li Shijia. It's mine now. Since you've come to participate in the freshman exchange tournament, how come you don't even have this kind of awareness? The corners of Fang Shio's mouth rose completely unaware that he had any problems. In fact, when Fang Shio participated in the freshman exchange tournament, he had gone through the rules of the tournament. Although it was forbidden to attack a royal beast master, it was allowed for a royal beast master's royal beast to kill the opponent's royal beast. And there was no mention in the rules of the freshman exchange tournament that it was not allowed to parasitize another person's imperial beast. The law did not prohibit it. Let Li Jin come. Fang Shio lowered his voice and told Li Shijia to hurry up and get off the field. He couldn't wait to see this Li Jin's imperial beast. Chapter 62, a royal beast that shocked the whole scene and could parasitize and seize a soul. Fang Hua, I'll fight you. Seeing that his shadow sorcerer had been collected into the imperial beast space by Fang Xiu, Li Shijia could no longer restrain his emotions and rushed towards Fang Xiu with his eyes wide open. Redenned eyes, it was as if he had seen his father's murderer. Are you sure? Fang Xiu coldly glanced at Li Shijia. The alien sword saint then took a step forward, and his terrifying aura crushed towards Li Shijia. With a plop, Li Shijia's legs went limp and he directly sat down on the grass. Referee Wang Wei also hurriedly gestured for the security guards at the scene to bring Li Shijia back to the restroom. In the rules of the freshman exchange tournament, there was no stipulation that one could not parasitize the opponent's royal beast. Only, referee Wang Wei looked at Fang Xiu. The strength of the alien alone was exaggerated. I didn't expect that it was also possible to take over the opponent's royal beast by parasitizing it. There was also that alien sword saint. If one looked closely, its appearance was completely different from the other aliens. Not only was its stance taller, but its elbow joints could also pop out weapons. Aside from all having a black exoskeleton, it was simply not the same kind of creature as the other aliens. Could it be that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint evolved by parasitizing other people's imperial beasts? If that's really the case, Fang Xiu's alien simply possesses infinite potential. Referee Wang Wei wasn't the only one who saw this. The restroom of Yutai School, Wang Delong was sitting on a chair observing the battle, and when he noticed Fang Xiu's face-hugging insect, dragging Li Shijia's shadow wizard into his royal beast space, his brain only felt a buzzing sound. Parasitism, Fang Xiu's alien. It can parasitize other people's imperial beasts, but why? Wang Delong's pupils quaked madly. Gao Han and the others even felt grateful in their hearts. It's fortunate that I chose to abstain, or else being parasitized by Fang Xiu's classmates would have been too unbearable. Gao Han sucked in a breath of cool air and spat out. Damn, is this the monster from Hatching First Middle School? This is too perverted. Who can beat him here? If I were Li Jin, I would have just forfeited. Losing is a small matter. If the imperial beasts were parasitized and taken over, that would be too unbearable. The celebration of Gao Han and the others was in stark contrast to Wang Delong's grimace. You guys think that Fang Xiu looks at your imperial beasts? Wang Delong turned his head and lowered his voice. Although Gao Han and the others had chosen to abstain, he himself had fought against Fang Xiu head-on. Facing the attack of the alien sword saint, his own crocodile Daolong was completely powerless to fight. In less than 2 rounds, he was trampled under the feet of the alien sword saint. Moreover, at that time, Fang Xiu hadn't exposed the facehugger insect yet. In other words, if Fang Xiu had used the face-hugging worm to parasitize his imperial beast, he would not have been able to react at all. But Fang Xiu didn't do that. This was because his own imperial beast was neither a phantom beast species nor an ancient species. Damn it. Wang Daling grasped his fist with 5 fingers and hit the chair heavily. Not only did he not have a feeling of celebration, but on the contrary, he felt that his imperial beast had been underestimated. Gao Han and the others looked at each other in dismay, and the emotions that were still celebratory were immediately lost. Yes. What in the world did they have to be thankful for? It was because their own imperial beasts were too weak. That's why they weren't looked at by Fang Xiu. For a time, the atmosphere of the entire Yutsai Lounge lowered to the freezing point. On the other side, 3rd Middle School Lounge, Li Shijia was forcefully dragged back by the security guards. His eyes were red and his bangs were wet with sweat. Let go of me! Let go of me! As soon as the security guard let go, Li Shijia was about to run out to find Fang Xiu to argue. As a result, snap. Li Jin raised his right hand and ruthlessly hit Li Shijia's face. The fiery pain immediately calmed him down. Li Shijia looked at Li Jin dumbfounded. Waste. Li Jin lowered his voice. Why didn't you just rush up and let Fang Xiu's alien directly kill you? Although he didn't hold much hope for Li Shijia, thinking that he would be able to defeat Fang Xiao, he would have to consume Fang Xiao's strength no matter what. Right. This was good. Not only did he not consume Fang Xiao's strength, but instead he gave away an imperial beast to Fang Xiao. And in the end, this guy was clearly overwhelmed and wanted to go in Fang Shio. But in the end, he was so scared by the alien sword saint that he was paralyzed to the ground. At that time, why didn't he just charge up and force the alien sword saint to make a move? That way, it might even be possible for the referee to red card Fang Shio. Victory would have been third forms. Now it's good. Surprisingly, he had to face Fang Shio, who could parasitize other people's imperial beasts by himself. What a waste. The more he thought about it, the more angry Li Jin became. He couldn't help but raise his fist and set it into Li Shijia's face. Thud only to see Li Shijia staggering back, tripped by the chair. The whole person directly fell to sit on the ground, his nose continuously flowing out blood. The whole person looked at Li Jin with a face of horror. Li Yin, physical education teacher Wang Ying, saw this and hurriedly walked over to say peace. Student Li Shijia also worked very hard, at least forcing out Fang Shio's bottom card. Although he has a lot of aliens, without waiting for Wang Yin to finish his sentence, he was viciously glared back by Li Jin. There are a lot of aliens. I don't even know that there are a lot of aliens. It's not like I have that many imperial beasts. If Fang Shio was shameless and really used the Sea of Men tactic against himself, how was he gonna win? Because of that Gun Gong Wei guy, the popularity rating of the third middle school had become very bad. If he could get this championship and then cut with Gong Guangwei, he might still be able to save some face. But now, Fang Shio's alien was simply strong and unreasonable. If this was lost, then shouldn't the third middle school be ridiculed for a whole year? Wang Ying also became a bit embarrassed. Honestly, she didn't know what to do in this situation. Forget it. Li Jin shook his head. You have someone from the organizing committee. Go inform the referee. Tell him to warn Fang Shio not to release that many imperial beasts again. Li Jin, who had calmed down, rearranged his tactics. In his opinion, this freshman exchange tournament was like playing chess. Sometimes the strength of the chess player was crucial, but there were times when victory was not within the chessboard, but could also be outside of it. As long as the number of imperial beasts was limited, then Fang Shio's aliens would be no big deal. Go, Li Jin said in a commanding tone to Wang Yin. Ah, yes. Wang Yin hurriedly nodded her head before turning around and leaving the restroom. After she left, Li Jin glanced at Li Shijia, then walked over in 3 steps. To think that you want me to use such dishonorable means. While saying that, Li Jin raised his foot and viciously kicked down towards Li Shijia's head. In a short while, Li Shijia's face was covered in red. Looking at the security guards who sent him back, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 63, Unfair Treatment +1. Something seems to have gone wrong with the match. Just as Zhao Dai was expecting what kind of collision would arise between Li Jin and Fang Ziyu, he noticed that a few men in black suits had arrived at the match arena. It seemed that they were exchanging something with Fang Ziyu, the referee Wang Wei. Could it be to penalize F? Fang Ziyu, Du Liao couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fang Ziyu. His aliens were not only very impressive in terms of numbers, but the speed of the alien sword saint and his sword skills were equally so. But Fang Ziyu's final tactic of parasitizing the shadow sorcerer with a face-hugging worm would indeed create controversial issues, especially this Li Jin. Not only was he known as the #1 freshman in the third middle school, his mother was the vice principal of the third middle school and had her hands full. It was just unknown if Li Jin's mother would use her connections to forcefully sentence Fang Ziyu to a negative result. I don't think so. Zhao Dai shook his head. Phantom beast species imperial beasts would have had all sorts of supernatural abilities, and although parasitism as an ability is rare, it is not without precedent. It's just that a parasitic method like that of an alien is still the first time I've seen it. But no matter what, in the rules of the competition, there is no restriction. Even if new rules were to be introduced to prohibit parasitizing and taking over another's imperial beast in a tournament, then it shouldn't nullify the results of the previous match. As for what Miss Du just said, Zhao Dai laughed. The leaders on the side of the first middle school aren't vegetarians either. Fang Ziyu and Li Jin, both phantom beast species imperial beast masters, both representatives of various schools, both the last person in the freshman squad. The victory or defeat of the two of them was related to who would win this year's freshman exchange tournament. If the third middle school could use tactics, couldn't the first middle school? In Jayayuti's opinion, at most, it was just a temporary addition of some regulations. In reality, the real situation was similar to what Zhao Dai had imagined. The organizing committee staff came to the competition field. "You are student Fang Shio." "Right. We have just communicated unanimously regarding your imperial beast. We would like to propose 2 restrictions." The staff wearing a suit said with a serious face. 2 points. Fang Ziu raised his sword brows, not expecting that there could be temporary additions to the rules. First is the parasitization issue. For the rest of the tournament, you are not allowed to parasitize anyone else's imperial beast. Otherwise, we will directly cancel your competition results and qualification. Any objections? The staff member wearing a suit said to Fang Shio with a serious face. "What if I have objections?" Fang Shio frowned. "You can protest by abandoning the match." The staff member in the suit said softly as if this was all a matter of course. Fang Shio. Fang Zio had a question mark on his face. "What do you mean by abandoning the match in protest?" "Combined, if you don't agree to your demands, you can't continue the match." Although he had heard Chen Fan say that this Li Jin's mom was the vice principal of the third middle school and knew a lot of people, but the temporary change of rules really out of Fang Hua's expectations. Ming Ming. Li Jin's imperial beast was also a phantom beast species. If the facehugger worm was allowed to parasitize it and assimilate its genes, it could breed a very powerful alien. Then, there's the second requirement quantity student, Fang show you have too many xenomorphs. This is very unfair to the competition. After our unanimous discussion, absolutely the number of your aliens prohibited limit. While saying this, the staff extended 2 fingers warning Fang Shio that he could only use 2 imperial beasts in the end. No, just now, Gong Gongwei even used 3 imperial beasts. How come when it comes to me the most is 2? Fang Shio was speechless. Even if they wanted to limit the number, they should have limited it to 3. Right, if student Fang Shio has any objections to our rules, then without waiting for the staff member to finish speaking, Fang Shio directly interrupted with his words, "Abandon the race in protest, or the results will be nullified." Don't you guys think that this is too shameless? Before traveling to this world, he had stumbled upon some underhanded things. As a result, he didn't expect to run into it when he came to the world of the universal imperial beasts. That said, where were the leaders of the first middle school, just letting their students be bullied? Although he knew that it might have something to do with Li Jin's mother's operation, Fang Zio still felt unhappy in his heart. Fang Zio, continue the match. Referee Wang Wei also felt that such a restriction was not very reasonable. Parasitism was still justifiable, but the number of imperial beasts would have depended on the strength of the imperial beast master. The stronger the strength of the royal beast master, the more number of royal beasts he had. Why should Fang Ziu be restricted in such a way? Really don't want him to be the winner. But sometimes individual strength was just so powerless. Even he, the judge, couldn't interfere with the organizing committee's restrictions. And even if he went to contact the leaders of the first middle school now and asked them to intervene, it would still be too late. The competition naturally wouldn't give Fang Shio that much time. The only thing he could do right now was to accept the rules and continue the match. I know that you might be very unconvinced in your heart, but this world is sometimes like this. Without a good family of origin, you just get treated unfairly. But with your talent, Mr. Fang Hu, I believe that one day you will be able to say no to these unfair treatments. Referee Wang Wei relieved Fang Ziu and helped him adjust his mindset. Forget it. Fang Ziu waved his hand telling the referee and also the staff to stop talking. Let the guy called Li Jin come up and fight. Even if I don't use parasitism and human warfare, there's no way my alien will lose to someone like Li Jin. Seeing that Fang Shio didn't make any more trouble, the staff member then nodded in satisfaction before turning around and leaving the place. Soon, the results were transmitted through the Bluetooth headset into Zhao Daidu Liao's ears. They looked at each other in dismay and were both a little surprised at the organizing committee's decision, especially Du Liao, who was already biased in favor of Fang Shio. Now that she heard the way the verdict was handed down, she also felt extremely upset in her heart. This is simply too bullying. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, itching to punch those few staff members. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a notice from the organizing committee that especially student Fang Shio's ability to control beasts is too unreasonable and will affect the fairness and equity of the competition. So the organizing committee has temporarily decided to restrict Fang Shio's imperial beasts. First is the ability to parasitize disabled. Then there is the number. Student Fang Shio can only send out a maximum of 2 aliens to fight. The moment these words came out, a hush came over the entire room. Whether it was parasitism or numerical superiority, it was all Fang Shu's ability to control the beast. It wasn't like it was some kind of out-of-hand trick. So what was so unfair about it? Even in their opinion, the organizing committee was clearly favoring Li Jin of the 3rd Middle School by temporarily making such a restriction. However, even if some of the spectators were tinged with dissatisfaction, they still couldn't affect the outcome. Li Jin walked onto the playing field amidst a chorus of boos. Chapter 64, Li Jin's Fake Match Temptation. Who is the strongest senior in Crane City? Zhao Dai said slowly as he gazed at Li Jin, who walked onto the playing field. Although he felt that the tactics of hatching 3rd Middle School were really a bit cheap, he had to admit that both Li Jin and Fang Ziyu were the strongest freshmen in their respective high schools. The match between them would determine who the champion would be. Fang Ziyu. Li Jin took 3 steps and arrived in front of Fang Shio. The two sides looked at each other, and Fang Shio's alien sword saint stood beside him. Release your imperial beast. Fang Shio lowered his voice, urging Li Jin to fight quickly. Don't be so hasty. Li Jin stuck his hands in his pockets, not caring about the booing coming from the audience, and he wasn't in a hurry to release his imperial beast. Want to make a deal? Li Jin deliberately lowered his voice. A deal. Fang Shio raised his sword brows. That's right. Li Jin spread out his hands. Even if you win this freshman exchange tournament, it's only a $200,000 prize money, and that prize money will have to be shared equally with the others. There's no point at all except to defend the reputation of the 1st Middle School. Individual first, then collective. As long as you lose this match, I'm willing to pay you $300,000. How's that? That's almost 6 times the amount of prize money you can share in your hands, and my conditions are more than that. As long as you nod your head in agreement, I can use my connections to transfer you to our 3rd Middle School. The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose, revealing a surge of confidence. It was as if he was recruiting Fang Ziyu. Coupled with the fact that the audience was all booing Li Jin, other than referee Wang Wei, no 4th person could hear the conversation between them. And referee Wang Wei deliberately turned his head, pretending not to hear these words. Although he couldn't see this kind of behavior from Li Jin in his heart, he was in the way of the connections behind Li Jin and couldn't say anything here. Fang Ziyu also didn't expect Li Jin to propose such a deal. Oh, for a moment, Fang Ziyu surfaced with an interested expression. You want me to play a fake match? Don't say it so bluntly, Fang Ziyu. I've just gotten someone to investigate your situation. Li Jin laughed. Your parents are both ordinary laborers. There is still the pressure of car loans and mortgage payments every month, and they can't provide you with much help in the matter of imperial beasts. And with your aliens, the advantage is in numbers. But again, the number of imperial beasts has both advantages and disadvantages. A huge group of imperial beasts requires all kinds of resources. If you had the same origin as me, you might have become the most powerful imperial beast master Crane City has ever seen. Unfortunately, with your family's condition, once you reach your sophomore and junior year of high school, you will instead be dragged down by the number of aliens. Even if the 1st Middle School is the key high school in Crane City, but you don't have any connections, the care that the 1st Middle School will give you will be very limited. So now I can give you a bright future. Li Jin said with a serious face. As long as you lose this match, you can get everything. Although he had used his family's connections to get the organizing committee to temporarily restrict Fang Shio's imperial beast. However, once he thought of the alien sword Saint's sword skills and amazing speed, Li Jin still didn't have full certainty that he could defeat Fang Shio. And once he was defeated by Fang Xiao here, the third middle school's expectations of himself were small. And if he messed up, his own old mom would also be targeted. In order to make sure that nothing is wrong, Li Jin just had to ask Fang Xiao for a fake match. As long as he loses to himself, what is a mere $300,000? This deal was well worth it for Li Jin. Even in Li Jin's eyes, such a great temptation was simply not something that a senior freshman could refuse. You've already defeated Li Shijia and proved your talent. Accidentally losing to me, the #1 person in the third middle school, is also human. Most importantly, you've also seen Gong Gongwei, the equipment used by Li Shijia's Imperial Beast. Right. As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, the Imperial Beast equipment, I can give it to you. Li Jin further pulled Fang Xiao closer. If he could really get Fang Xiao to transfer to third middle school, not only could he fill Gong Gongwei's position, it could also eliminate one from the other so that this session of the first middle school, there would be no more chances to turn around. Think about yourself. Sometimes people should be selfish. Li Jin continued. In his opinion, Fang Xiao's heart had already begun to hesitate and was even throbbing. What a good condition. The corners of Fang Xiao's mouth rose and a smile emerged. Compared to that 50,000 from the bonus, 300,000 will be more helpful to my Imperial Beasts and can even solve my Imperial Beasts' expenses for the first half of the semester. For a student like me whose family of origin is not good, it can be considered a great help. Fang Xiao nodded, indicating that what Li Jin said was realistic. Seeing this, Li Jin also revealed a satisfied smile, truly worthy of being the #1 person in the first middle school. The one who recognizes the times is the best. However, the next second, I refuse. The smile on Fang Xiao's face came to an abrupt end, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. Lin. What did you say? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. One of my Fang Xiao's favorite things to do is to say to the guy who thinks he's nobler than me that he won't come to reject him. Fang Xiao had his hands in his pockets, and the alien sword saint beside him even exuded a terrifying sense of oppression, crushing towards Li Jin. Better family of origin. More resources, wider connections. Don't make me laugh if you're really capable. Release your Imperial Beast and fight me for real. If you don't have the courage, hurry home to your mom. When Li Jin heard this, his entire body froze in place. Not only him, even the referee Wang Wei could not help but admire Fang Xiao. To know that was $300,000. Even if it wasn't used for the Imperial Beast, it could still buy a C260L even if on the internet, the average person couldn't look at a $300,000 car. But in the real world, $300,000 really wasn't something that an average family could take out. Especially for someone like Fang Hua, $300,000 is definitely a huge sum of money. But his refusal was so overbearing. You, this guy. Li Jin's face was even more bruised as he clenched his hands into fists. Since he was a child, no matter if he went to school or participated in any activities, he had always been the center of attention in other people's eyes. Not to mention that he had taken the initiative to open his mouth. He would have countless people coming up and flattering him just by sitting there. As a result, this Fang Xiao even dared to take the initiative to reject himself. This fellow, did he really think that his Imperial Beast was invincible? Seek death. In a flash, Li Jai En could no longer restrain himself and released his Imperial Beast. A terrifying wind pressure swept out in all directions, hardening the grass under his feet, uprooting it and sending it flying. Even the referee, Wang Wei, was forced back in his footsteps by this wave of air. Chapter 65, Li Jin's royal beast is actually a half-dragon, so strong. Referee Wang Wei raised his arm to ward off the incoming airwaves. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he almost couldn't believe that it would be the royal beast of an upperclassman. That's Fang Xiao's starry eyes slightly condensed as he observed towards Li Jin's Imperial Beast. He only saw that Li Jin's Imperial Beast was similarly around 3 meters tall and was not different from his alien sword saint. And what was very different from the alien sword saint was that Li Jin's Imperial Beast had a snow-white body contrasting sharply with the black exoskeleton of the alien. What made Fang Xiao feel even more incredible was that Li Jin's imperial beast not only had solid muscles and held a steel fork in its hand, its head was more like a dragon from the west. A half-dragon. Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Although 3rd Middle School and 8th Middle School had fought, 8th Middle School had fought with all their might, but they hadn't been able to force Li Jin off the field. So until now, it was the first time that Li Jin's royal beast appeared on this playing field. The crowd, which was originally booing, became silent. It could be seen that everyone was shocked by Li Jin's half-dragon. Even the two hosts, Zhao Dai and Du Liao, blinked in disbelief. Half-dragon man. Li Jin's imperial beast is actually a half-dragon man. Hiss, and the weapon it's using in its hand, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary steel fork either. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Pay attention, the symbol on that steel fork. Zhao Dai whirled around and widened his eyes. He suddenly realized that on top of the steel fork, there was a logo of crossed swords printed on it. That logo was clearly the logo of Long Quan Industry. It was rumored that the Imperial Beast equipment they created was the topmost existence in China, and the deposits alone often reached 6 figures. It was higher than even his yearly salary. So rich, Zhao Dai couldn't help but feel a bit red-eyed for a moment. The rarest phantom beast species, the half-dragon, plus the top-notch equipment. How was this Fang Xiao going to fight? If we relied on the Sea of Men tactic, Fang Xiao's alien army, we might still have a chance. But the organizing committee's temporary rule change prohibits Fang Xiao from having more than 2 aliens. Du Liao clenched her fists, once again feeling injustice for Fang Xiao. In this match, it was surprising that a guy like Li Jin was allowed to win the championship. She was really a little bit upset. This is rich people. Zhao Dai couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, Fang Xiao's talent was stronger than Li Jin. But this world was often like this. Talent would not necessarily lose to effort, but it would definitely lose to resources. What's the use of having talent? Just that steel fork in the half-dragon man's hand alone was almost a family of 10 years of food and drink. Looking at the shock in referee Wang Wei's eyes, the corners of Li Jin's mouth rose. See, Fang Xiao, I am the difference between me and you before. In Li Jin's opinion, after seeing his own royal beast and the weapon used by the royal beast, Fang Xiao must have felt a sense of disparity. Although he was the most powerful freshman in Huching First Middle School couldn't afford to pour so many resources on him. In the end, this world still depended on family status. If you're really that confident in your imperial beasts, then why did you limit the number of my aliens? In the end, you still lack confidence in your bones. Fang Xiao sniffed and immediately retorted back. What a pity, if only I could parasitize Li Jin's imperial beast with a face-hugging worm. Fang Xiao thought in his heart. What did you say? Li Jin's expression, which was still arrogant, instantly became a little embarrassed. After all, Fang Xiao's aliens were too numerous, and each of them possessed the unreasonable setting of acid blood. Even if his half-dragon was strong, he might not be able to exhaust his stamina by the endless army of aliens. Although he had the upper hand now, being caught by Fang Xiao's pain point at once still made Li Jin's face a little embarrassed. Finish him off, Lucas. Li Jin clenched his fists with both hands and immediately ordered the half-dragon. Blistering wind step. Fang Xiao was no longer polite either, only to see the alien sword saint disappear on the spot with one footprint after another continuously appearing on the grass. Stealthy, Li Jin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, obviously not expecting the alien sword saint to be invisi. Blee. However, facing the alien sword saint who was pressing step by step, Lucas did not panic. As a half-dragon, it possessed an intelligence comparable to that of a human. Even because of the data that was copied over this Ruka's battle experience was also quite rich. It slowly closed its eyes, seemingly sensing the alien sword saint's aura. In the next second, it opened its arms and a thunderous light blossomed from it, expanding towards the surroundings. In a flash, the thunder light released by Lucas then protected it due to a knot seal. Fang Xiao's alien sword saint manifested at this moment as it grasped the black blade with both hands and raised it above its own head before slashing down towards Ruka's head. After all, The rules had already prohibited parasitism. It also didn't need to give the face-hugging worm a chance to parasitize. Boom. Accompanied by a loud sound, the alien sword Saint Black Blade collided strongly with Rukus's Thunder Light boundary. The latter violently opened its eyes and released an even more majestic current. Rumble. The thunderous roar was deafening, and Fang Shio's alien sword saint was hardened by the force and sent flying. However, the thunder light boundary protecting Luca's also dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alien sword saint flipped around in the air, kneeled on one knee, and skidded out 8 feet away on the grass. Only a wisp of gray smoke floated out from its exoskeleton. It was evident that the electric current that Lucas had just released had produced a high temperature of thousands of degrees. This was the fact that the alien belonged to a silicon-based organism. If it was a normal carbon-based organism, that terrifying electric current alone would be enough to pierce through flesh and blood. When Li Jin saw Fang Shio's alien sword saint being forced back, the corner of his mouth lifted once again. How about it, Fang Shio? Now do you understand the gap between you and me? The weapon in Lucas's hand, called the electric fork, not only possesses a very exaggerated hardness, it can also strengthen Lucas's strength. The move you just saw is the effect of the electric fork strengthening. Your alien can't even hurt my Lucas. Li Jin's smile became maniacal. Ruka stomped his feet hard and charged straight towards the alien sword saint, the electric fork constantly flying in its hand. Crackle. Every time the electric fork swung, it rubbed out purple electric currents, and its flexibility was even more like Ruka's hands and feet. Bam! Facing the raging guy, the alien sword saint hastily raised the black blade in his hand, intersecting with Luca's electric fork cross, and the two weapons moreover rubbed out a piece of sparks. But Luca's power, however, was much greater, pushing the alien sword saint out hard. Its feet once again stepped on the ground, utilizing the resulting reaction force to catapult itself out, and the electric fork in its hand waved, continuously chopping towards the alien sword saint. Chapter 66, Fang Xiu to lose, plus one more. Fang Xiu's alien is completely suppressed. Zhao Dai nervously observed Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. Whether it was its size, strength, or speed, the alien sword saint was the most powerful one among the aliens Fang Xiu had released. However, it was now being suppressed by Li Jin's half-dragon, making it difficult to resist. If it wasn't for the organizing committee's temporary change in the rules, Fang Xiu's army of aliens would definitely be able to defeat Li Jin's half-dragon man. Du Liao still felt a sense of injustice in her heart. Although Li Jin's image was also good, and his family still had a lot of resources compared to him, Du Liao was still more favorable towards Fang Xiu. Yeah. Zhao Dai clenched his fists. If there was that black pressurized alien army, how could Li Jin be as calm as he was now? Even in his opinion, changing the rules temporarily would have been an unreasonable thing to do. You say, if Fang Xiu releases another alien to faint for the alien sword saint, is there any chance then to turn defeat into victory? In the heat of the moment, Du Liao had already started to come up with a plan for Fang Xiu. This is difficult. However, Zhao Dai didn't look at this scenario well. He had just observed Fang Xiu's other aliens. Compared to this alien sword saint, it was simply like two aliens. The strength, speed were all far inferior to the alien sword saint. Even if it was allowed to faint, it would probably be easily killed by Lucas. The spectators in the audience also pinched a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. It seems that Fang Xiu can only go so far. It can't be helped. Li Jin's imperial beast is too strong. Especially the weapon it used, Dragon Spring Industry. Yeah, it's estimated that an electric fork like that at least a few million really rich. Is this the gold content of the young master of the third middle school? There was a lot of talk in the audience. In their opinion, if Lucas didn't have an electric fork, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint might still have some chance. Mirror image split. Fang Xiu stood in place. He also saw the alien sword saint's decline. I didn't realize that the equipment's enhancement to the imperial beasts would be this great. Thinking back to the hatching process of the alien sword saint, it was a mutant born after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf. When it had just hatched out, it had even developed a treasonous heart. In the end, It was only under his own spiritual suppression that he became obedient. At that time, Zhang Pan Pan was still excited and certain that her alien sword saint would be the strongest existence among the freshmen in the entire Crane City. As a result, he didn't expect that this third form's Li Jin would be even more unreasonable. In a flash, under Fang Xiu's command, the alien sword saint split into 4 mirror-image doppelgangers, jumping and slashing towards Lucas from different directions. However, the power of this mirror-image doppelganger depended on the state of the main body. After a great battle, the alien sword saint also became weak, and its mirror-image splitters were not as swift as before. Looking at the guys rushing out from different directions, Lucas once again opened his hands, and electric currents stirred out from his body. Instantly, a lightning boundary was opened. Rumble accompanied by deafening thunder. The alien sword saint's mirror-image doppelgangers were all sent flying out. Lucas even seized this break, violently flinging his tail behind him and sweeping it forward with a terrifying force that directly sent the alien sword saint flying out. He. Looking at the alien sword saint being completely suppressed by his own Rukas, Li Jin once again laughed coldly. Let me tell you one more thing, Fang Xiu. Although my Lucas has only been cultivated for a month, Lucas is not my original imperial beast. My very first imperial beast was nothing more than a regular species. Although the power is also okay, it's still too weak compared to the upper limit of the phantom beast species. So it's my mother used some of her contacts to copy the various data of Lucas from the students of the top 10. Only then did I have this phantom beast species of half-dragon. While saying this, Li Jin approached Fang Xiu, his attitude becoming more and more arrogant. This is the gap between rich people and ordinary people, or rather the gulf. What can you do even if you are talented? Even if you innately possess the phantom beast seed imperial beast, what can you do? As long as I have the resources and background, I can just as easily solve the problem of not having an illusory beast seed. My equipment, too, is better than yours. What are you comparing me with? When copying the data of the phantom beast species, Li Jin also allowed Lucas to gain a wealth of combat experience. Combined with the electric fork, it could bring its combat power to 600%. Inside the restroom of the first middle school, after sending Li Qingqing to the hospital, Zhang Pan Pan contacted the second-class teacher, Zhang Yu, and asked him to go over to take care of her and folded back himself. Unexpectedly, the alien sword saint that he had high hopes for was suppressed by Li Jin's Lucas. Zhang Xuren's face also turned ironic. When he was in middle school, he had heard about Li Jin. He had thought that Fang Xiu could rely on his talent and defeat this Li Jin. As a result, he didn't expect that the battle situation would take a sharp turn for the worse. If this continues, I'm afraid Fang Xiu will lose. Zhang Xuren sucked in a breath of cool air from the corner of his mouth. His heart naturally hoped that Fang Xiu would be able to defeat Li Jin and lead first middle school to take first place. But now no matter if it was the alien sword saint's blistering wind steps or his mirror image split, all of them were restrained by Rukash. Moreover, after a few exchanges, the raging currents released by Rukas were disintegrating the alien sword saint's exoskeleton little by little. If the fight continued like this, Fang Xiu would definitely lose. Zhang Pan Pan also nervously gnawed on his fingernails. It can't be helped. Long Quan Industries' customized equipment is just too strong. Without the electric fork, there was no way that Lucas would have been able to wreak that much havoc on the heterosexual sword saint. Could it really only go so far? The students of Utah's the 8th grade, also felt despair after seeing the power of Rukas. The electric fork that Lucas used, even if their parents worked hard for their entire lives, it was impossible for them to afford it. And even if they had the money, they wouldn't necessarily be able to customize it without connections. Even a genius like Fang Xiu couldn't fight against Li Jin's financial power. What capital did they, ordinary people, have to be a match for someone like Li Jin? What made them even Or desperate was that this Li Jin was merely a local snake in Crane City? In this world, there must be many people with more resources and connections than Li Jin. Even if they played well in the college entrance exam and went to a good Imperial Beasts University, in the end, they would still have to work as bulls and horses for people like Li Jin. Thinking of this, Wang Delong and the others' eyes all dimmed at once. On the match field, Fang Xiu looked at the alien sword saint who had fallen into the wind, and Li Jin sneers and finally sighed. He. Li Jin sneered even louder. Regret. Fang Xiu, if you had just accepted my conditions, you would still be able to end it decently, but now it's too late. Li Jin, you shouldn't have limited my imperial beasts to 2. If you were a bit more ruthless and directly limited it to 1, you might still have a chance to defeat me. A trace of contempt flashed through Fang Xiu's starry eyes. Since you want to be bad, why not be bad to the end? Chapter 67. The Alien Queen makes her appearance. What do you mean by that? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Fang Xiu's calm and collected appearance, a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart instead, and his eyes subconsciously glanced towards Luca's. His own half-dragon man had Long Quan Industries customized equipment, clearly suppressing Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. Where on earth did this fellow get his confidence? Scared silly by my Luca's. Li Jin snorted coldly, feeling that Fang Xiu was merely bluffing. Moreover, because Fang Xiu was the last person in the first, he couldn't directly strike at himself. Once he was eliminated, the winner would be himself. Do you think that your alien can hold my half-dragon man in check, and then use another alien to deal with me? It's useless, Fang Xiu, Li Jin said in a voice. Not to mention the fact that Fang Xiu had already eaten a yellow card. The organizing committee of this freshman exchange tournament was on his side. But who knows? In the face of Li Jin's gushing roar, Fang Xiu just turned around. He looked towards Lucas, who was suppressing the alien sword saint, and said in a low and icy voice, "Just let you see it. The real alien." As he spoke, a faint light flickered from Fang Xiu's side, and a blackened behemoth was instantly arrived behind Ruka's hissing. A low and gloomy chirping sound directly caused Rukas to fight a cold war. It subconsciously turned around only to see a big guy with curled-up legs looking down at itself. Alien Queen, the most powerful existence among all of Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. The posture of curled legs was like sitting on top of a throne, and the huge fan-shaped crown of the head even produced a huge shadow that enveloped Luca's entire body. In front of the 3-meter-tall, robust body of this alien queen, it was like a baby standing in front of an adult. Li Jin's 2 eyes immediately widened like the eyes of a cow, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but involuntarily draw in a breath of cool air. Not only him, but the referee, Wang Gui, the host, Jiayuti Du Liao, the freshmen from the other schools, the leading teachers, and the spectators who filled the Imperial Beast Stadium without exception. All of them drew in a breath of cold air. Zhao Dai and Du Liao even rubbed their eyes hard. Their insanely seismic pupils seemed to be saying, "I didn't see it wrong." Right, what is that thing? A royal beast? It's too exaggerated, not. This is cultivated by a senior freshman. Hiss. This is too terrifying. Is this the strength of the #1 person in Crane City's first high school? Monster. This guy is simply a monster. Murmurs erupted from the audience. Just a moment ago, they had thought that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint had been pushed to the brink by Lucas. But in the twinkling of an eye, Fang Xiu had released such a terrifying alien queen. Has this Fang Xiu not been serious all this time? Zhao Dai exclaimed on the spot. Although he didn't know anything about aliens, he could see that this alien queen and the alien sword saint weren't even imperial beasts of the same magnitude. It's unbelievable that we have such a demonic imperial beast master in Crane City. Du Liao danced with excitement. Li Jin on the competition field. His mouth opened wide into an O shape, frozen on the spot, until the saliva that flowed from the corner of his mouth dripped onto the back of his hand before he came back to his senses. And Fang Xiu's alien queen had already raised her wide palm and slammed it down towards Lucas. When it was too late, sensing that the situation was not good, Lucas quickly opened his hands, and raging electric currents burst out from its body, once again forming a thunderlight boundary to fend off the alien queen's attack. As a result, the next second rumble, the sound of the explosion was deafening. And at the same time, it set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The alien sword Sane. T returned to Fang Xiu's side with his blistering wind steps, using his own body to withstand this wind pressure for him. On the other hand, Li Jin's feet left the ground, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. The alien queen's palm hard and fast tore an opening in Ruka's thunder light boundary. Such a raging primal power that made a half-dragon like Ruka's shocked and dumbfounded. Boom, only to see the alien queen slap Ruka's face, knocking it directly to the ground. The open thunder light boundary dissipated on the spot, and the electric fork, which was worth millions of dollars, spun and flew out. The upper half of the half-dragon Ruka's body was directly set into the grass. Looking again at the alien queen's arm that had penetrated into the lightning, only a wisp of black smoke floated up. The voices of the audience murmuring came to an abrupt halt. The entire tournament field instantly set off a dead silence. Fang Ziu had his hands in his pockets still with a breezy expression on his face. It's still the alien queen, the most primitive aesthetics of violence. Fang Ziu glanced at Lucas, who had been slapped unconscious, and murmured softly. Although the alien sword saint assimilated the werewolf's genes and also mutated its alien genes, however, were the lowest-level male alien, far less violent than this alien queen. Referee, can you announce the result now? Fang Shio whirled around, looked at the referee Wang Wei, and said softly. In his opinion, Li Jin's imperial beast had already lost its ability to fight. Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but be stunned. The entire process had happened too quickly before and after not even 2 breaths of time. It made him not even have time to react for a moment. Li Jin's half-dragon human imperial beast had been killed in a slap. Gulp. Wang Wei nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva before slowly announcing to the audience. The winner of this game is Hutching No. 1 Middle School, Fang Xiu. Accompanied by Wang Da's loud roar of these words, the entire audience immediately erupted in thunderous applause. Fang Hua, Fang Zio, Fang Zio. Immediately afterward, there was a wave of shouts that rose above the rest. Everyone was excitedly cheering Fang Zio's name because to them, Fang Xiu was not only the winner of this match. He had even proved one thing to everyone. Even an ordinary person like Fang Xiu could defeat a rich man like Li Jin. Let's congratulate Fang Xiu for leading Hatching No. 1 Middle School and taking the title of this freshman exchange match. Du Liao applauded excitedly. Hutching No. 1 Middle School is the champion. Hutching No. 1 Middle School is the champion again. Congratulations to Hutching No. 1 Middle School for taking the 4 consecutive championships. Seeing this, Zhao Dai stopped pretending and roared at the top of his voice. Congratulations, Fang Ziu. Zhang Pan Pan also brought Zhang Shuren and ran onto the playing field, embracing Fang Ziu with a hug. Is it necessary to be so excited? Fang Ziu looked at Zhang Pan Pan, who was so moved that she was close to tears, and in his heart, he could not help but feel a bit speechless. Wasn't it from the very beginning Shio secretly glanced at Li Jin's half-dragon Rukas? It's really a bit of a pity that it can't be used to parasitize. Chapter 68, Letting You Be Interviewed. Why are you selling classes? Fang Zio still recognized Li Jin's half-dragon man in his heart, but the organizing committee had temporarily added rules, so he let it go. Soon after, Fang Ziu retrieved the alien sword saint and alien queen into the imperial beast space, and then saluted the audience as requested by the staff. Li Jin stood up from the competition arena with a gray head and clenched his hands into fists. When he watched everyone in the audience stand up to applaud and cheer for Fang Xiu, his heart became furious. These honors originally belonged to himself, Li Jin. Wang Ying, the physical education teacher of the 3rd middle school, took 3 steps to Li Jin's side, then pulled his arm. It's already over. It's not over. Li Jin gritted his teeth and his eyes became red. This guy, Fang Xiu, is just an ordinary person. What makes him able to have a royal beast like that? It must be that 1st middle school cheated. Yes, it must be that they cheated. That wasn't even an imperial beast that Fang Xiu bred himself. Li Jin yelled hysterically, not caring about his image in the slightest. Or rather, at this moment, he was completely swept off his feet and couldn't care less about his so-called image. I'm the veritable No. 1 in the 3rd middle school, and I have customized equipment created by Long Quan Industry. What does this Fang Xiu fellow have the right to do? What makes him able to defeat my Lucas? He must have cheated. I want to protest. Li Jin clenched his fists and raised his arms, stating that he would definitely use his connections to track down Fang Xiao's cheating behavior. Security, security. Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly greeted the security personnel of the competition arena and pulled Li Jin back. Who? Only after Li Jin's voice faded away did Wang Wei let out a long sigh of relief. Then a delicately dressed young lady wearing a white suit dress quickly walked onto the competition field, and she was closely followed by a cameraman. Hello, fellow student Fang Xiao. I'm a reporter from Huching Television, Kong Xingmei, and I would like to do an exclusive interview with you. Is that all right? Seeing this, Zhang Xuren and Zhang Pan all wisely took a few steps back. It was also an old tradition to conduct an interview with the champion of the freshman exchange tournament. Even as they stepped back, Zhang Pan purposely patted Fang Xiao's shoulder, signaling him to perform well. No matter what Fang Xiao represented was Huching First Middle School. Hello, reporter Kong. Fang Xiao nodded his head and smiled to signal. Although it was his first time being interviewed, his mind was at least an adult, and he didn't have that much stage fright. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Fang Xiao for taking the title of this freshman exchange tournament. Your mood must be very excited at this moment. Right? Excited is not very excited. Fang Xiao smiled, not very excited. It seems like student Fang Xiao has been aiming for victory from the very beginning. Then may I ask, are there any Imperial Beast insights that you can share with us? Imperial Beast insights. Fang Xiao raised his sword brows. If it was a netizen protagonist at this time, he would have said something to pretend to be X and show himself as a saint in front of people. Right, for example, there's not much insight. I don't know why other people's Imperial Beasts are so weak. But a flash of thought suddenly arose in Fang Xiao's heart. I actually have a lot of insights regarding Imperial Beasts, but it feels like it's not something that can be said in a few words. If there are interested students, you can pay attention to my Douyin account. I will often update the video to explain the knowledge of Imperial Beasts. For example, how to awaken the Phantom Beast species, how to mutate, and what to feed. Of course, if it's a student who wants to add my Tingshan friend to individually consult the details of Imperial Beasts, you can airplane add friends, Fang Xiao said with a smile on his face. The so-called airplane plus friends was sending gifts on Douyin. An airplane was roughly $200, and after the platform took a cut, Fang Xiao could get half of it. Kong Xingmei froze in place with a face full of question marks. As a reporter from Crane City TV, it wasn't the first time she had interviewed the winner of the freshman exchange tournament. Even in previous years, the most outrageous champion freshman was only in Versailles. Oops. Where is the insight? I just casually cultivated it. I didn't expect to get the championship. Good for you. If you don't know, you'd think that Fang Xiao is a classroom salesman. That's not true. This is selling lessons. Moreover, using their TV station to advertise himself. Fang Xiao student, are you? However, without waiting for Kong Xingmei to spit out his words, Fang Xiu directly took out his cell phone, then opened his Douyin account. Although he hadn't officially released the video yet, he pointed on the screen and then lit up a QR code for attention. He also changed his account ID to Fang Xiu of Board Imperial Beast in passing, then cleared his throat. Please recognize my account. This is my only account on the entire platform, so please tap to follow. Kong Xingmei, Zhang Pan, Zhang Xuren, referee Wang Wei, host Zhao Dai. It was important to realize that Kong Xingmei's interview was conducted in a live broadcast format. Even in the surroundings of this Imperial Beast Stadium, there were large screens hanging right here that were broadcasting this interview. The moment Fang Xiao took out his cell phone, the large QR code directly occupied 3/4 of the screen. The audience at the scene was first stunned, then they hurriedly took out their cell phones to scan the code. Even the host, Du Liao, couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and scanned at the QR code. In fact, it wasn't the first time that both she and Zhao Dai had hosted the commentary for the freshman exchange match. However, it was the first time they had stumbled upon a champion who was messing with QR codes like Fang Xiu. What are you doing? Zhao Dai looked at Du Liao, who had taken out her cell phone, and both of her eyes instantly doubled in size. Tap to follow. Du Liao said without thinking, then tapped Daoyuan's recharge system and directly gave Fang Ziyu an airplane, then sent a private message with her 10 cents friend QR code. This line of operation watching Zia Odi froze. Be reserved. Zia. Odi couldn't help but spit it out. If this wasn't still on the commentary stage, he definitely wanted to ruthlessly spit out "you're 30 years old. Do you still wanna eat Fang Xiao's tender grass? What are you thinking? With Fang Shu's talent in beast royalty, sooner or later, he will be a legend coming out of Crane City #1 Middle School. Of course, we have to take advantage of the fact that we can have a crossover now and hurry up to liaise so that in the future, when Fang Shu soars to great heights, I will also be able to rub off on him. Du Liao said in a serious manner. Sis is the one who wants the old cow to eat the young grass. Sis is being prescient. What you said seems reasonable. Zhao Dai thought about it and felt that there really wasn't anything wrong with what Du Liao said, so he also sent an airplane out. Then carefully clicked on Fang Ziyu's Daoyuan avatar and sent his QR code. Chapter 69, Black River State League. Plus one more. The corners of Kong Qingmei's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, trying hard to snatch back the topic. But as a result, Fang Ziyu was hard to stay away from Daoyuan for 3 sentences. Coupled with the fact that the interview time was originally limited, Fang Shio's maneuvering had even caused Kong Qingmei to have a black line on his face. However, Fang Shio didn't care about Kong Qingmei's thoughts. After finishing the interview, Fang Shio was still focusing on his Daoyuan account only to see the number of fans rising crazily. In just a few minutes it broke through 10,000 fans. Fang Ziyu. Zhang Pan led Fang Ziyu in the direction of the restroom, and on her mouth she still didn't forget to spit. What on earth are you thinking? That interview just now, you should thank the school and the teachers. Good guy, the whole time he didn't even mention first middle school. Hard to publicize your Dwayne account there now. Zhang Xuren sniffed and also felt a bit embarrassed. The live broadcast of the Huching TV station was facing the whole city. And if this was seen by the school leaders of the first middle school, they were afraid that their faces wouldn't be able to hang on. In the worst case, it would also bring a negative impact to the first middle school. Brother Pan, it's not right for you to say that there's a saying that one glory for all, one loss for all. If I'm famous enough, won't it also be a good thing for first middle school? Instead, it's those painless and vain words. I guess the school leaders have long been tired of hearing them, and Fang Shio put down his cell phone and his expression became serious. As long as my fame is big enough, the student council side won't dare to mess around. Zhang Pan could not help but be stunned. If it wasn't for Fang Shio himself mentioning it, he had almost forgotten about the student council. Yes. Fang Shio had not only wasted Ma Ming, the student union fighter, but also directly rejected the contract offered by Chen Feng. The other party would definitely not let it go. So all of this was in Fang Shio's calculations. Freshmen who won the freshman exchange championship were often overwhelmed by joy, and some would even float for a period of time before returning to reality. Fang Shio, on the other hand, did not show any signs of this at all, and was still able to calmly think about his future path. Although it sounded like Fang Shio's use of the interview to advertise his account was a bit uncultivated. But on second thought, what was the thing that Imperial Beasts lacked the most? Resources. On the Daoyuan platform, 10,000 plays yielded roughly $15, and gifts could also be split in half. If Fang Shu really made the Daoyuan account bigger and stronger, not only would he be able to generate income and solve the problem of resources for the Imperial Beasts, there is even the possibility that he will be favored by the e-commerce companies with all kinds of bandwagons, business orders, and a steady stream. Thinking of this, Zhang Pan's heart could not help but admire Fang Shio's mind. Compared to those freshman champions in previous years, Fang Shio is the real genius. For a while, Zhang Pan couldn't help but look at Fang Shio a few more times in her heart. The next thing was simpler. Li Qing and Qin Fan were injured and sent to the hospital. So the awarding session could only be conducted with Fang Ziyu and Zhang Xuren. At the same time, Haking First Middle School, Class 2 class teacher Zhang Yu's office. Because there were still students in class, he couldn't run to the Imperial Beast Gymnasium to watch the offline exchange match, so he could only take his cell phone and secretly watch it in his office. The sixth-class teacher, Li Gu Sheng, and the third-class teacher, Jiang Kao, also came over. When Chen Fan and Li Qingqing were injured in the hearts of the three of them, they all pinched a cold sweat. It wasn't until Fang Xiu's alien queen slapped Li Jin's half-dragon man unconscious their hanging hearts completely relaxed. Good fellow Zhang Yu, this time you really picked up a treasure. Class 3 teacher Jiang Kao couldn't help but spit out his words. Such a good student. How come he wasn't assigned to his own class? If Fang Xiu could come to his class, he would have hated to offer him up. You can't say that Zhang Xuren from your class, his performance is also very good. It's just that the freshman over there named Gong Guangwei is just too much. The corners of Zhang Yu's upturned mouth could not be suppressed at all. If it wasn't for Fang Xiu, the champion of this freshman exchange tournament might have fallen to the head of third middle school. However, this third middle school's Li Jin is really a whole nobody. Li Guoxing couldn't help but lament. Although on the side of the first middle school, students could use their credits to customize their Imperial Beast equipment, but no matter how customized it was still the equipment of a small workshop. There was no way to compare it to a big enterprise like Long Quan Industry. After all, there were roughly 1,000 students in just one-year group. The entire school added up to almost 4,000 or 5,000 students. Plus the school's various expenses, the teachers' salaries, they simply couldn't afford too expensive equipment. Imperial beasts are originally something that requires resources. Jiang Kao couldn't help but lament. If he was from an average family, he might have been able to go to a 1985, 2011 as well, so he wouldn't have to return to Crane City to become a teacher. However, this Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, it's really exaggerated. When that alien queen came out, I was taken aback. Zhang Yu, this time in the Black River State League, we might have a chance. Zhang Kao's gaze slightly condensed, and his expression became serious all of a sudden. Although Fang Xiu was not his student, Fang Xiu represented the first middle school. Most importantly, his student Zhang Xuren was second only to Fang Hua Li Qingqing. Black River State League. Zhang Xuren had the opportunity to participate. Black River State League. Li Guoxing couldn't help but be stunned. What, have you forgotten? Jiang Kao glanced at Li Guoxing. How could I forget? Li Guoxing also immediately glanced back. The Black River State League, that's a state-level exchange tournament. Daxing City, River City, Kissel City, Qing City, He City, Jia City. The Imperial Beast competition that only the top high schools of each city in the Black River State are qualified to participate in. Once you get the top 3 results, you can even enjoy extra points in your college entrance examination results. Just Li Guoxing sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although the first high school was the brand name of Huqing and could even be said to be the strongest high school, but if you look at the whole of China, the ranking of the first high school of Huqing was comparable to the end of the top 100. In the Black River State, it has also always been the existence of the bottom 1 or 2. In previous years, the state tournament was basically a walk in the park, and they couldn't even enter the group stage, especially Hassan Middle School, the strongest existence in the Black River State. It is said that the key class of Hassan Middle School has a per capita phantom beast species. Even the penultimate student can be guaranteed a place by 2011. Even more than half of the students can get into the top 10. No. Li Guosheng shook his head. The students in the key classes of Hassan Middle School never aim for the top 10. Their goal is the top of the top 10, even though the top 10 were the 10 strongest universities in China. But Imperial Capital University, Magic Capital University, and Imperial Beast Engineering University were the top 3 of the top 10. Even the key class of Hassan Middle School, there had always been a rumor going around. If you don't get into Imperial Demon, then just pick any of the top 10 and forget about it. This, just by thinking about the monsters in Hassan Middle School, Zhang Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 70 Imperial University Calls. Crane City First High School Student Council. What a rare occasion, President. As soon as Wu Mingjin, who was the vice president of the student council, pushed open the door of the student council's conference room, he saw Ma Wanfeng standing by the window, admiring the scenery outside. Ever since he was promoted to his senior year of high school, Ma Wanfeng seldom asked about the student council's affairs and went all out to sprint for his grades. Although with his royal beast results, getting into the top 10 was already a foregone conclusion, but there were no one who could compete with him for the top spot in Crane City. Especially on the side of the third middle school this year, they had poured in a lot of resources wanting to pocket the top student of this session of the college entrance examination. Based on this and that kind of relationship, Ma Wanfeng hadn't come to the student council's side for a long time. The major and minor affairs of the student union naturally fell on Wu Mingjin's shoulders. Now that Ma Wanfeng suddenly came to him, Wu Mingjin's heart was somewhat apprehensive. There's a call from the imperial capital university. Ma Wanfeng whirled around and swept a glance at Wu Mingjin. What? Wu Mingjin could not help but be stunned. Imperial Capital University. Hiss. Immediately afterward, Wu Mingjin sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and a man's name then surfaced in his mind. Chu Xing, the top student of the Haijiang State who had come out of Haking No. 1 middle school that year. He was also the legendary man who had made a bold move and established the current student union. It's not Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng noticed Wu Mingjin's change in expression, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed lightly. Although Chu Xing had paid some attention to Hatching No. 1 middle school over the years, he had more important things to do at the Imperial Capital University, and in most cases, it was conveyed by the students who had gone out from Hatching No. 1 middle school. This time was no exception. Fang Xiao's performance in the freshman exchange tournament this time was quite good, and it was rumored that he even caught the attention of Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng explained, Fang Xiao. Wu Mingjin frowned slightly. As early as during the freshman mapping exam, he had noticed Fang Xiao and had specially explained to Chen Feng to bring Fang Xiao into the student council. As a result, that guy had botched it, and not only did he fail to convince Fang Xiao, he had instead made things very stagnant. I heard about Ma Ming's matter, Ma Wanfeng continued. Although his energy during this period of time was focused on the imperial beasts, he wasn't ignorant of the happenings at the school. In particular, Fang Xiao and Ma Ming's fight on the playground was not only filmed, but also spread everywhere. Although the student council's face had suffered a bit, it had to be said that Fang Xiao's imperial beast was indeed formidable, especially this time in the freshman exchange tournament. Fang Ziu's alien sword saint had the shadow of Ma Ming's imperial beast. Combined with the fact that his alien possessed the ability to parasitize its host, it made Ma Wanfeng quickly understand where that alien sword saint came from. There was also that alien queen had defeated Li Jin's half-dragon with brute force alone. According to his investigation, that half-dragon man was not Li Jin's imperial beast. It was the imperial beast's data that his mother had used her connections to copy from a genius of the top 10. But even so, it was still killed by Fang Xiao's alien queen with a single strike. You should also understand, right? That alien queen is much more powerful than the alien sword saint. Aside from her own terrifying strength, that alien queen did not undergo a mutation. This meant that Fang Xiao's alien queen could continue to become stronger. It was no wonder that on the side of Imperial Capital University, someone would call over. How could such a good seedling not be absorbed into the student union? Even talent like Fang Xiao was worth cultivating according to the standards of a future student council president. Although in Hutching First Middle School, we can be said to be a party of greatness controlling the promotion rate of First Middle School, but in the top 10, those of us are nothing more than unruly people who entered the city from the poor countryside. Compared to those real city people, our eyesight is nothing more than sitting in a well and watching the sky. If it wasn't for Senior Chu who integrated everyone's strength, even if we entered the top 10, we would be nothing more than a drop of water falling into the ocean. Sooner or later, we would have died out in our college career, Ma Wanfeng said in a serious tone. In this world, if one wanted to accomplish something and stand on a high enough mountain peak, it was never by personal strength. Even if a person's strength was strong, could it be stronger than a collective? The saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake is not without reason. I see. Wu Mingjin sighed. I will personally talk to Fang Xiao and convince him to enter the student union. No, Wu Mingjin shook his head slightly. I'll have that guy Chen Feng apologize to Fang Ziyu. Well, that's good. Seeing Wu Mingjin show his attitude, Ma Wanfeng nodded his head in satisfaction, then walked to his side, raised his hand and patted his shoulder, and finally disappeared into the student union's activity room. Only after Ma Wanfeng left did Wu Mingjin sit down as if he was relieved. Although he and Ma Wanfeng were only the difference between the head and deputy, the power they possessed was worlds apart. Sometimes Wu Mingjian felt like he was, more than anything, Ma Wanfeng's little brother, including this incident as well. Surprisingly, for Fang Shio's sake, he had directly pressurized himself as the vice president. Damn Qian Feng. Wu Mingjin gritted his teeth and slapped one hand hard on the table. If it wasn't for that guy Chen Feng screwing things up, why would he be reprimanded by Ma Wanfeng? Forget it. Although Fang Shio had a conflict with Ma Ming, which in turn affected his view of the student council, in this world there are no eternal enemies. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian stood up from his chair again and left the place in 3 steps. At the same time, Haking Imperial Beast Stadium, with Fang Shio leading the first middle school to take the title of this freshman exchange tournament, the organizing committee was also personally presenting him with a trophy and prize money. Holding the $50,000 that he had been allocated, Fang Shio's heart was also very happy. However, once he thought about the injuries of Li Qingqing and Qin Fan after the freshman exchange competition was completely over, he followed Zhang Pan Pan and went to the hospital directly. Originally thought that Li Qingqing's injury need to recuperate for a month or 2. As a result, what Feng Shio did not expect was, in this world, not only could all the people be able to control beasts, even the level of medical care was more developed than in his original world. There were even imperial beasts that were specifically used to treat the injured. In only half a day's time, the injury on Li Qingqing's leg had already completely healed. Teacher Zhang, there's also Fang Hua. Li Qingqing was lying on the bed in the hospital room. As soon as she saw Fang Ziyu, she was furious. The face of the first middle school, it's kind of letting you lose all your face. Fang Shio, looked at Li Qingqing with a black line on his face. This little girl said the opposite. Right, if it wasn't for the fact that he had ed over Li Jin, would first middle school have been able to get the championship of this freshman exchange tournament. However, very soon, Fang Shu understood why Li Qingqing was spitting on himself so much. Because Li Qingqing directly took out her cell phone and played the interview video of Fang Hua promoting his Douyin account. Chapter 71, Extra Points in the College Entrance Examination. Li Qingqing was half recumbent on the hospital bed, pointing at the interview video on her cell phone, looking at Fang Shio with a look of contempt as if she was blaming Fang Shio for being too unproductive. Such a good opportunity to show his sainthood in front of people. He had to use it to publicize his Douyin account. It was too humiliating. What's wrong with that? Fang Shio snorted coldly before taking out his own cell phone. Through this interview, Fang Zio's Douyin account had already accumulated 250,000 fans, and there were even countless people who took the initiative to send him gifts just to beg for a friend's spot. Fang Zio roughly estimated that just from these gifts, there were almost $10,000, and this was only the first day. As long as he operated it properly, getting rich was just around the corner. When he said this, Fang Shio's face even surfaced with a smug and full expression. Poor guy, Li Qingqing frowned slightly, really unable to understand Fang Shio. This guy clearly had a royal beast as powerful as the alien queen, and his looks weren't bad either. Why was he acting like a miser? It was as if he had never seen money before. However, spitting is spitting. While being brought to the hospital, Li Qingqing didn't forget to use her cell phone and watch the final match. There was no need to say anything about Li Shijia. Li Jin's half-dragon man was really out of Li Qingqing's expectation. There was also that electric fork, which Li Qingqing instantly recognized as a custom-made piece of equipment from Long Quan Industries. Although his own family was well off, he had never customized Imperial Beast equipment from Long Quan Industry. In terms of connections, resources, Li Jin was better than herself. At that moment, she also pinched a cold sweat for Fang Shio. As a result, she didn't expect that the alien queen would kill Li Jin's half-dragon man in seconds with just one strike. If we really move my little gray bird, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a match for the half-dragon man. Li Qingqing thought in her heart. Soon, the light in her eyes as she looked at Fang Zhao also changed, no longer with a hint of contempt, but rather she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Fang Ziu. Her vermilion lips lifted lightly. "Thank you, Fang Hua. If you really want to thank me, you can give me money." Fang Xiao said lightly. Li Qingqing. "Nobody, you really fell into the money's eye. Just kidding, who knows?" Fang Xiao snorted. "You have nothing to thank me for. After all, defeating Li Jin is also for my own s." Li Qingqing didn't expect Fang Hua to tease himself like this and was first stunned before she laughed. "It seems that you still don't know anything. What do you mean?" Fang Xiao's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Phew, have you forgotten? The man I'm going to take out." As soon as Li Qingqing clenched her fists, a murderous aura was revealed in her beautiful eyes. Chu Xing? This name flashed through Fang Xiao's mind. The only person who could make Li Qingqing so enraged was him. It was just that Fang Xiao didn't understand what this Chu Xing had to do with the freshman exchange tournament. Looking at Fang Xiao's puzzled expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned to look at Zhang Pan. "Teacher Zhang, didn't you say anything to Fang Xiao?" Fang Xiao sniffed, and with that he also looked at Zhang Pan. However, just as Zhang Pan was about to open her mouth, a dull knock came from outside the hospital bed. "Is it Li Qingqing's hospital room?" "This voice is Mr. Zhang Yu." Fang Zhao, who felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, subconsciously asked, "Fang Zhao." Zhang Yu pushed open the door of the room and realized that not only was Fang Zhao here, Zhang Pan and Zhang Shuren had also rushed over. "Didn't you go to the event?" Zhang Yu was under the impression that after the freshman exchange competition, there would often be some more activities, which was why he rushed over to the hospital. Not realizing that Fang Xiao and the others were all there. "I don't have much interest in that kind of activity, so I refused," Fang Xiao said without thinking. "Oh, that way." Zhang Yu nodded and smoothly brought the door with him before coming to Li Qingqing's bedside and inquiring how her situation was. Li Qingqing did not shy away from it as she lifted the covers with one hand, revealing her bandaged thighs. "The doctor said there's nothing wrong, but it still needs to be observed. If there's nothing serious, you can be discharged tomorrow," Li Qingqing said with a smile. "It's good that it's fine." Zhang Yu sniffed and then let out a long sigh of relief. "You came just in time." Zhang Pan, on the other hand, looked as if she had thought of something. "You'll be the one to say about the league." "League? What league?" Fang Xiao instantly became interested. The league, Zhang Yu originally just wanted to come over to see Li Qingqing. Regarding the league, he had planned to find another time and tell Fang Xiao about it. He didn't expect to be asked about it directly. The Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Fang Xiao in this ward were all outstanding students of the first middle school. All right. In fact, the so-called freshman exchange tournament is not just for the purpose of exchanging which college's freshman imperial beasts are more powerful. The main reason is to select a representative from Crane City and then participate in the Black River State League. Black River State League? Fang Xiao raised his sword brows. "That's right." Zhang Yu nodded. The Black River State League, as the name suggests, is a state-level tournament. It is held every year, and the best high schools in each city can send 4 students to battle. The rankings are decided through group matches and elimination matches. If they can get the top 3 scores, they can also score extra points in the college entrance exam. The scores are 30, 20, and 10, respectively. Zhang Yu continued. Then if you get the championship in all 3 high school leagues, wouldn't that be an additional 90 points? Zhang Shuren could not help but be taken aback. Good fellow, 90 points. One must know that today's college entrance exams were divided into general knowledge points and imperial beast points. The general knowledge score was divided into mathematics, language, and physics comprehensive, arts comprehensive, with a full score of 100 for each subject totaling 300 points. The imperial beast score was 700 points, a total of 1,000 points. The state league, on the other hand, could directly add up to 90 points. It was equivalent to scoring 1 more grade in a liberal arts course than anyone else. This was also too exaggerated. Don't think too much. Zhang Yu raised his hand and directly flicked a brain crash at Zhang Xuren. It's not like the first place in the league has anything to do with our hatching first middle school. Hatching first middle school can get first place. What kind of results did hatching first middle school have in previous years? Fang Xiao instantly became interested and asked curiously, previous years. Zhang Yu glanced at Fang Xiao. It couldn't even kill its way out of the group stage. Fang Xiao, you couldn't even kill your way out of the group stage. That's too much of a pull, isn't it? Li Qingqing's face also became subtle. Although she knew that Hatching #1 middle school was not strong in the league, once she heard that they couldn't even kill their way out of the group stage, it was still a little hard for her to strain herself. What about the best result ever? Fang Xiao asked again. The best result? Zhang Yu thought about it for a little while. Once it was a runner-up instead. Fang Xiao, a runner-up at the upper limit and not making it out of the group stage at the lower limit. This gap, it's too outrageous. Right, Chapter 72, Chu Xing's passed plus one more. Fang Xiu noticed that when Zhang Yu said that Hatching #1 middle school had taken the second place once, Li Qingqing's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. Her hands gripped the quilt and her head subconsciously lowered. On the contrary, Zhang Xuren's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard that Hatching #1 middle school had taken second place once. Although he didn't say anything on his lips, it was written all over his face. Truly worthy of being Hatching first middle school to be able to take second place in a league with strong players from the Black River State was so cool. The reactions of the two were worlds apart. And as far as Fang Xiu knew, this Li Qingqing wasn't someone without a sense of collective honor. On the contrary, she would also have a sense of pride when she said that she was a student of first middle school. But the only time she had this kind of behavior was when she heard the results that first middle school had taken. Teacher Zhang Yu, Fang Xiao instantly understood that runner-up you're talking about it couldn't be Chu Xinghe, right? Ever since he went a haking first middle school, Fang Xiao felt that he could hear Chu Xinghe's name from time to time. That's right. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiao, then nodded his head. Sure enough. It's the same as what I guessed. Chu Xinghe? Is that the top scorer from Haijiang Prefecture? NB Zhang Xuren directly gave him a thumbs up. But who did he lose to? But immediately afterward, Zhang Xuren muttered, since Chu Xinghe was able to take the Haijiang Prefecture's top prize, that meant that he was the #1 person in Haijiang Prefecture. Right. His imperial beast must be incomparably powerful. Who exactly would such an existence lose to? One had to know that Chu Xinghe hadn't taken the championship in the league, which meant that he had fewer extra points than others. And the general studies class had rolled to a head. In addition to language and composition, what with math, science, and literature, a perfect score was the foundation for these schoolboys of theirs. So in the case of having fewer extra points than others and still being able to obtain the first prize, that meant that Chu Xinghe had countered by relying on the Imperial Beast essay. And there was only one standard of measurement for the Imperial Beast essay, and that was battle power. Chu Xinghe didn't lose. Zhang Yu shook his head. Although he did not have a good opinion of Chu Xinghe in his heart either, he had to admit that Chu Xinghe was indeed a royal beast genius. Didn't lose? Zhang Xuren could not help but be stunned. Without losing, why was he the runner-up? Fang Xiao was also instantly interested. That year, Chu Xinghe was in his second year of high school. As the genius imperial beast master of Haking First Middle School, he naturally received a lot of attention. He led his teammates in the group stage and killed them strongly as if he was a true dark horse. And in the elimination round of 8, he defeated Qing's second middle school, exploding the cold door that year. You have to know that Hassan Middle School, Qing's second middle school, Kissel fourth middle school, and Jia first middle school are the 4 major colleges in Haijiang State. Chu Xinghe being able to defeat Qing's second middle school is already a feat that changed the history of Hijin City. When he said this, Zhang Yu's eyes were bright with light. Instead, it was the 4 major colleges. City, Qing City, and Kissel City to be even more different. City was the state sink city of Haijiang State nowadays. Whether it was education, healthcare, or anything else, it was the best in the entire Haijiang State. Kissel City, on the other hand, at the beginning of the founding of the state of China, due to the strongest overall strength, was selected as the state sink city. And as a result, Due to a number of reasons, Kissel City ended up losing the election only to cast the present-day Haching. But a thin, dead camel is bigger than a horse, although it lost some opportunities because it fell out of the election. But Kissel City still relies on its own comprehensive ability to develop well. Kissel City was originally just a small, mediocre city, but in the last century, it was discovered that the city was actually connected to an entrance to the Imperial Beast realm. The military and bigwigs from all sides began to move into the city, thus causing Qing City to begin to develop at a high speed. Especially in the Beast realm in recent years, Qingqing has surpassed its big BR. Other Scissor City and has gradually gained the power to wrestle with Haching. Some experts even predicted that Qing City was the future of Haijiang State. Zhang Yu briefly introduced the situation of Haijingzhou, so you should understand how difficult it was for Chu Xing to defeat Qingcheng's second middle school. Right, however, the heavens did not favor us. At the time, Chu Xing led the first middle school and killed his way into the quarterfinals. The opponents he encountered were the heavenly pride of Hassan Middle School. Hiss. Upon hearing Hassan Zhang, Zhang Xuren sucked in a mouthful of cool air on the spot. The strongest high school in Black River State, Hassan Middle School. I've heard that there is a key class in Hassan Middle School called what's called the Heavens Pride class, and every student in it, even the worst student at the bottom of the list, is a phantom beast breed Imperial Beast Master. Fang Ziu. Hearing Zhang Xuren's words, Fang Ziu could not help but be stunned. One had to know that in this freshman exchange tournament, only 4 people, him, Li Qingqing, Li Jin, and Li Shijia had imperial beasts that were illusory beast species. Among them, Li Jin was still a pseudo-illusory beast species. This was because his imperial beast, instead of being cultivated by himself, was copied at a cost. The 4 major colleges in Crane City had only barely managed to come up with 4 illusory beast breed imperial beast masters. As a result, Hassan Middle School's Heaven's Pride class per capita phantom beast breed. This could play. Wait, Teacher Zhang, you just said that Chu Xing took the runner-up, but he encountered Hassan Zhang in the quarter-finals. Doesn't that mean? Fang Ziu reacted violently. That's right. Zhang Yu said with a loud voice. Chu Xing picked 4 and toppled Hassan Zhang. In a flash, Fang Ziu and Zhang Ziu's eyes widened in shock at the same time. 1 against 4. Zhang Xuren's mouth opened into a large O shape. He only knew that Chu Xing was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. But who knew that Zhang Yu was smiling bitterly? Actually, Chu Xing didn't want to take on 4 in 1. It's really because the students from 3rd middle school were too demonic coming up to take on 3 in 1, eliminating all of Chu Xing's team members. Chu Xing was forced to go 1-on-4. Even that match, it was called an impossible miracle. Only Zhang Yu sighed. Although Chu Xing was 1-on-4 and defeated Hassan Zhang, he himself took half of his life. So much so that when it came to the finals, Chu Xing wasn't even able to participate. That's why 1st middle school stopped as the runner-up and lost to Jia Cheng. That's why I said that Chu Xing didn't lose. Hearing this, Fang Ziu couldn't help but fall silent. Although he was dissatisfied with those things about his student council, he had to admit that this Chu Xing was indeed a very powerful character. Surprisingly, he was able to forcefully carry the 1st middle school into the finals in that desperate situation. What about the senior year? Fang Ziu thought for a second. Since Chu Xing was halfway to the championship in his sophomore year, what about his senior year? Could it be that senior year also stopped at the runner-up? Senior year, Zhang Yu sighed. In senior year, Chu Xing didn't participate in the league because he was reorganizing the student council at the time. Fang Ziu, in order to reorganize the student council, he gave up the league that could score extra points in the college entrance exam. Chu Xing, what in the world had he gone through? For a while, Fang Ziu could not help but have a few interests in Chu Xing's past. Chapter 73, The Student Council Comes Again. After understanding the situation of the Black River State League, Fang Ziu returned to the school with Zhang Yu and Zhang Pan Pan. Fang Ziu had developed a few interests in Chu Xing, and after returning to the dormitory, he turned on his computer and searched the internet for reports about Chu Xing. Ding dong. Suddenly, a doorbell came from outside the dormitory door. Zhang Pan Pan. Fang Ziu muttered, then stood up from his chair and walked towards the door. In this freshman exchange tournament, his face-hugging bug parasitized Gang Yuanwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts, and in a few hours he was able to give birth to chest breakers. Especially Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer, a phantom beast species of imperial beast created based on the trolls in Western stories. Combined with the genes of the aliens, there was no telling what kind of monsters could be born. Fang Ziu did not find it strange when Zhang Pan Pan paid a visit to his door. But who knows? When Fang Ziu pushed open the door, what met his eyes was a strange face. He looked up and down. The visitor was wearing a white short sleeve and dark blue jeans. His hair was a fresh short inch, his eyes were a bit squinty, and I was not far from Fang Xiu. You are Fang Xiu's classmate. Right, introduce yourself. My name is Wu Mingjian. I'm from the 3rd class of senior high school, and I'm also the vice president of the student union. The corners of Wu Mingjian's mouth rose as he smiled and introduced himself to Fang Xiu. And as soon as he heard the title of vice president of the student council, Fang Xiu's starry eyes instantly became wary. I don't know what is Vice President Wu's business here, Fang Xiu said rhetorically. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and Chen Feng, and as the vice president of the student council, I feel that we should give an explanation to student Fang Xiu. As he spoke, Wu Mingjin gestured, and Fang Xiu followed the gesture and looked only to see Chen Feng standing at the stairway with the color of fear between his eyes. His face was even more blue and purple, and he was even limping as he walked. Fang Xiu student. Chen Feng covered his swollen face with one hand and said towards Fang Xiu, last time it was my unauthorized act. I still hope that you will be generous and don't see eye to eye with me. Sorry. After speaking, Chen Feng directly bent his waist, and his bangs were wet with sweat. Fang Ziu could see at a glance that the injuries on Chen Feng's face were all new. It must be that after he got the champion of the freshman exchange tournament, Wu Mingjin had beaten Chen Feng severely. On the contrary, the fear in Chen Feng's eyes just now was not because he saw himself. Rather, it was because of Wu Mingjin. Although the matter of Chen Feng bringing Ma Ming over to find trouble with himself made Feng Xiu very upset, the real villain was obviously this Wu Mingjin. Don't I look too smart? Fang Xiu's eyes retracted from Chen Feng, then focused on Wu Mingjin's eyes. The two sides met each other's eyes, and instead, Wu Mingjin froze for a moment. What does that mean, fellow student Feng Xiu? It means literally the matter of signing the contract. It was indeed Chen Feng who came over to look for me. But if there was no explanation from above, he wouldn't have brought someone over to look for me. Right. In the end, Chen Feng is just a pawn. If it was someone else, perhaps when they saw the scene, they would choose to forgive Chen Feng. At least on the surface, he would also give Wu Mingjin a step and turn this matter over. But people are not grass and trees. Can't a circle be rolled and a square be stopped? Obviously, it is the problem of the student union. Now put the problem on Chen Feng and then beat him up. He is gonna pretend that nothing has happened. The credit goes to the superior. The faults are all the subordinates. This student council, it's really bad. Naturally, Fang Xiao would not give Wu Mingjin any good face. Wu Mingjin was also dumbfounded for a while. Regarding Fang Xiao's matter, he had also investigated and had thought that by doing this, he could at least ease Fang Xiao's attitude towards the student union. The results did not expect. This Fang Xiu really do not give face a. Chen Feng on the side was even more frightened by Fang Hua's words, and with a plop, he knelt in front of Fang Hua. Senior Chen, the conflict between us has already passed. There is no need to be like this. Looking at Chen Feng, who had long since lost his previous arrogance and instead had a few moments of pity, Fang Xiu looked at him with a bit more subtlety. There's no more business for you here. Do what you need to do. Wu Mingjian glanced at Chen Feng and said in a low voice. This Chen Feng froze for a moment, looking a little overwhelmed, still not quick to get out. Only when Wu Mingjian raised his volume did he run away trembling. If Vice President Wu doesn't have anything else, I'll go back to the imperial beasts. Fang Xiu didn't want to get involved with the student council and said that he was about to close the door. Boom! At the critical moment, Wu Mingjian raised his hand and pressed it against the door. Student Fang Xiu, don't be so hasty to give an expulsion order. Besides wanting to resolve the conflict between you and student Chen Feng, there is another matter that I want to talk to student Fang Xiao about. Wu Mingjin raised a smile on his face once again, but in his heart, he hated to give Fang Ziu 2 punches other than needing to bow his head in front of Ma Wanfeng. When had he ever been so humble? In front of other students, he had always been the first middle school superstar. No matter where he went, he was the existence of the front and back. Only this Fang Xiao actually dared to give himself an expulsion order. What was even more difficult for him to accept was he had clearly been evicted, yet he still licked his face to the door. If it wasn't for the people from Imperial University coming to call, why would he need to suffer such an aggravation? Damn it. So angry. But there is no way. The other party is the people of the Imperial Universe. ID. When one day they are promoted to the Imperial University, they still need those seniors to take care of. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian forced down his anger in his heart, and in a pleasant manner, he pulled out a bank card from his body and waved it in front of Fang Xiao as if to say that even for the sake of this thing, he should invite himself in. Right. What do you mean? Trying to bribe me? Fang Xiao with money? Fang Xiao smiled. It's not what you think, student Fang Xiao. This is a little bit of our student union's heart. Wu Mingjin casually found a reason. After all, you led the first middle school this time, taking the championship of the freshman exchange tournament, winning glory for our school and deserving some rewards. How much is this token of appreciation? Fang Xiao inquired simply and roughly. It's a bit more than the prize money shared this time. Wu Mingjian said with a smile. Come in. Fang Xiao looked at the bank card in Wu Mingjian's hand before taking a step back and inviting Wu Mingjian in. This Fang Xiao, although he made Fang Xiao make a concession, Wu Mingjin's face became even worse. He himself, the vice president of the student union of Huching No. 1 Middle School, actually had to rely on giving money to people in order to enter someone else's dormitory. If this were to spread out, he was afraid that he would be laughed at for a whole year. Damn Qian Feng. Wu Mingjin resented Qian Feng even more in his heart. If it wasn't for him screwing up the contract, where would he need to stoop so low? Chapter 74, An Invitation Letter. Senior Fang Xiao, I know that you have a misunderstanding about our student union. Wu Mingjian came to the dormitory's living room and took a seat on the sofa, and the bank card that he had pulled out at the door was placed on the coffee table. In reality, our student union is not what Senior Fang HSU thinks. Our essence is to explore every student's potential as much as possible so that they can attend a better university in the future. Not only will we help with resource issues, but we will also instruct our students on how to better their imperial beasts. Wu Mingjian said in a gushing manner, as if he was a good senior who loved his schoolmates. Fang Ziu was not interested in what he said. He just picked up the bank card on the table. What's the password? Wu Mingjin had a black line on his face but still immediately squeezed out a smile. The password is 368464. There's a total of $80,000 in this card. It's considered to be our student council's reward for Fang Hu's classmates. Want to use $80,000 to ease my conflict with the student council? Fang Xiao nodded slightly. Let's get down to business. Vice President who specially came to my door. It shouldn't just be for the sake of sending me money. Right. No matter what, Fang Xiao wasn't a brat who had just started high school. There was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. If he didn't make it clear directly here, who knew what Wu Mingjin would mess up subsequently? What's more, he himself also wanted to know what exactly the student council's attitude towards him was right now. Wu Mingjin hesitated a little. His original intention was to first get closer to Feng Xiao before inviting him into the student council. But now looking at it, this Fang Xiao was far more powerful than he had imagined. Truthfully, the current president, Ma Wanfeng, and I are both senior students, and we will be taking the college entrance exams next year and leaving the first middle school. Although Chen Fang and their imperial beasts are very good, being a minister is okay. It's difficult to hold up the operation of the entire student union. On the contrary, student Fang Xiao's performance on the mapping exam screams of amazement. Not to mention that this freshman exchange tournament is even more brilliant. To say that senior disciple Fang Xiao is invincible in his first year of high school, I don't think anyone would object. and Wu Mingjin's eyes became serious. It's only been less than a month since the start of the school year, letting the Imperial Beast complete its mutation and also controlling the mutated Imperial Beast. Even those veteran students in the second year of high school are far inferior to you, senior disciple Fang Shio. Most importantly, the power of that alien queen. Wu Mingjian praised Fang Shio without mincing words before his words changed. So now, I sincerely hope that student Fang Shio can join our student council. Join the student council. To Wu Mingjian's invitation, Fang Shio did not feel surprised in his heart. After all, his own performance in the freshman exchange tournament was indeed not bad. Instead of continuing to be an enemy to this genius of his, it would be better to adopt him as his own. But thanks to Vice President Wu's good intentions, I'm used to being free and most of my time is spent on Imperial Beasts, so I really have. No thoughts of joining the student association. Fang Shio politely declined. There is no need for student Fang Shio to reject so dryly. This matter is something that you should reconsider. Right, suddenly, as if he suddenly thought of something, Wu Mingjin pulled out another invitation from his pocket. This one, I wonder if student Fang Shio is interested. Wu Mingjin placed the invitation on the coffee table and then pushed it forward. What is this? Fang Shio asked while picking up the invitation that Wu Mingjin took out. There wasn't much content on it. It was just an invitation to a certain painting exhibition. I don't know if student Fang Zio has he ever heard of Master Qi Xian. No. Fang Zio shook his head without thinking. Who is it? He was originally a traveler and didn't get all the memories of his predecessor. Spending most of his time above the Imperial Beasts, he didn't know much about the celebrities of this world. Wu Mingjian directly surfaced a look of speechlessness. Good fellow, he was just being polite. I didn't expect Fang Shio to really be able to ask. That was Master Qi Xian. Hiss. Wu Mingjin sucked in a breath of cool air from the corner of his mouth and could only patiently explain to Fang Shio. This Grandmaster Qi Xian was a royal beast master who had gone out from Crane City. During his high school years, his imperial beast was unrivaled in Crane City, and with excellent grades, he entered one of the top 10 Magic City universities. Afterwards, he participated in several important imperial beast battles and became famous, successfully entering the Sunflower Imperial Beast Enterprise with his highest position rising to vice president. Can be described as a successful and famous imperial beast master. It was only now that he retired that he chose to return to Crane City and organize this painting exhibition. There are rumors that the intent of this painting exhibition is to select a preferred student and then sponsor them. Student Fang Hsio has an extraordinary talent in the field of imperial beasts, so if he can be spotted by Master Qi Xian, he will definitely soar. Listening to Wu Mingjin's explanation, Fang Ziu also had an understanding of this painting exhibition. To put it bluntly, it was just a random reason to invite geniuses from various schools, then select one that satisfied them and cultivate them. Only I don't know what this so-called Master Qi Xian's criteria for selecting someone is. If we only look at talent, wouldn't it be better to just focus on the freshman exchange tournament? In Fang Shio's opinion, if he really only looked at talent, there was no reason why this Master Chai Xin wouldn't send someone to contact him. After all, now that technology was so developed, a little bit of anything short video platforms could spread the word from one to the other. Even if Master Qi Xian didn't brush short videos on weekdays, there would always be someone around him who would brush it. Right? All right. Seeing that Fang Ziu had accepted both the bank card and the invitation, Wu Mingjin then stood up from the sofa. He patted his pants. There's a time and place on it. Student Fang Shio will just go directly over there when the time comes. There will be someone to specially entertain you. I'll go back first. There's also the matter of joining the student council. I hope that senior apprentice brother Fang Shio will reconsider. Knock knock. However, just as Wu Mingjin was about to turn around and leave, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Who is it again? Fang Shio put down the invitation, his sword brows slightly raised. Why did it feel like after he won the freshman exchange competition, the house became lively all of a sudden? Fang Ziu took 3 steps to the door and subsequently pushed it open. The person who came was no other than Zhang Pan Pan, Fang Ziu. Zhang Pan Pan smiled and greeted Fang Shio. Considering that the shadow sorcerer was an illusory beast species, after Zhang Pan Pan returned to the school, she was more or less worried about Fang Shio. So she came over to see how Fang Shio's imperial beast progress was. Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian also politely greeted Zhang Pan Pan. Only then did Zhang Pan Pan notice him. You are the vice president of the student union, Wu Mingjian. Zhang Pan Pan frowned. It was clear that he did not have a favorable impression of the student union. Chapter 75, Traveling to the Alien Kingdom. Senior Fang Hsio made a big splash at the freshman exchange competition this time. As the vice president of the student council, I should pay a visit. Wu Mingjian replied with a leathery smile. After all, Fang Zio is the future of our Hutching First Middle School. Zhang Pan Pan looked at Wu Mingjian. Although he didn't have a good impression of the student council, he wouldn't have a fit at Fang Shio's house. All right. Zhang Pan Pan nodded his head a bit, then he stopped looking at Wu Mingjin as he turned his head to look at Fang Shio. Old rules. Fang Shio put away the bank card that Wu Mingjin had sent the invitation and asked with a smile on his face while rubbing his thumb and index finger on his hand against each other. Could you Fang Shio the prize money from this freshman exchange tournament as well as the gifts received from the Dalian account? How come it's more than 100,000? Right. Surprisingly, you still miss these 3 melons and 2 jujubes of mine. Zhang Pan Pan viciously spat out. You can't say that, brother Pan Pan. You also know the situation of my imperial beast. And in this freshman exchange match, the weapon used by that half-dragon was really a bit powerful. If it wasn't for the alien queen's power that crushed the other party, this time I might have lost. Fang Shio defended himself. That's why I also want to give my aliens a customized piece of better equipment. $100,000 won't take long at all. The path of the imperial beasts was just burning money like crazy. Not to mention a mere 100,000, even if it was a 10 million, all of them thrown in wouldn't set off much of a splash. How could Zhang Pan Pan not know such reasoning? It was precisely because of this that he felt that Fang Shao operating a Dalian account was a good method. All right. All right, Zhang Pan Pan didn't argue with Fang Shao and directly transferred $500 to him. What are you doing here? Wu Mingjin was also interested for a moment. As far as he knew, physical education teachers had the highest gold content. And during New Year's festivals, parents of students would try to send gifts by all means. If one wanted to get guidance from a physical education teacher in private time, one would also need to pay a large sum of money. As a result, Zhang Pan Pan's situation with Fang Shio was completely reversed. This made Wu Mingjin indeed a little curious. The cost of visiting my imperial beast space, Vice President Wu is also interested. Fang Shio gestured with his hand. Although he didn't have much goodwill towards the student union, but why not pull the wool of the student union if he could? How much? Wu Mingjin opened his mouth without thinking. In fact, this Wu Mingjin was already very interested in Fang Shao's imperial beast space. It was only because the imperial beast was a very private matter, coupled with Fang Shao's resistance to himself, that he did not open his mouth. If he had known that he could get it done with money, why would he still worry about it? 2,000. Fang Shio tentatively set a price. Good. Looking at Wu Mingjin transferring the money without hesitation, Fang Shio also froze for a moment. Dry, there's going to be less. Then welcome to my imperial beast space. The moment Fang Shio opened his arms and activated the imperial beast space card, once the light engulfed towards Zhang Pan Pan, Wu Mingjin and the two of them, the hot white light made them instinctively close their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, the scene around them changed drastically. The walls, tiles, furniture, and appliances all disappeared, and in their place was a huge underground cave entrance. Inside, a gloomy wind was constantly blowing out. Then look at the high end of the cave from the ground to the top, at least 10 meters high. Alien, Wu Mingjian mouth Fang Shou's imperial beast, then silently followed behind him. After passing through a long hyperbolic passage, the space inside became wide open. The height from the ground to the ceiling was at least 20 to 30 meters. Rows and rows of milky white insect eggs were as neat as an army formation. It was just that the environment here was somewhat cold and damp. And from the time he came in, he could see the figures of aliens from time to time. And these aliens all worshipped Fang Shio as their king. Everywhere he went, the aliens that noticed them all knelt down. School brother Fang shows Imperial Beast Space. It's really something. Wu Mingjin sighed. These words were not meant as a compliment. No matter what, he was also the hall vice president and a senior veteran. During these 2 years or so in the first middle school, he had been to all the Imperial Beast Spaces, big and small. However, even Wu Mingjin, the vice president, was the first time he had seen such an eerie Imperial Beast Space. There was also Fang Shio's Imperial Beast. Just by walking from the entrance of the cave to the inside, he had encountered dozens of aliens along the way. Moreover, the size of these aliens were generally around 2 meters, much weaker than an elite like the alien sword saint. Senior Fang Shio, just how many aliens are you cultivating? Wu Mingjin couldn't help but ask. Just so far then there's about 300 or so. Fang Shio roughly estimated. More. How many? Wu Mingjin's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes. His brain only felt a buzzing sound, seriously doubting if he had heard something wrong. Good guy. More than 3. 100. Are you a royal beast or are you engaging in wholesale here? It could also be 400, I didn't count carefully. Fang Shio shook his head slightly. Once this alien queen found a safe spot, it would transform into a fertility machine, and at its craziest, it could lay a dozen or so eggs in an hour. With enough food, those face-hugging worms would continue to parasitize and grow the alien community. Meanwhile, those male aliens, on the other hand, would act as diggers and expand the scope of this cave. Previously, because of the lack of money, Fang Shio's Imperial Beast Space was only a few 100 square meters in size, causing the aliens to quickly dig to the edge and hit the air wall. The alien queen's spawning speed, too, decreased. With Fang Shio getting the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament, he directly used that 50,000 to expand the space here, expanding the few 100 square meters to tens of thousands of square meters. The male aliens continuously expanded up this underground kingdom. The alien queens also sold out and started their reproductive work. Listening to Fang Shu's description, the corner of Wu Mingjian's mouth drew a mouthful of cold air. Previously, he only knew that Fang Shu's aliens were exaggerated, but he didn't have an intuitive feeling. If there is a large enough space and the food source can be guaranteed, then this alien of yours, wouldn't it be thousands? Wu Mingjin could not help but be shocked by Fang Shio's explanation. Where was this imperial beast? This was clearly cultivating a race. This Fang Shio fellow, what kind of monster was he? Theoretically, that's correct. Fang Shio nodded, indicating that it was indeed. But there is a problem. Ordinary male aliens have limited combat power. Only those who parasitize other imperial beasts and give birth to mutants are the future of the alien. So the number, it's not that exaggerated, Fang Ziu explained in a serious manner. After all, to him, food was a major problem after the surge in the number of aliens. But if the number of aliens did not reach a certain base, the alien queen would not be able to evolve into an alien queen, and the genetically more powerful royal face-hugger bug could only be produced down by the alien queen. Chapter 76, Advanced Evolution Alien Queen. Listening to Fang Shu's serious explanation, and then taking a look at the insect eggs that could not be seen, Wu Mingjin's heart only thought of 2 words. Tough guy, this guy Fang Shio is really a ruthless person. Zhang Pan, on the other hand, frowned a bit as he lifted his chin with one hand. Fang Hua, your method of beast control, there is a problem. Zhang Pan recognized Fang Shio's talent in his heart. No matter if it was a student he had seen or heard of, his talent was not as demonic as Fang Shio's. It was not even an exaggeration to say that Fang Shio was not as talented as Fang Shio. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that Fang Shio was the seedling of the future top 10. But it doesn't make sense to keep pursuing the number of imperial beasts. You should be able to feel it. Right? The combat power of these ordinary xenomorphs is no more powerful than Li Jin's half-dragons or Li Shijia's shadow wizards. Even at the freshman exchange tournament, Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer had taken out several male xenomorphs with the 10,000 Serpents Massacre formation. Li Jin's half-dragon man even suppressed Fang Shio's alien sword saint. If they were replaced with more ordinary male xenomorphs, they might have been taken down by the half-dragons one at a time. On the contrary, these aliens, because the base was too large, the consumption on food would also be very exaggerated. So much so that there were quite a few eggs that had actively entered a dormant state. Once the number of these aliens reached 4 digits, Fang Shio would definitely be dragged down by them. More is better than less. If you can give up the number of aliens, you won't need to consume a lot of resources when it comes to food. The extra portion can even be used to customize nice equipment for the alien sword saint, these elite imperial beasts, Zhang Pan Pan said with a serious face. No matter what, he could be Fang Xiao's physical education teacher. And when he encountered problems, he naturally had to point them out for Fang Xiao to improve. What teacher Zhang said is good. Wu Mingjin also chimed in. Initially, when he was called over by Ma Wanfeng to ease the relationship between Fang Shio and the student council, his heart was still a bit reluctant. He himself was at least the vice president. In the entire Huching No. 1 middle school, he was almost the existence of one person under 10,000 people. As a result, he had allowed himself to come over to curry favor with Fang Shio. It was simply humiliating himself. However, when he came to this imperial beast space and saw Fang Shio's alien form, he understood everything. A person like Fang Shio was worthy of pulling himself forward. Once he went to university, he might become Chu Xing's booster. Based on this kind of relationship, Wu Mingjin also unified his front with Zhang Pan Pan. He pinched his waist with one hand. If I were you, I would clear out these aliens, leaving behind the alien sword saint, the queen, and these more powerful individuals. Pour your heart and soul into these aliens. Listening to Zhang Pan Pan and Wu Mingjin's words, how could Fang Shio not understand the simple truth? It was just that the aliens didn't belong to this world. They lacked sufficient knowledge about aliens. Only when the alien community developed to the size of a nation would the alien empress be born. After that, the alien queen would continuously give birth to royal face hugger bugs, not to mention the queen mother of alien extreme life forms. If one wanted the alien community to give birth to the queen mother, one would have to further expand the alien territory. If it wasn't for the fact that alien existed in this setting, Fang Shu wouldn't have wanted so many aliens. Wouldn't it be better to just take the elite route? But there was no way. The alien queen and the alien queen were simply two kinds of creatures. The alien queen's thinking was more one-dimensional and would only reproduce savagely, while only the queen could have strategic intent and could better maintain the stable development of the population. Only when the queen's scope of control was further expanded could she evolve into the mother of queens. Thinking of this, Fang Ziu looked towards the alien queen in labor with affection. In the small crane city, his alien queen could definitely topple all enemies. Even if it was the Black River State League that Zhang Yu was talking about, Fang Shu had full certainty that he would go to the top. But what about after that? This world was huge. The top 10. The Gosund family of the top 10. If the alien queen's evolution stopped sooner or later, there would come a day when one's own imperial beasts would not be the strongest in this world. What if I say that my alien queen can continue to evolve? Fang Shio's starry eyes focused on Zhang Pan Pan, Wu Mingjin, and the two of them. What did you say? Zhang Pan Pan and Wu Mingjin's hearts were shaken, their two eyes glaring as they turned their heads to look at the alien queen. That behemoth, it could still evolve. Wait, Senior Fang Shio, you're trying to say alteration. Right? Wu Mingjin reacted furiously. Fang Shio was only in high school and hadn't come across knowledge like mutation yet. It was estimated that he had seen Ma Ming's imperial beast, and that was why he felt that his alien queen could still evolve further. Although it was right to say so, it had nothing to do with the number of aliens, but it had nothing to do with the number of aliens. Aya Senior Fang Shio, that alien change. But who knew that as soon as Wu Mingjin opened his mouth, Fang Shio directly interrupted him. It's not a mutation. Fang Zio shook his head. Although I also really want my alien queen to complete the mutation and obtain a stronger power. But the evolution I'm talking about is not a mutation. What I'm referring to is that when the alien as a group expands to a certain size, my alien queen can evolve into a higher-ranked queen. Now Wu Ming Jian completely froze in place. His wide-open mouth drew a large mouthful of cold air backwards, and his pupils stared at the alien queen behind him with crazy earthquakes. This huge fellow was just curled up on its legs, looking down at them. The giant spawner behind them, on the other hand, kept spitting out one insect egg after another. Evolution, alien queen. This alien queen alone was already outrageous enough. Right. In the freshman exchange tournament with just a slap, she had knocked out Li Jin's half-dragon. If this were to advance and evolve into an alien queen, wouldn't its power be heavenly? Fang Xiao, who told you such things? Zhang Pan Pan couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of evolution. No one has told me. Fang Xiao shook his head. This kind of idea arose when I created the alien. As for why this idea came to me, I don't know, but I can guarantee that it is true. It's a feeling like when a person is born breathing. It's an idea that exists in the genes. Fang Ziu snubbed Zhang Pan Pan with a serious face. Zhang Pan Pan looked at Fang Hua. A phantom beast species imperial beast would have possessed all sorts of strange abilities. Then again, looking at Fang Hua's appearance, it also didn't look like a lie yet. Then, how many xenomorphs do you need to make your queen evolve into a queen? However, just as Zhang Pan Pan's words fell, the entire underground cavern resounded with a painful hissing sound. What the bemotion? Wu Ming Jian couldn't help but spit out, his sight subconsciously searching for the place where the sound originated from. With a glance, he only saw a troll trembling in pain. Chapter 77, New Alien Breaks. Chest, that one is Li Shijia's imperial beast. Wu Ming Jian searched for the sound and looked only to see a blue-skinned troll, which was convulsing madly on the ground with whimpering and wailing sounds constantly coming out of its mouth. As the freshman exchange tournament was a rather grand event in Crane City, Wu Ming Jian had paid some attention to it, and with a single glance he recognized this troll, which was none other than third middle school Li Shijia's imperial beast. And it was also a phantom beast species, parasitic, plundering someone else's imperial beast. Wu Mingjian's heart stuttered. Is it finally going to break the chest? Fang Xiao's eyes also focused on the troll. In the freshman exchange tournament, he had captured a total of 4 imperial beasts. Besides Li Shijia's troll, there were also Gong Guangwei's 3 uprights. Because the uprights were captured first and were an ancient species, these aliens had already broken their chests when they went to the hospital. After some frantic feeding, these 3 xenomorphs that had assimilated the genes of the Homo erectus had also turned into adults. Their appearance was comparable to that of a normal male xenomorph, only more massive in terms of bone structure. Each alien was over 4 meters tall, and compared to ordinary male alien, it was simply the difference between an adult and a child. Fang Zhao named them alien guards and put them in charge of defending the alien queen. On the contrary, it was Li Shijia's troll. Not knowing if it was due to the genes being more difficult to assimilate, it had been parasitized until now before it started to show signs of wanting to break its chest. The alien sword saint quickly came to Fang Shu's side, and with a flick of his wrist, the black blade ejected from his elbow joint and was grasped in one hand. Seeing this, Zhang Pan Pan also immediately released his hellfire, staring at the troll as if it was an enemy. "What are you doing, Teacher Zhang?" Wu Mingjian raised his eyebrows and quickly reacted that Zhang Pan Pan was worried that Fang Xiao's imperial beast would be out of control. However, he didn't release his own imperial beast. Instead, he took a step back and came behind hellfire. Plop! Only blood sprayed out from the troll's chest as if it was a dancing red butterfly. The next thing that happened was that a long, flat head drilled out from the troll's body, and it opened its mouth with teeth that were much more massive than ordinary aliens, especially the 2 tiger teeth in the upper jaw, which were as thick as Fang Xiao's arm. Obviously, it was a mutation produced after assimilating the troll genes, saliva with corrosive properties, dripping from the corners of its mouth, dissolving a pit on the ground. Its palms were also wider and thicker, easily supporting the troll's body into 2 and then standing out. Its standing posture, too, was very similar to that of this troll. It clenched its fists as if it felt that something was missing, then turned around, looked at the troll corpse on the ground, and finally reached out its hand and gripped the troll's spine, and with a forceful jerk, it hardened the troll's entire spine and pulled it out and held it in its hand. However, this alien did not attack its own kind like the alien sword saint. It stood in place, seemingly thinking for a while before finally kneeling down on one knee towards Fang Xie and lowered its head. Very good. Seeing this, Fang Xie nodded in satisfaction. It looks like after suppressing the alien sword saint, the power in your heart was enhanced, which is why you were able to make this alien submit to you. Zhang Pan said as such. Feng Shio nodded his head a bit, thinking that it was also like this, then consumed his resources and released a 500-pound fat pig out. No matter what, breaking the chest was the beginning of the alien. They needed to eat a lot in order for their bodies to grow to full size, and once they lacked food, they would enter into a dormant state. Ordinary aliens were fine, but for elites like the one in front of them, the sufficiency of food still needed to be guaranteed. Hunt it down. Fang Xie lowered his voice. Although he could create cooked meat to feed this alien, Fang Shio still wanted to see how powerful it was after assimilating the troll. Just in its chest-breaking state, it's close to 2 meters tall. If this enters its full body, I'm afraid it won't be as exaggerated as 4 or 5 meters. Fang Xie estimated with his past experience. Wu Mingjin subconsciously held his breath, not to mention having seen a royal beast like the alien. He had never even heard of it. But what Fang Shio and the three of them hadn't expected was that the alien didn't directly pounce on the domestic pig that Fang Shio had released. It instead turned around, stretched out its wide palms, and grabbed towards the troll's head. What is it doing? Wu Mingjin asked in disbelief. Wasn't it telling the alien to hunt at pig? Could it be that it couldn't understand Fang Shio's order, so it misunderstood the hunting target? If that was the case, then Fang Shio's alien had some low intelligence. Fang Shio silently watched only to see this alien ripping off the troll's head with one hand, then using the most primitive brute force crushing it to pieces. Boom! All sorts of white-red liquids like bursting watermelons sprayed out from it, creating a sound that even made Wu Mingjin freeze for a moment. But as this alien crushed the troll's head, a faint light changing into red energy swirled around its feet. Is this a snake stick? Fang Zio muttered, his eyes moving. Li Shijia's troll, known as the Shadow Sorcerer, main means of attack was to crush the skulls of animals and summon snake spirits with sorcery to attack. Now look, his own alien had also gained the power to use sorcery after assimilating the Shadow Sorcerer. That's really good. Fang Shio's eyes glowed in anticipation of this alien's hunting performance. To know, the thing that Fang Shio's underground kingdom lacked the most was skulls. So many ordinary aliens, all of them could be used to act as props for using sorcery, only to see that mass of energy transforming into the appearance of an alien, then opening its mouth, from which it spat out a bright red flying needle that spat out towards the family pig. Not waiting for this family pig to have time to react to what happened. No, to be exact, this family pig didn't notice anything. In just a blink of an eye, this flying needle shot directly into its body and flew out from the other end, finally sticking on the ground. The place where it was passed through was dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked as if it had been melted by a strong acid blood. This alien created the alien rod with sorcery, which could take the corrosive effect of acid blood and fuse it into the energy needle. In less than half a breath, the house pig fell heavily to the ground, its mouth emitting pig-killing screams. It was scalp-numbing. The place where the needle was passed through was dissolving, a fist-sized hollow, translucent before and after. Fang Shio's alien was not surprised by this, as if everything was a matter of course, and walked over in 3 steps and began to feast. Wu Mingjian took the scene in, and the entire person directly drew a breath of cold air. Student Fang Shio's alien, it's really unique. If he didn't remember wrongly, that sorcery was originally the ability of Li Shijia's imperial beast, but he didn't expect that it would be copied by the alien. Chapter 78. A whole year of shocking Ma Wanfeng. Since you can use sorcery, let's call you Alien Sorcerer from now on. Fang Shio looked at the newly hatched alien, nodded in satisfaction, and gave it a new name. Alien was the foundation. There was no need to change it. And in order to differentiate them from ordinary aliens, it was sobering to use their abilities to differentiate them. The alien sword saint held back in close combat, and the alien sorcerer cooperated remotely looking for an opportunity to kill in a single blow. Especially, the flying needles with acidic blood properties could definitely reverse the situation at critical moments. Fang Shio looked at his alien sorcerer and alien sword saint and couldn't wait to participate in the Black River State League. Speaking of which, the Black River State League, when will it be held? Fang Ziu calmed his excitement and asked curiously. After the midterm exams, Zhang Pan pushed his glasses. The first half of the first semester of senior high school started at the August, and the winter vacation was over in late December, so it was only 4 months before and after. The opening school mapping exam, then the freshman exchange tournament a month later, and then the midterm exams. By the time they came back from the Black River State League, it was basically almost time for the final exams. It had to be said that just the first half of the first semester of senior year was quite a tight schedule. Midterm exams. If it wasn't for Zhang Pan's reminder, Fang Ziu would have forgotten that there was such a thing as midterm exams. Yes, Zhang Pan nodded. The midterm exam was basically not difficult. With Fang Shio's strength, there was basically no problem in stabilizing the #1 ranking. Do well, and if you can get first in the whole school, you can get a scholarship. It's still very generous. Zhang Pan smiled in a key high school like First High School. If one could get into the top 10, not only could they get a scholarship, they could also get credits. If Fang Ziu really achieved good results in the Black River State League, these credits alone would allow Fang Shio to undergo a mutation in the last semester. To know, so far, no one had been able to take this many credits in the first semester of their first year of high school. Even with the operation of the student council, those so-called geniuses had all performed a mutation in the second half of the first semester of their senior year. I'll work hard. Fang Ziu nodded, stating that he would definitely shine in the Black River State League. Well, the future of the first middle school depends on you, Fang Shio. With this, Fang Shio left a large amount of food for the alien wizard so that it could grow to its full size and then sent Zhang Pan, Wu Mingjin, and the two of them away from his imperial beast space. All right, I should go back too. Zhang Pan waved his hand towards Fang Shio, allowing him to continue with his imperial beast. Wu Mingjin also took his leave at this point. Only after seeing Fang Shio's alien form, Wu Mingjin didn't go back to the imperial beasts or rest, but hurriedly ran to Ma Wanfeng's dormitory. As the strongest in the senior class of the first middle school and the student council president, his dormitory was heck of a 500 square feet villa. Just a living room alone was very luxuriously decorated. How are things being handled? Ma Wanfeng wasn't surprised by Wu Mingjin's arrival. He invited him in and had his cooking aunt help make a pot of tea. This, Wu Mingjin's face was a little embarrassed, but he could only shake his head. Although getting along with Fang Shio wasn't bad, at least eliminating the conflict between him and Chen Feng. Fang Shio hadn't agreed to the matter of joining the student union. But I went to his imperial beast space worried that Ma Wonking would accuse him of not doing his job well. Wu Mingjian changed his words and directly chatted about the imperial beast space. Oh, after hearing these words, Ma Wanping's furrowed brows instantly stretched. One should know that the imperial beast space had always been relatively private, and unless the relationship between two people was extremely good, otherwise, one would normally not invite the other person to enter one's imperial beast space. From this point of view, Fang Shio's heart was shaken even if he didn't directly join the student council. Speak, Ma Wanfeng said as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Wu Mingjin. This is the tea that Senior Chu sent. It tastes good. Wu Mingjin hurriedly received the tea with both hands even though the teacup was a bit hot. He still took a sip with a stiff upper hand while hiding the part that it was only possible to visit because of the money spent. Fang Shou's aliens, there are more than 400 of them. At these words, Ma Wanfeng's expression instantly froze. His pupils vibrated slightly and the expression written on his face was as if he was saying, "Are you kidding? Over 400 aliens. Wasn't Fang Shio just a freshman in high school? His background, he had investigated it himself. Both of his parents were ordinary workers with the pressure of mortgage payments and car loans. There aren't any higher status relatives either, just a very ordinary family. More than 400 imperial beasts. Are you kidding me? If insects such as the hornet kind of imperial beasts had hundreds of them, he could still understand. But Fang Shio's aliens were clearly giant imperial beasts. Each one's combat power was extremely strong. That's right. Wu Mingjin nodded, stating that he definitely hadn't misread the situation and wasn't joking. President, you should remember that behemoth that Fang Shio released at the end when he was fighting Li Jin. Right, Ma Wanfeng responded sharply. Honestly speaking, the moment he saw the alien queen come out, he was also startled. Compared to the other aliens, this queen's power was simply not on the same level. With just one slap, she slapped the half-dragon's consciousness into a coma. It was truly amazing. Only what did this have to do with Fang Shio's number of aliens? According to Fang Shio, that imperial beast is called the Alien Queen, and when the alien's colony grows to a certain size, the Alien Queen will be able to advance and evolve, becoming the Alien Queen. Whether it's power or anything else, it can be drastically increased. Wu Mingjian said with a serious face. At first, when he heard this, his heart was a little less convinced. However, Fang Shu's talent for royal beasts was simply too demonic, especially that alien sorcerer who could actually seize the sorcery of Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer. This kind of thing was really subverting his cognition. There's such a thing? Ma Wanfeng's pupils quaked madly. Although he didn't convince Fang Ziu to join the student council this time, Wu Mingjin had indeed extracted good information. Did you record it? Ma Wanfeng pursued without thinking. In his opinion, Fang Shio was far more powerful than he had imagined. He should record his imperial beast situation and send it to Chu Xing and the others. This, Wu Mingjian smiled awkwardly. In Fang Shio's royal beast space, he had focused on being shocked, completely forgetting about the matter of being able to videotape. Forget it. Ma Wanfeng waved his hand and didn't blame Wu Mingjin for not doing his job well as he lifted his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Fang Ziu is after all a student of our first middle school. There will be plenty of time to get in touch with him in the future. Wu Mingjin, your next task is to think of ways to get Fang Xiao to join our student union. Chapter 79, Fang Xiao's Head Pink Lady. The matter of the freshman exchange tournament came to an end, and Fang Xiao returned to campus life. It was just that as soon as Fang Shio walked onto campus, he became the center of attention. Is that person Fang Shio? Feels so handsome, even more handsome than on the video. I so want to find him to get an autograph. For a while, all sorts of voices entered Fang Wu's ears, but there weren't many students who really came up. Although Fang Shou's family of origin was average, his soared brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, as well as his play in the freshman exchange competition, made many students think that Fang Shio came from a famous family. The light that shone like a star instead gave people a feeling that it was difficult to get close to him. It feels like if this continues, I'll have to wear a hat with sunglasses in school in the future. Fang Ziu pretended to be calm on the surface, but in his heart, he couldn't help but spit. No wonder those celebrities had to use hats, masks, and sunglasses to hide their identities when they traveled. This kind of intense sight and murmurs really made people a little shy. Fang Zio. But soon, a voice that Fang Zio was familiar with stood out from the noisy chatter. Fang Zio subconsciously turned around and realized that the person who came was no one else. It was none other than his classmate, Shizhen Hong. Congratulations! You managed to take the championship of the freshman exchange tournament. It was really tense at that time. Speaking of which, that alien queen of yours, how in the world did you breed it? It's too strong. Shizhen Hong was dancing with excitement, and those who didn't know thought that he had won the competition cultivated it that way. Fang Ziu said lightly, this Shizhen Hong's results were not outstanding, but the first impression given to Fang Ziu was not bad, and he was interested in gossip. Speaking of which, do you know who Master Qi Xine is? Fang Ziu and Shizhen Hong walked side by side on the boulevard heading to the classroom and had a chat on the way. Master Kixin, that must be known. Shizhen Hong nodded repeatedly. That's the pride of our Crane City. It's said to be one of the earliest batch of genius Imperial Beast masters to take the Imperial Beast High School examination. And shortly after entering the university, he made a name for himself and even participated in the Imperial Beast War. Then the military reform, he was discharged from the army and went to the Five Flowers group, but it was still a smooth transition, and in a few years he was promoted to vice president. It can be said that he's in existence amongst people. When talking about Master Chai Xian, Shi Jinhong's eyes were glowing and that kind of pride jumped out on the paper. I know that there may be people who think that a vice president of a large factory is nothing great, but for a small 18th-tier city like ours, to be able to come out with a figure like this is already a feat. Although Shi Jinhong didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Crane City, but this was after all a small border town in China where education and resources were not very developed. It was also difficult for those who walked out from Crane City to achieve too much. Especially after entering the Imperial Beast era, Haijiang Prefecture had united with Jai Prefecture, Liao Prefecture, and parts of Mengdong Prefecture to create the Imperial Beast Four Prefectures General Bureau. In its heyday, the Imperial Beast's Four States General Bureau was able to directly compete with its neighbors. Such a practice naturally caused some people's dissatisfaction. In the end, a group of people came down from above and not only disbanded the Imperial Beast's General Bureau, but also overhauled the personnel arrangements in Haizhongzhou. Ever since then, the entire Haizhong state had been devastated, and its vitality had been greatly injured. Alas, Shi Jinhong waved his fist while recounting the past. Otherwise, our Crane City would be able to break bread with those second- and third-tier cities in the south as well. So you understand, right, how rare and precious it is to have someone like Master Chai Xian. Surprisingly, there has been something like this. Fang Xiao nodded. Yes, but Master Chai Xian is after all old, plus the Five Flowers infighting is powerful, and in the end he still ended up in an early retirement. Shi Jinhong said his eyes couldn't help but darken a lot. Obviously, he was feeling unjust for what happened to Chi Xian. However, he quickly reacted. There was no reason why Fang Xiao would sud. Denli asked about such a matter. It wasn't like he was as fond of gossiping as himself. Fang Xiao, you couldn't have gotten the invitation. Right? Shi Jinhong suddenly froze in place, both of his eyes glaring like bull's eyes as he stared at Fang Xiu dead in the face, and his mouth couldn't help but widen into an O shape. Dumbfounded, Master Qi Xian could be said to be his idol. Over the years, he hadn't paid much attention to the other party on the internet. When he learned that the other party had retired and returned to Crane City, he investigated about the painting exhibition. Not only that, Shi Jinhong had tried everything to get the invitation to the painting exhibition. However, the tickets for the invitations were speculated by scalpers to 100,000 each, which was simply unaffordable for a student like him. Moreover, even the scalpers had limited invitations on hand, so it was not possible to have money and no connections. Unexpectedly, the invitation that he had been longing for was actually obtained by Fang Xiao. 100,000, you really have money. Shi Jinhong spat with a very red-eyed look. In his opinion, Fang Xiao must have used the prize money from the freshman exchange competition to buy the invitation. No. Someone else gave it to me. Fang Xiao said lightly sent it. Shi Jinhong couldn't help but be stunned. Who sent it to you? Wu Mingjian. Wu Mingjian, isn't that the vice president of the student council? Shi Jinhong was stunned again. What was the situation? Didn't Fang Xiao violently beat up Ma Ming? Although the other party was only a student council fighter, he was at least a member of the student council. If Fang Xiao beat him up, wasn't that the same as slapping the face of the student union? Why would Wu Mingjin still give Fang Xiao an invitation? The script wasn't right, was it? Yeah. What other reason could there be wanting to pull me in? Fang Xiao said with a light smile. He could feel Wu Mingjin's importance to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Chen Fang over to apologize at his door and give himself money. It was just that what Fang Xiao didn't expect was the invitation to this painting exhibition would have such a high gold content. This could really be a heavy gift, pulling in. That's right. After all, your performance in the freshman exchange tournament was too amazing. I also heard that there are quite a few female fans of yours in our school, and they even built groups and stuff. Shi Jinhong spat out. You also know about this kind of thing. Fang Zhao raised his sword eyebrow, although he knew that this Shi Jinhong liked to gossip, but even the matter of female fan group knew would it be too outrageous. My cousin is the head of your female fans. She was discovered by me when she built the group. Moreover, after hearing that I'm your classmate, she also wants to cooperate with me a bit. Shi Jinhong scratched his head awkwardly. This matter was related to Fang Xiao after all, and he was embarrassed to hide it. Cooperation? What cooperation? Fang Ziu's starry eyes condensed slightly. It's her wish to steal a few pictures of you during class, preferably of you sleeping, and then print them out and sell them to the schoolgirls in the group. Fang Ziu Chapter 80. You've thought of what to call the child, haven't you? But don't worry, Fang Ziu. How could I possibly do something so classless? So I righteously rejected her, Shi Jinhong said forcefully. This was Fang Ziu, the #1 person in Huching First Middle School. Just being at the same table with him was already something that could be bragged about for the rest of one's life. How could one steal a picture? It's not impossible. Fang Xiao's eyes moved. Shi Jinhong, did your sister give you a word on how much to sell a photo for? Fang Xiao pondered for a moment. He didn't expect his female fans to be able to be so outrageous. There was also Shi Jinhong's sister, who was simply the head of female fans. But then again, what people's money was the best to earn? Of course, it's these female fans. The stars on the internet just give any product endorsement. They all buy. First of all, regardless of whether the things bought are useful or not, whether they can use it themselves or not, it's not important. What's important is that I can support my brother. This she did not say. Shi Jinhong a black line. Not buddy, what is this? On the contrary, we can cooperate a little. Selling my photos can be, but I want to take a cut. The expenses of his own imperial beasts were large. Although there was the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament and Wu Mingjin's gift, but it was only a burning need. Now that there was this easy way to make money, Fang Shu naturally had no reason to refuse. Are you serious? Shi Jinhong asked incredulously. Well, you also know that imperial beasts will cost a lot of money. Right, as long as the pricing isn't too outrageous, it's not bad if you sell at a thin profit. Fang Xiao said his thoughts. If a photo was sold for $5, then assuming there were 200 people in the group, that would be $1,000. And $5 wouldn't pose much of a burden to a little girl in high school. In a way, it was a win-win situation. After receiving Fang Xiao's permission, Shi Jinhong's eyes also lit up. He sort of understood why Fang Xiao's imperial beasts were so powerful. Fang Xiao's business acumen was indeed very strong. Just something like selling photos could be applied to the imperial beasts. Just like that, Shi Jinhong took out his cell phone and directly sent a text message to his sister Shi Zhonglin. Sending the points Fang Ziu said he wanted directly over. Selling photos was fine, but the pricing couldn't be too high, and Fang Ziu had to take a 50% cut. Buzz, Shi Jinhong's cell phone swirled and vibrated, and Shi Zhonglin messaged back in seconds. Really? Please make sure to take a picture of my old sister first. Shi Jinhong looked at the text message with a black line on his face. Good guy, close to the water you get the moon first. Right. But no matter what, Shi Jinhong's relationship with Shi Jinhong has always been good. As good as a brother and sister. In the end, he still raised his cell phone and took a picture of Fang Xiao's back and sent it over. Ah, so handsome. Just the back shot is so handsome, truly worthy of being our Fang Xiao. Sure. John Hong looked at the text message on his cell phone, a black line on his face. No, sis. What do you mean by our family Fang Xiao? You don't want me to have a CP with Fang Xiao, do you? We're in a normal table relationship. Please don't knock around. What are you thinking day in and day out? Don't you think that old sister and Fang Xiao and I are a good match? He's a talented man. I'm a beautiful woman, and besides, I'm your sister. I'm your sister. I'm the one who's in your family. If Fang Ziu and I manage to get together, then he'll be your brother-in-law, hatching #1 middle school. No. The future #1 person in the Imperial Capital University as your brother-in-law, doesn't that smell good? Say, what do you think of the two names Fang Yuan Fang Zhang? In less than half a breath, Shi Yonglin sent over a series of text messages allowing Shi Zhonghong to instantly see what it was like to have a female powder head on fire. Good guy. Obviously haven't even met, even thought of what to call the child. Right? And also the second child. You are here to respond to the national policy. For a time, spare Shizenhong all feel their own old sister is full of grooves. But when he put down his cell phone and looked up at Fangher again, brother-in-law. If he could really be Fang Shu's brother-in-law, did he count himself as one person's success and his whole family's ascension to heaven? What's wrong? Fang Ziu saw that Shizenhong didn't follow. If you don't go, you'll be late. Coming, Shizenhong quickly followed. Speaking of which, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Ziu? No. Why did it feel like the entire school had become abnormal after he won the freshman exchange tournament? Just like that, the two of them arrived at the classroom of the second class. Without waiting for Fang Ziu to react, the classroom resounded with thunderous applause. There were even people who took flower tubes and set off fireworks. Those who didn't know would think that they were celebrating someone's birthday. Not only that, even the blackboard of the class was filled with boards celebrating Fang Ziu's winning the freshman exchange tournament. Congratulations to student Fang Shio. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Fang Shio. Looking at each and every fawning-looking classmate, Fang Shio took a lot of effort to return to his seat. Only when he passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Li Qingqing specially said, "The freshman exchange match, thanks to you. If First Middle School failed to win the freshman exchange tournament, they would not be in this year's Black River State League." And as someone who wanted to defeat Chu Xinghe, Li Qingqing placed extra importance on this Black River State League. Li Shijia and Li Jin's phantom beast species were not expected by Li Qingqing either. Coupled with those harsh tactics, if it wasn't for Fang Shio, then this year's First Middle School would really have no chance in the Black River State League, just a show of hands. Fang Shio smiled towards Li Qingqing. Rather, it's student Qingqing who still needs to work hard. Don't worry. I won't hold you back during the Black River State League. Li Qingqing lowered her voice. Although she was thankful to Fang Shio when facing him, Li Qingqing still had a high and cold demeanor. Fang Shio didn't care and just returned to his seat, ready to start today's study. However, not waiting for the teacher of the first general studies class to come over, Zhang Yu, the teacher of the second class, had already arrived. Ed at the door, and the classroom that was still laughing and joking was suddenly quiet. Zhang Yu looked at the blackboard newspaper but did not say much. Only his sight swept around and then fixed on Fang Shio. Fang Shio, come out here, coming. Before Fang Shio's butt was even warmed up, he stood up and walked towards the door. The other students at once cast envious eyes. Although they didn't know what Zhang Yu was looking for Fang Shio for considering Fang Shio's performance in this freshman exchange tournament, they thought that there would be no shortage of benefits. In the future, the gap between them and Fang Shio would only grow wider. At the same time, there were also quite a few students who subconsciously looked towards Li Qingqing after Fang Shio left. The strongest student of Huching Junior High School, the genius girl who ranked first in the midterm. Her radiance was now being overshadowed by Fang Hsio in all aspects. Alas, both Qing and Hu were born. The class didn't know which student spat out a sentence, and Li Qingqing violently broke the pen in her hand. The crisp breaking sound instantly silencing the classroom. Fang Hu. Chapter 81, Principal Ren's Favor. What's wrong, brother Hu? Fang Shio and Zhang Yu left the classroom together. I'm not very clear on what exactly is going on. I just know that Principal Ren wants to see you. So pay attention when you're there. Zhang Yu also didn't forget to remind Fang Shio. It was fine to heckle with him and Zhang Pan on weekdays and collect a visiting fee. But in front of the principal, don't be so big-headed. The principal of the first middle school named Tasami. Fang Shio then realized, no wonder today's Zhang Yu looked much more serious than usual. I didn't expect that the headmaster of the first middle school would take the initiative to ask to see himself. Before Fang Shio crossed over, he had also gone to high school. And at that time his grades were not to say that he was a school god or a school bully, but he was also at the top of the list. But 3 years down in high school, he had never seen the principal. Be spirited, don't disgrace our second class, Zhang Yu said in Fang Xiu's ear. At the thought of Fang Xiu also meeting the principal, he, the class teacher, was more or less nervous. However, compared to those students who made big mistakes and were called to the principal's office, Zhang Yu was still more happy than worried. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu to the front of the principal's office and raised his hand to gently knock twice on it. "Please come in." The voice that came from inside was a rather gentle voice. It was very different from the voice line heard during the mapping exam. "Hello, Principal Ren." Zhang Yu pushed the door and walked in, forcing himself to greet the principal, not forgetting to raise his hand and slap Fang Xiu on the shoulder. "Oh, hello, Principal Ren. I'm Fang Xiu from the first year second class." Fang Xiu introduced himself while looking around and observing this office. There was a lot of space here. Not only was it able to fit a 60-inch television, Principal Ren's desk alone was 3 meters long, looking both atmospheric and luxurious, and behind it were rows and rows of bookcases. Only, Fang Xiu didn't feel any flavor of a bookish family. He only felt that this office was only used to display broad-mindedness. There was a kind of vulgarity. As for the principal Ran in Zhang Yu's words, she was a woman who looked to be in her early 30s wearing a black one-piece dress and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She ruffled her hair with a smile on her face. "Ren Qiuyu." Fang Xiu's line of sight focused on the desk in front of Ren Zioyu. A woman's name was engraved under an ornament with a Chinese flag. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Yu referred to her as Principal Ren, Fang Xiu instantly realized that Ren Zioyu was most likely the name of this principal. It was just that what puzzled Fang Xiu was that he hadn't seen this Principal Ren during the mapping exam. Fang Xiu's student is really strange when the mapping exams and the freshman exchange match. "You didn't see me, right?" Ren Xiu said smilingly as if she possessed mind-reading skills seen through Fang Xiu's doubts. "My benefactor some time ago just happened to return to his hometown." So the big and small matters of first middle school were handed over to another principal. "The one you saw. This freshman exchange competition is thanks to Mr. Fang Hua, or else this year's laurels would have to go to third middle school." Fang Zio didn't expect Ren Qiuyu to take the initiative to explain all this, as well as the fact that her image looked more like an older sister full of intellectualism. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw her in this office, it would be hard for Fang Ziu to connect her identity with the title of the principal of the first middle school. Where are the words, "I am originally a student of first middle school. It is incumbent upon my generation to fight for the glory of first middle school." Fang Xie held his head high and said with a serious face, "Reihang, you couldn't help but be stunned. Now is this your line? When did you become so collectively honorable?" Although Zhang Yu wanted to ruthlessly spit on Fang Xie, he still swallowed the words in front of Ren Zioyu. "Very good." Ren Zioyu's eyes up Fang Xie and nodded with satisfaction. Even though this was the first time they had met, she had heard quite a bit about Fang Xie before this. In particular, his performance at the freshman exchange tournament was very bright. If it was Fang Xie, he might really be able to shine in the Black River State League. Thinking of this, Rinchoa's hand reached under the desk and pulled open the bottom drawer, then took out an invitation and a bank card from inside, placed them on the desk, and pushed them forward again. "The password for this card is 123456. There's about $200,000 inside, which is considered our first middle school's commendation for you this time. For a good seedling like Fang Xie, Ren Xie, you naturally had no reason not to cultivate him. Only, Fang Xie was different from Li Jin. The latter was the third middle school vice principal's own son, and although he had gotten a lot of resources, most of them were funded in his personal name. If he himself helped Fang Xie like that, once he was utilized, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. As opposed to being united and helping each other, there had always been dark currents within the first middle school. 200,000. As soon as he heard this figure, Fang Ziu's starry eyes also flashed with a brilliant light. It was the first time he had come into contact with such a large sum of money in such a long time as he had been a royal beast. In this way, not only could the scale of